When we think of mystery stories, we think of detectives like Sherlock Holmes, or Hercule Poirot, or Sam Spade, or whoever our favorite happens to be. But the fact is, the greatest killers in history were not human beings at all, but tiny, mysterious, microscopic murderers. Therefore, the greatest detectives have been doctors and scientists. One of these was a most unlikely figure of a man who lived and worked almost 150 years ago. Everything about him seemed comical. His bald, bullet-like head, his excitable manner, and he even had a funny-sounding name, Ignash. The time is the early 1840s. We are in a Viennese dance hall. Johann Strauss, the elder, is leading the orchestra. One of the tables is filled with medical students trying to unwind and relax.
Excuse me, weren't you at the lecture today?
Yes.
That's right. You were the one who made a jackass of himself.
Me?
Why did you have to ask Professor Hockmeyer that stupid question?
If you don't ask questions, how can you learn?
You're not there to learn.
You're not?
You are there to pass the course. And thus you move another step forward toward that certificate which entitles you to be called Herr Doctor.
But it wasn't a stupid question. Why is iodine the best treatment for influenza?
And you heard what he told you. Because that's the way it is. Period.
I still don't think it was a stupid question.
Maybe not, but you were stupid to ask it. Obviously, he doesn't know the answer. All you did was embarrass him in front of the class.
If he doesn't know the answer, why is he teaching?
How can a doctor afford to admit he doesn't know something? The medical establishment would crumble to its very foundations.
Our ignorance can kill people.
But don't say that. They would die anyhow.
Oh, well, forget it.
My name is Johann Kiai.
I'm Ignash Semmelweis.
Ignash. You must be Hungarian.
I'm proud of it.
All right. I won't hold it against you. Well, I believe we all came here to dance. You see those girls at the table near the window?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Average.
How about the one in the blue dress?
If you like that type. A bit thin for my taste.
She'll fatten up as she gets older.
And then she'll be too fat. That shouldn't bother you. You're not going to marry her.
Oh, but I am, Ignash. I am.
Well, then you know her.
Oh, I know who she is. Elizabeth Klein.
Klein?
Yes, indeed, my friend. Daughter of Herr Professor Klein, director of the hospital himself.
You're not going to marry her because her father's director of the hospital.
Can you think of a better reason?
People should marry because they're in love.
People should marry for sensible reasons. Then, because they have made the right marriage, and they're happy, at that time they fall in love. Well, I think I shall ask Elizabeth to dance.
Just like that?
That's how it's done. Incidentally, the one in red...
what about her?
She's related to Count Metternich himself.
Metternich? The butcher.
Let's not have any of that. Well, true, she's only a poor relation, but he could use his influence for her.
How could I possibly have anything to do with a girl who's a Metternich? Do you know what Metternich has done to Hungary? What he wants to do? Besides, she's ugly.
No, I would say she has a strong face, full of character.
She's fat.
Voluptuous.
She's so short.
Petite.
I'm not interested.
Here I was trying to put you next to a good thing. She could make your fortune.
I'll make my own fortune. Thank you.
That was my friend, Ignash Semmelweis. Caustic, abrasive, corrosive, like acid. A constant irritation to his professors.
But what causes the disease, Professor Klein?
That is not your concern, Herr Semmelweis.
What is my concern, Herr Professor?
Your concern is to show the proper respect to your teachers and your superiors.
But how am I being disrespectful?
By wasting the time of the class on foolish questions.
Excuse me, Herr Professor. Why are these questions foolish?
It is not the province of a doctor to determine the cause of a disease. His mission is to cure it.
But how can we cure it unless we...
Herr Semmelweis, we have already wasted enough time.
You could expect it in every class, at every lecture. He would always interrupt to ask,
how? Can this be proved? Why, Professor?
Hello, Ignash.
Johann.
Sit down.
You mean you're willing to be seen sitting in a cafe with me?
A man has to do something dangerous now and then to keep life from becoming too dull.
Johann, you're the only friend I have.
Well, that's your fault. You're a good fellow, Ignash, but you...
I know.
Well, you're much too controversial. Why can't you be like everybody else and say, yes, Herr Professor. Of course, Herr Professor. How right you are, Herr Professor.
Because that would be telling a lie. Their stupidity and arrogance, Johann, at times, it's just too much. These quacks.
Not everyone at the hospital is a charlatan. You have men like Kolechka, Skoda.
But most of them...
Ignash, trim your sails, moderate your tongue. The most important thing is to become a doctor. And then, later...
There is no later. There's only now. And I refuse to develop bad habits.
What can I tell you? They despised him, but they couldn't deny his brilliance. He was the brightest one of us all. I was made a resident in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. I like to think it was on merit, but the fact is I did marry Elizabeth Klein. Ignash was also appointed, simply because there was no way they could have kept him out. And so he reported to me for duty because I was, after all, his senior. Obstetrics was divided into Division 1 and Division 2. We, the doctors, work in Division 1.
And who works in Division 2?
Midwives.
Midwives?
Yes. Well, thousands of women still live in the Middle Ages. They believe devoutly that babies should be delivered by midwives.
But aren't we supposed to educate?
My dear Ignash, if my own Elizabeth was ever brought in here to deliver, I would insist on placing her in Division 2.
I don't believe you.
The fact is, Division 2 is a safer place.
I can't believe it.
Consider the figures. This month alone, 36 out of 200 mothers died of childbed fever in Division 1.
That's almost 1 in 5.
And in Division 2, where the midwives work, it's something like 1 in 20.
How is that possible?
And here comes the latest. Yes, the usual procession. It's headed by the lay brother, and now the priest. And now the poor dead woman. See, they come from Division 1.
This is terrible. Look at her. A young girl. She's come here to create another human being. To bestow the gift of life. Why did she have to die?
You know why she died. She developed childbed fever. It's what carries all of them off.
In which ward did she die?
You saw, she came from Division 1.
We have to do something about it, Johann. This simply cannot be allowed.
Bravo, but can it wait a few hours? At this time, we are due at the morgue to assist Dr. Kolechka in some postmortems. Jakob Kolechka, the greatest anatomist of his day. How we looked forward to the hours we spent with him. A most sweet and gentle person. Even Ignash could find no fault with him. After we had performed our dissections, Ignash paused to talk.
Professor, what is the cause of childbed fever?
Childbed fever. Ignash, this poor little thing, we have just had her on the table. She died of it. See how we have searched through her body for traces of the killer. But like a thief in the night, he has eluded us.
But surely, Professor, there must be some clue.
Of course. And it is probably staring us in the face. But we simply cannot see it.
They come here, and they die by the hundreds. How can we stand by and do nothing?
We do what we can. We do what we can.
And what is that?
Ignash, progress comes slowly in medicine. Problems defy solutions for hundreds of years. And then suddenly, out of the clear blue, the answer is revealed.
And meanwhile?
Meanwhile, I can only refer you to the philosophy of Hippocrates, who said, life is short, the art is long, experience is treacherous, and judgment difficult.
Perhaps. But I have neither the time nor the temperament for philosophy.
Then you must find the time and develop the temperament. Otherwise, you will lose your sanity.
What causes childbed fever? What is killing all these women in our hospital?
Perhaps one day, Ignash.
And that day will not be today. We're due at Division 1 to deliver some babies. We walked along the corridors. As I look back at it now, how dim and dismal and dingy they were. Ignash was silent. His face was set, as if in stone.
And Kolechka's the best of them. How can he sleep at night?
You'll fall asleep at night too, Ignash, after a while.
Listen, another one.
You'll get used to that too.
I don't want to see it. Let's walk around the other way. It's coming from Division 1, isn't it?
Yes, Ignash. Look, if this is how you feel, perhaps you should not have chosen obstetrics.
If I hadn't, would that have changed anything? The killer disease would still exist. The women would still be murdered.
Where his patients were concerned, I had never seen such tenderness, such sympathy, such concern. She was a little more than a child, and she was ready to give birth to a child of her own. She was poor, ragged, dirty. After all, she was only a charity patient. As he stopped by her cot, she grasped his hand.
Herr Doctor. Herr Doctor.
Yes, my dear?
Oh, Doctor, please, help me.
Of course, that's why I'm here.
Save me, Doctor.
I'll do everything I can for you, my
Oh,
child.
Doctor, please, please.
Don't be afraid. Millions of babies are born every day all over the world. It's a normal... It's natural.
Don't let them kill me.
Now. No one's going to kill you.
Yes. This is the place where they killed the mothers, right in here.
Now, who's been telling you stories?
It's true, Doctor. I wanted to go into Division 2. That's the place for the mothers who are going to live. Division 1 is where they kill us.
Oh, no.
Ask anyone. My sister died here. My friend Liesel died here. Everyone here gets the fever after the baby is born. Oh, please, Doctor, take me away from here. Put me in Division 2, please.
My dear, you're here now. I'm your doctor. Now, look at me. Do you think I would let any harm come to you?
Well...
I'm Dr. Semmelweis. What's your name?
Vera Svitek.
I promise you, Vera, everything will be all right.
But I... Oh, the pain. It's starting again. The baby.
Now, Vera, you can trust me. Say you trust me.
I trust you, Doctor. I trust you.
Of course, you probably know what has to happen now. Stories that are taken from life and reality must follow a real and lifelike logic. Sometimes there can be more fantastic than the most contrived tales of the most inventive writer's imagination. Our exploration of the human psyche and the human body continues shortly with Act 2.
There's no disguising the fact that some economy cars are just that, economical.
Hey, come on. It gets great gas mileage.
I'll bet it does. The Buick Skylark is one economy car that doesn't look like one. With its roomy interior and stylish exterior, it's hard to believe it offers 26 EPA estimated MPG. Use estimated MPG for comparisons. Actual mileage may be different. See Skylark at your Buick dealers today.
Wouldn't you really rather have a Buick?
Are you serious, hon?
Chuck, that gray hair doesn't do a thing for you.
Colorex. Simple to use colorless cream and clear gel. The longer you leave the cream on, the more color your hair will develop. Whether you leave it on 3 minutes for a light brown, 5 minutes for a medium brown, or 10 minutes for a richer brown, your hair will have the highlights that make hair look natural, not a solid dark color.
Terrific.
You think I married you for your figure, but I really married you for your brain. Colorex lets you decide the color of your hair. Use only as directed.
And Lumber is the store whenever you need more of anything there is to help you do that chore yourself. You can do it. You know you can. Just stop and see your Pine Lumberman.
Well, Dad just saw his Pine Lumberman, and he's back home now with one of the most economical packages ever offered. Now, the neighbors can't believe it, but the package is a compact two-car garage. All the materials, only $799. Now, will the kids help Dad put this garage package together?
I don't even know him.
Looks like Dad will be doing it himself. It's a compact two-car garage package, only $799. Dozens of other garage packages available, too, at every Pine Lumber Yard. A garage is a great playhouse. It could even be used for Dad's car.
No.
There's really nothing in the world you can't do yourself. And our low prices help you make it. You get a lot of help from Pine Lumber.
You can't fight City Hall. How often have we heard it said? Actually, City Hall need not refer to the municipal building that houses the government administration. City Hall has come to stand for the establishment, the established way of doing business, and the established patterns of thought. After all, go back a few thousand years. It was City Hall that forced Socrates to drink the hemlock, and it has been pouring similar beverages for dissenters ever since.
Please, Doctor, don't let me die.
I promise you, Vera, I'll do everything I can. Now, don't be afraid. You're going to have a beautiful baby.
And she did. It was a classical textbook delivery. No complications at all. Everything smooth and regular as clockwork. Absolutely nothing went wrong.
Doctor?
Here's your son, Vera.
My son. Oh, then it's a boy.
Yes?
Heaven be praised.
You wanted a boy, didn't you?
Oh, yes, Doctor, yes. This world is no place for a girl, especially for the kind of girl she would have to become. A girl like me.
But you're a very nice girl, Vera.
Where else could she grow up if not where I grew up, on the streets? And where else could she earn her living but on the streets? It isn't as if she has a father who's a millionaire or a Grand Duke.
Who is her father?
I don't know.
Well, you get some sleep now. You had a hard morning.
Yes, Doctor.
How do you feel?
All right.
How does she look to you, Johann?
Well, pulse seems regular. Breathing appears normal. Color is fine.
Yes, I thank the good Lord. This one will survive.
The following day, Ignash asked for and received a short leave from his duties. He disappeared from sight. I was at a complete loss to account for it. I was his best friend, and he hadn't told me a word. Where had he gone? What was he up to? Some days later, as unexpectedly as he had vanished, he returned to the hospital.
Please, don't ask me where I've been, Johann. I can't tell you.
And here I thought we were such good friends.
We are. Believe me, we are, but
Maybe I can tell you. You were always so pale, but now your face, your hands are burned by the sun. It appears you've been outdoors quite a bit. Why?
I can't tell you.
Well, again, maybe I can tell you. You've been drilling.
Drilling? What are you saying?
With that crazy band of revolutionists. The Citizens' Army. Army? Rabble is more like it. Why have you worked so hard? So that you could throw your life and your career away on some barricade? We are doctors. We are above politics.
But we are not above humanity. We are not above freedom. We are not above justice.
I should have known better than to get you started.
All right, let's get to work. I've got a great deal of catching up to do. How are things in our maternity division?
No better.
They still die.
Yes.
And nobody does anything.
Nobody knows anything.
That young girl, how is she?
Well, which young girl?
You know, the one who begged me to transfer her to Division 2.
Well, I don't know. There are so many of them, and they come and go so quickly.
What was her name? I can't seem to remember. Oh, no. Not another one. Why? Why do they have to march like that through the hospital corridors?
come now. You can't get angry at everything all the time.
Reverend Father, what is the name of the,
My son, we pray for the soul of Vera Svetic.
Vera Svetic. That was her name. I remember now. That was her name. No, she can't be dead. I promised her she would live. She cannot be dead.
But she was. From a living, breathing human being, she had become a statistic. The 37th victim claimed by childbed fever that month. We were well on our way to a record. We went to the morgue for our session with Dr. Kolechka. Ignash gave him no rest.
She came to you here.
Yes, Ignash.
You did the postmortem.
Yes, Ignash.
What did you see? What did you find? What did you learn?
The answer to all three questions, nothing.
There is a killer running loose in our maternity division. We must find that killer.
And we will. We will search through the body. We will keep looking through the tissue. The murderer is in there. Right now, we cannot see him. But he cannot hide forever. If we live long enough and work hard enough, in time, we will learn all the answers.
But we cannot expect to live forever.
In time, both Ignash and I were promoted. I became Dr. Klein's surgical assistant. True, I had married his daughter, but I liked to think it was on merit. And Klein surprised everyone by naming Ignash head of maternity, Division 1. Now the ward was his to run as he saw fit. He could tell the other doctors what to do and how to do it.
Why? Why has Klein given me this promotion?
Because you deserve it.
No, I don't believe that. No, he has some ulterior motive.
Ignash, sometimes you have to give even a man like Klein credit for a decent action.
Of course, it's obvious. Division 1 is a disgrace. All Vienna knows it's a death trap. And he's made me its chief to frustrate me, to destroy my reputation.
Why can't you believe he gave you the job because he knows you're the best man? If anyone can stop the deaths that take place there, you are the one.
You think so? Let's find out. I'll challenge him. I'll ask him for money, for personnel, so that I can experiment and do research. Yes, I'll throw down the gauntlet.
No, don't do that. Listen to me. Don't demand. Appeal to his vanity. Say to him, Dr. Klein, I have learned so much from you. You have been such an inspiration to me.
What?
I want to work under your wise, guiding hand.
Do you think he would swallow such bald-faced flattery?
Oh, he would eat it up. I know him.
I am not concerned with flattering the vanity of Herr Dr. Klein. I want to save the women who are condemned to die of childbed fever.
Unless you do the first, you will have no chance to accomplish the second.
Yes, Dr. Semmelweis.
Dr. Klein, I sent you a letter proposing some experimental techniques that might be used in divining the causes of childbed fever.
Oh, yes, I looked at it.
What do you think?
I think we can put our time and our money to far better use, Doctor.
Better use? What can be better than discovering the killer of thousands of women each year? What can be more important than learning the cause of childbed fever?
We know the cause of childbed fever.
We do?
Of course. Dr. Semmelweis, you are a good physician, but you are always crusading and stirring up a fuss about one thing or another. So you neglect to listen to those who might be able to give you wise counsel.
What is the cause of childbed fever, Dr. Klein?
Miasmic caloric influences.
Dr. Klein, I'm serious.
Are you saying I am not?
Miasmic caloric influences?
You have never heard of them?
But it's
But what?
I thought it was a joke.
Why would it be a joke?
Miasmic caloric influences. What it says is that childbed fever is caused by a miasma, a kind of poisonous vapor that arises from decaying animal or vegetable matter.
You have stated it quite succinctly, Dr. Semmelweis. And when these vapors arise from a swamp, they cause malaria.
But that's impossible.
Impossible? Why?
How do you account for the fact that childbed fever only attacks the women in Division 1?
We are not required to account for it.
Why not the same fatalities in Division 2?
Luck, fate, predestination, take your pick.
But none of these have anything to do with medical science. This is superstitious nonsense.
Really, Dr. Semmelweis, this interview is over.
I heard all about it, Ignash. You did everything you shouldn't have.
Oh, the man's an idiot.
True, but he's your idiot. You have to work with him.
Miasmic, telluric influences.
Why don't you transfer to another service? I did, and my life is so much happier. No more childbed fever.
I broke my promise to Vera Svetic.
She's not the only one who died.
To me, she represents all of them. Every woman in that ward who looks up at me with hope and trust in her eyes. And I betray them all, just as I betrayed her. I'm going to find that killer, Johann, if it's the last thing I do.
It may well be. But what's the first thing you're going to do?
Klein says that those who are placed in Ward 1 are predestined, marked by fate to die. I'll make him eat those words.
But what are you going to do?
Come down to Division 2 and watch me.
Good morning, Dr. Semmelweis.
Good morning, Sister Margaret. How are things in Division 2 today?
Very fine, Dr. Semmelweis. We haven't had a single case of childbed fever here in over a week.
Yes, so I understand. Tell me, how do you account for it?
How do I account for it? Is the doctor asking me?
Yes.
Since the doctor honors me, just an ignorant midwife with that question...
Never mind this nonsense. If you suspect anything at all, you must tell me.
Since the doctor is speaking frankly, I can only suspect that midwives are more successful at delivering babies than doctors.
Obviously. But why?
I cannot say, Doctor.
It has been suggested that the women who come to Division 1 are destined to die, while those who are sent to Division 2 are destined to live. Now, what do you think of that?
Who has suggested this ridiculous theory?
Dr. Klein, the director of the hospital.
Oh, well, then, in that case, it is probably quite valid.
Let's find out. We shall move all your Ward 2 patients into my Ward 1, and all my Ward 1 patients in here.
Oh, no.
No?
I am the head of Division 2. I refuse.
My good woman, you may be the head of this division, but I am the head of the entire department of obstetrics and gynecology. We will make the change. At once.
To move all the patients...
No. The patients will remain where they are. The staffs will move. All your women will go and work next door. All my doctors and medical students will come and work in here. And so, we shall see.
And so shall we in Act 3. This is what's known as the scientific method. You prove something by doing it. Seeing is believing. That is, where logical, sensible people are concerned. The problem is we don't seem to have very many of those. At any rate, we shall see.
Hey, everybody, how can you top an Armour hot dog? Hot dogs, Armour hot dogs. What do kids put on Armour hot dogs?
Mustard, ketchup, pickles, onions, cheese, brown sauerkraut. I like mine with chili, please.
Oh, hot dogs, Armour hot dogs. The dog did love to fight. The dog did love to fight.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
Country time, country time.
With lots of hot weather, barbecues, and picnics ahead, get down to your store for plenty of country time lemonade-flavored drinks.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
announcing the opening of a new eyeglass factory in Farmington Hills. The Eyeglass Factory, where you have a selection of almost 2,000 different eyeglass frames in stock with savings of 30 to 50% below what you normally pay at optometric centers. In addition to those savings, extra discounts for senior citizens, eye examinations at only $18, a complete repair service department, and the acceptance of all major vision insurance plans. In addition, if you're looking for regular or soft contact lenses, they have those too at comparable savings. The Eyeglass Factory of Oak Park is on Coolidge, just south of 9 Mile Road. Phone 542-2200. The Eyeglass Factory of Redford on Plymouth Road, halfway between Beach Daly and Inkster. Phone 937-1340. And now the new Eyeglass Factory at 28851 Orchard Lake Road between 12 and 13 Mile Roads. Call 553-3820. Now, 3 places to save at the Eyeglass Factory.
All the things we never think about. All those things we take for granted. Freedom, justice, equality, beliefs. It's so hard to realize how even the most simple propositions, the earth is round, diseases are caused by germs, as I said. It's so hard to believe that all these things had to be won. People had to suffer and even die before society accepted them. Contrary to Mr. Emerson's belief, if a man builds a better mousetrap, the world does not beat a bath to his door. More often, it beats him to death.
Well, they changed the personnel, and thus changed the divisions. But this still did not stop the slaughter. The doctors kept losing a number of their patients to childbed fever. The midwives lost many fewer.
At least Klein has been proved wrong.
What good does it do to prove him wrong? You have to be proved right.
Those midwives, they know the answer.
I don't believe it. If they knew it, they would tell it.
That's just it, Johann. They don't know that they know the answer.
How is that possible?
I must simply spend my time there. I must observe how they work. I must ask questions.
And if you wanted to find Dr. Semmelweis, he was usually poking about Division 2, watching, asking questions. The poor midwives were really quite embarrassed. Sister Margaret actually complained to Dr. Klein. And once again, Ignash was treated to a lecture.
Do you wish to resign your position as Associate Head of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Dr. Semmelweis?
No, Dr. Klein. Who said that?
Obviously, you consider yourself unqualified. You ask the most basic questions of a midwife, of all people.
We can learn from anyone. From everyone.
Really? What can we learn?
Perhaps answers to those questions that are eluding us.
Such as?
Such as what causes childbed fever.
Again? We know what causes childbed fever. Miasmic caloric influences.
Then why doesn't it cause childbed fever in Division 2?
That is not your concern. You are required to deliver these women of their babies.
And kill them at the same time.
You are not the one who is killing them. No, Doctor. Now, we have had enough of this entire affair. Go back to your work, and do not let me hear another word about that infernal affliction.
Sister Margaret.
Yes, Doctor?
I've noticed something. In your division, you deliver the women while they are lying on their sides.
Yes, sir.
Now, in Division 1, they lie on their backs. Could this have some significance?
I don't know.
Well, why do you have them lie on their sides?
Why?
Yes, why?
Well, I don't know.
Well, surely there must be a reason.
We do it this way because it seems to me that we have always done it this way.
Can you think of any advantages?
No.
But how does it happen?
Doctor, some years ago, when the division was first formed, probably at the very beginning, whoever was head midwife said this is how women would be delivered. And that is how it's been ever since.
If you were the director of this hospital,
and had absolute powers, what would you do about this childbed fever epidemic?
Since you have asked me in confidence, I can only say this. I would do away with all obstetrics and gynecology. I would prohibit doctors from delivering babies. By law, I would restrict that function to midwives.
Surely you'll admit that there are certain births that are beyond the skill of a midwife. Certain deliveries that require cesarean surgery. Those women would die without doctors. Admit that.
Yes, but most births are simple. Yet more women die from childbed fever. What is obvious, sir, is that the doctors kill more than they save.
Are you saying that we doctors are killing these women?
Am I? No. I am only saying that more of them die when you deliver them.
Well, Ignash, what have you learned from the midwives?
We kill more mothers than they do.
You haven't found out why?
I need money, Johann. If only I could convince your father-in-law. Maybe you could say something to him.
Your name is taboo around the house, Ignash. And the fact that I'm your friend doesn't endear me to him either.
We cannot save the living, but we can learn from the dead. The doctors on my service will have to work closer in the morgue with Dr. Kolechka.
Poor Ignash. Maybe the answer is staring you in the face.
Probably.
And they did work, without let-up. It becomes a matter of pride. They were young doctors and students, and Ignash had fired them with his enthusiasm, or fanaticism. And day after day, they all studied with Kolechka in the morgue. And then, one morning, a seemingly trivial event occurred.
Gentlemen, on the table is a woman who has been killed by our nemesis, childbed fever. Dr. Kolechka will lead the study, and one of you shall assist him in the dissection. Let me see. Herr Schleuter, this will be your first time. Step forward. Dr. Kolechka.
Oh, yes. Young man, Herr Schleuter, is it? Pick up the scalpel and make a lateral incision here across. No. You cannot cut so deeply, young man. You're not slicing a melon. Gently. Here. No. Let me hold your hand. And now to get up.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
Doctor.
No. It's all right. It's all right. It's just a cut.
Here, let me.
No. It's a hazard. All of us anatomy instructors must live with. See, it bleeds cleanly. It is not very deep. I'll dress it myself. Dr. Semmelweis, will you finish the demonstration?
Yes, of course, Herr Doctor.
Suddenly, things went badly in Division 1. The death rate, always high, went even higher. Ignash went without sleep. He spent days and nights at the hospital. I was afraid his health would be broken. Ignash, you must get some rest.
Does the killer ever take a rest?
The killer?
Yes, the killer. The killer that stalks my Division 1. The killer that strikes without mercy and at random. The killer that is never sated but needs more and more victims.
Ignash, I think I once said the answer might be staring you in the face.
Well, if it is, I don't see it. Do you see it? Do you see it, Johann?
Perhaps.
Then tell me. Tell me. Who killed my little Veresthetic?
Providence.
Providence? You've been infected by your father-in-law.
A kindly Providence.
Kindly.
Poor Veresthetic. First a child, and then a woman of the streets. What did she have to look forward to? Cold, hunger, disease? How much longer did she have to live in any event?
I can't believe you're saying this, Johann.
All of the... Well, most of them. Who are they? The homeless, the waifs, the prostitutes, the dregs of society.
They're human beings.
Of course. But perhaps they're better off dead.
No one is better off dead.
Maybe this is nature's way.
Nature?
Yes, nature is cruel. Nature sends us wars and famines and pestilence. Why? So that we are not crowding one another off the face of the earth.
And that's why they die of childbed fever.
Well, it could be the reason.
I cannot accept it. I will not accept it. The killer will be caught, and I shall catch him in the morgue. I go now.
to work with Dr. Kolechka.
His eyes were so feverish. He seemed so excited, I was afraid to let him go alone. And just as well. When we arrived at the morgue, we were greeted by a shattering piece of news. The place was empty, except for the porter.
Where's Dr. Kolechka?
Oh, haven't you heard, sir?
Haven't I heard what? Why is there no class being held here?
Well, Dr. Kolechka is dead.
Dead? No, that's impossible. He can't...
I am sorry, Your Honor.
But I spoke to him just a few days ago. I tell you, he was in perfect health.
Yes, sir. They say he died of blood poisoning.
Yes, that is exactly what had happened to Jakob Kolechka. A great doctor, an even greater human being. Blood poisoning. That's what the diagnosis had been. And that's what the post-mortem had proved. How? How did he get it, Ignash?
How? It might have been... Wait. I know.
You know?
Yes, and you do too. Or you should.
Well, how would I know?
You were there when it happened. You saw it happen.
What?
Schleiter, that clumsy, heavy-handed medical student. He was assisting Kolechka at an autopsy.
Well, what does this have to do with...
Schleiter didn't know how to make the proper incision. Kolechka held his hand to give him a feel of the right pressure. The knife slipped in Schleiter's fingers and cut Kolechka. You saw it. That's how Kolechka became infected.
That's how?
And that's how they get it.
That's how... Who gets what?
The women. That's how they get childbed fever.
Now, wait. We were talking about blood poisoning.
Isn't that precisely what childbed fever is, Johann? Johann! I've been searching for the killer day and night without rest, and I found him. Do you know who he is? Me. I am the killer.
Ignash, you need some rest, some sleep.
I am the killer. I killed Vera Svetic. I came from the morgue with the infection on my hands, loaded with diseases. I came to Division 1 to deliver babies. I killed Vera Svetic. All of us killed her.
Ignash, you can't just blame yourself.
Why? Why don't they die in Division 2? It's so simple. Midwives do not perform autopsies. Midwives do not attend pregnant women with diseases on their hands. Why didn't we see it? Why couldn't we see it? Now listen to me. Here's what we're going to do. Every doctor, every student who comes into Division 1 will first wash his hands with soap and water and then rinse them in chlorine. Those are my orders.
Those were his orders, and the basins were supplied. And as you can well imagine, there was considerable complaining and grumbling. And Dr. Klein fairly exploded.
What is this nonsense, Dr. Semmelweis?
This nonsense has been in effect for almost 2 weeks. And in that time, we have had not one single death due to childbed fever. How do you account for that, Dr. Klein?
Very simple. The miasmic caloric influences are obviously on the wane.
The idiot. What does it take to make him admit his mistake?
Don't you understand, Ignash? He can't afford to admit that all these deaths could have been prevented by just a few basins of chlorine solution. He has to fight you to the end.
I am the killer, Johann. All this time, I was the killer.
It took years before everyone finally saw what should have been obvious in the first place. We say there are none so blind as those who will not see. It might be illuminating to find out why so many people prefer the darkness to the light. I shall return shortly.
Do you have cash you'd like to invest sensibly? Then you should know about Dreyfus Liquid Assets, the money market fund that combines your money with that of other investors to earn the kind of high interest rates large investors enjoy. Start with as little as $2,500. Then make additional investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money, or as much of it as you need, is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, write a check for cash, or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning till the check clears.
No charge or penalty for withdrawal. No sales fee. Not even a charge for the checks. Today you owe it to yourself to earn as much as you can on your money. Call today, 800-228-5000 for a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses, and a clear, concise explanation of how Dreyfus Liquid Assets helps you get the lion's share from today's money market. Read the prospectus carefully before you invest. 800-228-5000. Toll free, 800-228-5000.
What happened to Dr. Semmelweis afterward? He had to spend the rest of his short life defending his findings, even though you would think they spoke for themselves. In the end, the struggle broke his health and destroyed his mind. He had to be placed in a sanitarium for the insane. And the final irony, he died of blood poisoning. The knife slipped in his hand while he was performing an autopsy. And so even though he had defeated the killer, in the end, the killer had defeated him. Our cast included Keir DeLay, Lloyd Battista, Mandel Kramer, and Evie Juster. The entire production is under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
Operate?
Psychically.
What does that mean?
My mind is being invaded by some sort of alien force, some psychic infection. Remove it.
How often do you get these attacks?
Now? Oh, several times a week.
Describe what happens.
I'm aware of sudden pains in my head, my fingers, and my knees. And then, slowly, I'm overwhelmed by anger, hatred. A name seems to explode in my brain. Spencer Whitlow. I have an irresistible desire to kill him. I try to fight it, but soon I black out.
You faint.
I disappear.
This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Across the lake, can't you see the figure of a woman who has emerged from it? Look, her arms are upstretched. You see it now?
Yes. It does look like a woman. But a puff of wind and fog takes on all kinds of shape. Oh, come on, Sam. It's cold out here. You're seeing things. Come on.
Hearing something, too. Listen.
Our mystery story, The Whimpering Pond, was written especially for Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor. It stars Norman Rose and Mandel Kramer. I'll return shortly with Act One. Innocent enough, you might say. Everyone has seen fog forming on a pond at the end of a warm day. Wisps of fog rise here and there like watery cobwebs, gossamers that take on changing shapes. It's eerie to watch nature's artistry, and through your imagination, you embody what you see. A castle, an avalanche, a man on horseback, other human figures, all as silent as falling snow. But the figure of a woman whimpering. Our tale begins with the welcome of Sam Fuller to Pondview. Diana Brooks embraces him and...
Oh, Sam, it's wonderful to see you.
Thanks for taking me in. Paul, how are you?
Welcome to Pondview, Sam. You look great.
And his head's the same size.
Of course, why not?
Well, sometimes success causes swelling, in your last novel.
I couldn't put it down. The mail order apostle was horrifying.
Good. It's all true. Thanks, Diana.
You have a sequel?
Yes. That's why I'm here. McGill and Sykes.
Your publisher.
Right. They flew me in to discuss in advance, royalties and so on. I'm meeting with their attorney tomorrow in New York. Then there'll be interviews, a cocktail party, that kind of promotion rigmarole, and then I'm free.
Well, Pondview is a perfect place to relax, Sam. I'll fix some drinks, meet you two on the patio. The view down to the pond is really impressive.
Follow me, old classmate.
Ever look back on those days at Minnesota, Diana?
Often. Sit down, Sam. As time goes by, those undergraduate days become more and more pleasant. Have the campus changed?
Oh, sure. New buildings, but not the atmosphere. Still vigorous. You ought to come back for a visit. The pace up there makes more sense.
Here we are.
Thank you.
That's the real reason we left the city.
What were you two talking about?
The Midwest way of life and that of New York.
No, Diana's right. It's pretty frantic on Wall Street, but when I board the train from Mount Kisco and then the drive to Pondview, all my tensions ease.
Isn't it a long commute?
A little over an hour, but I don't mind. Get a lot of work done on the train. What do you think of the place, Sam?
Oh, it's spectacular. The view of the pond below is wonderfully restful. You were mighty lucky to find such an estate. How did you?
One man's misfortune is sometimes another man's good luck. The former owner was struck by tragedy.
Oh?
If you want to write a mystery, Sam, we've got one for you. The owner and his wife went on a European holiday. They were given a bon voyage party, drove to the docks on the Hudson River, and sailed on to France.
Registered at the Ritz in Paris, and then it happened. The wife disappeared. Hasn't been seen since.
And not a clue as to what happened.
Happily married?
From what we heard, yes.
Or does the search go on?
I don't really know. After all these years, I assume the case is probably closed.
What's the name of the former owner of Pondview?
Emmett Stark. He's a middle-aged
Stark?
Yeah.
Is he a lawyer?
Yeah.
Yes, he is. Why, Sam?
Well, he's the attorney for my publishers, McGill and Sykes.
What?
Stark's the man I'm seeing tomorrow about my book. Huh. Well, that's quite a story.
It's quite horrible, really.
Yeah. Well, maybe Mrs. Stark just took off with a younger man.
No, that's doubtful, Sam. Althea Stark was 15 years older than her husband.
Maybe he disposed of her.
Nah. After he returned to New York, Mrs. Stark was seen at least once in Paris and never seen again.
I'm very glad to meet you, Mr. Fuller. Do sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Stark.
Mr. McGill was impressed with your outline for your sequel to the Mail Order Apostle in the first 5 chapters.
Thank you again.
So, shall we go over the details of the contract, or do you want to discuss it with your lawyer?
Well, I'd like to have him study it, Mr. Stark. He's in Minneapolis.
Oh, I hope he can get back to me within a few days.
Well, I'm sure he can. I'm returning in 2 days.
Oh, very good. We want to finalize the agreement, and then you can go to work.
I'll telephone him tonight and read him what you've proposed. If he approves the contract, I'll sign it and mail it to you tomorrow.
That would be fine. I could send a messenger to your hotel.
No, I'm staying out of town with Paul and Diana Brooks.
Oh, really? Do you know them?
I do. I thought that would surprise you. Yes, they're very old friends of mine. We were college classmates.
A charming couple. What do you think of Pondview?
Oh, if I'd been you, I'd never have sold it. It's a wonderful estate.
They told you why I did?
Yes, a tragic story.
It was a nightmare. It still is, even after all these years. No one can explain it. No one never will.
There must be some explanation.
Oh, I agree, but it was so unlikely. We had a wonderful crossing on the France to Le Havre, and then by boat train to Paris. 2 days later, Althea had vanished. I was frantic. The French police and the Sûreté scoured the city, followed up hundreds of clues. After a week, I flew home, retreated to Pondview. Then I closed it, moved to the city where I still live.
Not knowing.
Yes, it's the not knowing that still rises in my subconscious and keeps her death alive.
You believe, then, that she is dead?
Well, what else is there to believe? We were devoted to each other. She wasn't kidnapped and held for ransom, and most certainly she did not become enamored of another man. And after all, Althea then was, let me see, she was 61. No. It's an unsolvable mystery.
Well, Paul Brooks bought Pondview a year ago.
Well, until then, the estate was entailed. After Althea was pronounced legally dead, I sold Pondview. This is grim talk. You don't want to hear about my mystery.
It's that all right.
Do you know something odd?
Yes?
Your name's Fowler.
Well, yes, it is.
That was Althea's maiden name. Isn't that odd?
Oh, I don't know. There are lots of Fowlers all over the country.
Well, that's true. For a moment, I thought we might be related by my marriage. Oh, it's no matter. Silly thought. Well, say hello to Paul and Diana and telephone me tomorrow.
I'll do that, Mr. Stark. Thank you for our talk. I'm afraid I've been impertinent about your personal tragedy.
Oh, not at all. I don't mind talking about it. Althea vanished a long time ago. I've married again. Happily.
Sam's a long time on the telephone, Paul.
Well, it takes a long time to review a contract, and then he wanted to talk with his mother.
Oh, how was his meeting with Emmett Stark? Did they discuss Pondview?
I don't know.
Well, didn't you ask? You came home together on the train.
I was doing the puzzle, and Sam was scribbling some notes to himself.
Oh.
Oh, the fog's beginning to form on the pond. I like the smell of it. The dampness and the sourness of the marsh grass.
Kind of spooky. I love it, but when the fog begins to move across the pond, it's like a silent army. And I want to be indoors, barricaded against... Oh, there you are, Sam.
Forgive my rudeness.
Everything settled?
You know lawyers. Mine made a few points. He'll talk with Stark tomorrow.
And your mother?
She's fine.
Sit down, Sam. Can I get you anything?
No, thank you. Well, here's an interesting sidelight to the mystery of Althea Stark. She was a Fowler. Did I tell you that?
No, I didn't know that.
Well, she was. I asked my mother about Althea Fowler, and Mother vaguely remembers that there was a woman by that name distantly connected with our family.
How distant?
Oh, remotely. It means nothing, I suppose, but Althea, according to my mother's gossip, inherited quite a fortune from her father, invested wisely, and was rich when she married Stark. It's all pretty vague. Althea had never married. She was in her late 40s when she fell in love.
Or bought a husband?
Oh, that's unfair, Di. Stark was devoted to her. Sam, had your mother heard about Althea's vanishing act?
No. As I said, we had at best a very distant relationship to her. End of story.
But it has aroused your imagination, hasn't it, Sam?
I admit it has. What the devil happened to the woman?
Maybe she's living on a barge on the Seine and has never left it.
Look.
What?
Across the pond. Rising out of the fog. You see it?
See what, Sam?
The form rising above the fog. There. On the far side of the pond. It's a woman's form. Her arms are stretched upward.
Sam, that's nonsense.
But I see it, Diana.
Sam, it's a changing scene. Every night as we sit on the patio, we see the fog create all kinds of wispy images. And that's one of them. I will say it is distinct.
It's time to go indoors to a cozy fire and a nightcap.
But the woman...
Sam, old buddy, you have been overdoing. You have a lively imagination. Now you're here to relax. Now, come on inside. Di's idea is a good one. A fire will help you to forget the lady in the lake. She's one of the extra benefits of Pondview.
Paul, come here.
What is it, Sam? I'm still half asleep.
The figure of the woman.
Oh, come on, Sam.
Don't you see it? Arms upstretched.
Well, yes.
Listen. Did you hear that, Paul?
Good Lord.
It's cold in here. What time is it?
2:00 in the morning.
Indecent hour. We should be asleep.
Well, we would be, except for what we saw and heard.
A whimpering voice woke me up, and I called Paul. And he heard it.
Are you serious? There's one way to settle this matter.
What's that, Di?
Well, I'll invite Emmett Stark and his wife to dinner, and we'll ask him about this thing. Anyway, I think he might enjoy seeing what we've done to Pondview, Paul.
It's all right with me. It's an idea anyway, Sam.
Fine with me. Who is this new wife of his?
Oh, stunner. She was Meg Campbell, a model. Very successful. You'll melt when you see her. Paul did, the only time he met her.
Sam, she is all things lovely and desirable. Face, figure, classic legs, high cheekbones.
What do we make of it? Man married to older woman. Along comes a gorgeous model. Dispose of wife to obtain all things lovely and desirable?
You're suggesting premeditated murder, Sam. It won't wash. Stark has an unbreakable alibi. Forget Stark.
Yeah. But how do I forget that misty figure and a woman's pleading voice?
Fact? Fancy? Although the idea of ghosts may be more amusing than frightening today, stories about them do crop up from time to time, almost everywhere. They have some meaning to the living. Exactly what, no one really knows. The ghost of Hamlet's father, for instance, wandered until he was avenged by the death of Hamlet's conspiring uncle. And what about the Flying Dutchman? A legendary spectral ship supposed to be seen off the Cape of Good Hope in stormy weather. Well, more about this subject when I return with Act Two. We have met three rational and, I think, attractive people, all in their mid-30s. One of them, Sam Fuller, persists in his belief that he's seen the filmy figure of a woman rise from the thin cover of fog, which at night creeps across the pond below the restored old farmhouse owned by his friends, Paul and Diana Brooks. Although reason tells them that imagination has deluded them, deep down they wonder if there might be some significance to that figure. No such thoughts bother Emmett Stark.
My lovely Meg.
Thank you, darling.
I met your literary lion today, Sam Fuller.
No, what's he like?
Attractive. Guess where he's staying? With Paul and Diana Brooks at Pondview.
I know.
Oh?
Yes, Diana Brooks telephoned early this morning and invited us to dinner out there. I said I'd ask you. I don't want to go, Em. Such a long drive.
Well, Sam Fuller's a client, you know.
Well, I do know. Couldn't you go? I could beg off.
I'd feel more comfortable if you were with me. Pondview no longer exists for us.
But it's that other woman's house. Your first wife.
Oh, darling, she's dead. She disappeared long ago.
She did indeed.
Now, you're being morbid. There's something like you, Meg. What's brought on this mood?
Diana said they'd seen a ghost.
Oh, Meg.
It didn't sound like a laughing matter to Diana. It's the ghost of a woman whose figure rises above the fog and reaches upward and whimpers.
You believe such nonsense?
No, but...
Oh, no, there are no buts about it, darling. It's patently preposterous. Why don't they row across the pond and ask her what the trouble is?
Oh, Emmett, please, it's not funny. What should we do?
There's only one thing to do. We accept the invitation to dinner and talk some sense into the simpletons. And don't bother your pretty head about it, darling. I'd rather like to see Pondview after all these years. They fixed it up, I know, and the view of the pond is... it's like a painting by Turner. You'll see.
I'm afraid, Emmett. Oh, I'm so glad you could come, Meg. It's my first visit. My, you fixed it up beautifully. It's just beautiful. Thank you. Sam, didn't I tell you? Have you melted?
Yeah, everything Paul said was true.
Let me in on the conversation, Diana.
I told Sam that Meg was strikingly beautiful, that he'd flip when he met her.
You're right, you know. I still do. Another victim of your beauty, darling.
I'm a victim of your books, Mr. Fowler.
Oh, Sam, please.
Your last one was Knockout. Emmett tells me you're writing a sequel.
Oh, yes, I am. And then I might try my hand at a mystery story.
Oh, really?
Diana mentioned it to Meg when they arranged your visit. It's about what we've seen, and, well, frankly, Emmett, it bugs me.
What is it that you have seen?
How do you react to the mention of a ghost?
You want an honest answer?
Mm-hmm.
Poppycock?
Did you, when you lived here in Pondview, ever hear anyone speak of a ghost?
No, not a soul.
Well, then we've been deluded.
Without question.
Oh, but Sam and Paul have not only seen a ghostly figure, they've heard it speak. It spoke.
What did it say? I'll indulge you that far, Diana.
The figure sobs softly. It's a whimper. Its arms are raised toward the sky, and it says, "Please, please help me. Please."
How awful.
Where's Paul, Diana?
He's Mother's helper tonight. Paul?
Yes, dear.
You ready?
All set. Come on out.
We thought we'd have cocktails on the patio. The view is something special.
Oh, well, would you... Meg, darling, I do want to see the pond. And perhaps I'll be able to lay this fancy ghost to rest.
Diana, you're a 4-star cook. Best roast I've ever had. And the dressing on the salad. Where'd you buy that?
We don't. That's Diana's own concoction.
Both very nice. My thank you. You know, I think the Starks liked the dinner.
You saw how they ate. They loved everything, including your lemon pie.
Another thank you for helping me clean up the kitchen.
Well, that's behind us, and we're just where we were.
You should have heard Emmett trash everything from poltergeists to ghosts, Paul.
Let's review what Stark told us about his wife's disappearance. I don't think he held back anything, do you?
No. I didn't sense that he was being evasive.
He couldn't have lied about the Bon Voyage party.
No. I'm sure the police checked that out.
Well, our men in blue were not Scotland Yard, Sam.
Nevertheless, they easily could confirm the fact of the party by questioning Stark's neighbors.
Well, the party, according to what Stark said, ended at 9. Though it might have gone on after he and Althea left by car for New York. The France sailed at midnight.
And the guests closed up the house?
Probably.
And the next day, the handyman and his wife straightened up. We know them. They're reliable.
So Stark and Althea drove to New York, stored their car, and took a cab to the dock.
And all those steps were checked and confirmed by the police.
They checked into customs, presented passports, and sailed.
Right. Then they disembarked at Le Havre and again had to have their passports inspected before being allowed to leave the ship.
There you are. 2 days later, in Paris, Althea vanished. End of weird tale.
I wonder.
What are you thinking?
Oh, well, something pretty crazy. What if the woman who went aboard the ship was not Althea Stark?
That's a big what if, Sam. That assumes serious negligence by custom officials and the concierge at the Ritz in Paris. And, I'll give you the clincher, on her arrival in Paris, Althea sent 3 postcards to friends in Mount Kisco. Oh is right. Every detail was checked and rechecked. There was no question that Althea Stark vanished in Paris. If the search still goes on, then it's in Paris.
But it makes no sense.
It does if you assume that she was killed and robbed and dropped into the Seine.
The body would have been recovered.
Not necessarily. After 2 or 3 days, it might have been washed miles away from Paris.
Well, the two of you have given me a headache. I'm going to say goodnight. Now, don't sit up half the night.
Night, Di.
I'll be up pretty soon, darling.
Oh, well, I'm going to take one more look. Interested?
Sure. Here, let me open the door.
There she is, Paul. The lady of the pond. I'm convinced she means something.
But what?
And who knows? A soul searching for rest, for peace, maybe even revenge. I'm going around to the other side of the pond.
walk to the other side of the pond. My feet are soaked.
Now, let's go on. We're almost there. Fog sure is thick.
Oh, boy. Ceiling zero. Sam, this is really foolish.
Maybe. Hey, the fog's thinning out.
Well, it's a light west wind. It's pushing the fog across the pond. And when we reach a point opposite our house, it should be clear.
I feel kind of bad, Paul, dragging you into this preoccupation of mine.
I'm as preoccupied as you. Listen, we saw what we saw, and so did Diane. But Stark is right. Sitting on our patio, the fog does take different shapes when it begins to form. But a single image has never persisted until this one.
And it's animated in some way because of what it says. You're right. We've left the fog behind us. Let's stop here, huh?
Oh, boy, what a beautiful night. Look at the house across the way, Sam. The downstairs lights twinkle like stars.
Paul, shine the light back into the fog. Look. The figure. Arms upstretched and... Good Lord. Who is it, Paul?
It's Althea Stark.
You sure?
It's Althea. I've seen pictures of her, and that's her image.
Paul, speak to it.
Mrs. Stark. Mrs. Stark.
Good Lord.
The figure is sinking back into the fog.
And her upper body is disintegrating.
No one will believe this, Sam. What does it mean?
Althea Stark didn't just disappear in Paris. She was murdered.
There in Paris?
There or here.
But the evidence, Sam, how do we prove it?
I'm not sure. But I do have an idea. I'll check it out tomorrow, and then we'll act.
Well, we made it, Meg. Not such a bad drive.
That was the best part of the evening.
Was it that bad, darling? I'm sorry.
Haven't you got any nerves, Em?
Mind over matter. That's all it amounted to.
Oh, you gave quite a performance.
And there wasn't much to it, really. I think I convinced Paul and Diana that Sam Fowler's fancy was romantic rubbish.
I'm not sure you convinced him. He's got that woman's figure very much on his mind.
Oh, he'll be gone a day or two. The incident will be forgotten.
I never should have accepted Diana's invitation, Em.
I'm glad we did, darling. They'd done fine things with Pondview, and dinner was exceptionally good.
But the pond...
What about the pond, Meg?
What did happen to Althea?
You'd have to ask the police, my dear.
Don't patronize me, Em.
Patronize? I'd never do that.
You know the police don't know.
Nobody knows.
You do, Em.
Yes, I do.
Well, tell me.
No, it all happened a long time ago. Why dwell on the past? What I know will go with me to the grave.
I'd feel better if I knew that she hadn't suffered.
I can assure you that she did not. Forget the subject, darling. I thought we'd put it out of our minds years ago.
I had. Until tonight. Pondview was her house. Her maiden name was Fowler. That writer's name is Fowler. I could sense something about him. Some, I don't know, connection. Some spiritual family kind of relationship ticking in his subconscious that's rising to the surface and making him suspect. I don't know what.
I never knew that you were psychic, Meg.
I'm not. But I felt something.
Or do I have to repeat what I told them about ghosts?
No. It's not that I'm psychic. It's that a person, every person, can sense things.
Intuition?
I'm serious, Em.
I know you are, darling.
Like falling in love. Between two persons, something clicks.
As it did for us?
That's what I mean. When I walked into that house and met Sam Fowler and sat on the patio, something clicked inside me. I knew that for some reason he couldn't be persuaded that Althea disappeared in Paris. That worries me, Em.
Darling, why should it?
Because I played an important part in the scheme.
I have to return to Hamlet's father's ghost. In Elizabethan times, people believed in apparitions. That belief has pretty much died out. But let me pose a question. As scientific knowledge increases year after year, scientists become more and more aware of their inability to pierce the essential mystery of the universe and its creation. Can science then flatly state that there cannot be a spirit world? More when I return with Act 3. I suppose it's possible that very sensitive persons who find themselves in a strange setting, an old house, looking at fog rising on a pond at dusk, can invest with what they see and hear with a kind of transcendental reality. You have read or heard about what are known as out-of-body experiences, in which a person literally comes back from the dead. Well, have Sam Fowler and Paul and Diana Brooks created that ghostly woman's figure above the fog because they have enjoyed leaving their senses for a common experience in transcendentalism? Sam Fowler is in New York, sitting in the corner of a comfortable library and speaking to a stranger.
It was good of you to see me.
Yeah, it's glad to. I know your work, Mr. Fowler.
Oh, please make that Sam.
Sure. And I'm Rob. Robert Francis Stevens.
And a fine mystery writer.
Thank you again. And that, you said, is why you wanted to see me.
That's right. I'm a mystery story buff, but not that kind of a writer. That kind of writing requires...
Oh, let me tell you.
I'm sorry.
No need to be. Mystery stories that a reader will enjoy must have an intricate, credible plot. If a person can write, the writing's the easiest part of putting a book together. It's the plotting that's hard labor. And that's what you want from me, right? A little hard labor about the mysterious disappearance of Althea Stark.
I'd appreciate it.
She was murdered after we talked. And you'd given me the information you did about the phenomenon you and Brooks had seen several times. You know, that ghostly figure of a woman rising from the pond. I dug around through some old notes. A few months after the sensational stories in the papers, I scribbled down all the important facts. I came to the conclusion that I've given you. The woman had been murdered.
How did you get around the evidence?
Well, I'll tell you. Stark and his wife left the Bon Voyage party at Pondview and drove to New York. I don't think he did that at all.
But they boarded the France.
Stark and a woman boarded the France. Now, that woman could have been the former Meg Campbell.
But the age difference, and Meg's a beautiful woman.
And a model who wanted to be an actress and failed. It would have been no great trick for her to disguise herself as an older woman. Stark gives her his wife's passport. And the big deception is underway.
And in Paris?
More than the same. Stark and a woman register at the Ritz. Now, from what I read, they did not dine in the hotel, or were they seen anywhere else. 2 days later, Stark reports that his wife is missing. Now, that's ample time for the woman to use her own passport, or a phony one to fly back to New York.
Probably a phony one, or the manifest would have shown her name. That was checked, I suppose.
All the police knew was that Mrs. Stark was registered at the Ritz, and then she vanished.
Huh. How do you get around the cards that Althea mailed from Paris?
Well, that's easy. She didn't write them, she printed them. In block letters, easy to imitate. The signatures were forged.
You're very sure of yourself, Rob.
Well, I'm convinced that Althea Stark was a victim of premeditated homicide.
What do you think really happened to her?
Well, my guess is Stark and Althea boarded the France, and so did Meg Campbell under an assumed name. Stark drugged his wife, slipped her overboard. Then he and Meg proceeded with the voyage and on to Paris. I wrote my theory out and sent it to the police, but they ignored it. It's a good plot. I intend to use it.
I think that your ending is wrong.
Oh? You have one?
I think that Stark backtracked on the way to New York, murdered his wife, and dumped her into the pond on their estate.
How do you support that?
The ghost. We saw the figure rising from the fog several times and heard it moaning for help.
Well, then if I were you, I'd have Paul Brooks drag the pond.
I don't think he'd agree to that. Word would get around and Brooks and Diana would be outcasts. From what I've heard, Stark was liked and respected by his neighbors. No one has ever suspected him.
Well, you come to a dead end, too.
Not quite. You see, I was a frogman in the Navy.
Yeah. And if it's a pond, probably overgrown with marsh grass, cattails, and has a dirt bottom. Be like searching for a pin in a pile of grass clips, and it'll take you a month.
Probably. I thought of using my frogman experience in a different way.
Oh, mention it to Stark.
You think it would work?
Yeah, it might. If you're right about Althea being in that pond, Stark might act. Try the bait. It just might work.
Sit down, Sam.
Thanks.
You've got a sharp lawyer. He suggested a few changes in the agreement for your new book. I cleared them with McGill.
Fine.
Here it is. If you'll sign it and wait for me to clear my desk, I'd like to take you to lunch.
Okay. I'll sign, but I can't have lunch. I'm eager to get back to Pondview.
Oh?
I know it'll seem bizarre to you, Emmett, but, well, I'm still investigating our ghost.
Bizarre isn't a strong enough word, Sam. I think that you and Paul Brooks are really mad. What are you up to now?
I sent for my frogman gear and...
Oh, no. You're going to explore the pond? What do you expect to find, Sam?
A corpse.
Well, I wish you luck. The pond is choked with weeds, so be careful. We wouldn't want to lose a fine writer.
Emmett. No.
Yes.
No. It's too horrible. You mean...
I never wanted you to know, Meg, but I had to tell you.
It's true? Althea is at the bottom of that pond? And it's her ghost that rises from the pond?
That ghost business is nonsense. There is no ghost. That devil Sam Fowler had some spare time and got interested in my tragedy. I'm sure that he and Brooks began to speculate about what happened and then began to romanticize about it. The fog helped muddle their minds until Fowler came to the conclusion, and he's a writer, remember, that they had seen a figure, that it must be a spirit of someone lying in a watery grave. That's absolute poppycock.
But true.
Yes, it's true. And now Fowler's going to explore the bottom of the pond, a former frogman. You know what that means?
You think he might find the remains?
A skeleton, nothing more. No, the odds are against him, but I can't take the chance. He might find the chain in the concrete block.
It's hideous, Emmett.
At the time, perhaps it was. Now, it means nothing.
If he should find it...
That's what I have to prevent, don't you see? I know exactly where I lowered her into the water. Now I have to destroy the evidence. If I don't, Meg, we will be arrested. Life imprisonment for me, and you sentenced as an accessory. You have to help me.
I can't.
We don't have a choice, my dear. Half an hour's unpleasant work and we'll be safe. If Fowler should discover what remains of the body, we're finished.
Maybe he won't find it.
I can't take that chance. I have to beat him to it.
Oh, what would I have to do?
I'll rent a station wagon. You'll do the driving. I'll do the rest. My darling, tomorrow this will be behind us, and we'll be free.
This Rob Stevens had it all figured out?
Yep, except that he's convinced that Stott committed the murder on board ship and managed to slip out the end of the Atlantic.
And now we play stalkers. Is that it?
That's it. You know, I think I worried Stark. If I were in his shoes, I'd act. He reacted when I told him I was a frogman.
Well, how long do we keep up this vigil?
Who knows? If Stark shows up, it'll be late.
It's almost midnight. Sam, I'm chilly.
You better get a sweater.
No, I think I'll go in. Call me if anything happens.
No lights, Diana.
I understand. Now, don't sit up all night.
You're right, Sam. This is the grisliest murder I have ever heard of.
Meg is a pretty dish, Paul.
He could have divorced Althea.
No. No, he bought Meg. For that, he needed Althea's money. Oh, the fog has settled over the pond.
Hey, is that... I think it is. To the left, Sam. Can you see it?
Where? Oh, yeah, 2 spots of lights.
Yeah, parking lights. There's a car moving slowly from left of the pond.
Is there a road back of the pond?
Yes, a narrow dirt road overgrown with weeds.
Have you got your flashlight?
Sure, let's go.
All right, lead the way.
You okay, darling?
Yes. Please, be quick. It's black as a tomb, and I'm frightened.
I won't be more than 15 minutes. Watch for my flashlight. Then start the engine and turn the car around. Don't lose your nerve.
A lot of good a flashlight does when I can't even use it. I can hardly see in front of my hand.
Just don't lead us into the pond.
What? Someone's using a flash. See it?
Yeah. He must be at the edge of the pond. We better not get too close or he might hear us.
I wish we had a gun.
Yeah. We have to get closer, Paul.
Yeah. I can see him.
Hey, wait a minute. That's a lamp, not a flashlight at the water's edge.
Stark is in swim trunks and he's wearing a scuba mask.
There he goes. Hurry, Paul. Get down.
Right.
Okay. Let's wait till he comes ashore and then move in on him.
Look, Sam. Next to his lamp.
It's a gun. We'll have to rush him before he reaches shore. He's holding a chain.
Attached to a cinder block. A big, heavy one.
And, oh, good Lord. The chain is wrapped around the legs of a skeleton.
Althea. Then he did kill her.
Now, Sam, flashlight. Let's get him.
Don't move, Stark. He's going under. He's swimming away.
Forget him. We got what we want, and the police will get him. Let's find that car.
There it is.
Must be Meg. Look, she's turning around. Hey, Meg! Meg!
Hey, look out. She's coming right at us.
She tried to run us down.
Oh, a fine pair of gumshoes we make. They both got away.
Well, not for long.
It's horrible, Sam.
Grotesque. Well, the police now have the remains, and they'll catch Stark and Meg.
How do you explain it? I mean, all of it. Not just the murder, but how you sensed it.
I don't know. The figure of Althea rising from the fog was a phenomenon that just intrigued me.
We never saw it until you came to visit, Sam.
Maybe it's because Althea was a Fowler, and so am I. Some kind of ancestral, primitive, common characteristic. Or perhaps a manifestation of reincarnation. Or a hunch. I just can't explain it. But the whimpering figure has had its revenge.
And so we have come to the end of another tale of the macabre. Being at the right place at the right time explains how destiny can change our lives. Sam Fowler never imagined himself as an avenging angel when he visited Pondview, nor did Emmett Stark ever doubt that his evil scheme would be exposed. But it was. I'll return shortly.
Dinner's done, the day is ended. Peace and quiet have descended. Now it's just the two of you and Maxwell's house. Pour a cup of joy and flavor. Talk about what's new. Spend some precious time together. Maxwell house. You get that good to the last drop of feeling. With Maxwell house, only Maxwell house. You good to the last drop of feeling. Maxwell house.
Maxwell House has a taste, a feeling that no other coffee he can give you. Because Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
Oh, yeah, that's good to the last drop. Feeling Maxwell House.
If you'd like to take advantage of the current high interest rates in today's money market, but want your money available when you need it, take a moment now to call this toll-free number, 800-228-5000. Ask the operator to send you information on Dreyfus Liquid Assets. Find out just how much income growth you can get from one of the world's largest money market mutual funds. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, you have the advantage of making withdrawals by phone or paying larger bills with free redemption checks and continue earning high yields compounded daily till your check clears. You can put money in or take it out anytime with never a sales charge or a penalty. But call now, 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. 800-228-5000. Study the prospectus carefully before you invest and learn how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share from today's high interest rates. 800-228-5000. Toll free, 800-228-5000.
As you know, and it's not a pleasant thought, there are many persons who have committed murder and have never been caught. Unsolved cases. Sometimes years go by before a case is reopened because of new knowledge, and then the police do their work. Then again, there are cases that never will be solved. This time, it took a filmy figure rising out of fog on a pond to catch a murderer. Our cast included Norman Rose, Ralph Bell, Mandel Kramer, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Approaching 12 midnight in Detroit, we're following these headline stories on News Radio 95. Mayor Young said...
Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. We live by, swear by, and die in a technological world. Yet more and more people find that science does not explain life. With one hand it has blessed us, with the other it has polluted our planet. And so many have turned for their peace of mind to psychic phenomena. Our tale today concerns one man's desperate attempt to make real the world of the occult before it destroys his life forever.
Gwen, what's that sign on the floor of the tool shed?
It's called the Devil's Mark. It's as old as the Druids.
I can see it's old and faded. But what does it mean?
When a witch is initiated into the devil's service, Satan puts that mark upon her as a token of his authority over her.
What do you suppose it's doing on the floor of the tool shed?
Robbie, that is something I hope never to find out.
Our mystery drama, The Tool Shed, was adapted from a story by Henry James, especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis, and stars John Vickery. I shall return shortly with Act 1. wind back the clock 100 years. Even then, the secret art of the metaphysical was already centuries old. The leading exponent of that esoteric science is the British author Martin Haseltine, who has just published a book that has raised Victorian hackles, eyebrows, and fears, which is why our curtain rises on the sanctum sanctorum of the London Times, the office of its distinguished editor, T.R. Purcell.
Robinson, have you completed your feature story on Epping Forest?
Yes, I have, T.R. Queen Victoria gave a nice speech, said that from now on Epping Forest was the preserve of all the English people, a gift from the Crown, etc., etc.
Ah, how did the old girl look?
Considering she's 71, she's in fine health and great spirits. Said something interesting, that the world should go back to nature, to the natural, that we're too preoccupied with the strange and secret arts. And I think she was talking about Haseltine's mumbo-jumbo.
Mumbo-jumbo?
Yes, all that mumbo-jumbo in that book he wrote that's spreading like wildfire.
Ah, that's why I called you into my office. I went to school with Haseltine. Actually, I was just graduating as he was entering, but I know him. I have arranged for you to go down to Dover to get an exclusive interview. The first he has ever given to anyone.
T.R., that's a fabulous assignment. I've always wanted to meet him.
I think he'll take to you, Robinson. Start with his current novel, Gods of Egypt. There's no question it is influencing the growing cult of adherence to black magic in England and through the continent.
Black magic exists in America, too, I understand.
I hear that certain passages in Haseltine's book are being used by worshippers of the occult, and more have begun to practice the Black Mass.
Is that evil?
Check the files, Robinson, for unexplained suicides. That will tell you. Practitioners who have jumped to their death from bell towers, even from the Dover cliffs where Haseltine lives.
There's no explanation.
The ones who have survived claim they believed they had wings and would fly.
Opium?
Possibly.
When do I go?
Haseltine expects you down in Dover tomorrow, so catch the earliest train you can. And, Robinson.
Yes, T.R.?
Disabuse yourself of the notion that all this is mumbo-jumbo, as you call it. It is very real.
Train! Robinson Train, is that you?
Mr. Haseltine, sir. I didn't expect you to meet me at the station.
Why not? The morning trains are always on time. Good trip?
I was reading Gods of Egypt. Time went very quickly.
Ah, good man, good man. Doing your homework?
No, for pleasure. It's the third time.
You don't say so. How's Purcell? Oh, T.R.
Just fine, and he sends you his regards, and he's grateful you're giving the Times this interview.
I can't think why he didn't ask me before this. I've been in print for 20 years. Come along, we'll walk it. Can you manage that bag?
Oh, yes, sir.
And you'll have to stop calling me sir. Call me Martin. I gather quite a tornado has blown over Gods of Egypt. It's all history. I set the novel against what happened, what people used to believe in. Don't know why they make such a fuss over it today.
Actually, what I'd like to do is a kind of short biography, a profile of you.
Not full face. The author at work, I know that kind of thing. Now, my door is open to you. You will meet my wife, my secretary. I have a little boy, marvelous child. He's 7 and... Well, write whatever you wish to write.
You said too much attention was being paid to the Gods of Egypt.
Misdirected attention. That's why I agreed to have you come by. I want to set the record straight. I don't believe in witchcraft. Once scrap, never did, never will. But there is a purely historical background to my novels.
I'll certainly be glad to help you, as you say, set the record straight.
Oh, no. This is our house. One thing more, Robinson. You may find my little family have some peculiar beliefs, habits, quirks, things that appear different to you. Take them at the face value. Don't interpret their actions. Well, here's the gate.
What a view. The channel's very calm today, isn't it?
Uncommonly so. Gwendolyn,
Come and meet a top-notch feature writer from the Times. That beautiful girl walking toward us, believe it or not, is from America. She's my secretary. Very good, too. Helps my wife with the housekeeping, taking care of the little boy. Gwen, I'd like you to meet Robinson Crane. He's going to write about us.
How do you do, Miss...
You can call her Gwen. Everyone does.
Yes.
How do you do? You mind if I call you Robbie?
Not at all. I suppose you Americans give everyone nicknames.
Martin, may I see you alone a moment?
No, you may not. You may talk to me here and now.
No, but...
There are no buts.
It's about Dorothy. If you'll excuse us, Robbie.
He will not, and I will not. I told this young man he is to write about us as he sees us, warts and all. No secrets, nothing held back. Dorothy is my wife, and Gwen here acts as a kind of mother hen. Dorothy is a very nervous person.
Your boy, Hermes, has run off somewhere, and Dorothy can't find him.
Come along, Robinson. I'll introduce you to Mrs. Hazeltine, and we'll have a go at finding Hermes. Gwen, my dear, lead the way.
I'm beside myself with worry, Martin. Hermes has disappeared.
Well, Gwen will find him.
I can't find him. She can't.
We'll see. Remember, Dorothy, my telling you about T.R. Purcell? We shared Cambridge briefly. He left as I entered. The editor of the London Times. Well, he has sent this young man to observe us in our native habitat and write a feature. His name is Robinson Crane.
How do you do, Mr. Crane?
As you can see, Robinson, Dorothy is the most formal member of our little tribe. Now, Gwen, where should we look for our little truant?
Dorothy, what about the tool shed? The tool shed? I looked in there. Besides, Hermes had been warned not to go in. He wouldn't. It's worth another try. Let me go. I'll do it. I'm the boy's mother, thank you. If I find him in there, I'll give him what for.
Of course, she won't do anything like that. She won't even scold him. She'll kiss him and make a great fuss. My wife is devoted to our son, and I don't take that lightly. You see, our boy was born mute.
Mute? That is sad.
Yes. We've taken him to every specialist in England and Europe. They can't find anything wrong, organically. It's a puzzle. But they don't even hold out any hope for Hermes.
His name is Hermes. Hermes.
Actually, the name was Gwen's idea.
It's the Greek for the Egyptian god Thoth. You might say Hermes was the very first god of the occult. It's a very pretty name.
Let us get into the house. And I'll show you your room where you can unpack, and I will open a bottle. What's your preference? The grain or the grape?
The Scotch will be fine. But I wasn't planning on staying. I thought we'd talk all day, and then I'd take the evening train back to London.
No, don't be ridiculous. What kind of a profile do you think you could do on Martin Hazeltine in a few hours?
Matter of fact, I did come prepared for the weekend.
Come in and join us, Dorothy. Bring your little friend. Gwen, Robinson and I are enjoying a taste of the Highland pot still. So you found the little runaway, did you? Gwen, be a good girl. Pour Dorothy a tumblerful.
No, thank you. Nothing at all. Oh, Hermes, darling, sit still on Mummy's lap.
You're right. He's a handsome little boy.
We think so.
And he's 7 years old.
Just. Aren't you, Hermes, darling?
Hermes, this is Robinson Crane. He's from the London Times, a very big, influential newspaper. He's going to do a story about us. Where were you, son?
In the tool shed, just as Gwen said. Sitting on the floor. I can't understand it. He wasn't there when I looked before.
It's his magic carpet. Wish I had a place I could disappear from sometimes.
Is there something about the tool shed that's dangerous? Oh, how stupid of me, of course. Sharp garden tools.
He's right. We should keep it locked up.
What garden tools? Nothing is stored in there.
Oh, Dorothy, you know it's completely empty. Always has been. Hermes just likes to go there and sit on the floor.
Hermes, come to your father. Dorothy, let him go.
Well, if you won't put a padlock on the door, I will.
Dorothy, did you hear what I said? Let the boy go so that he can come to me.
I'm taking him upstairs to bed. Up we go.
To bed? It's not his bedtime.
Time for his nap. Mr. Crane, I hope you enjoy your stay with us.
Martin will have a lot to tell you about his books, I'm sure.
Mrs. Hazeltine, I think the Times readers would like very much to know the feelings of the wife of a great writer, especially what you think of his books.
I'm sorry I shan't be able to accommodate you. I have not read any of them, and I don't intend to. Well, Robbie, what do you think? You've been here most of the day, had dinner with us, and observed the Hazeltine family at home.
I don't know what to think, Gwen. Martin said you'd been working for him for 7 years.
Mm-hmm. Since I was 18. I came as a replacement typist and stayed on.
Gwen, while it's still light, I'm fascinated by the tool shed. Could you take me to see it?
Certainly. We better take a lantern. There are no windows and it's dark in there. Interesting you should want to see it. Do you know why you do?
Curiosity, I guess. It's as though something inside me tells me the story on Martin Hazeltine begins in the tool shed. Don't ask me why. I couldn't tell you.
I'll get the lantern. We'll go see for ourselves.
Has this tool shed been here for a long time? I mean, is it old?
A few hundred years. In the 1500s, it was built by a widow. She lived in this tiny room. She was accused of being a witch and was stoned to death. And then, a few hundred years later, it was repaired and became a dairy for the people who owned the house.
A dairy?
Mm-hmm. Where the milk was separated. They made butter. The local farmers will tell you every time the milk was brought here, a cow died. And finally, the family who lived here gave up and, well, it became a tool shed.
Smells musty in here.
I shouldn't wonder.
No, not musty. More like incense. Something was burned here.
Who knows? There are those in the village who won't visit Martin because of this little building.
It's still associated with cows dying.
Oh, you know how country people are. They say the vicar should come and exorcise the devil here. It's haunted. Cast a spell.
Does Mrs. Hazeltine believe that?
I don't know what she believes.
Gwen, would you shine your lantern on the floor over there? I thought I saw... Gwen, what's that? That design on the floor.
It has some Kabbalistic meaning, but there's not a book I can find written about it.
I can barely make out an 8-pointed red star in 3 circles of black. Quite faded. It must have been here a long time. And you haven't any idea what that sign represents.
Oh, I didn't say that. I said there's no book on it. I do know it's as old as the Druids. It's called the Devil's Mark.
Never heard of it.
The Devil's Mark was acquired by a witch at her initiation into the Devil's service. It's the mark that Satan places on a witch as a token of his authority over her.
And what do you suppose it's doing in this tool shed?
To coin a bad pun, I'd say, mystery loves company. A young English newspaper writer has stumbled upon what may be the heart of a mystery. A tool shed containing a satanic sign. Does it dominate an author, his wife, their mute child? The only way to find out is to stay with us until the curtain rises again on Act 2. It's a good question to ask oneself. How much should one dabble in the unknown? Dig at the mystery of the supernatural. Probe into the paranormal. Back 100 years in the England of Queen Victoria. Avant-garde author Martin Hazeltine did just that. Was it worth it?
Ah, Robinson. Mind if I poke my head into your room?
Not at all, Martin.
I'm glad you're still up. Would you like to come to my study and have a start at the formal interview?
I certainly would.
Not too late for you, huh?
I'm used to late nights. By the way, I hope you don't mind. After dinner, I asked Gwen to show me the tool shed. I hope you won't regard it as snooping.
I promised TR you would have a free rein. So she probably showed you that primitive drawing on the floor.
The Devil's Mark.
Gwen is quite a bright girl, but about that, she is mistaken. Let us go to my study.
So it's not the devil's mark, as Gwen said.
Similar, yes. The star and circles. But the real devil's mark was always found on a person's body. In the old days, in these parts, actually, any birthmark was considered a sign of Satan.
Does Mrs. Hazeltine believe the tool shed has some mystic powers?
I doubt it. The only fetish she subscribes to, and you've observed that, is her complete, how can I put it? Her complete subjugation of our son. No one else can come near him. It's been that way since he was a baby. It's as if Hermes was Dorothy's captive.
Is it true she's never read any of your books?
So she says. I've no way of proving it. They're all over the house.
Where did you meet Mrs. Hazeltine?
In Egypt. Her parents were missionaries who turned to archaeology.
But your wife didn't follow in their footsteps?
Oh, yes, she did. But just 1 week after I arrived, she suffered the terrible shock of seeing both her parents fall from the top of an Egyptian tomb to the edge of the Nile below.
They died?
A terrible tragedy. The fall broke their necks. I hoped Dorothy would recover when she returned to England. I saw something of her, started writing, and then lost track of her. Then one day I went to the British Museum where she was working, and I asked her to marry me. Now you can understand her reluctance to dip into the pool of the unknown. Excuse me. Gwen, what on earth are you doing up at this hour?
Martin, I think you should go to the boys' room. There's something wrong.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I will be back as soon as I can, Robinson.
Would you like to continue the interview in the morning?
Not at all. I do my best thinking at night. I hope I won't have the same trouble with Dorothy I always have.
What did he mean, Gwen? The same trouble he always has.
The same trouble. It's a constant battle between those two. Has been ever since Hermes was born. Oh, Dorothy's always been afraid the boy will fall under his father's influence, particularly his writings.
But he's not nearly old enough to read those complicated books yet.
She's never explicit about her fear. Oh, all I can say is Dorothy believes the boy's mind will be damaged by any association with his father.
Such a beautiful child. Hard to believe nothing can be done about his affliction.
Oh, but Hermes can hear and understand everything you say. It's just that he's unable to talk.
Gwen, pour me a drink.
Is the boy all right?
I am not to know.
Not to know?
Dorothy has locked herself into his room and will not let me in.
Oh, not again.
I think this has gone about as far as it can.
Martin, what are you going to do? What can you do?
Tonight, instead of sleeping, I shall try to come up with a plan of action. Children, I bid you good night. Oh, before I forget, Robinson, here is the first chapter of the new book. I thought of calling it Demons of the Mind. I'd like you to look at it. Now, my chickens, off you go to roost. Martin Hazeltine needs to be alone, and action is what is called for. Good night. And close the door after you, will you?
Good night.
Oh, he's being bitter, resentful, sardonic. He's deeply unhappy about all this. He loves Hermes. He adores the child.
Why does his wife do that?
Do you know that she's never asked for one page he's written?
Yes, she mentioned it. It's hard to understand.
I hope your visit will help.
Me? Being here?
Well, for one thing, Robbie, you are the very first person he's ever let see any work in progress. There's a sympathy between you. I can tell.
He certainly has my sympathy. I'm honored to read this.
Perhaps it's not too much to hope that Dorothy will also come to like you. And maybe you can be the catalyst that brings the two of them together.
What's that? I smell smoke. Smoke? Where's my other slipper?
Robbie, what are you doing up at 3 a.m?
I could ask you the same question. I was reading and suddenly I smelled smoke.
So did I.
Where's it coming from?
Outside.
You mean there's a fire out there?
Well, I checked the kitchen. It's not in the house. There's a double lock on this front door. Here, let me. Oh, it's coming from down there, where the tool shed is.
Let me open the tool shed door. Could be dangerous. I don't understand this. I smelled smoke. I know I did.
But as soon as you opened the tool shed door, it went. No smell of it. Wait till I tell Martin about this. If you weren't with me, he wouldn't believe it.
Why wouldn't he?
I don't know how much you know of Martin's books.
I've read every one of them.
Well, then you know with what reality he portrays the alchemy of time and sorcery. It was Martin who discovered that sign on the floor. But he disowned it. Said a devil's mark was only found on a person's body. Something was happening here just now. I wonder if we ever shall know what.
Who knows? 3:30. Might as well get back to the house and use what's left of the night to sleep.
Good morning, Mr. Crane. You're up earlier than I am. I'm always the first to come down to breakfast.
Good morning, Mrs. Hazeltine. I just made myself some tea.
Did you sleep well?
Oh, yes. Right through the night. Like a top.
What is that you're reading?
Mr. Hazeltine gave me the great privilege of the first chapter of Demons of the Mind, his new book. It's the most beautifully written introduction to life after death I've ever read. He introduces his characters from two worlds. He believes there's another world existing at the same time as ours, and we don't die. It's to that world that we depart. The same with birth.
Mr. Crane, I want you to stop. I don't wish to hear. I don't wish to know.
You told me that yesterday, and I told you I'd like to ask whether the wife of a great author accepts or rejects his work, and why.
I can tell you categorically, this wife does not accept.
But you've never read one word he's written.
Never. Nor shall I.
What is it you're afraid of?
Penetrating question. My parents were greatly interested in the occult of Egypt. They died strangely, unaccountably, fell to their death as if they were pushed by an invisible hand. And since that time, yes, I have feared the unknown. I don't think Martin should write what he does, and he knows how I feel. It contaminates anyone it touches.
But if you were to read these few pages, only 20, it's so clearly and poetically written, it proves that there's nothing to fear. It would help you, Mrs. Hazeltine.
Would it?
I swear to you. I may be very young in your eyes, but there's an unhappiness in this house. And if you'll forgive my saying so, it could be put to rights if you'd let it.
Robinson Crane, you are quite convincing.
Please read it.
Good morning, Dorothy. How is the boy?
Not very well.
What does that mean? How unwell? Does he have a fever?
He seemed a little flushed and warm when I was in there.
Dorothy, how long are you going to continue this drama? Locking yourself in his room, locking the door when you leave. I couldn't get in there just now. Now, why are you making a prisoner of him? I'm going out now to fetch Dr. Cook.
We don't need him. I am perfectly competent to take care of my own son.
I'm sorry you think so. I'm sorry about a lot of other things, too. We're going to talk about them when I come back with the doctor.
Yes? Who is it?
Gwen, it's me, Robinson Crane. I'm sorry to disturb you.
What is it, Robbie? I was just coming down for a late breakfast. Our trip to the tool shed last night must have made me oversleep.
It's been a morning of terrible scenes downstairs, and I don't know what to do. Hermes isn't well, feverish. Martin went for a doctor. The doctor wasn't there. He left word for him and came storming back. Now he's in his study. I tried to go in to talk to him about an hour ago. He called out to leave him alone.
The child is worse? Oh, Robbie, look at you. Where have you been? Your feet are covered in mud. Oh, Dorothy isn't going to like that one bit.
I know it wasn't my place, but I became alarmed. After Martin went to his study, I went out thinking I'd get to the nearest house. Perhaps they'd know of a doctor. I walked round and round. I was lucky to get back here at all. I was lost.
Oh, Robbie, the nearest building is a railroad station. Today being Sunday, it's closed down. Whatever made you suddenly go chasing for a neighbor?
After Martin wouldn't talk to me, I listened at the door of the boy's room. I could hear Mrs. Hazeltine speaking to him in a kind of strange sing-song voice. It was all very peculiar. I tried the doorknob. It was locked. Then something came over me.
One of your premonitions.
I knew I had to talk to you, so I came straight down to your door.
With your muddy feet. Oh, don't panic, Robbie. There have been these set twos before where Dorothy wouldn't let anyone come near the boy and nursed him herself. He's not a well child. I'll go see. She'll let me in.
If there's something really wrong, you'll come right out and tell me, won't you?
Dorothy? Dorothy, it's Gwen. How was Hermes this morning? Dorothy, are you in there? Oh, it's open. It's not locked. Dorothy?
She's not in there.
Oh, the room's empty. Oh, she's taken Hermes into her room. She sleeps in a separate room from Martin, 2 doors down the hall. Dorothy? Dorothy, are you in here?
There's no one in this room either. She's gone.
Oh, she's gone with the boy.
Could they be somewhere else in the house?
There is nowhere else. You came in downstairs, you would have seen them. She's taken Hermes with her. She's never done that before.
On the windswept over coast stands a house, inside of which lives a novelist, his wife, their 7-year-old son, and a young secretary. There is no other house for miles. This house, with its vacant tool shed, adorned with cabalistic signs, is like a world unto itself, alone. What is the key to the mysterious actions of those we have met? I am not revealing too much when I tell you it lies in the boy who cannot speak. Perhaps a reincarnation of the god after whom he was named. I shall return shortly with Act 3. The mystery of the boy and his mother who disappeared from a house on the coast of Devon has not been solved. The police are called in, Scotland Yard is asked to help, and finally, Robinson Crane, feature writer for the London Times, unable to complete his assignment, returned to the city. Weeks pass.
Robinson.
Yes, T.R.
I called you in this morning because there's been a development in the Hazeltine affair. I just got word the boy was found, but the mother is still missing.
Fantastic. How is he?
That's one of the things I want you to find out. Take the first train out of Victoria. Get yourself over there.
Have you read what I wrote on him and his family? I did the best I could to give it an ending.
Yes, I went over it last night. The only trouble is it ends with a question mark.
After I get down there, maybe I can change that question mark.
I'm hopeful. It needs an exclamation point at the end. Why did she keep her son from his father?
I touched on that.
Well, barely. You never explain what's behind her fear. And finally, now that the boy has been returned or found or whatever, where was he? And who kidnapped him?
T.R., the child is mute. He can't talk.
Tragedy. But he can hear.
Oh, yes. Nothing's wrong with his hearing.
Is he old enough to write out answers to questions?
I don't know. Maybe. Simple answers. I only saw him once.
You will be seeing him again in a matter of hours. I wish you well.
It's a strange house filled with strange people in a very superstitious part of England. Just wish me safety.
Robbie, it's me.
Gwen.
Robbie, I never expected to see you again. What are you doing in Devon?
What are you doing at the station? You didn't know I was coming down here, did you?
This is unbelievable. Martin sent me.
Martin said, go to the noon train. Someone's arriving, and I want you to meet him. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, yes, it does. He's psychic. He knew.
Is it true Hermes was found? How is he?
I'm not going to tell you. You'll see for yourself when you get to the house. Come on, let's walk.
Gwen, you can at least tell me, is the boy in good health? He was sick when he disappeared with Mrs. Hazeltine.
It's as if nothing happened to him. He's bright and cheerful. It makes such a difference.
What does?
You did know they haven't found Dorothy. She's still missing.
How did they find Hermes?
They didn't. The police were amazed. I'll show you where it happened.
And Martin, how is he?
A changed man. His son is with him all the time.
And you, Gwen? How are you?
I'm not sure, Robbie. It's a little like living on a tightrope.
Why do you do it? You're a sensible girl. could get any kind of work anywhere.
Nice of you, Robbie, to care about my future. But I couldn't leave here.
You're going to spend a lifetime being Martin's right-hand man? I mean woman.
If he'll let me.
But he's married. You'll never mean that much to him.
I know that.
Are you hoping she'll never come back?
For now, I can take very good care of both the men in the Hazeltine family. The little one and the big one. Robbie, before we go into the gate, I want you to know that I love Martin. Well, maybe he's much older than I am, but that doesn't matter to me. So long as I can be near him, that's all I want.
I respect that, Gwen. Sorry if I talked out of turn. This isn't the way to the house. Why are we turning off?
You asked me where Hermes was found. That's where I'm taking you.
He was found right here, on your property.
Down there.
He wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Yes.
In the tool shed.
Sitting in the middle of the floor as if nothing had ever happened. As if weeks hadn't passed. As if the tool shed hadn't been combed through a dozen times. As if the whole countryside hadn't been searched. There he was.
Incredible. When did you say the police looked there last?
Exactly what Martin wanted to know. You know what the constable told him?
Haven't a clue.
The day before, the very day before we found him, they even placed a tape across the door, which we pulled off.
Unbelievable. But I do believe you.
That beautiful little boy was sitting right in the center of that star and the circles. Oh, I needn't tell you, Martin still won't acknowledge it's a devil's mark.
I'm anxious to talk to him. Let's go into the house.
Yes, Robinson. I am a changed man. That is, to some degree. I still worry about Dorothy. Did she leave of her own accord? Did someone take them both?
Can't you get an answer from Hermes in some way?
It's hopeless. He actually knows nothing. It's as if that little boy's mind went blank for all those weeks he was missing.
By the way, where is Hermes? I was hoping he'd be right here in your study, sitting on your lap, Martin.
That's where he generally is, on the lap of his papa.
I put him to bed for his new nap. But I think he'd like to wake up and greet his Uncle Robinson.
I told Uncle Robinson where we found him.
In the tool shed, as if by miracle.
You're right. It was definitely a miracle. That must be the workman. I'll go. If Robbie's staying and hasn't eaten, will you do something about that, Gwen?
Yes, I will. Go along.
I have eaten, and as for staying, I plan to until I can wind up this story. I know that between the two of you, there are a dozen things left unsaid.
Oh, don't fret, Robbie. You know enough about the great Hazeltine to write 3 stories.
But not what my editor wants to know.
By the way, that manuscript chapter you read of Demons of the Mind, he tore it up and started all over again. It's much less fearful and more hopeful.
Do you mean he now feels that one can make contact with that other world?
Yes. And all those people in the darker ages of man who were persecuted for being sorcerers and witches actually did step into our world from another.
Gwen, is that the secret? Are you saying that that's where Dorothy and Hermes disappeared to? They stepped into another world?
It would explain a lot, wouldn't it?
Why, the boy's mind is a total blank. Does Martin believe it?
That's what he's been comforting himself with all these weeks. Oh, Martin, what is it? You look white.
They found Dorothy. She's dead.
Oh. Where? Well, not in the tool shed.
At the foot of the cliff. Straight down from the rock facing the water. Her neck broken as if she'd fallen from a great height. Gwen, it's the irony of it.
You mean because that's the way her mother and father died in Egypt?
Maybe it's not a joke of fate at all, Martin. Maybe it was preordained.
I knew there was a reason we hit it off so well, Robinson. He sounds like one of us, doesn't he, Gwen? He's got that intuitive reasoning.
May I see Hermes?
Gwen, our roving reporter is in for a surprise, isn't he? Give me 2 minutes to wake him and wash his face.
Didn't I tell you he was a magnificent father?
And I want to tell the boy he's about to be interviewed by the London Times. 2 minutes, And then you two come in. All right?
My notebook and pencil will be ready.
You can come closer, Robinson. You've met my son Hermes before.
I certainly have. I heard you were away, Hermes. I'm glad you're back.
Thank you.
Did he speak? I mean, did he actually say thank you?
I have an exceedingly polite son.
Oh, yes. Hermes can speak, and speak he does very well. Don't you, my angel? Hello. Queen, he knows my name.
This is fantastic.
Papa. Papa.
Yes, my boy. Papa is here. He will always be here.
Martin and I were the ones who found him. Suddenly we were sitting here, and we had this feeling, right here in this room. It came over us so strongly. And without saying a word, we found ourselves heading for the tool shed. There he was, sitting on the floor.
And when you saw me, Hermes, what did you say?
Papa. Papa.
That's what he said. His first words. Of course, he'd been hearing them for years, but he never said them.
Have you told any doctors about this miraculous...
Not yet. Gwen and I have been too busy enjoying his new ability to speak. Now I shall dress our little friend, and we shall meet you outside in, say, 10 minutes. And the four of us will take a walk.
Hermes, it was a great pleasure for me to see you so well. I'm going to have to go back to London now, but I look forward to my next visit.
You're really going, Robbie?
Yes, back to write that happy ending and try to give T.R. the answers he wants.
I'll walk you to the gate.
I'll have to guess. I realize I'll never know where the child appeared from and why he speaks now, any more than why he could never speak before.
It's the kind of miracle one prays for. And when it happens, you shouldn't look too closely. I could, I suppose, give you Martin's explanation.
I'd like to hear it.
He's always said that what was on the floor of the tool shed was not the devil's mark. Hermes had such a mark when he was born. Martin found it, a tiny star inside a tiny circle in the crook of the infant's elbow. Was it placed there by an evil power in some other world? And that's why the boy remained mute? Possibly. Who can be sure?
It doesn't explain why suddenly he can talk now.
Oh, but it does. You see, the mark on Hermes is gone now. It's disappeared.
So it'll be a new chapter, T.R.
For Martin Hazeltine.
In fact, a whole new book. That's the way I'm going to finish off the profile. You know that manuscript of the beginning of the book he was writing? The one he gave me to read, called Demons of the Mind? It was a personal statement.
Huh? Who was he writing about?
My guess is it was his wife, Dorothy. She must have exercised some kind of dark magic on Hazeltine, and when they shared the making of a son, she tried to keep the boy away from Martin's healthy mind. If indeed Dorothy was controlled from the wrong side of the mirror, she failed. Martin's torn up the old chapters and the old life and is starting over.
Any idea what the new book will be about?
About a man beginning again. No spooks, no cults, no strings with the past. A man who found his voice and learned to speak. A book about Martin and his own son.
A strange story, and yet one full of directional signs to follow. You wonder, at least I do, how many of these marks of the devil are meaningful, or how many are just plain superstition. After all, in Russia, in Turgenev's day, a little mole on the left cheek was regarded as an evil omen, and we know man has been persecuted for less than that. In other words, conclusions are something which even today we shouldn't jump to. I shall return shortly. Henry James, whose story we have paraphrased on today's Mystery Theater, once advised the Martin Hazeltines of this world to, quote, live all you can. It's a mistake not to. It doesn't so much matter what you do in particular, so long as you have your life. If you haven't that, what have you had? I agree. Our cast included John Vickery, Bernard Grant, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
He wouldn't take me into his confidence. I knew he had another life, but he kept denying it.
What made you so sure?
Well, he couldn't account for hours and days of his time. He'd pack up and not tell me where he was going or when he'd be back.
Couldn't it have simply been some project for the War Office?
The last time he was away, I called the War Office and I spoke to Sir Robert. He said Bill had asked for leave, and he was surprised that I didn't know where he was. So you see, Bill could have had dealings with half a dozen red-faced men, and I'd know nothing about it.
Of course, the two of them meeting on the train could have been a coincidence and nothing to do with Bill's death.
Why do you say that?
That's what I hope. If that red-faced man had a hand in it, then he knows I saw him and I would give evidence he was on the train. So he might not hesitate to do away with me as he had Bill. It wouldn't be safe for him to let me live.
Oh, no, Everett.
This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. From the very beginning, in almost every civilization, there has come a time when the troubles of a people become so great that in desperation, they seek just about any means to ease their hopelessness. So often in the past, they have turned to a single person to lead them out of their misery and confusion. Sometimes that man has acted for the good of his people. Almost as frequently, he's brought them to their own destruction.
Upon these hands I bear the curse of my child's blood. Oh, gods, what dirge can I sing? What funeral song, what lamentation as I rock back and forth, cradling my dead son here in my arms. You gods, be merciful to a miserable, unhappy woman who should be in her grave.
Our mystery drama, On the Night of the Dead, is based on one of the most moving tragedies of the ancient Greeks, the Bacchae of Euripides. It was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars John Vickery and Marion Seldes. I'll be back in a moment with Act One.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
With lots of hot weather, barbecues, and picnics ahead, get down to your store for plenty of country time lemonade-flavored drinks.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
If parole is a reward for good behavior, why do some parolees return to lives of robbery, rape, and murder? In an eye-opening broadcast, CBS reports the problems of the parole system. You'll travel with dedicated, overworked parole officers whose jobs are as dangerous as they are thankless. In vivid detail, you'll view the attitudes and actions that are slowly strangling the parole system. CBS reports The Parole Game, Wednesday, June 30th at 10, 9 Central on the CBS television network.
Excuse me, I own that shoe store across the street.
Uh-huh.
Want to buy it?
Well,
I'll be honest. I have great shoes, but no customers, so I'm ready to sell the whole thing at any price you name it.
$12.
Sold.
Ooh.
Well, now that you own a shoe store, what'll you do with it?
Well, advertise.
Well, I tried. A lot of newspaper ads, then TV and magazine.
I'll probably go radio.
Radio?
Yeah, according to the latest studies, everyday radio reaches more people than newspaper, TV, or magazine.
How did you
What's
know?
more, radio targets customers. I'll match up the right stations for my dressier lines and different stations for young casual. Since radio costs a lot less than newspapers or TV, I'll get good efficiency.
Listen, I'd like to buy my store back from you.
Well,
at a fair profit.
Okay.
How much do you
$156,000.
That's a pretty fair profit.
Take or leave it.
I'll take it.
Radio. It costs less, targets your best customers, and it sells. Radio. Red hot because it works. For more facts on radio, call this station of the Radio Advertising Bureau. They brought you this message.
Long, long ago, a tiny privateer sailing under the flag of no nation drops anchor and discharges its passengers on an uninhabited, desolate island lapped by the warm waters of the South Atlantic. The place becomes a sanctuary for some 100 wanderers seeking refuge from persecution. A place where they can practice, without being molested, their belief in more than a single God. 100 years go by. The island's population has found a way to tear a day-to-day existence out of the barren, unwilling earth. Until one particular summer, in his crude palace, the island's young governor, Pentheus, listens to the words of his old and trusted advisor, Cadmus.
Your Excellence, my governor, you must listen. Stop pacing like some wild and untamed beast.
I listen, Cadmus. For 2 months now I listen. The time for talk is ended. We now must act. What can we do that we have not yet done?
My thoughts exactly. But I dare not say, Your Honor.
Say, speak freely, Cadmus. You have my promise. I shall not punish you.
We know our island is dying. For all these months of summer, no single drop of water has fallen from the skies, not one.
We know.
And each morning when the sun lets loose its light to warm the earth, our grazing herds of cattle, they lie down. And in a final gasp, their tongues lick at the air, reaching for the water that is not there, for the grass that dried to nothing weeks ago.
You have a plan? Let's hear it.
We must leave this island. All of us.
Leave?
We must board our ships and seek another land, a gentler, kinder land, just as our fathers and their fathers did so many years ago.
And there lies madness. Our people's wanderings ended 100 years ago. After all this toil, to leave it to the seagulls once again? Never. Not while I still live. No, Cadmus. We stay.
And die, as you wish, my governor.
Look, Cadmus, I know the little water we have stored from heaven's bounty is undrinkable. I know the plants dry up and wither without the nourishment of rain. I know the cattle die of thirst. I know the people die of thirst. By all the gods who should preserve us, what can we do? Drink water from the sea? Dig deeper wells? We've scratched the earth until we've reached the bottom, and still no water.
Pentheus, my governor, look. Look at what I carry in my arms.
Who let you in here?
No one could keep me out. Look down at my poor son. This pitiful thing I cradle in my arms.
Take care of her. See, she's taken home.
Come, my poor woman. Follow me.
Don't touch me. You old fool. Look at my son. This baby. His breath, it comes no more.
We are sorry, sister. We grieve with you for your child's death.
You grieve with me. How kind of you. Then bring him back to life. What have you done to see that my child stayed alive?
The best we knew.
Not good enough. Look at his swollen belly. At his staring eyes, his ribs. Would you care to count them? It's so easy, Your Excellence. So easy. Here, fondle him in your arms. No, don't turn away from me.
Stay away, woman. Don't come near me.
With my long nails, I'll tear you.
Enough! I say enough. And now, go home. Bury your dead. Bury him deep. And know one thing.
What?
Unless the rains come soon, we're all as good as dead. As dead as your poor child. Cadmus here, and you, and I.
What must we do?
The one thing left to all of us.
Which is?
Lift our eyes to the skies above and pray. Please, leave us now. You gods who hold our destiny in your hands, who choose to smile upon us for the good we do, to punish us for our evil, spare your people and your land from this cruel, deadly drought.
Open the skies and let the cool rain fall.
Look down at the misery of your poor island and then weep for it.
Let your tears pour from the heavens above.
Let your tears soak into this parched earth. Show us your pity. Cadmus? Are you all right? Are you hurt?
A little shaken, but I'm well. But what was that?
A raging wind that seemed to come from nowhere, roaring its swift way over the land.
With the strength of 1,000 men.
As quickly as it came, so quickly has it gone.
Somewhere among the gods we worship, there must be one with pity in his heart for our poor, suffering land.
Pendius, my son, I bring great news.
Agave, my mother, what is it?
We're saved. Our land is saved. At last our prayers are to be answered.
What are you saying, Mother?
The drought is about to end.
How can that be, Agave?
The sky's turned blue. No single drop of rain has fallen.
We'll no longer need the rain.
What nonsense are you speaking, Mother?
A god has come to our island. A god has seen our anguish and our heartache. A god has come to answer our prayers.
Nonsense. Who is this god? Or better, this one you call a god.
He is beautiful. He's so beautiful.
Who is he?
We do not trifle with divinity, Agave. We are the heirs of customs and traditions hallowed by age and handed down to us by our fathers.
What has he done, this god of yours, that makes you so sure this cursed drought will end?
First, he passed the goatskins out among us.
Goatskin?
Filled with wine. They were sweet wine. I touched the wine. I felt it on my lips. This was no trick.
By what name does this street magician call himself? From what city, from what land has he come here?
Zenos, he calls himself. Zenos, the stranger. What land? What city? My son. He has come to us from heaven.
I see. Cadmus?
Your Excellence.
Whoever this Zenos, this stranger is, we must get rid of him at once. He threatens trouble.
Great trouble for us all.
We've grief enough without this mischief maker. We'll stop this waving of his wand if it's the last thing that we do.
Come, young woman, join the rest of us. You too must celebrate the happy coming of a god.
I am too deep in sorrow, Agave.
No, put down that child of yours. Let the living comfort you. There, that's better. Now come and sing his praises with the rest of us. Blessed are those who know the mysteries of this God. Blessed are those who sanctify their lives in worshiping this God. Come now, you young woman.
Blessed are those whose heads are crowned with ivy.
Now together. Blessed are they. Hail, Zenos, hail, born of the gods on high.
Hail, Zenos.
Let the dance begin. Let our songs of praise ring loud.
Zenos, speak to us.
Women of this island, Drink more of the wine I've given you. I am Xenos, the stranger, come to your suffering land in answer to your prayers, to a land whose people cry to me in anguish, whose people call to me for help.
I am Agave, mother of our governor, Pentheus.
Welcome, Mother.
We need you, Xenos. Now, you young woman, let him hear your voice. How can you help us? Tell us what we must do.
Believe in me. Believe.
We believe. We know you are a god whose pity reaches out to all of us. We believe.
You know that only I can end the drought that sucked this island dry. That only I can give you all the water you need.
We know, my lord.
Xenos, hear my voice. This bundle that I carried in my arms, that was my infant son. Go, take him. With your own mouth, breathe life into him again.
That's, alas, I cannot do.
How then can I have faith in you? How can I believe that you have powers greater than any other man who walks the earth?
I promise you that deaths like this will come no more to you.
How? How will you do that?
I lift my staff and strike it so against this rock. Flames burst from my staff, and see! A fountain of cool water comes bubbling from the earth. Have faith in me, and it will grow into a mighty stream, pouring its rich blessings from the mountaintops. Now I strike this other rock, and lo, a spring of wine, of good red wine, comes spurting from the ground. Come, all of you, drink of the wine, this holy wine. And last, I touch the soil here, gently with my staff. You young woman, scratch the sod with your bare fingers. Tell me what you see.
Milk. Sweet white milk comes welling from the ground.
Blessed is he who brings us all these wonders. Holiness, angel of heaven. Holiness, gliding on golden wings. There is no greater God than Xenos. Wait, out of the way, women, all of you. Scatter yourselves. A wild and raging bull stands, glaring at us, his eyes aflame. His hoofs tear up the earth beneath him. Run for your lives. We'll all be torn to pieces on his horns, or else trampled to death by his sharp hoofs.
Stay where you are, women. Stand your ground. He will not harm you.
Here he comes. Heaven help us.
Stay. Stay, my friend, stay. You glare at me, do you? I strike you with my staff. So!
The bull has toppled to its knees. Its eyes are glazed. Its tongue hangs from its mouth.
The sweat drips off its body. It rolls on its back. The beast is dead.
Down. Down on your knees, women of the island. Sing out with songs of thanks for your deliverance. Sing to the God who has rescued you.
Women of our island, I've come to order you back to your homes, each one of you. You're acting as if all of you were mad.
Oh, call it what you like, Pentheus, my son. The drought is over. I see water pouring down the mountainsides. I see the wine, the milk, the drops of honey.
Mother, listen, these are the crafty games of a trickster of the street. What you and all the other women think you see is some weird fantasy, a blinding of the brain brought on by all the wine he's fed you. There is no water, no drop of milk, nor honey, only goat skins filled with wine. Leave here at once. Go to your homes, I order you.
Well, what have I done, my lord, that you should be so angry?
Good women of our island have gone lunatic, and you have driven them to this. You've corrupted their minds. You've poisoned their souls, and this I will permit no longer.
Well, what do you plan to do, my governor?
I've warned you.
Warn all you like. I am a god born in a stroke of lightning, carried here on a powerful wind.
Then let that wind carry you back to where you came. Make yourself to disappear.
If not, what will you do?
Don't press me, Xenos. I have a few tricks of my own.
As Pentheus confronts the stranger with an ultimatum, The powers of civilized order and routine are pitted against the most primitive and disruptive forces of nature. What can Pentheus do to re-establish his authority over the women of his island? And does this stranger, who claims to be a god, have the power to thwart him? What new and hidden magic has he in what Pentheus calls his bag of tricks? I'll return shortly with Act 2.
Listen closely. This is the sound of a cigarette being broken in half. The sound of the cigarette habit being broken. If you want to quit, use Bantron's smoking deterrent tablets and stay with it for 2 weeks or until your urge to smoke goes away. Bantron's unique buffered formula helps ease your craving for nicotine. The more you want to stop smoking, the more Bantron will help you break the habit. Bantron, start today. Use only as directed.
Mom, where have you been?
Oh, sitting in a traffic jam for an hour.
Oh, and from the way you're bent over, you've got a nagging backache, right?
Right.
Here, let me help you into the house. Then I'll go get some Doan's pills.
Oh, thanks, dear.
Good advice. Doan's pills for temporary relief of simple backache pain due to overexertion, stress, or strain. Use only as directed.
You're walking around pretty spry tonight, Mom.
Well, that's nothing to be surprised about. I took Doan's pills, remember?
At a restaurant in Louisville, Kentucky, blind people don't have to ask what's on the menu. They can read it themselves in Braille. The Braille menus are there because a group of local people thought it would be a good idea. They got together and made it happen. In fact, all across America, both disabled and non-disabled people are participating in similar community programs. In Vernon Parish, Louisiana, they're modifying disabled people's homes to make them more accessible. And in Champaign, Illinois, disabled children are able to share a playground because a group of volunteers got involved. This is the National Year of Disabled Persons. Is this the year you get involved? Call the office of your mayor or county commissioner for more information. A public service on behalf of the National Office on Disability from the Ad Council and this station.
Defending the existence of God, the French philosopher Voltaire once wrote, "If God did not exist, it would have been necessary to invent him." Is the zenith of our story a true divinity among these people who believe in many gods? Or is it the invention of a fertile imagination, his own invention, for purposes of his own? Pentheus, governor of the island, is at his wit's end as he speaks once more with old Cadmus.
This man, this god, whatever he calls himself, has only added to our misery, Cadmus. The drought goes on, the cracked earth, dry as ever. And he's robbed our women of their senses.
Yes, he has them thinking that the water flows from mountaintops and that the drought is ended.
Cadmus, what's even worse, the women's brains are sodden with the wine he's brought them.
Pentheus, my lord, have you thought why he should want increase of our misfortunes? What could we have done to earn this added sorrow?
I've no idea.
Unless he...
Unless?
I hesitate to speak.
Go on, Cadmus, tell me.
Unless, Your Excellence, this Xenos is indeed a god.
What?
A god we've never heard of till this moment. A god who's come to pay us for some unknown wrong we may have done him.
You think that that's a possibility?
Why not?
Cadmus, I've known you since I was a tiny babe in swaddling clothes. All my life, I've trusted you, relied on your good judgment, on your wisdom. True?
Yes, true, my lord.
But now you speak to me as if you, too, were mad.
Admit, there is the smallest chance...
Silence, old man! Don't try to wipe your madness off on me.
He hasn't done all that much harm, at least not yet. He just talks more than he should.
A tongue without reins, defiance, stubborn pride, deception... They lead to sure disaster. This Xenos is a fraud, a dangerous clown who hunts a kind of glory.
His simple gift of wine, the innocent gladness of the grape.
Innocent indeed. I've heard enough. Go with your soldiers to where this prophet prophesies. Surprise him in the deadness of the night. Make him your prisoner, clap him tight in chains, and march him here in irons.
My son, what brings you to this part of the palace? You come so seldom to the women's quarters.
I must speak with you.
Well, it won't disturb you if I go on with my work. I'm almost finished.
Work?
I'm putting a new tight skin, the skin of a sheep, over the ring of this tambourine. I struck it hard last night when dancing on the mountaintops. So hard it split. Now, Pentheus, why have you come to see me?
I ask you what you think you're doing.
Your meaning isn't clear to me.
Dancing on mountaintops at midnight to the frenzied music of your drums and pipes.
What harm's in that?
Singing vulgar songs in praise of this conjurer of the streets who'd have you think that he's a god. Where is your sense of decency and shame?
I'm listening, Pentheus.
You forget you are the mother of the island's governor. You forget you are not some mindless child, a careless schoolgirl. You're an old lady, Mother. You should be serving as a model of restraint and dignity. Set an example to the other women. Instead, you drink this humbug's wine and act like a senile lunatic, like some lascivious bawd. You slapped me, Mother.
Have you finished speaking, child? Now you listen to me. This street magician, as you've called him, will bring life back to our island. You'll see how right we women are to worship him.
I can't believe you mean what you're saying. You call that worship?
Indeed. You and your cronies, all you men, you stand around in shadowy corners, pleading to the gods in gloomy prayer. Well, we do no less, but we pray to our god, Xenos, under the open sky. We pray with joy and gladness, and he makes the blood warm and tingle in our veins like the spring sap in the trees. And sooner or later, he will make the rain to fall. Give him the chance to prove himself.
I've ordered that he be placed in irons.
You'll make a prisoner of a god?
Unless this fraud, this libertine, agrees to leave our land, never to return, I shall destroy him. Have him stoned to death.
If you so much as harm one hair of Xenos' head, I will destroy myself. And you, Pentheus, my son, so jealous of your honor, you and you alone will take the blame. My own son's hand will plunge the dagger into his mother's breast. You understand me?
I understand. Be careful, Cadmus. Those stones are very sharp beneath the feet.
Yes, when I was young, my lord, I found few greater pleasures than playing in the sand along these shores, imagining myself the captain of some great sailing ship.
Oh, Cadmus, Cadmus, what must we do about this Xenos? I've had him bound in chains. What must I do next?
Let's prove to our women that he is no more than an impostor. That his promise of an end to drought is cruel and without truth.
Cadmus, look there. There, where the shoreline curves.
It's a wreck. The ship's been wrecked, smashed all to pieces on the jagged rocks.
Its sails, they're torn to ribbons.
Its lines ripped to shreds.
It must have blown onto the rocks and crashed when the great wind came tearing out of nowhere.
And the crew, the sailors.
No sign of living souls. They must have drowned, all of them. Drowned beneath the waters of the roiling sea.
Wait. Pentheus, over there. The entrance leading to that grotto. One of the sailors, perhaps more than one, must have escaped the wreck. You see, there's a boat.
Let's look. If maybe we can find some little trace of life.
I don't believe it.
From stem to stern, from one end to the other, the boat is filled with goat skins. And filled, each one of them, with wine.
The very goatskin, the same one.
That supply the wine that Xenos is providing to our women. We now have all the proof we'll ever need.
I don't understand.
This rogue must be the sole survivor of the ship that foundered. He came ashore in this boat here. The goatskins floated on the water to the shore. He gathered them. And this is what he's using to persuade our ladies that he is a god. Hand me one of them, Cadmus. Now we have our proof.
But why, Lord Pentheus, would he do this?
We can only guess. He's an adventurer, albeit a very shrewd one. He saw this as an opportunity for self-aggrandizement, to puff up his importance, to live in glory for an hour or two.
So now you know what steps to take.
I do. Thank you, my soldiers. Remain where you are. I see the prisoner from here.
This way, Lord Pentheus.
Excuse me, Your Excellence. May I pass?
Young woman, I've seen you somewhere once before.
I came to you pleading with my dead child.
Why are you here? What brings you to this prison dungeon?
I came, Lord Pentheus, to see that this impostor Xenos was indeed in chains where he belongs. The soldiers at the door, they let me in to look.
Then there's one woman on this island who's not been hoodwinked by this fraud.
I leave, Your Excellence. Do what you must to help us all.
You're here where you belong, my friend. Behind cold bars of iron, shackles on your feet.
I do not plan to stay in here forever.
That's good. I, too, have other plans for you.
Yes, I'm sure.
A few last words before you leave this island forever.
Just as you please, my lord.
You claim you are a god.
I am a god.
A god? In mortal form?
The choice is mine.
What do you know about a boat laden with goatskins? Goatskins filled with wine.
Goatskins, my lord? Good. I know nothing. Nothing.
I see. Would you tell me why you hold your sacred rites by dark of night, or does the daylight frighten you?
The darkness is well suited to devotion.
Or better suited to the foul corruption of impressionable women?
Pentheus, you imagine things are happening with your women that, for all you know, may not be happening at all. These well may be the fantasies of your poor, sick mind. The women of this land are fine and upright women. Such women cannot be corrupted by you, the island's men, even by me.
The time for words is over. Soldiers, come unlock the gate. Remove the shackles from the prisoner's feet. He's leaving us forever.
Spare yourself the trouble, my good lord. I leave this dungeon any time I wish, with or without your help. Oh, you don't believe me? Watch. I touch this lock that hangs upon the door, the shackles that bind my ankles. I touch them with the tip of my ivy-covered staff. And lo, the locks click open, without a key of any kind. My feet are free. The iron door swings open.
That girl, she found a way to get the keys. She found a way to open all these locks. Give me that staff of yours. I'll show you, Xenos, just how much magic lives within that staff.
No need to struggle for it. Here it is.
There! And there! It's splintered into a dozen pieces. Work your magic now.
If that is your wish, Your Excellency.
It's dark. The light is gone. Only the bolts of lightning. Help me! Someone! Xenos! Save me!
Faith was once described as an illogical belief in the occurrence of the improbable, a firm trust that would seem to make no sense in the face of the impossible. Pentheus has refused to believe what he considers the irresponsible, corrupting credo of the stranger. Then why, when faced with circumstances beyond this comprehension, does he cry out to the same stranger for his help. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
With lots of hot weather, barbecues, and picnics ahead, get down to your store for plenty of country time lemonade-flavored drinks.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
Countdown to Cure. Bill Bixby with a message from the Leukemia Society of America.
Leukemia is responsible for the deaths of more children than any other disease, and more adults than children. Research by the Leukemia Society of America has brought us this close to finding a cure, but we need your help to continue the fight. It'll be a happy day when we put an end to this killer. It's a matter of time. Hello, this is Richard Thomas. The March of Dimes saves babies. Babies born too small, too soon, with tiny, frail bodies that could fit into the palm of your hand. 10 years ago, they might have died. But medical science has made giant strides since then, science supported by the March of Dimes. Today, high-risk babies are tended lovingly in intensive care nurseries, equipped with the most sophisticated machines that monitor every life sign. The March of Dimes helps equip these life-saving nurseries. They also support transport services for high-risk pregnant women so that they can have their babies at hospitals ready to handle any complicated emergency. The March of Dimes supports prenatal care clinics so that every mother-to-be may get the kind of care before birth that would increase her chances of having a healthy baby. Yes, the March of Dimes saves babies, and you can help. Please, give to the March of Dimes.
Today in our country, we are not unfamiliar with the growth of cultism, a sacred ideology and a set of rites around certain symbols. We have had instances of young women blindly following and killing for a man they call their leader, of hordes of young people slavishly beating the drum for a man who has convinced them that he is an important means for their salvation. Faith can sometimes be a curious thing. As Pentheus recovers from the shock of this last experience with Zenos, Zenos says to him,
"You are not hurt, Lord Pentheus?"
No, Zenos. I'm all right. I think. What happened? What was that? That shattering sound, that blinding light.
You splintered my good staff and challenged me. Work your magic, you commanded. And I did. Now, tell me something.
Yes?
When the earth seemed to burst from out its skin and we were lost in darkness, was not that your voice I heard, crying desperately for my help, begging for me to save you?
It was?
Help from me? Me, whom you call a fraud, an impostor, a street magician, a master of hocus pocus? Or is it possible that you, along with the women you claim I have corrupted, are at last beginning to believe in my divinity?
I ask the questions. Tell me, how did you get free? The prison door was locked. The iron chains that fettered you were strong. It was that girl who helped you. Am I right?
The girl is innocent, Pentheus. A god can do such things.
My Lord Pentheus, I am so glad I found you.
What is it, Cadmus?
What is this one doing here? I thought he'd been arrested, put in chains.
He has been freed. Why are you here, Cadmus?
You're needed, Pentheus. Since this one was condemned to jail, the women have gone absolutely mad. They tear up trees, beat animals to death with sticks, pillage the villages, and successfully fight off anyone who dare oppose them.
Go down, Cadmus, to the city gates. Order the infantry to duty. The javelin throwers and the archers.
And this, I warn you, do not take arms against them. Your soldiers will be routed.
The women's wands will even beat back shields of bronze. A god inspires them.
Can anything on earth make you to hold your tongue?
One thing, my lord.
And that is?
See for yourself what Cadmus calls the revelry on the mountaintop. Come with me tonight at midnight. See how innocent it is.
Innocent indeed.
Come, convince yourself. But you must come disguised.
Why so?
Well, if they discover someone spying on their sacred rites, great harm might come of it. There might be bloodshed.
What disguise?
I have a mountain lion skin, complete from head to tail. You'll fasten it about you. Then, even if you're seen, no one will know it's you.
Where do we meet?
At the foot of the mountain, just before midnight.
I shall be there. Come, Cadmus.
Young woman, you there, come out of the shadows.
Is it safe now? Have they gone?
Until 12 tonight, my little one. He's fallen for the trap and thrashes in the net I've thrown for him.
Blessed is he who escapes a storm at sea, who comes home to his harbor.
Blessed is he who gathers day by day the good things of his life.
Blessed is he. Blessed is Zenos.
Do you see them, Pentheus?
Not very well, but I hear them.
There's Agave, your excellence mother.
I can hardly see her. From where I lie here in the grass, the brush obscures my vision.
Lower your voice or they'll discover you. No. Don't try to stand.
How then can I see?
I've an idea. It may be if you climb that towering fir tree that overhangs the banks, then you could see them better.
The tree is too high.
Watch what I'm about to do. I reach for a high branch of this tall fir, and I bend it down to the dark earth, quietly so no one can hear.
What are you up to?
Now hang on tightly to the highest tip. Hold fast as I release it slowly, inch by inch. Are you all right up there, Lord Pentheus? Do you see all?
I'm fine. I see everything.
That's good.
And I see that you lied. You told me they'd be winding stalks of ivy on the wands they carry. Their hands busily moving in their quiet tasks. You lied, Zenos. Old Cadmus spoke the truth.
Women of the island, a wild, bloodthirsty beast sits cowering in the branches of this tree. Shower it with stones, hurl javelins, draw bows, and shoot your arrows straight into its heart.
Here, you Zenos, we do what you have asked.
More shoot straight! Unless you kill this beast, he'll pounce upon you from the tree, and with sharp claws and pointed fangs, he'll tear you all to pieces. Good, you have found your mark. You've brought the evil creature to the ground, but while it still breathes, it is still gasping for its life.
I'll stop that with my javelin, Zenos.
Do it, Agave. Jab your spear between its bloody ribs.
And...
Stop! Mother! Stop!
Whose voice is that? The wine has confused me.
It's Pentheus, your son. Pity me. Spare me, Mother. Hold back your hand.
Since when have wild beasts learned to talk?
Strike! Strike with your javelin! Strike one last telling blow!
There! The creature's dead.
At your brave hands, Agave.
The mountain lion's dead, Agave. Slaughtered by you alone. How proud you must be.
I'll bring more wine so we can celebrate. I shan't be long.
Where's my son? I must tell him what I have done. Find me Pentheus. Let Pentheus see. He'll be proud of me, won't he? He'll nail the head of this wild lion against a high wall somewhere as a trophy to my skill. He'll do that, won't he? Won't he do that?
What happened here, you women? Where is Pentheus?
It sounds like Cadmus' voice.
It is Cadmus. I fear for Pentheus' safety.
Cadmus, look at the mountain lion I just killed in the dark. With my own hands, I killed it.
What have you done, Nagavi? This body lying at your feet, bathed in its own blood, it is no mountain lion.
It is not?
See, I pulled the animal's skin away, and there lies...
Who is it, Cadmus? Let me look.
Your own son, Pentheus.
Oh.
Your own flesh and blood. He is what you've killed, Nagavi. You've murdered your own son.
No. My own son? No. No. Oh, my son. Oh, my son. Let me lift you to my breast.
I weep with you, Nagavi.
What is this that I hold in my arms and clasp against my bosom? Oh, my son, my son. What happened to you? Why do I hold you so? Tell me, Cadmus, tell me.
Your son is dead. He cannot answer you.
The crime is mine, Cadmus, mine alone. I see it clearly now. The fumes have lifted from my brain. The prize I thought to carry home with such great pride is my destruction. Upon these hands I bear the curse of my child's blood. Oh, gods, what dirge can I sing? What funeral song? What lamentation? As I rock back and forth, cradling my dead child here in my arms. Oh, you gods, be merciful to a miserable, unhappy woman who should be in her grave.
Enough, no more. You cannot bring your dead son back to life.
Give me a shroud, a cover for his corpse. Oh, dearest face, oh, pretty boyish mouth, I place this last kiss on your dead lips. Now with this veil I shroud your head, gathering with loving care these mangled limbs. This flesh I brought to birth.
Here is the wine. The goat skins overflow. Now we can celebrate. What brings you here, old man?
I came to see what happened to my master.
He's dead.
I am old, but I am not blind. Dead in his mother's arms. Dead by his mother's hand, guided to its fatal mark by you. And God, oh no, God, you will pay for this. You'll not escape this time.
Go away, old man, before you come to that same fate. This man has found the death that he deserved. He defied a god.
I stay.
Then watch what happens next.
This is what happens next. False God! This!
You tried to kill me with the weapon that you used to spare your son? You're mad, old woman. No one can kill a god. A god is murdered only by himself and no one else.
But I am not pitiless, not unforgiving.
For all of you, one final draught of wine. For old time's sake, then I'll drink with you. Here, pass the goat skins out among you. Now, drink. Drink deep. Each one of you.
I do not drink with murderers.
The pleasure is theirs, old fool, and mine. To the living and the dead.
What is happening? What's happening to the women?
They're dying, Cadmus. In a moment, they'll be corpses.
Wine?
Shot through with a quick and deadly poison. But a kindly poison. Though they die peacefully, you can see without a bit of pain. Xenos! Oh, now my turn comes. I tell you that there is no pain. No pain at all. No pain.
dead. All dead. Oh, pity on you, God. Take pity on us all. Rain. Oh, gentle rain. The drought is ended. The gods have listened to our prayers.
As the blessed rains soak into the parched earth of the island, the men are left to weep for the tragic death of their young governor, of their wives, their mothers, their sisters, and their daughters. And you may ask, who is this Zenith? That depends upon your faith, on what you would like to believe. I'll be back shortly.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of fiber in the diet, food fiber that helps the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber, no chemical stimulants. So for occasional constipation, doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil Instant Mix, regular or orange flavor. Read label and follow directions.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. If you receive merchandise in the mail that you didn't order, then you can keep it and consider it as a free gift. Under the law, you don't have to pay for it, and it's illegal for the company to bill you. Only clearly marked free samples and merchandise mailed by charitable groups asking for a contribution can be mailed to you in the first place without your prior consent. And even in these cases, you can consider the merchandise as a gift. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
If you've been reading about wise money management in your favorite publications, you've undoubtedly heard about Dreyfus Liquid Assets, one of the world's largest money market funds, and about the big yields you can get on your money right now. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charge, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
A god or not a god? As we said earlier, as far as faith is concerned, you pays your money and you takes your choice. The story you have just heard was based on the Bacchae, one of the most famous tragedies of Euripides, the great playwright of ancient Greece, who in his time took almost every prize ever given for dramatic writing. This, some 2,400 years ago. Our cast included John Vickery, Marion Seldes, Earl Hammond, and Tracy Ellis. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is your news and information station, WWJ, and here are just a few of the many top stories we'll be following for you this morning. A Detroit fire official is out of a job because of an alleged conflict of interest. WWJ's Gary Baumgarten will have a report. Detroit police report an armed robbery at a Detroit gasoline station last night.
The big three automakers should pay a larger portion of Michigan's unemployment fund debt. That from a Democratic candidate for governor. I'm Tim Skubik, a report coming up.
Israel warns that the PLO must leave Beirut. That story coming up next from CBS News. Good morning, everyone. For News Radio 95, I'm Alan James. Auto report with Al Fleming just ahead also. And Weather Command says cooler with highs in the mid-70s today. Right now it's 65 degrees.
News Radio 95.
CBS News, this is Rob Armstrong. Israel's Prime Minister Menachem Begin has told his country's parliament that one way or another the PLO must leave Lebanon. In a speech Tuesday night, Begin said the PLO guerrillas trapped in West Beirut may take their personal weapons, their rifles and pistols with them, but they must leave Lebanon of their own volition or be forced to do so. There was talk in Lebanon that the PLO was trying to work out an honorable settlement, but Begin said there could be no PLO force, not even a token political arm left in Beirut. Tony Danina has more from the Lebanese capital.
The ceasefire between Israel, Syria, and the Palestine Liberation Organization is holding, but life is hardly normal in West Beirut. Thousands of people have fled the city, and more are leaving today. The Israelis say there are as many as 600,000 people in West Beirut. An Israeli officer estimated that 10,000 have left. The Israelis say that the ceasefire, which took effect Friday night, can't hold forever. Israeli Defense Forces spokesman Colonel Paul Kadar says the negotiations to get the PLO out of Beirut cannot go on for an unlimited time. Israel's aim is to get an estimated 6,000 Palestinian guerrillas out of West Beirut. The PLO has reportedly agreed to go along with an honorable surrender, but the two sides have not been able to agree on the terms of a Palestinian withdrawal. Tony Danina for CBS News, Beirut.
This could be the time to buy a new home or rent new office space. According to a recent article in the Wall Street Journal, the rate of inflation in real estate is beginning to slow down everywhere. If information like this is important to you, have a pencil ready for an offer from the Journal that can help keep you informed of everything happening anywhere in business that could affect your future, your family's future, and your company's future. Other Wall Street Journal articles reported on how a move in Congress threatens tax benefits for professionals who incorporate, which new mutual fund is getting plenty of attention on Wall Street, and why continued high unemployment so far has aroused relatively little public outcry. The Wall Street Journal. It's all the business news you need when you need it. Right now, you can get 6 months of the Journal for $47, just 37 cents a day. That's $47 for 6 months of the Journal, just 37 cents a day. So, if you're serious about business, put the Wall Street Journal to work for you. Call toll-free in the continental U.S., 800-228-6600. That's 800-228-6600, except in Nebraska. You'll be billed later.
President Reagan has signed a 25-year extension of the 1965 Voting Rights Act, saying there will never be a challenge to Americans' right to vote while he's president. Some civil rights leaders, while praising the fact that the bill was signed, say the Justice Department has not done enough to enforce the provisions of the act. Meanwhile, at the NAACP convention in Boston, much of the focus is on economics. Massachusetts Senator Paul Tsongas said it's time to turn around Mr. Reagan's economic policies. Astronauts Ken Mattingly and Henry Hartsfield are asleep now after their busiest day yet aboard the space shuttle Columbia. The two astronauts maneuvered the spaceship's huge robot arm, ran thermal and environmental tests, and got more secret instructions about their secret military experiment. A series of severe thunderstorms hit the North Atlantic coast Tuesday night. In the southern New Jersey village of Berkeley Township, many homes were damaged by high winds, possibly a tornado. Fred Fishkin, a reporter for New York station WCBS, went to the village and files this report.
Bent sheets of aluminum line the streets in the worst four-block area of the retirement communities. Some cars were turned over, and 5 homes could be classified as a total loss. About 60 or so others suffered varying degrees of damage. There were scraps of aluminum on Gus Frizz's front lawn.
I just was sitting on the back porch there listening to the TV and watching the TV program, and all of a sudden I heard this swish, and everything was crashing down. You can see the debris here, aluminum.
But miraculously, there were no serious injuries reported. Mayor Harry Morey says the job now...
Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. When you read mystery fiction, often as not, the author has given his detective protagonist such humor, cleverness, even foibles, that we believe the man or woman existed. You'd go a long way to meet a Nero Wolfe, a Charlie Chan, Hercule Poirot or a Bertha Cool. Forgive me, all you super sleuths not mentioned. Our story today happened to a neophyte detective who also happened to be one of the best fiction writers of his time. Mystery Theater takes great pleasure to introduce to you Detective Charles Dickens, the new man at Scotland Yard.
Constance, you say you're deathly afraid of something that you fear for your life. Is it anyone you know?
Yes, it is, Mr. Dickens.
The same person who inflicted those bruises on you?
No.
Constance, why won't you tell me what this is all about?
I don't know. Everything that's happened these last few days is so horrible. I don't know whether to keep silent or what to do.
Our mystery drama, The New Man at the Yard, was based on the true history of Scotland Yard and was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Paul Hecht. I shall return shortly with Act One.
Maybe you've waited all spring for just the right weather to paint your house. Well, now that it's here, True Value hardware stores have just the right prices on quality True Test paints. Hi, Pat Summerall to say you can get True Test Weatherall flat exterior latex for just $11.98 a gallon. And Woodsman semi-transparent oil stain and wood preservative is now just $10.98 a gallon during National True Test Spring Paint Week until June 6th, exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers, where you'll find values in every department.
Weekdays on CBS television. Watch your favorite daytime dramas. Follow the continuing story of people locked in a struggle of passion, right and wrong, coming face to face with themselves and their desires on The Young and the Restless. Then, it's drama you'll never forget as intrigue, triumph, and tragedy take center stage on As the World Turns. Don't miss The Young and the Restless and As the World Turns, weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
I'm Beverly Sills. You know, just living has taught me to appreciate the value of every baby's life and its potential talent. There have been many writers, painters, and musicians who have shown us all what the struggle over handicaps is like. I've seen similar triumphs through the March of Dimes. As National Chairman for the Mother's March on Birth Defects, I ask you to volunteer for the Mother's March this year. The March of Dimes saves babies. You can help. Please.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. If you receive merchandise in the mail that you didn't order, then you can keep it and consider it as a free gift. Under the law, you don't have to pay for it, and it's illegal for the company to bill you. Only clearly marked free samples and merchandise mailed by charitable groups asking for a contribution can be mailed to you in the first place without your prior consent. And even in these cases, you can consider the merchandise as a gift. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Murder, as Shakespeare tells us, though it have no tongue, will speak. And indeed, such was the case ultimately solved by the new man at the yard, Charles Dickens. He became a rookie detective. His assigned partner, Inspector Thomas Whicher. The trail begins in a farmhouse in Somersetshire in June of 1860. It's early morning. Constance Kent and her stepbrother Francis are rising, but hardly shining.
How many times have I told you that's not the way to shake down ashes in a stove? You take the handle and give it a violent rattle. You'll never get any ashes out that way.
Francis, if you don't like it, you know what you can do.
Don't you dare talk to me like that.
I'll talk to you any way I like. I've as much right here as you.
Francis, Constance, can't you two start one morning off without squabbling? Every morning we have the same bickering and backbiting. One would think you were children, not two adults 20 years old.
I'm sorry, Father.
I'm sorry, Father. How I wish you and your father had never come into our lives.
That is one thing we agree on. He should never have married a farm woman with an uncouth son like you. You are certainly the last person I'd have chosen for a brother.
And you're the last creature on earth I'd want for a stepsister. You people from London have no idea about farm life.
Why don't you sing another tune? Every morning it's the same. Oh, I wish I didn't have to do the farm duties with such an unpleasant, nasty boy.
Boy! Get out of my way, creature!
I will move when I choose to move.
Stand away from that door, or I'll take a hand to you.
Oh, you do that, Francis, and you'll get this broom right across your face.
We'll soon see about that. This is my farm, my home. I was born here. My mother and father and their parents before them owned this farm. It was a sad day when my father died, but a still sadder one when my mother married your father. You hellcat! Hit me with that broom, will you?
You come one step closer. I'll run these scissors right through you. You say one more bad thing about my father, you just see if I don't.
Come along, Sally. Come along, Neil. Into the barn with you. Francis, Constance, where are you? Why weren't the cows brought in from pasture this evening? Constance, Lord in heaven, what happened to your face?
I'm all right, Father.
Well, I've been worried about you all day. You didn't come back to the house. You didn't make breakfast. Look at you. What happened? Where's Francis?
I don't know.
Well, how can you not know? Didn't you go out to the barn together this morning?
Father, please, help me.
Where is he?
I don't know. I milked both cows, put the pails in the dairy, let the cows into the pasture. I'm sorry.
Constance, you're bleeding, girl. Here, let me help you to the door. Let me look.
The Michigan-based Kellogg Company is threatening to build a new...
Your arms are a mass of bruises. Child, what did you do? Did you fall down from the hayloft up there?
No, I'm all right now, Father.
I want to know what happened to you.
I fell. Yes, I fell. I must have hit my head. I feel so woozy.
Constance, where have you been all day?
Please, Father. I don't know what happened.
Well, hold on to me, child. Now I can see your cheeks are cut. Your left eye is closed. I don't know what I'm going to tell Agatha.
You can tell her. I made a mistake I won't ever make again.
It was about then that I entered the case. Charles Dickens. You know my trade. Written Tale of Two Cities. Finished it last year. I was doing my usual research for a new book, Great Expectations, when I had a visitor. Friend of mine, Inspector Witcher. That's W-H-I-C-H-E-R. Dropped by my flat at Great Dunstan Street and told me he could use me down at the yard. Scotland Yard, me, a policeman. I only write about them. No, said Tommy Witcher, I could use you as a detective. Come on down, and I'll explain.
It's entirely a question of analysis of motives, Charles. Would the suspect have robbed or killed? Is it in his or her character to do such?
Tommy, you're talking about real criminals, robbers and murderers. I only deal in fictional inventions.
And what makes them sound so authentic? Your ears, your eyes, your observation. I've persuaded the chief. We need new brains at the yard.
Tommy, I'm in the middle of a lot of work. I'm not sure I can spare the time.
I am convinced you could bring a fresh mind, a new look at the old problems because of the way you think. Charles, will you give the yard a few weeks, a month?
Well,
say just one case as a favor to me.
As a matter of fact, I do like the idea. Visiting the scene of the crime and all that. You know, back when I started, when I was a law reporter, I always envied the men the excitement of dealing directly with crime.
Is it a yes, then?
A qualified yes. What do I do?
Well, there's an interesting case that's been puzzling us. And even though it's in Somersetshire, out of our jurisdiction, The chief said to get cracking.
Somersetshire? You're pulling my leg. That's where my house is, when I'm out of London.
Oh, well, the coroner cannot decide whether the victim committed suicide or was murdered.
Murder? Suicide? Up there? No, I know every soul in the area. It's the quietest, most out-of-the-way spot in England.
It's not a coincidence. I knew you had a house there. What intrigues me, Charles, the victim might even be someone you know. A young man named Francis Kent. He was found strung up in a barn, his head bashed in.
Francis, that's John Kent's stepson, Agatha's boy. I know them.
I believe it is.
Yes, Francis' father died last year. Cholera, terrible thing. Then Agatha, his mother, remarried a man from London, John Kent. Yes, he thought he'd like to try country life. I don't know him very well. Has a daughter, Constance. Very pretty girl, strong, spirited. I think she was brought up in Africa. Yes, there's also a farmhand who's always worked that farm and lives nearby. What is his name?
That's it. That's your first assignment. Go there, make a preliminary survey, talk to people, and report to me what you find.
Right, I'll do it. Try my hand.
The farmhand's name is Oliver Wattle.
Wattle, that's it, yes. About 50, works all the neighborhood farms.
Yes.
Devil take it. I'm just beginning to realize the enormity of this thing. Agatha must be broken-hearted. Francis was all she had left.
Well, the farmhand Wattle, according to the report from the local constable, has disappeared.
Oliver disappeared?
Vanished.
Ah.
That's something for you to look into.
Yeah, so I'm to examine the terrain.
Particularly the barn. The yard never takes anyone else's reports.
Talk to everyone?
Anyone.
Connected with the tragedy.
Stay up there as long as you have to. I'll be here at the yard.
Yes. I wish it were not a family I knew so well.
It should make it easier for you. They'll be candid, perhaps even truthful. We'll be looking for your report.
Well, Tommy, I'm flattered you feel I'm equal to the task.
Oh, more than equal. Your eye on crime has great value because, as your own Mr. Pickwick once said, you are an observer of human nature.
As I said, that was the beginning. Once in Somersetshire, I walked over to Agatha and John Kent's farm. It was the most normal thing in the world for a neighbor to come by to pay respects and offer condolences.
Mr. Dickens, we're grateful.
John, my sorrows go with you.
I appreciate the gesture no end, Mr. Dickens.
Oh, now, if I call you John, you must call me Charles. I've known Agatha for years. How is she?
Badly shaken.
Yes. I would have thought Agatha's boy hadn't an enemy in the world.
He was a very likable young man. His mother is inconsolable. Have you given up London, and are you coming back here to live?
Oh, John, I'll be frank with you. Scotland Yard has some doubts about this case, and, well, they've asked me to look into it.
Oh, I didn't know you were also with the police.
No, only briefly, and only recently. It's by way of an experiment. I have an old friend at the Yard, and he thinks I might be useful. John, tell me, is it true Oliver Wattle has disappeared?
Hasn't been seen since the day of that horrible accident.
You're positive?
Certainly.
John, a moment ago you called it that horrible accident. Now, I'm not questioning it was horrible, but, an accident?
Francis, I was told, mind you, I wasn't here. Francis was found hanging from one of the crossbeams in the barn. I cannot bring myself to believe he hanged himself, and I don't see how anyone else could have strung him up on a rope against his will. Hanging is not the kind of murder one can accomplish if the victim objects. And that's why I hold, and Agatha does too, it must have been an accident.
Charles Dickens is getting his first taste of investigative procedure, and he doesn't seem to be doing too badly. Murder or suicide in the 1860s was not an easy case to crack. Scotland Yard had to depend more on intuition than science or forensic medicine. Was this death intentional, or was it, as Dickens himself had written in David Copperfield, one of those accidents which will occur in the best regulated families? I shall return shortly with Act 2.
You're working hard, you keep on trying. You want to break, there's no denying. So get the taste that's satisfying. Maxwell House in you. Get that good to the last drop feeling. With Maxwell House, only Maxwell House.
A taste of feeling like no other coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Maxwell House. It's a season people caring, helping others, time for sharing. Everyone's warming up with the taste of a Maxwell House. People that you come to count on, friendships that are true. Spend some time with friends and loved ones. Maxwell House and you get that good to the last drop feeling. With Maxwell House, only Maxwell House keeps you good to the last drop feeling. Maxwell House.
Share the feelings of the season with the warmth of the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Get that good to the last drop feeling. Maxwell House.
Charles Dickens, novelist, has embarked upon a new career, temporarily, we assure you. He is attached to Scotland Yard and partnered with the best-known detective of his day, Inspector Tommy Whicher, assigned to a mysterious case, murder or suicide. Dickens visits the place where the young man died and talks to his stepfather, John Kent.
Are you saying you were not in this house when Frances was found, John?
No. I'd taken Agatha to her doctor in Ashburn. She's not been well for a few months, hasn't been able to shake whatever it is, mystifying. Anyway, when we returned, the poor boy's body had already been discovered in the barn and cut down and taken off to the coroner.
Well, who did find him?
My daughter, Constance.
Oh, dear, that must have been a shock. I remember her well. How is she?
Well, bearing up. But it's been a strain.
Yes, I can imagine.
Not only walking into the barn, and there he was, but the police questions and the coroner's questions afterwards.
Well, would you tell her I was asking after her?
You can tell me yourself, Mr. Dickens.
Oh, my dear young lady. What a frightful occasion has brought us together again.
Constance, you said you didn't feel well enough to get up today, and here you are.
I heard Mr. Dickens' voice, and I wouldn't miss an occasion to talk to him for anything.
John, do you mind if I stroll about the farm?
Well, go anywhere you like.
Thanks.
Oh, Mr. Dickens, may I walk with you?
Are you sure you're up to it, dear?
Oh, yes. Fresh air might benefit the child.
Oh, it will?
Yes, don't worry, John. I shall have her back here at the house very shortly.
Mr. Dickens, you cannot know how glad I am to see you. I fear for my life on this farm.
You are exaggerating, aren't you, my dear? Just a bit.
Look at me. You were kind and gentlemanly enough not to ask what these bruises are on my face, these bandages on my arms.
Well, it wouldn't occur to me to intrude.
I have to tell someone. I haven't told the police.
Why? Why on earth not?
It would make everything so much more complicated.
Constance, you say you're deathly afraid. Is it someone you know?
Yes.
The same person who inflicted those marks on you?
No.
Do you mind if I step inside the barn and have a look around?
No, go ahead. But do you...
No. Of course, I understand. Indelicate of me. It was you who found Frances in there. You avoid the place, I'm sure.
I've tried to. But I had to show the Somerset police. You understand? Where? I will go into the barn with you, if you like.
Here. Let me help you with that big door.
Oh, you don't have to. Many's the morning when I've been the first one here. Milked the cows, opened the barn door, led them out, and closed the barn door. I've become very strong for a city girl.
You did all the farm work alone?
Oh, no. We shared it. Oliver and Francis did the heavy work and the planting. But I fed the pigs, the chickens, milked, cleaned the house, put on the porridge at night, and made tea and bread, made all the meals.
And your stepmother, Agatha?
She's been ailing since winter.
Yes.
Oliver, he showed me everything. He was nice. I'm sorry he's gone.
You've no idea where?
No, I haven't.
You're telling me that you and Francis did not get along.
Francis thought everything I did was wrong.
Unfortunate living under the same roof.
I didn't like Francis. He hated me.
Jealousy?
In a way. He hated that his mother married my father so soon after his own father's death. And he took his hate out on me. Oh, Mr. Dickens, you don't have to pretend any longer that you don't notice these black and blue marks on my face and arms. They're also welts across my back. Or he hit me with a rope. No, I can't say I mourned a great deal when he was dead.
Constance, is this where they found Francis? That rope cut off up there?
This is where he was?
Yes, now look, I don't think I'm quite clear on this. I thought that he'd been done in by some unknown person, but he hanged himself?
When I saw him hanging up there, I climbed onto the loft and cut him down.
And you think it was Oliver? I mean, that's why he ran away?
No, I don't. Oh, not that he had much use for Francis. He knew him for a long time. Keep away from that bully, he'd tell me.
You think he disliked him enough to kill him?
Mr. Dickens, do you mind if we leave the barn now? I can't even do the milking in the morning anymore. It makes me ill just to be here.
So it's your view, Charles, the finger does not point directly at any one person?
No, Tommy. No, not yet, anyway. I told you about the young man's treatment of the girl, so it is possible that someone, let's say a friend, knew of this and strung him up. But how it was done, no, I wouldn't venture to say. I questioned everyone I could find who knew Francis, except Agatha, his mother.
Well, we'll have to do that.
Yeah, but she was too wrought up to talk, even though I've known her for years. No, Tommy, my suspicions this far rest upon Oliver Wattle.
I agree. He certainly had a hand in it. So you rule out accidental death?
Not possible.
Then why doesn't the coroner make a determination?
Well, I don't know. I'm going back Monday. I'll have a talk with him. He's been ill. Now, are you allowing me to continue on this case alone?
You're making progress. The department will be satisfied. Why do you ask?
Well, from my point of view, I'd feel more valuable if I could be 2 steps behind an expert, rather than falling over my own feet.
Well, good enough. My desk can be cleared. We'll tackle this one together. Monday, the Somersetshire coroner. You are the coroner, Mr. Bradfield, am I correct?
Correct, Inspector.
Mr. Bradfield, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to my associate at Scotland Yard, Mr. Charles Dickens.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Bradfield?
Inspector, I didn't quite catch your name.
Witcher. I'm sure you're surprised the Yard is employing a man of Mr. Dickens' reputation.
I understand you used to live around here, Mr. Dickens.
Yeah, I still do. I have a house on Cricket Lane.
Coroner, we came out from London to find out your verdict. Murder or suicide?
No question. Suicide.
Oh? What evidence do you have?
Well, not as much as I'd like. The constable said there was something about ropes that had been cut down to get the body down, but I went by the marks on the neck and evidence by the young lady who found him hanging.
What evidence was that?
Well, she said she found the body of Francis Kent. Let me consult my notes. Yes. I climbed up to the hayloft and took a knife and cut the rope. And then he fell to the ground, and I tried to revive him, but he was dead, and I couldn't.
May I see your report? Thank you. What is this? About one ankle broken?
Well, it was indeed one ankle. So I concluded that when the body was released for the young lady cutting the rope, it fell straight down, feet first, upon the barn floor, with sufficient force to break that one ankle bone. You'll say, I've also made note of several contusions about the back of the head.
Caused by the rope?
Well, I can't be sure. The noose end had disappeared. But there are contusions behind the cranial cavity. Again, I concluded the head must have encountered a rafter, hence the abrasions, etc.
Have you performed an autopsy?
Well, I thought about it and suggested it in passing to Agatha. Well, she wouldn't permit it.
You are recommending a verdict of suicide?
Oh, no question.
Now, Coroner, we're not asking you to change your opinion, which is, after all, based on your medical expertise, but couldn't you perhaps delay convening the jury until Inspector Witcher and I have done a bit more investigating?
Well, there may be conflicting aspects.
Any I should know about?
Oliver Wattle, for one. A possible suspect.
Yes, and neither of us have talked to Agatha. She may shed some light.
The entire Kent family may know more than they have reported so far. Certainly, Oliver Wattle should be found and questioned.
Oh, you both you gentlemen, suspect it may not be suicide at all, but murder.
Coroner Bradfield, how can we close our eyes to the remotest possibility?
Inspector, Charles, I've prevailed upon Agatha to join us. I hope you'll be careful in what you say.
Have no worries. Since Charles here is a friend of long standing, I shall let him do most of the talking.
Good. Well, I'll go and fetch her.
It occurs to me, Charles, wouldn't it be better if you saw Mrs. Kent alone?
Yes, it might, Tommy. An inspector from Scotland Yard does have an ominous ring.
And you know her, have known her. She's bound to speak more freely alone with you.
Yes, all right, I'll do my best.
When John Kent brings her in, I shall leave with him. We'll be outside somewhere.
Gentlemen, I hope you won't detain my wife very long. Agatha, this is Inspector Witcher.
How do you do?
And, of course, you know Charles Dickens.
Oh, Charles, I'm so glad you're here.
Thank you.
Mr. Kent, I suggest you and I retire and leave these good friends alone.
Thank you, Inspector. You're right. Charles is the only person in the world I could bear to talk to right now. I had such great expectations for my Francis. And now...
Yes, Agatha, I shall be frank with you. None of us believe for a moment that Francis took his own life.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear you say that.
Someone must have had a hand in it, and we have every intention of finding that someone. Who he is, we still don't know. We haven't a shred of evidence. But there is one person, Agatha, whose actions and motives we cannot account for, and that is Oliver Wattle.
Oh, poor Oliver. Poor, poor dear.
Now, why do you say that?
Because he came to me and asked me to hide him.
And did you?
Oh, naturally.
Now, Agatha, I know you are a warm-hearted person and that Oliver has worked this farm even before I came to live in Somersetshire. No, that was years ago. But hiding a man in a situation like this, to me, it's extraordinary you do that much for someone who, at best, is only a fine farmhand.
Oliver is more than that, dear Charles. He is my own brother.
Oliver Wattle?
So, of course, when he begged me to hide him, I did.
A strange development here in Somersetshire, and still stranger characters. One man dead, another disappeared, a widower married to a widow, a frightened daughter, a Scotland Yard inspector, and finally, the greatest writer of the age, turned sleuth, Charles Dickens. The conclusion when I join you shortly with Act 3.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
Your Detroit area Cadillac dealers are issuing an invitation. An invitation not just for Cadillac owners, but for owners of Chevrolets, Pontiacs, Oldsmobiles, and Buicks as well. It's an invitation to take advantage of Cadillac service on any General Motors car. Cadillac service. It's attention to detail. It's a degree of respect that you as a customer may never have encountered before. Cadillac service is as close as your nearest Detroit area Cadillac dealer, and it's available for all GM cars. You'll find that your Cadillac dealer service department is no more expensive than service at an ordinary service facility. Accept this invitation. Find out what it's like to be treated like a Cadillac owner, even if you drive something else. You'll find our service is like our car.
Best of all, it's a Cadillac.
Charles Dickens himself, although a master reader of minds and reporter of the social scene, still was aware one can never know too much about the mainspring that drives people to action. In detective terms, the motive. So he has agreed to become an operative of Scotland Yard. But now, it is not as an investigator, but as a family friend that he talks with Agatha Kent about the untimely death of her son.
Agatha, when did you last see your brother and Oliver?
The day they found Francis.
That very day?
Everyone had gone into town with the constable. I couldn't go. I couldn't bring myself to go.
You were, in fact, here.
Right where I am sitting now, in this chair.
You didn't go with John to Ashbourne to the doctor that day?
Oh, my doctor don't live in Ashbourne, and I haven't seen him since Easter.
Well, what happened?
The house was empty. There was a rapping on the window. It was Oliver.
You got up and let him in?
We stood there and held one another and wept. And then Oliver said there was someone behind it all, and he was afraid, deathly afraid.
That he might be the next to die?
Yes.
But why?
Because he had seen it happen, and he was sure they had seen him.
They?
He wasn't very clear if it was one or more. He kept saying, Agatha, save me, save me. So that's all I thought about. Is that so strange?
No, not at all. Your poor boy was dead. Nothing more could be done for him.
So I told Oliver to leave that very moment for Bristol. The family house still stands, 200 years old. No one lives there. It's tiny. It overlooks the ocean.
That's where he's been hiding.
I hope so.
I wonder why John never told me, or the inspector, about your family house in Bristol.
Because I never told him. Oh, I wasn't keeping it a secret exactly. We've only been married a year. Somehow I never got around to it.
When I think of all the years I've known you, Agatha, and you never told me either, or about Oliver.
Forgive me. He never wanted anyone to know, and so I kept his secret for him.
Yes, well, you're making this very difficult for me. You know, I'm not your old friend, the writer now. I'm an operative of the art. How can I keep this information from them?
Because, Charles, you are my friend, and I ask you to.
Yes. Well, we must find him and ask him what he knows about Francis's death. Now that I know he's in Bristol, you might as well tell us exactly where. If he's done nothing wrong, then what does he have to fear? We'll protect him.
You're right. Let me send him a letter and tell him to come back immediately.
Yes, well, now I'm tiring you, Agatha. I'm sure I'll go. Now, you send that letter today, and we'll talk again. I've opened my house on Cricket Lane so that Inspector Witcher and I both have a place to stay and until this case is solved.
This is a nice little cottage you have here, Charles. Well, now, your opinion. Francis Kent, a suicide?
Oh, unlikely, Inspector.
I agree. Improbable. Suspects? Oliver Wattle, yes?
Yes.
John Kent himself, yes?
Well, I don't see a motive, but I can't rule him out. He lied about going to Ashbourne with Agatha. No such thing occurred.
Constance Kent.
And I'm afraid I can't rule her out either.
Easier to rule her in.
Yes.
Visible evidence of the young man's cruelty to her. She alone found him dead. Cut him down, and either carelessness or intent so disfigured the corpse we don't know exactly how he died.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but I would say she was on hand when the noose end of the rope disappeared. Why did it?
Unfortunately for her, but there it is. Have to go forward tomorrow morning.
Forward? To do what?
You and I will be at the Kent's house early in the morning to arrest Miss Constance on suspicion of murder. Francis Kent could have died at her hand, coshed from behind as he stood on the loft, pushed off to the ground, explaining the broken leg. Then all she had to do was sling a rope across the rafters and cut it off, making it appear she had cut him down. He never hanged from the neck, and the coroner himself couldn't prove it.
Yes, well, it's all possible the way you analyze it, but it's hard to believe. I mean, suppose, Tommy, Oliver Wattle were located or came back. I believe he knew something or saw something.
I agree. And what I have just told you is what I think he saw.
Now, look, Tommy, you inveigled me to assist you because you said you valued my character judgment, and I tell you categorically that Constance Kent had nothing to do with the death of her stepbrother, that she was not implicated, that her connection with the boy's death was pure coincidence.
I do value your instincts, Charles, but to rely upon that in the face of hard evidence is a mistake. A woman is just as capable of revenge and murder as anyone else.
Constance, is that you?
Yes, Father?
Oh, what are you doing sitting down here in the dark at 2 o'clock in the morning?
I couldn't sleep.
What's being down here looking into the fire? That's not going to help.
I like it here.
I might as well stir it up then. It'll go out at this rate.
Father, don't. Put the poker down, please.
What in heaven's name is the matter? Why are you backing away from me?
Don't stir the fire. Put the poker down, will you? Please, put it down.
2 in the morning. Such goings on.
Oh, please.
All right. I don't understand you. Constance?
Yes?
Walk over here. Come back to the fire.
You won't pick up the poker again?
Are you afraid of me? Your own father?
Well, it's late. I'd like to just sit here alone. I'm all right.
You're not answering me.
I don't want to talk about it now.
You know I would never do anything to hurt you in the slightest way. You must know that.
Yes, Father.
All right, so long as you know that. When your mother was ill, that final illness when we came back from Africa, I swore to her I would never let anyone hurt you in any way. I kept that promise. You know that. Didn't I? All right. You don't want to talk about it now, but we both know what I'm talking about. Good night, child.
Who's there? Who's at the window? Oh. Oliver, what are you doing out there? It's 4 in the morning.
I'm climbing into the house. through the window. Everyone asleep? You still have a nice fire going. Let me get to it and warm myself.
Oliver, why are you here?
Why that tone of voice, Constance? I'm your friend. I always was.
I'm afraid of you, Oliver.
No, you're not. You're afraid of what I know and what I saw. But I went away, didn't I? So that no one could ask me questions.
Is that why you went away?
Where did you learn how to do it, huh? How could a young, pure girl like you do such a thing? It was like trapping a wild animal. Yeah, but then I remembered my sister telling me where you and your father came from.
Your sister?
Yeah, I don't mind if anyone knows now. Agatha. Yes, it was Africa, wasn't it, where you lived before you came to London? She told me Africa. That's where they do those things, isn't it?
What did you come here for? What are you going to do?
Nothing. But I wanted you to know. I saw what happened. I don't blame you. Francis was wicked. And I was right there in the barn that night. I saw him step on the trap. Isn't that what they call it in Africa, where they catch tigers by the legs? I saw him swung off his feet, his head bouncing like a cockle shell off the beam. And that was it. There he hung from his foot like a dead animal. And then you came in. But the job was done. You had a lantern. You cut him down. And you took the rope from his foot. He's probably still somewhere under the hay.
Why did you come back? Are you going to tell the police what you saw?
I haven't made up my mind. I was the boy's uncle. His mother never knew the sort he was, but I did. As a child, he would crush insects, frogs, anything smaller than he was. Well, good night, Constance. I'll leave the way I came. You have nothing to say?
I can't say anything, Oliver.
Nothing? Not one word? I'm guilty. I'm innocent.
I could never tell anyone what I know. Father, are you awake? Father, wake up.
What? Constance, why are you standing by my bed with the lamp? What is it? What's the matter?
Oliver is back.
Oliver?
Father, he saw it happen. He saw the whole thing. He knows.
He knows what?
He saw the way Francis was killed. He was in the barn. He saw me come in and cut him down and hide the noose for the foot. He knows about Africa, that it was a tiger trap. Oh, he's read it or guessed it. Only he thinks it was all my idea, that I set the trap.
Where is Oliver now?
I suppose he went home.
Well, I've got to get dressed. I've got to go over there right now before this morning. When did he leave here?
Father, don't. No, not another death on your soul.
You don't understand. That boy didn't deserve to live. I did it for you.
I didn't want him dead.
When I saw what he did to your face, your eyes, what he did to your back, I couldn't stop myself. It had to be. He didn't deserve any better than a beast in the jungle, a wicked bully. There was no other way. You understand that now, don't you? Constance, come back here. Do you hear me? Constance! All right, I'm coming.
Constance, what are you doing here so early in the morning?
Oh, Mr. Dickens, you've got to come quickly. The inspector, too.
What is it, child?
He's going to kill Oliver. We must stop him. It's my father. He doesn't know what he's doing. He thought he was protecting me. Oh, please come. Inspector Witcher, please come down.
The inspector's not here.
Don't you understand? My father's gone off his head. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Constance, please. I want you to calm yourself right now, this instant. Now, your father is all right. He can't do any harm to anybody.
I don't understand.
Constance, do you remember about 4 o'clock this morning when Oliver went into your window? Your stepmother Agatha got word to him and made him come back. While he was talking to you, I was outside that open window listening. And when Oliver left, I followed him.
Then you heard him say that I set the trap.
Yes, but I didn't believe that. No, when I got here, I told Inspector Witcher that John Kent was on his way to stop Oliver from talking, and that there was only one reason for that.
Where is he?
By now? Oh, I expect your father is in custody.
Well, I must go to him. He didn't mean it, any of it.
Yes, Constance, I believe you. I honestly do. But whether his deed is justifiable, we shall have to let the courts decide. You knew all along who had set the trap, didn't you?
Whatever I did, it was so nobody would find out. What else could I do? He did it for me. Oh, please, Mr. Dickens, take me to where he is. I want to help him now. All I can.
So do I, Constance. Believe me, so do I.
According to the records, John Kent pleaded guilty while of unsound mind and was remanded to St. Clair's Hospital for 5 years of treatment. John's wife, Agatha, and his daughter, Constance, stuck by him, and when he was released, John ended his days farming in Somersetshire. Charles Dickens returned to writing books, one greater than the next. I shall return in a moment.
If you've been putting money aside, you're right to be concerned about inflation eroding its buying power. That's why you ought to know about Dreyfus Liquid Assets and how it can help you earn today's high money market yields without tying up your cash for months or years. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charges, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
To honor the man and his works, Charles Dickens was the very first novelist ever to be buried in Westminster Abbey. He left us a legacy of unforgettable characters created out of his own imagining, yet as lifelike as anyone who ever lived. Certainly his brief experience for the Yard contributed to the birth of such characters as Fagin and the Artful Dodger. And for that, we shall always be grateful to that time when Dickens was the new man at Scotland Yard. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Court Benson, Evie Juster, and Gordon Gould. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I would feel ashamed if you didn't take this token of your victory. A debt of honor, sir.
Okay, if you feel that strongly.
I think it's only fair that if we ever play again, however, I should have a chance to win it back. Unless, of course, certain conditions should arise.
Oh? What conditions?
Why, the conditions under which you would give it up.
Are you kidding?
I'm deadly serious. This is a city of strange happenings and unusual meetings. It may someday happen that you will come across someone who will say to you, the Muzio Gambit is a very unsound opening.
What?
If that should happen, you will hand over the trinket you won today.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until... Come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. There is a wolf in me, fangs pointed. There is a hog in me, a snout and a belly. There is a baboon in me, clamoring clawed dog-faced. Oh, I got a zoo. I got a menagerie inside my ribs, under my bony head, inside my valve red heart. I come from the wilderness. That's part of a song sung by Mr. Carl Sandburg. And he was only giving voice to what so many of us suspect, that there is more of the beast in us than most of us would care to admit.
He knows.
Who knows?
Waldo.
Who's Waldo?
You just saw Waldo yesterday. You even spoke to him.
I don't remember anybody named Waldo.
Well, you'd better. He is the loose end, and if we don't take care of him, we could go to jail for life.
Our mystery drama, Lady Macbeth at the Zoo, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haines. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
Countdown to Cure.
Hi, this is Henry Winkler with a message from the Leukemia Society of America. Leukemia treatment and research has advanced encouragingly during the last 10 years. We are now able to stop the progress of this disease in many cases, especially children. But more than half of all leukemia occurs in persons over 60 years of age. Each year there are 23,000 new cases. So please support the Leukemia Society's Countdown to a Cure. It's a matter of time. Thank you.
I bought this gadget by mail. The ad said it would save me a lot of gas. It did. Since I put it in, my car won't start.
They said I could make money stuffing envelopes at home. I'd like to give those envelope guys a licking.
If you shop by mail and don't get what you were promised, it could be mail fraud, and there are many different kinds, from products that don't work to worthless work-at-home schemes. If you're a victim or even suspect mail fraud, call your postal inspector. It's his job to keep the mail a nice way to shop.
The ad said I could lose 20 pounds a week painlessly. What I lost was $20, and that hurt a lot.
They said there were hundreds of dollars to be made working at home. They were right. I worked at home, and they made hundreds of dollars.
Remember, most of the time when you shop by mail, you do get what you were promised. But if you suspect mail fraud, call your local post office and ask for your postal inspector or postmaster. Don't take getting taken. A public service announcement by this station and your postal service.
In these days of skyrocketing housing costs and stratospheric rents, you might say that a couple named Waldo and Edna have it made. They pay nothing at all for room and board. They enjoy a large, airy, one-room apartment, and they even have an outside terrace. True, their home is a cage in the Bronx Zoo, but they have practically no other options. That is because Waldo and Edna are anthropoid apes. They are delightful creatures in every way, attractive, intelligent, and almost human. But it's that word, almost, that denotes the indefinable difference and spans the infinite distance between us. It is a brilliant, beautiful summer day. Waldo and Edna are relaxing in the section of their cage that is in the open air. The door is lifted, and old Tom, the keeper, comes in.
Hey, hello there,
Hello there, Andy. Taking it easy, I see. Well, why not? Here, I got a banana piece for you. You ain't supposed to get none in the afternoon. That's 'cause they went and cut the budget 50%. Oh, yes, sir, 50% all the way down the line.
What's he talking about?
I'm not sure.
I thought you understood their language.
Well, he's a little hard to follow.
I shouldn't wonder. They don't speak a logical, comprehensible tongue like decent, intelligent apes. With them, it's all squeals and squeaks. I don't think they can even understand each other.
Well, you don't have to worry. Not you, Waldo, and not you, Edna. I bring you these from home. Go ahead. Go ahead, take them. That's a good boy. That's a good girl. Oh, say, there's some folks out front. Let's show them a little something, huh? Hey, watch this, folks. Come on, Waldo and Edna. Your old Tom a kiss.
What does that word kiss mean?
Just put your mouth against his cheek.
Oh, that again? Do I have to?
Now, we both have to, Edna.
Oh, these human beings are barbarians.
Well, let's get it over with. And smack your lips as you do it.
Oh, what I go through for a lousy banana?
Yeah, good. You see, folks, how affectionate Waldo and Edna are? Oh, Waldo and Edna, you got to understand something. We're in show business.
Waldo, what's he talking about?
I don't know. This is something new.
Now, we'll be getting lots of school kids now with vacations and all, and they think apes is always jumping up and down and swinging on trapezes and such. So we got to put on a little show for them. We got to look alive in here.
Oh, he lost me.
Well, just keep smiling at him.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is we got to have more productivity. You understand?
Nod your head.
I don't understand.
I'm going to bring you something real nice for supper. See you later.
All right, Edna. About every half hour or so, we'll jump up and down and wing it on the trapeze for a bit.
Why?
Because that's show business.
What's show business?
Well, whatever it is, it makes Tom happy, and he's a nice old geezer.
Listen, Waldo. Is it true that we're descended from Tom?
That's the theory of, what do they call it, evolution. And who told you?
Well, you know that old orangutan? The one that likes everybody to think he's an intellectual.
Well, I don't think he's got it straight. The way I heard it, we're not descended from Tom.
No?
No, Tom is descended from us.
Well, that's no improvement. It's just going downhill.
Now, wait. I don't think that's right either. It's Tom and us. We are both descended from a common ancestor.
Oh.
Yeah, long ago, his folks and our folks came to a fork in the road. Ours chose one route, his took another.
The wrong one, obviously. Oh, come on, Waldo. Why don't we split this banana and save the other one for a snack tonight? Waldo? Waldo, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at a man.
Why?
He's standing in front of the bars.
The people come here to look at us. We're not required to look at them.
Yeah, I know that. But this one seems rather interesting.
Well, I wouldn't give you a moldy, month-old banana skin to look at the most interesting human being that was ever born. Or are they hatched?
Edna, birds are hatched. Human beings are like us.
You're joking.
No, it's true.
But I never saw them.
Well, they like privacy.
Oh, well, what's privacy?
You know, this one in front of the bars, he seems quite nervous.
All of them are.
Now, what can be bothering this fella? Probably a woman. Sure. Must be the one that's coming up the path, huh?
Who?
The one in blue.
Oh.
Martha?
Martha, over here.
Oh, there you are. I was looking all over.
Look, I distinctly said, meet me in front of the ape cage.
Well, Carl? Oh, you didn't talk to him.
No, I...
You did talk to him?
Well, yes.
And?
It's no.
No, huh?
No, period.
So? When are you going to shoot him?
Martha, what are you saying?
If you marry me, he will cut you off without a cent.
Listen, Martha,
You said no one would ever stand in the way of your happiness.
Martha...
If your uncle tried to break us up, you'd kill him. Didn't you say that?
Well, a person says certain things that...
That he doesn't mean?
Martha, he's old and he's sick. Now, how much longer can he live? We'll get all that money, so, well, we wait a little while.
What's a little while? A year? 5 years? 10? You have to kill him.
Martha, do you realize the kind of discussion that we are having in a public place?
So who's listening? A couple of gorillas?
Apes, you stupid woman, apes.
Why are you getting so excited, Waldo? Calm down.
Edna, do you hear what these people are talking about?
The fact is you want to kill him, Carl. That's what you said.
Yes, but it was said in the heat of... Oh, look, I didn't mean it.
We never say things we don't mean, Carl.
But...
Now, you take these orangutans, huh? In the cage here?
We're not orangutans, you silly female. We're apes.
If they could understand this conversation, what would they think, huh?
I'll tell you what we think. You're trying to steam him up.
They think I was trying to steam you up, to get you to kill your uncle. But that isn't true.
Pardon me, lady. I know what I'm hearing.
It's like Lady Macbeth in Shakespeare, Carl.
Please, Martha, what does Lady Macbeth
Well,
have
listen. Macbeth wants to commit those murders because Macbeth wants to be king. She isn't telling him anything he doesn't want to hear. She isn't telling him to do anything he doesn't really want to do.
Martha, to kill another human being.
You have to do it.
Why do I have to do it?
He was always crazy, and now he's getting senile. Any day he could decide to change his will, leave his money to charity. And where would that leave you?
Listen, Carl, don't let her talk you into it. She wants you to commit murder.
Waldo, what's it to you?
It's wrong, Edna. It's wrong.
Oh, mind your business.
What are those chimps chattering about?
We're not chimps. We're apes.
Carl, you know I'm right. You have to do it. So now that it's settled, you do it tonight.
Tonight?
Why not?
How can I kill him?
Shoot him.
I don't have a gun.
He has a gun.
But the gun is a collector's item. It's a custom-made Handley Parrish. It's a 7-shot.
It fires, doesn't it?
But he keeps it locked in his night table.
After he goes to sleep, steals the key.
What if he wakes up while I'm trying
How
to...
can he wake up? He takes a sleeping pill right after dinner. And the housekeeper is off this evening.
But
it's almost too simple. Now listen, you shoot him. You take some stuff from the house, you mess things up a little, make it look as if a burglar broke in.
But suppose the police suspect me.
After you shoot him, drive over to my apartment. You were with me all night, so you've got an alibi. And you also inherit $3 million. So, tell me, Carl, what's wrong with it? Think about it.
That's right, Carl. You think about it. It's murder.
Waldo, who's asking you to butt in?
Will you be quiet, Edna? This man is actually considering committing a murder.
Well, Carl?
No, Carl, don't.
You know you have no choice.
No.
What is the matter with that monkey?
I'm not a monkey. I'm an ape.
Look, Martha, I feel...
Yeah?
No, I'd better not tell you. You think I'm crazy.
What is it?
That baboon.
I'm not a baboon. How many times do I have to tell you I'm an ape? I'm an ape.
I feel he is trying to tell me something.
Who does he think you are? Tarzan?
Martha, this isn't a joke.
What is he trying to tell you?
I don't know.
Hey, you in the cage there. Eat your banana and mind your business like a good fella.
The names on the plaque, it says Waldo and Edna. Which is which?
How would I know?
Yeah, well, I guess this one there, the bigger one, is the male. Waldo. But you see, he's the one who's trying to tell me something.
Carl, what kind of stupid conversation are we having?
I don't know. I must be feeling a little... Well, look, you don't make
a decision to kill your uncle every day.
Carl, I am not minimizing this thing, but it has to be done.
Yes.
All right. Let's go. Get it over with.
No, Carl, come back. Don't do it. Come back.
Waldo, what is the matter with you?
That man, Edna, tonight, he is going to commit a murder.
Oh, who's he going to kill?
You heard him, his uncle.
So what?
So what? Life is precious, Edna.
Not among human beings. Murder is their biggest outdoor sport. It's also their second most popular indoor sport.
Well, I've got to stop it.
How are you going to stop it?
Well, I just got to stop it.
Waldo, what are you doing? Stop rattling the bars and stop jumping up and down like that.
Somebody, please, listen to me.
Well, why should they listen? They can't understand you.
Everybody, listen. There's going to be a murder.
Hey there, Waldo. Well, how you feeling there, old fella? You feeling good, huh? This here's Waldo, folks. Every now and then, he just starts feeling his own.
Tom, listen to me. There's going to be a murder.
Hey, boy. Hey, when I told you we needed increased productivity, you really took me serious.
Tom, you have to do something.
Waldo, the show is over. You done good. Don't get too hot and perspired just before supper.
So? What did you accomplish?
Edna, I can't just sit here. I have to do something. I just have to do something.
Like what? To begin with, he is confined in his cage. That's strike one against him. And although he can obviously understand it, he cannot speak our language. Strike two. And even if he could find a way somehow to communicate, who would believe him? After all, he's an ape. Strike three. And it's only the end of Act One. Maybe he can come to bat again in Act Two shortly. Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. There was a time in this land of ours, particularly south of the Mason and Dixon line, when living was genteel, where good manners, politeness, and appearances counted for more than reality. But hidden under the externals, there could be hatred, jealousy, and even murder, as we find in our tale today.
Julia, this is the third letter I've received in the last 3 days. They're all the same.
What does it say, Uncle?
Leave $100,000 in unmarked bills on midnight Saturday at the place by the river. You know the place we mean. This is our last communication. If you do not buy our silence, you will regret it for the short time you have left to live.
That's terrible. Is it signed?
It's like the others, with a heart pierced by an arrow.
Our mystery drama, The Face of the Waters, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Paul Hecht and Norman Rose. I shall return shortly with Act One.
Maybe you've waited all spring for just the right weather to paint your house. Well, now that it's here, True Value hardware stores have just the right prices on quality True Test paints. Hi, Pat Summerall to say you can get True Test Weatherall flat exterior latex for just $11.98 a gallon. And Woodsman semi-transparent oil stain and wood preservative is now just $10.98 a gallon during National True Test Spring Paint Week until June 6th, exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers, where you'll find values in every department.
Weekdays on CBS television. Wake up to comedy with One Day at a
You
Time.
really think you're hot stuff, don't you, Shiner?
Ladies in this building don't call me super for nothing.
Then, keep laughing as Mel lays down the law on Alice.
There is only one rule in the restaurant business, Vera. Get them to swallow it.
And to The Price is Right with the priceless Bob Barker. That's One Day at a Time. Alice and The Price is Right. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
It's athletes versus MS. Meet tennis champion Jimmy Connors.
With a gal like Billie Jean King on the team, you can count me in too. And there's Muhammad Ali, Hank Aaron, and Bobby Orr, athletes from every sport. All of us are teaming up to ask everyone to join in the fight against MS, multiple sclerosis, the great crippler of young adults. There's no cure yet, but there's hope through research. Support your local chapter of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society. Thank you.
Do you have a sight problem that prevents you from reading? Hi, this is Max Morath with news about Choice Magazine Listening, a free service. 6 times yearly, Choice Magazine Listening brings you, on 8 RPM phonograph records, 8 hours of selections from leading magazines. For information, write Listening Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. Remember, it's free. Write Listening Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. A public service message on behalf of the nonprofit Lucerna Fund.
The time, the beginning of this century. The place, outside of Baton Rouge, a countryside of estates and plantations fronting the deceptive Mississippi River. I say deceptive because it's easy to be lulled by its beauty. But when the fog rolls in, there can be danger at every bend in the river, as our young couple in their rowboat are about to find out.
Arthur, don't you think we ought to turn back?
Our little trips down the river always end like this.
What do you mean?
They're always over hardly before they've begun.
Oh, we've been out on the river an hour.
What's an hour when I want to be with you a whole lifetime, Julia?
I know, Arthur. And I feel that way about you, too. But we can't think about that yet.
Not even think about it?
After my mother and father passed away, I had to come and live with Uncle Roland, and I can't tell you why. Not yet. But when I find what I must find, then we can make plans.
You're very mysterious. Sometimes I wonder if this is going to work.
If what is going to work?
That maybe deep down you think of me as just one of your uncle's chauffeurs, the one who drives the Pierce Arrow touring car.
Will you stop that? Arthur, darling, please.
I'm sorry. I know better.
We both know why you took the job. One can't always choose the kind of work to make money in. That has nothing to do with why I'm asking you to turn the boat around and start back to Hightower.
Oh, all right, Julia. I'll turn this around.
The fog's coming in. It's not the kind of weather I care for on the river.
It's the middle of the afternoon. Fog will blow off. You act as if I didn't know anything about the river. I was brought up on it.
Well, Arthur, why are we going so far out?
I'm not doing it on purpose. The current is pulling us away from the shore.
Let me help. I'll get another pair of oars under the seat.
Julia, watch it. You're tipping the boat. Don't grab the side like that. We'll both be in the water. It's all right. I got you, Julia. Just relax. I can swim it. Take it easy.
Oh, the boat. Can't we make it to the boat?
I can't see it. The current is taking it out of sight.
Oh, how far is it to land?
All right, I can see Hightower.
Oh, what's Uncle Roland going to say?
Julia, can we discuss this when we get there? It's over a mile, and there are these thick patches of fog. I can't talk to you. I don't want to swim us into a floating log. And that was the beginning, a sort of comedy start to a tragic end. I won't keep you all in suspense. Of course, I got Julia back to Hightower safely, wet through and through, but all in one piece. Her Uncle Roland did not appreciate the rescue.
It's a disgrace, my dear. There's no other word for it. The Laverne family has lived in Hightower for generations, and now you come along and... Julia, I am talking to you. Please look this way and listen.
I am listening to you, Roland. I am.
It's not only that you arrive at Hightower soaking wet, and I happen to have guests on the porch. You have been swimming in the Mississippi with all your clothes on, accompanied by that nincompoop of a chauffeur, a servant in my employ. Well, I can tell you this. He is no longer in my employ. A disgrace, an absolute disgrace.
I'm sorry I embarrassed you and your friends. It wasn't Arthur's fault.
Let me remind you, you are my niece, and I take very seriously your mother's wish, rest her soul, to bring you up as my own child until you are 21. Now, you are only 18, and I am responsible.
Roland, it won't happen again.
Would you mind very much calling me Uncle Roland? This familiarity is something you have just taken to. Now, I am twice your age, my dear, and I would appreciate some respect.
Uncle, I don't understand you at all. You never said one word about being glad I wasn't drowned or how did I feel. All you've been able to say is that I made an exhibition of myself in front of your friends.
Now, just a moment.
But don't you think I'm entitled to a little consideration also?
I don't know what's gotten hold of you, Julia.
Well, just because you were the one closest to Mother and I was sent here last year when she died.
Don't you understand? Here in this part of the world, certain things are done, others are not done. Next thing you'll be telling me is you wish to go out and sully your hands doing work of some kind.
It is the next thing. I'm going to become a nurse. I have decided.
It's that chauffeur, isn't it?
He's going to become a doctor. And yes, he did talk to me about nursing.
You are so wrong and so strong-headed.
You and I were getting along so well. But now suddenly, because I happened to go out with Arthur a few times, you've changed.
We won't discuss him.
Oh, yes, we will. I won't have you referring to him always as a chauffeur. You know why he took the job. And secondly, he had nothing to do with the boat tipping over. It was all my fault.
Well, you shouldn't have been out with him in that treacherous current in the first place. He's a chauffeur. He hopes to become a doctor. He has no position in life, no family connections, no money, nothing. Julia, he is unworthy of you.
If it wasn't so ridiculous, I'd say you were jealous. I'm sorry, Uncle Roland, but while I'm here, I shall do things in my own way. You can discharge Arthur if you want to, but that won't change anything. He's going to work elsewhere to get himself through Louisiana Medical. You'll see. And I'll be right there if I want to.
Oh, Julia. Julia, I wish we could be friends again.
We can be. Especially if you're not unreasonable. Oh, please let Arthur stay. I'll try to see nothing happens to annoy you. Think about it.
I think about it. Well, shall we go into dinner together? I think I just heard the bell. Harrison, I don't like young Arthur Hammond. I never did, never could.
Do you mind if I interrupt you, Roland? I think this is more important. It's about your acquisition of all that land adjacent to yours.
A Parker Hill plantation? Yeah, I know. But I told you I will not meet their asking price, and that is final.
They've come down. Colonel Parker stopped by yesterday.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Well, you came storming in here, squawking about your niece and your chauffeur. I could hardly get a word in.
What do you do with an 18-year-old like that?
Roland, we've known one another for years. May I be frank?
Why, yes, I count on it.
Is your interest in Julia something more than parental?
What? Oh, what a thing to say.
Because I have noticed on many occasions I've been to Hightower a certain something in your demeanor which I'd say is not exactly the attitude of a 50-year-old bachelor towards his 18-year-old ward. Also, some of the people in town who have seen you together, they're talking.
I'll give them something to talk about. I decided to change my will.
That's your privilege.
I haven't told this yet to Julia, but when I do, you'll realize I have her best interests at heart.
I'm sure. And perhaps some of your own. Now, let me take off the hat of your oldest friend and replace it with that of your attorney and financial advisor. The colonel will sell the plantation for $200,000. Now, he's come down 50.
Well, it's still 50 more than I offered.
If that 50 sticks in your craw, I'll contribute my share. I tell you, it's the best investment around.
You really believe the Parker Hill plantation is worth that much? Well, what do I need another 7,500 acres for?
Roland, you cannot have too much cotton and sugar cane. Believe you me, if you thought you had good income now, with the Parker Hill land, you'll double it.
Arthur? Arthur Hammond? That's you working on my automobile? Arthur, where are you?
I'm over here, Mr. Laverne. I'm trying to get a head of steam up in your Stanley, but there's something wrong with the boiler.
Well, then why don't you fix it?
Well, I'm trying to, sir, but it ain't easy.
Oh, I don't know why I rely on you.
Mr. Laverne, I'm doing my best. They're all running pretty well. I got up to 50 on the Pierce Arrow, and the Hubmobile is doing an even 30.
All except the Stanley steamer. If you can't fix it, maybe you can show me what's wrong.
Certainly, sir. Oh, yeah. You see, sir, where the steam is escaping here? That's why she loses power. There's a valve underneath that'll have to be replaced.
Well, then why don't you shut it down and replace it?
I was just about to do that, sir, but as you can see, there's hardly any room to move under there. To take that hood, you see, it don't swing up far enough. I have to find this long iron bar to prop it up higher. Yeah, she's solid, this bar.
Hammond, Arthur, I came down to the garage to tell you one thing. I would appreciate it if you did not see my niece anymore.
What? Don't you think Julia is old enough to know what she's doing?
No, I do not. Now, look, I'll put it to you differently. If you see her once more, away from your job here, well, I shall have to let you go.
So be it.
Well, what kind of an answer is that?
The only one I can make.
Perhaps you don't think I'm serious, but I am. One more infraction, and I shall have Dobson take all your belongings out of the room you occupy over the garage and lock the door.
I wouldn't do that, Mr. Laverne.
You wouldn't do what?
That iron bar you're thinking of picking up, you won't frighten anybody with that, so don't challenge me.
I'm warning you. If I learn you have seen Julia one more time, it'll be too bad for you.
I wouldn't do that either, Mr. Laverne.
What?
Threaten people. I am in very good physical shape, and I can defend myself quite easily. Don't you lift up that iron bar?
Whippersnapper, you defy me, would you?
Put that down. I hate you. Forgive me, but what else can I do? Mr. Laverne? Mr. Laverne? Mr. Laverne, wake up. Wake up, sir.
What?
You're all right. Here, let me help you to your feet. Steady now. The dizziness will pass.
You hit me. Now, you're going to be very sorry, young man. Very sorry.
I'm already sorry, Mr. Laverne. I never dreamed this kind of thing would happen, but some people just won't listen to reason. It was too bad. I love Julia, and I hoped that the objections of her uncle would in time disappear, but somehow, without wanting to, I'd made a total enemy of the man. I'm afraid I hit him somewhat harder than I intended, but on that day I had no idea how much harder Roland Laverne planned to revenge himself on me.
It's a fact that most murders are a family crime. That has been the case since Cain slew Abel. A killer related to the victim by friendship or blood, or a murder done in defense of a relative. As in our story of Roland, who may very well believe he is defending his niece Julia. I'll go further and warn you that the 50-year-old bachelor is at this moment planning to do away with a young medical student. How? You will hear for yourself when I return shortly with Act 2.
The Red Cross is there to help folks help themselves in so many ways, like teaching you and your family about health and safety. Today, modern medicine lets you live longer. The Red Cross wants you to live better. We're committed to help you do just that as we begin our second century of service. Call your Red Cross chapter and ask about our health and safety services.
Together we can change things. You'll see we're the American Red Cross. Together you and me, we're the American Red Cross. Together you and me.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. You know, a burglar alarm is a good thing to have if you own lots of valuables or if you often leave your house unattended. But don't rush to buy one at the expense of being ripped off by an unscrupulous alarm company that capitalizes on scare tactics to induce you to buy their system. If high-pressure sales tactics are used, don't fall for them. Instead, take some time to think over the deal. If you're dealing with a company you don't know, call your Better Business Bureau for a reliability report before you sign any contract. And it's a good idea to check out the different types of systems offered. And once you've found the right one, get bids from 3 different companies so you can compare prices. And ask for names of former customers you may contact. If the company stands behind its product, it'll be happy to comply. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
What can lead to a death-dealing violent action? Pride, jealousy, and anger. And if these 3 of the 7 deadliest sins inflame the spirit, watch out. This is what worried Roland's old friend, Harrison Clay, attorney and business associate. And why, in a driving rain, he speeds his carriage to Hightower.
Dobson, why are you standing out there by the door?
What's that you say, sir?
Is Mr. Laverne home? If he isn't, I don't want to get out of the carriage and get drenched.
Is that you, Mr. Harrison, sir?
Did you hear what I said, Dobson?
Yes, sir. He's not at home now, sir. He went out earlier, and then when this storm came up, I began to get a little worried, sir.
What time did he leave Hightower?
A few hours ago, sir. Mr. Harrison, why don't you come inside? I'm sure Mr. Laverne will be back soon. I'll have your coachman and carriage taken care of.
I guess I might as well. At least if it's pouring like this, he won't get himself into trouble. Roland, where have you been? I've been waiting an age.
I see you got caught in the storm.
This fire's getting me dry. How did you manage to escape the rain?
I was in the boathouse. I got there before it started to pour and waited till it let up. Ooh, chilled to the marrow. Dobson, come in here and put some more wood on the fire.
Very good, sir.
And when you've done that, bring some brandy in a hurry. For you too, Harrison?
I wouldn't mind. Stand yourself in front of the fire.
Bring 2 glasses, Dobson. Oh, yes. That's better. What are you doing here today?
What were you doing chasing off to the boathouse?
And with that awful Hammond. If I lay my hands on him...
That's why I came over. I had a feeling from the way you were talking yesterday you might do something foolish.
Oh, Dobson, good. Set the tray down. We'll help ourselves. Foolish? What are you talking about? Help yourself, Harrison.
You went to the boathouse and...
That was after I'd been to the garage.
You were looking for Julia.
Or Arthur. They weren't there. And then I went to the boathouse.
Well, they weren't there either?
No, but a rowboat was missing. Those 2 are out on the river again, and I hope they got good and soaked for their trouble.
Why were you chasing after Julia?
Well, she had persuaded me it would be wrong to discharge him, and by that I inferred she would not see him again. And then I came across a note from him in her bedroom, telling her where and at what time to meet him. She'd torn it up, but I put the pieces together.
You went into Julia's bedroom and spied on her? Now, Roland, that isn't worthy of you.
Oh, no. I'm not going to stand idly by and let this creature steal my niece.
Well, how are you going to avoid it?
It's very simple. I am going to kill him.
I hope you're joking.
I am quite serious.
I don't believe you. If you had any such intentions, you wouldn't tell anyone.
Well, you're quite mistaken. Harrison, You are my attorney. What I'm now telling you is protected by client-lawyer privilege. And what's more, if my act should be discovered, you will defend me.
Well, it makes me very sad to see you like this. You are embarking on a course that could only lead to tragedy.
And what course do you think I'm on now? If I let things go on as they are, I shall lose a woman.
Is that true? The girl is only 18.
And I am 50. But at least I want a chance to win her. If I must kill to do it, I shall.
Julia, hold still. Stay where you are. Don't move around the boat.
Oh, Arthur.
I don't feel like another dip in Old Miss. Anyway, as I was saying, I moved out of my room over the garage this morning, and I left a note in your uncle's mailbox saying I was quitting and that I wanted to talk to him about you very soon. You'll know what I mean.
Uncle Roland's going to be awfully angry.
I thought we agreed we didn't care.
I never said I didn't care. I do care. But I guess you're right. There's no other way.
Well, at least we didn't get rained on when that storm broke.
Whose dock was that?
Oh, Colonel Parker's. Word in town is he's selling his plantation to your uncle.
Uncle's going to be the first zillionaire in Louisiana.
Does that matter to you?
Arthur, he hates it when I'm not there for dinner.
Well, I thought we'd be back before dark.
It antagonizes him so. I'm afraid it's getting dark, and we don't even have a lantern. Have you any idea how far we are from Hightower?
Oh, we'll make it, Julia. This river's my friend, honest. I swum in it, fished in it. Old Mississippi never reached out and hurt me.
What about the last time when we got a good ducking?
The river's not responsible for landlubbers who tip the boat and fall in. He was gentle with us. He let us swim to shore.
You really speak of the river as if it's a living person, don't you?
Yeah, it's better than a person. Because the Mississippi knows right from wrong. Hey, whoa.
What's the matter?
Hey, the current is fighting me like anything. I can't keep us to the shoreline.
What's that noise? That roaring sound?
I can't think. There's no cataract or waterfall anywhere downstream. That's what it sounds like.
It's a whirlpool. We're caught in a whirlpool. We're going round and round. Arthur,
I can't stop it. It's pulling us in circles like a matchstick. Oh, Lord. Hey, there's a paddle wheeler coming towards us through the park.
But don't they see us? Stop!
Stop!
There's a boat out here!
He can't see us. He doesn't see us.
Arthur, can't you pull us out of his way?
Got it. I don't know. He can't see us at all.
We'll be killed.
Jump, Julie. Jump into the water. I'll jump right next to you. Go on. Don't wait. I'll be right on top of us.
I can't swim, Arthur. I can't swim.
Stop pacing, Roland. The doctor isn't going to come out of the operating room any faster because you're walking up and down the hospital corridor.
I could kill him. I could kill him.
Will you sit down, Roland? Save your resources. They're all doing their best for her.
I don't mean Dr. Tom. I mean I could kill that idiot who takes her out on the river and doesn't have the sense to keep out of the way of a paddle wheeler. My Lord, it's a wonder she wasn't... Oh, I can't think of it.
Roland? She's going to be all right.
Oh, Doctor, is that true? Oh, bless you. Oh, she's like a part of me lying there. Is she awake?
No, she's still under sedation. But we managed to sew her up, splint the arm and the fractures.
Her face. Was it in very bad shape? Tom, what about her face?
Well, it isn't badly injured, I'd say.
How badly?
Well, it's still too early to tell.
When I think of that beautiful face, my Julia...
Roland, it goes without saying, we'll do all the plastic grafting we know how to do.
What about him, that kidnapper?
You mean Arthur Hammond? Oh, miraculous. You'll be glad to hear he escaped without a scratch. He's been up all night sitting with Julie, even though she wasn't conscious. And we discharged him this morning. Now, he must have gone back to Hightower.
Well, come on, Roland. Let's go home.
When can I see Julia?
Certainly not before tomorrow. No, it could be the day after. Roland, please,
Oh, you take it easy. So unfair, so unfair.
She'll be just fine. You'll see.
He gets off without a scratch. Someone will just have to straighten out the scales of justice to see that they weigh evenly.
Is that you, Mr. Laverne?
Yes, Arthur. That's who it is.
I've been trying to loosen that valve.
I've just come from the hospital.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing. Mr. Laverne, please believe me. I really am very sorry.
That's not good enough, Hammond.
It was an accident, sir. It could have happened to anyone.
It could have happened to any idiot who lost control of his rowboat, so it could be rammed by a river steamer. It could not have happened to anybody. Do you know my beautiful Julia could be disfigured for life because you had to sneak away with her? Oh, I could kill you.
I have a lot of friends in that hospital. I'll see that she gets the very best medical care, I promise you.
You have done enough. You leave Julia alone. You are not to go anywhere near her, you understand me? I forbid it. I am responsible for her, and you have no place in her life ever again. Is that clear?
Mr. Laverne, did it ever occur to you that you're too old for her?
From this moment, you are no longer in my employ.
Obviously, you don't read your mail.
Didn't you hear me? You are dismissed.
I left my resignation in your mailbox yesterday. I have quit, Mr. Laverne. You are not ordering anybody anywhere. And while we're getting to know one another better, I might as well tell you that Julia and I have every intention of marrying.
Oh, have you? And what will you live on? You are not taking Julia away from here. She knows better. She could be the mistress of Hightower, and she will be.
So that's what you offered her.
You get away from my cars. You leave this minute.
Mr. Laverne, you are not giving me any orders.
You're an intruder.
If I choose to complete the work on this car, I shall do so.
If you do not leave here immediately...
If I don't, then what? Don't you make empty threats. You don't have the courage to come out and say that you want Julia for yourself. I dare you to tell her. I dare you to stand up to anyone. The only power you have is money. I'm going to put your Stanley steamer into good working order. And then, when I decide, I shall go. You better not stand so close to me, Mr. Laverne. I wouldn't want to hit you accidentally with this hammer.
You get out of here.
You back away, Mr. Laverne. This hood is only held up by this pole. You're in the way, Mr. Laverne.
You give me that hammer.
All right, I'm through. Here, you take it. Catch.
I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. It was all him. He did it all. Threw the hammer at me. It hit the pole that propped up the hood. Look at him. Is he dead? The hood came down and... Oh, he's breathing. I can see he's breathing. The hood knocked him unconscious. Not a drop of blood anywhere. He didn't get cut. Nothing bleeding. Oh, he's right here. This is the time. Now, I could do it. Now is the chance. Drag him over to the Pierce Arrow. Start it up, and the fumes. He dared me. He dared me openly. He was going to take from me everything that I wanted in life. He knew I wanted her. Now, come along, Mr. Hammond. Inch by inch. I'll pull you by the arms. Now we'll get you up into the car and start the motor.
There you have it. The sad scene of a prideful, angry, jealous man driven to a deed he can only live to regret. A man who has completely lost control over himself. Soon we shall see how love and murder will out. Those words apply, written by William Congreve, the playwright. To tell you frankly, Mr. Congreve, we'd rather not see. But I'm afraid we shall, when I return shortly with Act
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of dietary fiber to help the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber, no chemical stimulants. That's why doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil Instant Mix in regular or orange flavor and save 50 cents. Look for the coupon in June's Reader's Digest. Read label and follow directions.
We're here at the Springfield Women's Club to hear Crime Dog McGrath speak about
Rape.
Oh, no, McGrath, not that.
I'm sorry, that's it, rape.
Oh, please don't.
Listen, ladies, I know rape is not an easy thing to talk about.
Well, certainly.
But rape can happen.
Not to me.
Anytime, any place. But you can learn how to help protect yourself.
We can? How?
Send for my book. Write to McGruff, Box 6600, Rockville, Maryland, and help take a bite out of crime.
Oh, we will.
a message from the Crime Prevention Coalition and the Ad Council.
I'm Lorette Rupi, Director of Peace Corps. In 60 countries around the world, Peace Corps volunteers are sharing their skills and knowledge with people who really need them. But we need more volunteers, and we need them now. Volunteers are urgently needed in agriculture, math, science, and biology. Call Peace Corps now for more information. 800-424-8580. It's the toughest job you'll ever love.
A public service message of this station
And Peace Corps.
I said to you earlier that most murders are a family affair. Someone close whose continued existence is unbearable to the murderer. If the latent desire is there, inevitably it will trigger an accident, which is what occurred in Roland Laverne's garage. One man hates another, considers him a rival, and by accident the victim is rendered unconscious. Now, what happened?
A couple more spadefuls ought to do it.
Roland? Roland, is that you?
Who is it?
Hey, it is you. I was wondering who was digging away down here by the river's edge.
Oh, Harrison. Well, what are you doing at Hightower?
What are you talking about? You invited me for dinner. I got here, nobody knew where you were. Dots and I have been searching high and low. Whatever are you doing with that spade?
Oh, yeah, dinner. Oh, look, let's get back to the house. I had no idea it was so late.
You haven't answered my question. What in heaven's name are you digging up this time of night? Look, I can walk. I don't need to be dragged along. I want to see what you were digging.
Harrison, I don't want you to. I forbid it.
Don't you trust me?
It's nothing. It's nothing at all.
Well, it may be nothing to you. But from here, it looks as though you've been digging someone's grave. Is that what it is? A grave? Aren't you going to tell me? If it is a grave, it's not a secret you can keep very long. I mean, if someone is missing, it's only a question of time before his relatives or friends start looking for him.
For him? Why did you say him?
Roland, who is buried there?
What, nobody. Nobody. It's just, well, I was digging a hole. I was going to hide something, that's all, and, well, I decided not to.
So you covered it over? Oh, you're a very poor liar. I don't believe you. Now, did you kill Arthur Hammond, and have you buried his body?
I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't kill him. You see, it was an accident. Now, you've got to believe me. You've got to.
What was an accident?
What?
You heard me. What have you buried out there at the edge of the river?
I haven't buried anything. You see, I was going to. I have a great deal of money in cash. It's in a strong box in the cellar, and I was going to make a hole and hide it there. And then I decided I wasn't going to. And that's what I was digging.
You never told me you had any money hidden in the cellar.
No, I didn't have it. And I'm ashamed I didn't trust you. It was given to me to hold for Julia by her mother, my sister. But Julia does not know it exists, so that we could split it.
Roland, had I known about this, I would have had to tell Julia, but I didn't hear a word you said. I don't know about the money. I don't want to know about it. I'm too shocked by all this.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. I leave that to your conscience.
No, Miss Julia. Nobody knows where Mr. Arthur disappeared to. The day after the accident, he just suddenly left. And may I say, Miss, welcome home. It's good to have you back after all this time. May I pour you some coffee?
Thank you, Dobson. What about his tools? Did he take those?
No. Mr. Arthur left them in the garage.
And his clothes, books, and so forth? Did you look in the rooms over the garage?
Well, that's the peculiar part, Miss Julia. He must have moved out of there a day or so before the accident on the river, but I never found out where he moved to.
I knew he was going to move, but he didn't tell me either.
Dobson, is Miss Julia up yet?
I'm in the dining room, Uncle.
Oh, I must say, to come down to breakfast and see your smiling, pretty face, so healed, so happy, it makes my day. Dobson, just coffee for me also.
Sure.
Well, isn't that all you're having for breakfast, Julia? How about some eggs and bacon?
No, thank you. I'll pour Mr. Laverne's coffee. Thank you, Dobson. That will be all.
Yes, Miss. Very good, Miss.
I wanted Dobson out of the room while I was talking to you about Arthur.
Arthur? Well, I thought we put him out of our minds.
Well, it's only that I'm curious. I knew something was wrong when he didn't visit me in the hospital, or call, or anything.
Well, I didn't know it was troubling you, my dear.
I was very fond of him. Perhaps I still am.
Yes, I can understand. But I did think he was the wrong person for you. And wasn't that right? Twice a boat accident. How could I entrust the most precious person? Yes, I admit it, Julia. The most precious person to me, to a foolhardy chauffeur.
Why do you keep calling him a chauffeur when you know he only took that job to pay for his medical school?
Yes, so everyone says, but I don't have to believe it.
I was right. You are prejudiced, and I'll never find out what I'd like to know from you. I'm leaving.
Julia, come back. You haven't finished your coffee.
I'm going outside, and please don't follow me.
Julia, forgive me. I'm sorry I drove you out of the house. I really am. Now, come back and finish your breakfast.
Uncle, I thought I asked you not to follow me.
But it's only that I
want to walk alongside the riverbank alone. Is that so hard to understand?
Is it really fair of you to denounce me, call me prejudiced, and not give me the opportunity to explain?
No, I suppose not.
Well, then let me just walk with you a little ways and try to make you understand my feeling.
All right. We'll go this way.
No, not that way. Would you mind if we go the other way?
Yes, I would. Why shouldn't I walk where I wish to?
Well, of course you should. Certainly you should. Only you can see how the waters have risen over the path down there. It could be swampy.
Uncle Roland, I'll go where I want to. If you want to go somewhere else, I shan't stop you.
No. I'll do what you do, child. It's you I want to be with and talk to.
When was the last time you saw Arthur? And what did he say then?
He was aware that I blamed him for the accident. I certainly could not place the fault on the captain of a paddle wheeler. One doesn't expect to find a cockle shell mid-river on a foggy night. I told Arthur he could no longer remain in my employ. He agreed, and the next day he was gone.
I don't remember this deep indentation in the shoreline. Do you, Uncle?
Why, yes.
For some reason, the old Mississippi has been digging away right here. Arthur used to say the river was a person, alive, acted for its own reasons. Does that make sense to you, Uncle?
I can't say it does.
The river has its own laws, its own right and wrong. It rewards and it punishes.
I don't know about that, but right around here there's a very stiff current. I've seen big logs, even shacks, shoot right by. It can carry anything right out to sea.
There's water oozing up all around us.
Well, Julia, it's a little treacherous. Our feet are sinking. It's not a safe place to walk. Now, you just take my hand and we'll head for higher ground. Julia, I have told you everything I know about him. I can only suppose he's left town and doesn't want you or anyone else to know where he's gone.
I can't believe that about him. And at the medical college, they don't believe it either. I'm going to tell them to inform the police.
Roland, it's true we've known each other since college, but what I did was my work. I can't accept this. I really can't. Medical ethics as well as my own won't permit it.
Tom, I cannot forget it was you who put my dearest Julia back together again. If you look at her now, how long has it been? She is as beautiful as ever.
Well, she did make an amazing recovery. And about that young man, Arthur, you know that medical college is affiliated with our hospital. And I was talking to the dean. It's been 3 months since the boy disappeared. The dean asked me, had the disappearance been reported to the police? And, well, I said I didn't know. The dean feels something is wrong. Hammond was too dedicated a student to have just left without any word. Candidly, the dean suspects foul play.
Who suspects foul play?
Oh, Julia, come in, my dear.
Doctor, isn't my uncle a terrible man? He never told me my most favorite person would be here this evening.
And you are my favorite patient, Julia.
What have you got there, Julia?
A letter I found on the doorstep when I came in.
Again? I recognize... Oh, may I have it, please?
Well, I've stayed longer than I intended to.
Oh, that's not fair, Doctor. The moment I come in, you go out.
Will you excuse me? I'd better open this.
Well, you'd think he'd tell me you were coming over. Uncle, can't you take your eyes from that letter for a moment and say goodnight to the doctor?
Oh.
Uncle, what's wrong? He's fainted.
We'll carry him over to the couch. Put his legs over the arms so they're higher than his head.
Oh, I've never known him to faint before. Oh, should I throw some cold water on him?
No, don't do that ever. There. He's coming to.
What happened?
You fainted. How do you feel? Give me your wrist.
I feel a bit weak, I guess.
Have you been under a strain lately?
A strain? Oh, maybe just overtired. No, look, Tom, I'll be all right.
Your pulse is normal.
You go along, Tom. I know that you have some more house calls.
I'll take care of him, Doctor. I'm still planning to be a nurse, you know.
Julia, it was that letter that did it. The third I've received in 3 days. All the same.
What?
I'll read it to you. Leave $100,000 in unmarked bills on midnight Saturday at that place by the river. You know the place we mean. This is our last communication. If you do not buy our silence, you will regret it for the short time you have left to live.
This is the third letter? Why didn't you call the police?
What could they do?
Have you done something in the past that's worth that much money?
Well, I don't know. I'll talk to Harrison. See what he says.
$100,000 before Saturday? Impossible. Anyway, Roland, why are you even considering
Now,
it?
wait a moment. How stupid of me. Why, I've got that much right in my cellar.
You mean Julia's money?
Well, she doesn't know a thing about it.
Everything you're doing is wrong. If you've nothing to hide, you shouldn't be paying a cent. If you have, there's no guarantee they won't continue bleeding you for years. Now, think about that, Roland. Paying out that money could be slipping a noose around your neck.
Julia, where have you been? It's been 2 days. I needed you on Saturday night when I left the money, the blackmail money. And I am positive I know who was blackmailing me.
Who?
Harrison.
Harrison, your old friend, your lawyer, your business manager? You believe that?
It could only be him.
He wasn't the one who took that 100,000. It was me. And Arthur. Come in, Arthur.
You thought I was dead, didn't you? Fortunately, you know as little about carbon monoxide as you do about anatomy. I was quite alive when you buried me, and I let the old Mississippi do the rescuing. It flooded the grave you dug. Thank you for the money. It'll help us both get started.
I'll have you thrown in jail for this.
For giving me back the money you were keeping till I became 21. My money that was entrusted to you. You see, before she died, Mother told me. Arthur, I'd like to leave Hightower as fast as we can. And leave forever all those unpleasant memories.
The legend is as old as recorded time, that the rivers and the raindrops are the tears of the world. And the Mississippi, like all rivers, is a constant conscience to man who sings. Can there be a greater example than the great flood that washed the earth clean of sinners, so that Noah and his family might start life all over again? I shall return shortly.
If you've been putting money aside, you're right to be concerned about inflation eroding its buying power. That's why you ought to know about Dreyfus Liquid Assets and how it can help you earn today's high money market yields without tying up your cash for months or years. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charges, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
Of reconciliation and love. I come on.
Destroyed because of poor storage and transportation facilities. Frank Sedapani, CBS News.
Are you eating ice cream right now? If not, why not? Everyone knows.
Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. I have a confession to make, which I admit is not the way to raise the curtain on a mystery theater presentation, where confessions are usually reserved for the end. All my life I have been intrigued with the Empress Josephine, not only because she manipulated Napoleon, but because of her addiction to reading the cards. I also love the way she dressed. It is said she actually directed her life according to what the playing cards foretold. So it's with a special interest and delight that I not only get to introduce today's three acts, but to play the part of Josephine myself.
Empress, may I join you?
I am counting a card for every year of my marriage. Star. Moon. Sun. 10. 11. 12. I am up to 12, Pierre.
Josephine, you have been married for 13 years.
13. I don't think 13 is my lucky number. I don't dare turn over the last card.
Oh, my dear girl, what could the cards tell you?
That Napoleon and I'd rather not know. I want a few more hours of not knowing. The end. Our mystery drama, In the Cards, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis. I shall return shortly with Act One.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
Get down to your store for plenty of Country Time lemonade flavored drinks. Look for the Country Time coupon in this Sunday's paper.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
Weekdays, from the creators of The Young and the Restless, it's Capital, desire and passion set behind the marble curtain of power in Washington, D.C. Then, follow the lives of people searching for their place in the sun on Guiding Light. And stay tuned for glamour and laughs as Bert Convy brings you celebrity couples and their hilarious secrets on Tattletales.
You never know what Tattletales will tell.
That's Capital, Guiding Light, and Tattletales. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
Hello, control room. Do you know what's next?
Yeah, it's another Bob Sellers commercial reply.
Oh, man. Is there any way to get out of it?
We could write a letter and quit, but you better read the intro.
Well, here is a Bob Sellers commercial reply from an interested citizen.
Thank you. This reply is to all of the many people who want to know why there is a boat stuck out in front of Bob Sellers' Pontiac on the Grand River at 10 miles, 9 miles after 1 mile. The captain of this boat was afloat on the moat at Bob Sellers' Pontiac when the Grand River became a road again. This raises the question, Bob Sellers will sell Pontiacs that don't cost very much to everyone, even captains who don't have both oars in the water.
Did you write that letter?
Oh, yeah, come on in. We're all going to sign it. On the Grand River at 10 Mile Run.
It was the last day of the French Revolution. The wife of a viscount sat in a cell reading the cards. Suddenly she went white. On top lay the card of death. The guillotine fell, and with it the head of her husband. Today we might say the cards had nothing to do with it. The lady's husband happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. But in 1794, Josephine believed the cards, always foretold her fate.
Josephine, stop looking in the cards. There's nothing there but numbers and pictures.
Teresa, that's not true. On this table is the future, the present, and the past.
In the old days, when my husband was still alive, he'd say the future lies in your own hands. Certainly not in the cards.
Don't you understand? I need to be doing something. Make my fingers move. Let my thoughts follow the cards. Otherwise, I couldn't stand waiting in this cell here in the Bastille.
So far, we have escaped death.
But for how long? See? There it is again. The card of death. Who will be next? You or I? Oh, how can you be so calm, Teresa?
My dear, it is a tragedy to lose one's husband, as we both have. But we must believe for us there's a tomorrow.
Every time I shuffle and cut, there it is. The card of death, black and forbidding. Besides, I don't mourn for Alexandre. You know very well when he was in the cell next to ours, that was the closest we have ever been in years. Yes, I mourn for the death of a fine man who had his faults, but not for a husband. He was no husband to me.
Cards or no cards, I know we'll be spared. I do believe it. I believe the good Lord will stop this massacre.
That day, that night was the end of the revolution. Robespierre was dead. The doors were thrown wide, and in a daze we wandered through the blood-soaked garden into the streets to freedom. A year later, I was living in Paris with Teresa Tania, and we remembered.
Was it really a year ago today?
Teresa, I have a confession to make. Do you remember how you made me kneel and pray? Even as I was praying, I kept one hand of my cards in my pocket.
Oh, Josephine. You thought if the Lord wouldn't free you, the cards might.
And I'm not sure to this day.
You're a superstitious goose. Now, why aren't you dressed for this evening? My 2 guests will be here. I'd like you to make yourself presentable.
You treat me as if I was 16, and I'm twice that. Yes, I am, but don't tell anyone. Anyway, you're right. I shouldn't criticize your belief in the Savior.
And I won't make fun of your faith in the cards. We've plenty of time to philosophize about our escape, but only half an hour to prepare for this evening. Now, hurry. Oh, and Josephine, I have been through your closet and removed all the black dresses and all the black veils. A year of mourning for your late husband is enough. I've left 3 pretty bright silk dresses on your bed to choose from.
Ah, Teresa, I only make this mistake when I'm invited to your house. I arrive too early.
Pierre, it's all right. I was dressed. Josephine will join us when she's ready. I have my fingers crossed for this evening.
Ah, how so?
We can speak as old friends, you and I. We are both of that certain age when one can talk of anything.
Oh, I love gossip. Go on.
And I love Josephine. She has been living here for a year, and she's not getting any younger, but I simply cannot find a man who interests her. I have invited every personable single man, every army man, and every diplomat. When the evening is over and I say to her, Josephine, what did you think of so-and-so? Do you know what she says?
What do I say, Teresa?
Oh, Josephine, have you been listening to our conversation?
Of course. How else am I going to find out what you think? Good evening, Pierre.
Ah, my dear. Oh, I'm glad you've given up wearing those gloomy clothes.
Ah, you see, Josephine, what did I tell you?
Teresa, when the right man arrives, Josephine will know it.
What do they say? Once bitten, twice shy? My first marriage to Alexandra was a disaster. So now I'm being a little more careful. That's why, after an evening with a gentleman, I consult my cards. It is they who tell me this man is a fool, that man is a knave, the third a charlatan, and so on.
There is such a thing as being too particular. The man with no faults hasn't been born. And remember, you're not 16.
When I was, an old negress at home in Martinique looked in the cards and told me I would be Queen of France.
Oh, really? Did she?
But, she said, you must always listen to the cards. When I met Alexandra, I paid no attention to the cards. I wanted to leave our little island. I wanted to live in Paris.
So, now you trust the cards?
More than I trust myself.
It's hopeless. I don't know why I bother.
Because, dearest Teresa, you cannot abide this here woman without a man. Who have you invited this evening beside this flattering old painter?
Someday, my child, I will paint your soul, and you will no longer make fun of my age.
I have invited a general. His name is Bonaparte.
Oh, Lord. Another army man. They're all so exceptionally dull.
I sincerely hope to be the exception. Madame Tallien, good of you to invite me to your soirée.
General Bonaparte, I am overcome with confusion.
Please, don't be, madame. The lady is quite right. We, who live by the sword, have forgotten how cutting the tongue can be.
I like that. That was well said.
General Bonaparte, the Vicomtesse Alexandra Beauharnais.
A pleasure.
And may I introduce Monsieur Pierre Proudhon?
An honor. I have seen your painting of Madame Tallien, and also that of Madame Récamier. They are as beautiful as the ladies themselves.
I take it all back. The general has the gift of words.
And, Monsieur Proudhon, if I ever marry, I shall most certainly hope to commission you to paint the portrait of my wife.
Eh bien, Josephine?
Eh bien, what?
You spent practically the whole evening talking to the general. Now I find you in your room dealing out the cards. What do they say?
So far, nothing against him. We're very alike, you know, he and I. In a way, I was born on an island, and so is he, Corsica.
Well, that's a beginning. What else do you have in common?
That's all so far, but who knows? Napoleon. Now, isn't that a terrible first name? Napoleon.
I like it. It's unusual.
He's a strange man. Absolutely impales you with his eyes.
Did he talk about himself?
Not much. I'm afraid I did most of the talking. I must have said some very amusing things. He laughed quite a lot at what I was saying.
He'd be an excellent catch.
He is handsome. Not as tall as I'd like a man, but I'd say commanding.
That is the exact word for him. He has just been named Commander-in-Chief of the Army. Now, what do the cards say?
Whatever it is, I'm too tired to understand. I had a lovely time this evening, Teresa, and I do thank you.
If I can in any way assist you to fulfill the prophecy that you will become the Queen of France, my dear, I couldn't be happier.
Your Bonaparte would need several promotions before he became king, don't you think?
Oh, Josie, go to bed. Argue with your dreams.
That night I did dream. There was Napoleon Bonaparte. We were being married. For some reason, I was crying. When I awoke in the morning and reached down for my slippers, there was the King of Hearts on the floor, face up. I knew it was true. It was a sign.
My darling Josephine, you are going to be the first lady of France to spend her honeymoon on the battlefield.
I am? Why am I?
I have kept a secret from you, my sweetheart, because I did not wish to give you any excuse for delaying our marriage. But now that I have carried you over the threshold and you are mine, how does the idea of a honeymoon in the midst of battle strike you?
Strike is the word. I haven't even taken off my wedding veil, and a honeymoon on what battlefield? Where?
Italy.
What would I do in Italy?
You would be with me. We leave in 2 days.
I can't leave Paris in 2 days. Husband, be reasonable. Give me time to think about it.
You don't love me.
What a thing to say the day of our marriage.
Then why don't you wish to be with me as much as I wish to be with you?
Don't you think it a little mad that I should follow you and be with you in the midst of fighting?
No, I don't. Not at all.
Do the other soldiers have their wives with them in battle?
No, of course not.
Would you approve of it?
It's not possible. There are thousands of troops.
So?
But there is only one general. Myself. I see nothing strange in a newly married commander-in-chief having his bride with him.
And suppose these Italians you are fighting should fight back?
Oh, they will.
And a bullet or a cannonball should hit me?
Ah. Oh, that's possible.
And if you put me so far away as to be out of danger, I might as well be comfortable here in Paris.
I hadn't thought of that.
Then think of it, my darling little Corsican, and help me off with my dress. It's about time we stopped talking and behaved as married people are expected to behave. Josephine had the answers before one could even put the questions to her. Napoleon was not just a good catch, a young general who would go far, but he was an ardent lover, a serious and demanding man, rapidly becoming a little too much for the cool, offhand, unserious, and superstitious Josephine. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
For summer work or summer fun, True Value Hardware Store's all-new Summer Value Day circular is packed with hundreds of sensibly priced items. Hi, Pat Summerall to suggest you enjoy the cooling breeze of the Galaxy 9-inch oscillating fan, now just $16.99. Then protect and beautify wood siding, fences, and more with True Test Select Latex Redwood Stain, now just $3.98 a gallon. Find these values and many more in the Summer Value Day circular and at participating True Value Hardware stores and home centers.
Mom, where have you been?
Oh, sitting in a traffic jam for an hour.
Oh, and from the way you're bent over, you've got a nagging backache, right?
Right.
Here, let me help you into the house. Then I'll go get some Doan's pills.
Oh, thanks, dear.
Good advice. Doan's pills for temporary relief of simple backache pain due to overexertion, stress, or strain. Use only as directed.
You're walking around pretty spry tonight, Mom.
Well, that's nothing to be surprised about. I took Doan's pills, remember?
Announcing the opening of a new eyeglass factory in Farmington Hills. The Eyeglass Factory, where you have a selection of almost 2,000 different eyeglass frames in stock with savings of 30 to 50% below what you normally pay at optometric centers. In addition to those savings, extra discounts for senior citizens, eye examinations at only $18, a complete repair service department, and the acceptance of all major vision insurance plans. In addition, if you're looking for regular or soft contact lenses, they have those too at comparable savings. The Eyeglass Factory of Oak Park is on Coolidge, just south of 9 Mile Road. Phone 542-2200. The Eyeglass Factory of Redford on Plymouth Road, halfway between Beach Daly and Inkster. Phone 937-1340. And now the new Eyeglass Factory at 28851 Orchard Lake Road between 12 and 13 Mile Roads. Call 553-3820. Now, 3 places to save at the Eyeglass Factory.
What Josephine Bonaparte wanted most in the world was to be acknowledged the most fascinating and adorable creature of Paris. France, that had revolted against royalty, now took society to its bosom. The teas, the fancy dress balls, the elegant clothes. That, to Josephine, was life. And this silly man, this Bonaparte, whom she had unthinkingly married, he was getting to be a nuisance. Teresa, this is ridiculous. Every day he writes me from his tent in Italy. I answer him as often as I can, and still he complains. If I write him I'm trying to be gay, to forget how much I miss him, he won't have that. If I tell him I'm sad, he doesn't like that either.
Josie, you are married to power, a willful and strong man.
Listen to this. When I imagine you're sad, my heart is torn. When I think of you as gay and amusing yourself, I reproach you for having no profound emotion, for having forgotten our painful separation so soon.
Josie, you don't know how lucky you are. When my dear Jean was alive, he never wrote to me.
Teresa, a general or not, the conquest of Italy or not, I must make Napoleon realize that I'm not a slave and that we are equal.
What are you talking about?
And equality begins with friendship. My next letter will be warm but friendly. Instead of addressing him with the familiar tu, I shall write vous, just a wee bit more formal. I think you will get the drift of it.
I hope you're right.
His love letters are strangling me.
I wouldn't push him too far.
I'm not pushing. We hardly know one another. Courtship is not a marriage, and I can tell you this, Teresa. The sooner a man knows his place in a woman's life, the happier they will both be.
Joseph! Joseph, come here.
Yes, brother.
What is this woman doing to me? 4 days with no word, and finally, this letter. And do you know how she addresses me?
I have no idea.
Vous. Vous. The way I would write to a politician or the army supply sergeant. Vous, she says. I've just read this. I'm ashamed to show it to you. It's a letter as cold as friendship.
Napoleon, you are capricious. Yes, you are. You've been saying that Josephine's letters oppressed you, or they were too giddy, or they were too sad, or too happy, and you wished something colder.
But not this cold. This gives me the icy chill of death. We were married so quickly, that's the trouble. I had no time but to fall head over heels in love with the woman. And then I had to leave her 48 hours later.
Well, when the Italian campaign is over, you will be back in Paris for as long as you like.
Who knows how long the Italians care to go on fighting. It could be months. It could be years. She makes it so difficult for me, Joseph. You have no idea. How can I concentrate on battle formations with that woman on my mind?
You'd give up now?
Leave Italy? I have no such intention. But she is putting me through torture.
You are doing that to yourself.
Life was so simple before I met her.
Why doesn't she say what I want her to say in her letters?
Because I couldn't. I hated to write letters. He wants an answer to every letter he writes. He oppresses me. Suddenly the fun is taken out of my life. I feel him standing there behind me, breathing down my back. And one card kept coming up every time I shuffled the deck. Justice. Yes, justice.
Josie, it's not that bad. If you want your own life and you don't happen to feel affectionate, write to him affectionately anyway.
He's there. He's always there. Like a gendarme who comes knocking at your door in the dead of night saying, "What are you doing?" All I want from Napoleon is justice.
Justice? Oh, Josie, you've been consulting the cards again.
Why not? When have they failed me?
Oh, we're going to the theater tonight. They're doing Molière.
Thank goodness. 2 big fat letters on my desk waiting to be answered. He's won 6 victories in 2 weeks. What have I been doing? At least I can tell him that I've gone to the theater to see something cultural.
He might say Molière is frivolous.
Let him. I'll say I went to improve my mind.
Will you look at the audience?
I am.
They're all looking up here at us in the box.
Isn't it lovely? I adore them.
Long live all the
Lady of the Victory!
That's me, Josephine. Will you please stop bowing to them? They'll never stop applauding you.
I'm not going to disappoint my audience.
Please move back to the rear of the box where you can't be seen.
They simply won't go back to their seats and let the play begin. Marvelous.
We're just going to have to leave, that's all.
Leave the theater? The play hasn't begun yet. You see? They signal to begin the play, but the audience doesn't wish it. They want me.
Mesdames, Messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. We have just received word the brother of General Bonaparte, our also beloved Joseph Bonaparte, has arrived in Paris with 22 flags captured in the Italian campaign.
Well, I'm next. 22 flags and they go berserk. What about me? I'm here in person, right up here in the box. Teresa, I don't wish to see Moliere in the company of such an ignorant audience. Let's go home.
Madame Bonaparte, why we were never introduced before this, I can't imagine. However, I am here now. Napoleon charged me with delivering the captured flags to the Directorate and to urge you to come to Italy.
To come to Italy now?
Madame, preferably yesterday or the day before. He realizes it's a long trip, and he wishes you to take it in easy stages.
Joseph, I can't.
You're saying, I won't, but my brother will not accept I won't for an answer. He is a very jealous man, and your letters have not pleased him. So he had decided you must come to Italy. So don't say, I can't.
It's true. Joseph, you don't know me very well. In fact, you don't know me at all. When I say to you I cannot travel to Italy at this time, that is exactly what I mean. The doctors won't permit it.
You are ill?
I wouldn't say ill, but I'm in poor health.
Well, I am very sorry to hear that. My brother had no idea.
I haven't written him yet. The doctors have only just confirmed it.
Oh, have they said what was wrong?
Without being indelicate, I can say I am subject to certain discomforts. Come in, Teresa. You know Joseph Bonaparte?
Yes, we have met, but it was long ago.
Oh, yes, I think I remember your dear husband, Madame Tallien.
I was just telling Joseph about my condition.
You were?
Why, it is impossible for me to join Napoleon in Italy.
Oh, don't let me interrupt you.
You were telling me of the doctor's opinions?
I don't want to make much of it. After all, it happens to all married women at one time or another. I suffer from a certain nausea, which I understand all women suffer from at the beginning of a pregnancy.
Oh, of course, yes, I understand. When I return, I shall be delighted to give Napoleon the news. You will have made him supremely happy. Well, ladies, if you will forgive me, I must go. Tomorrow, when I leave Paris, I shall stop by Madame Bonaparte to take from you any special word or letters for the General. Good day. It was a pleasure, indeed a pleasure.
Josie, that is a wicked, wicked lie, isn't it? You're not pregnant, are you?
What else could I say when he said Napoleon wouldn't take no for an answer?
I am in my tent tonight, writing to you. Joseph will have arrived in Paris today. I have asked him to tell you to make the trip by easy stages. Lodgings await you in Mondavi. From there you will go to Nice and Genoa. I await you, my love. I will forgive you all the letters you did not write me when you arrive. Adieu, Josephine. You are, for me, a monster I cannot understand. I love you more each day.
So you are going back to Italy today, Joseph?
Without you, unfortunately.
What must be, must be.
Oh, I forgot to mention, I was to tell you to bring your personal maid, your cook, and your coachman. Napoleon has a beautiful coach for you.
How thoughtful.
I shall tell him You are with child?
His child.
May I say to you, if something were to go amiss and you were not with child, he would be extremely disappointed.
So would I.
Are you sure you won't reconsider? He loves you very much, and he needs you with him.
I wish I could go, Joseph, but I must think of the baby. Weeks passed, months. April became May, and May turned into June. It was spring in Paris, then early summer. There were so many things to do, activities I knew Napoleon wouldn't approve of, so I wrote him less and less. He began to be suspicious. Was I really pregnant? I kept up the fiction as long as I could. It's so dark in your house, Teresa. Let's light some candles. Why is there no light?
Josie, it's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
The servants have better sense than to let candles burn all night.
Where are the matches?
We don't use matches, my dear. They're not safe.
Oh, I've run into the table, I think.
In the middle of the table are some sulfur splints. You can light the candles with those.
Didn't I look beautiful in the reception line with that crown of flowers? Everyone said I looked beautiful.
It was a long evening.
I love the way everyone kept offering to toast me in wine. Long live Our Lady of the Victories. I found the splints.
You really danced your feet off. It's a good thing no one asked you about your pregnancy.
People are polite enough not to ask. There's a candle number 1. Oh, there's a man sitting in the armchair.
Josie, light the other candle.
Good evening, Josephine.
Oh, it's Joseph. Joseph Bonaparte. You gave me such a fright.
Tell me, how goes your pregnancy?
What? Oh, let me sit down. I feel faint. Teresa, may I have some wine?
Have you been waiting here long, Joseph?
Well, I arrived in Paris this morning. I heard there was to be a reception at the Luxembourg Palace, so I went there this evening. I saw our little mother prancing about, doing the gavotte. Very lively for 4 months pregnant.
Teresa, please, some wine.
There isn't any, and it's too late to wake the servants.
So I came directly here to Teresa's to wait for you.
I'm very tired. We'll talk in the morning.
Don't you wish to inquire after your husband?
Of course. Please forgive me. But finding you here like this, so unexpected, I'm not myself.
What would you like me to tell you about Napoleon?
Nothing, really, because I know everything. I know which battles he has fought. We correspond a great deal.
He writes a great deal.
I write him all my doings.
In your last letter, you made my brother believe you were in some danger. That you had 3 doctors constantly at your bedside. That is why he sent me to Paris. He is very worried. But I see no evidence of danger or illness.
Joseph, you're not going to tell him that.
Well, it wouldn't be news to him if I did. Other people write to him about you. But he gave me a letter and asked that I read it to you. My dear one, you have not written to me. You were too ill to write. The little child was staring so hard within you that he hurt you. Madam, if you detect a certain irony in those words, you are right. I have decided I shall no longer permit myself to be mocked. You will be in Turin on the 10th, and on the 12th you will be in Milan, where you will wait for me. Your loving husband, Napoleon.
The 10th? That's only days away. Teresa, what will I do?
Go to him. Tell him the truth, everything. Beg his forgiveness.
I cannot. He doesn't know me.
You don't know him, Josephine. My brother told me he will resign his commission and come straight to Paris to be with you. If you don't leave for Italy immediately, Napoleon will be here before the end of the week.
Josephine wept with despair, but managed to attend a farewell party the following day. Then, with a dog, her personal maid, and Joseph Bonaparte, she set forth by coach for Italy, and her husband she couldn't fool any longer. I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
Get down to your store for plenty of Country Time lemonade flavored drink. Look for the Country Time coupon in this Sunday's paper.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
For over 3/4 of a century, Buick has enjoyed a reputation for having fine, luxurious cars. We're very proud of that. It's a reputation that grows every year. 1982 was no exception. There was the introduction of the new Century and the small Buick Skyhawk. And while each Buick lives up to the name, there are refinements and improvements on everything from the full-size Electra down the line. You see, the Buick reputation isn't just something we ride on. It's something we build on.
Today, we're talking to the official bullhorn operator for the recent Detroit Grand Prix.
Hello.
What exactly was your job at the Grand Prix?
Well, I got to shout important things to the drivers like,
"Gentlemen, start your engines!"
Or,
"Hey, stop it, your car's on fire!"
Well, now that the Grand Prix is over, what will you do?
I'm using my bullhorn to tell everyone about Harmony House's big Motor City tune-up sale. Now through the 30th, Harmony House is waving the checkered flag on their entire stock of $6.94, $7.94, and $8.94 albums. Pick up any one of them for just $5.94. Tapes $6.47.
Hey, that's a sale.
Yes, and there's comparable savings on higher-priced albums and tapes, too.
So, tune up with the music that made Detroit the rock and roll capital. Bob Seger, Ted Nugent, the Motown sound.
Thank you.
$6.94, $7.94, and $8.94 albums for just $5.94 at Harmony House.
Okay, that's enough.
Takes just $6.47.
Please.
I'm out.
Oh, will you knock it off?
Harmony House's big Motor City tune-up sale. Now through June 30th at all 14 Harmony House locations.
Who was it who wrote about loving not wisely, but too well? Byron? Shelley? It was Shakespeare, yes, describing Othello. The soldier who, as I think of it, was not unlike Napoleon. This is no everyday romance, but the love of a man who did more to change the face of Europe than anyone before or since. For a dozen years, Josephine's sweet talk tantalized and infuriated Napoleon, but gave him no son, no heir. For France, 12 years was too long to wait.
The unfortunate fact is, Pierre, Josephine is not able to have a child.
That is how the wheel turns. I remember many years ago when they were first married, how she used pregnancy as an excuse not to be with him. Oh, is he back from Vienna?
I'm told so.
Ah, well, another victory. Complete over Austria. And Josephine, how is she?
I haven't seen her in months. She's in seclusion.
Ah, yes.
She knows divorce is in the air. That Napoleon must have his line carried on.
Well, that's always the trouble with monarchy. When we were a republic, briefly, didn't matter what family you belonged to. It was the party. But the moment Napoleon crowned himself emperor and Josephine empress, Bonaparte had to be next on the throne. So, you haven't seen her?
I feel guilty about that. I'm told she spends more and more time consulting her cards, trying to see into the future.
Napoleon has ordered me to paint Josephine.
No.
Oh, yes, she knows about it. I'm to meet with her at Malmaison to get started. I think he wishes the portrait before he speaks to her formally about a divorce.
I understand there's a list of 18 marriageable princesses drawn up for consideration as Napoleon's second wife.
Oh, really?
Maria Louise of Austria and Anna Pavlovna of Russia seem to be in the lead.
No, I shouldn't think Mary Louise would want to marry the man who just subjugated her country.
Nevertheless, I hear she's the favorite.
No, Teresa, forgive me. I used to enjoy gossip, but I just don't anymore. I go tomorrow to Malmaison. May I bring Josephine your affection?
I will write you a note to give her.
How sad she must be that her reign as Empress of France was so short.
I don't think that's the tragedy. When they were first married, it was he who adored her. He worshipped her, loved her to distraction. Now, Cupid has turned about and aimed his arrows at Josephine, and it is she who loves him the more.
Fool, juggler, empress, emperor, devil, judgment.
Empress, may I join you?
Wheel, strength, lovers. Pierre, come in.
Thank you.
I'm counting a card for every year. Star, moon, sun. I'm up to 12 cards, one for each of my 12 married years, Pierre.
Yes, but you've been married for 13.
What have you heard from my husband?
Victory in Vienna.
It's true. 13. But I don't dare turn over the last card, even though, you know, I can almost see through the back of it.
Oh, Josephine, what games you play?
It's no game. It's a warning of the future. So be it. I am not a coward. I've told a lot of untruths in my day, but I was never a coward. Of these 3 cards, the first one I will turn over will be either justice, the hanged man, or death.
Oh, then what would that mean to you?
Death is death. I have seen the card before, and people I've known have died before. Justice, to me, would mean, I suppose, what is just to me, in my eyes. That Napoleon will not insist on a divorce. And the third, the hanged man, that could very well be a hanged woman. Josephine, the former Empress of France.
Before you turn anything over, could we agree on something at a time, a place?
We certainly can. The painting.
I am ready to begin.
We will sit by my favorite brook as often as you like.
Your Highness, thank you. May I leave?
Aren't you going to stay while I turn over the 13th card to see what my 13th year has in store?
Yes, I'll stay.
The hanged man.
Oh, my darling Josephine, how wonderful to see you again. I can't tell you how delighted I was to receive your invitation to Fontainebleau.
It was selfish of me, but I'm glad you're here.
I saw the portrait Pierre did of you at Malmaison. It's fabulous.
I hope Napoleon liked it.
You haven't seen him, then?
No. But his handiwork is everywhere, even in this room. But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the old days. Do you remember when we went to the theater in Paris to see Molière? And how the audience got up and applauded and cheered?
Of course I do. I can see you throwing kisses to them.
Long live Our Lady of Victories. Long live Citizeness Bonaparte. She didn't live very long, did she? 13 years is not a very long life, is it, Teresa? I am so miserable.
Oh, Josephine.
I am disgraced. I am being punished.
There is no disgrace. The divorce is only a matter of state. France has an emperor, and the emperor must have a son.
I know that. I know what Napoleon wishes to avoid. I know all the good reasons why he must have a son. And Marie-Louise or Anna, whatever her name is, I can never pronounce those Russian names. They are young enough. They can both give him dozens of boys. But just the same, France or no France, my husband is punishing me.
I can't believe that. Napoleon loved you tremendously and will always love you.
Let me show you. Do you see this door?
Yes.
This door connects my apartment. There's a secret private staircase that connects his apartment to mine. We always used it. But it doesn't connect to anything anymore. It's been sealed up.
Have you asked why?
Did you hear what I said? I said it's been sealed up because he doesn't want to have anything to do with me anymore. Not even to look at me.
Napoleon?
Yes. Joseph.
Staring into space again? When are you going to set the date?
Joseph, I haven't even spoken to my wife yet. That comes first.
You haven't? But you are back in France for a month. Why do you wait?
It isn't an easy task. It's like cutting off an arm. Worse, for this arm has a life of its own.
Does putting off the day make it any easier?
No, it doesn't. I'm afraid this time her cards are betraying her. She is positive that her presence in my life protects me. And if I divorce her, I might be defeated in battle or even die in exile.
This is the age of reason, not superstition.
An heir is essential to give France peace and stability. Therefore, Josephine and I, who both love France more than we love each other, must part.
Excellent. Tell her that.
I'm afraid to. She'll be all tears, grief-stricken. I hate scenes. In front of armies and cannon, I stand up. But in front of Josephine, I tremble. You see, my darling wife...
Will you have some more coffee?
Yes. No, thank you. Not now. We must regard this
I have
act...
so looked forward to the two of us having a little dinner alone, just like the old days. Do you remember the picnics at my maison?
Of course I remember them, dearest. Josephine, will you please let me say what I must?
By all means. I'll be quiet as a mouse.
Our divorce, what we are about to do, I regard as a kind of sacrifice. And you, my darling Josephine...
No, don't. Please don't. I can't listen to this. I know it will happen to me. Disgrace, all honors taken away, all my friends. Who will look at me? Who will care about an ex-emperor?
Oh, but that is not so.
You may say what you like, but the cards have told me. In the end, I will have to leave France.
Josephine, listen to me. You will always be the Empress, Josephine. You will have Malmaison for yourself, an entire court for yourself. You will always be held in high regard by all of France. I promise you I shall see to that. That every Frenchman will hold you up as a noble victim to the needs of our country, to whom the greatest honors will always be shown.
Who is it to be?
What do you mean, who?
You know what I mean. Anna, the Russian, or Marie-Louise, the Austrian?
You won't tell anyone. It's not official, and I know I'll have problems with Vienna.
So it is Marie-Louise.
That's what I'm advised.
I hear she's a big fat cow. A blonde.
No.
You used to like them slender and dark-haired.
I still do, my darling.
Very well. I'll consent. The divorce is yours. I know you'll be generous.
You'll consent? You'll consent. Don't act as though you were doing me a favor. The divorce is the Emperor's edict, not a favor you are bestowing.
I hoped you'd be a gentleman to the end and let me have the last word.
I shall. In 2 weeks, we'll gather in the throne room at the Tuileries, and we shall both make our private decision public.
With the permission of my august and dear husband, I declare that having no hope of bearing children for the interests of France, I am glad to give him the greatest proof of my attachment and devotion. I'm sorry. I can't read any more of what I wish to say to you.
Joseph, pick up the page she dropped and read it.
I believe that by consenting to the dissolution of a marriage which deprives France of one day being governed by the descendants raised up by Providence to wipe out the evils of a terrible revolution...
Joseph, let me. I don't need to read what I have prepared. I can say it, straight out. The disillusion of my marriage can never change the feelings of my heart. In me, the Emperor will always have his best friend. 13 years. It's not very long, is it? But it was my whole lifetime. I know how much this act, demanded by politics, has wounded him. But we both glory in the sacrifice we make for the good of the country. I loved him. I did love him. But something in me always prevented me from showing my love to him the way he wanted to see it. The following day, the dissolution of our marriage was proclaimed to the Senate. I retired to my beautiful Malmaison, but I was never happy there again. Too many memories. I remember when he was in Italy and wrote to me not to be gay or sad, but he would prefer it if I were melancholy. I didn't know how to be melancholy then, but I do now. Josephine lived to see Napoleon retreat from Moscow. She lived to see him abdicate. She did not live to see his Waterloo. But to the end she consulted her cards every day. Strange, because she found no happiness in what they foretold of the future. Her contentment lay only in remembering the past. I shall return shortly.
If you've been putting money aside, you can almost see inflation eroding its buying power, unless it's earning high interest rates or substantial dividends. And right now, thanks to Dreyfus Liquid Assets, even a small investment can profit from the currently high interest rates with complete cash availability. Think of your Dreyfus Liquid Assets account as an income-earning investment with free checking privileges. Privileges that allow you to pay bills and still earn money till the checks clear. You can even withdraw all or part of your cash by phone. There's never a penalty, never a sales or withdrawal charge. To get all the details, call toll-free 800-228-5000 for a simple no-jargon information booklet and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Find out how Dreyfus Liquid Assets helps you get the lion's share from today's high interest rates. Read the prospectus carefully before you invest. 800-228-5000. No charge for the call. 800-228-5000. Call now.
This graceful and extraordinary creature, Josephine, was strong and independent, and her bittersweet love affair with her husband is proof that Disraeli was right when he said, "Man is not a creature of circumstances. Circumstances are the creatures of men." So can you blame me? Now you know why I just had to portray the fascinating Josephine. And as time goes on, I hope to play for you many more of my favorite characters of history and fiction. Our cast included Terry Keane, Louis Turenne, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Have a pencil ready for an offer from the Journal.
It presents... Come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. Mystery fans have often speculated on how the world's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes, would have fared against 20th century criminals. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle has told us that Holmes lived up to and possibly through World War I and then retired. And now, for the listening delight of our Mystery Theater audience, we present a story which brings Holmes out of retirement to attempt the solution of a baffling and perilous crime.
Hello?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yes?
Go back to your bees and your roses in Sussex, old man.
I intend to. After I bring this case to a successful conclusion.
You're in over your head, Holmes. This is a different world. And if you want to smell your roses again, you'll quit right now.
Our mystery drama, The Naval Treaty, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Gordon Gould. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Retirement is a much discussed topic today. At what age should a person retire? Opinions vary, but facts don't lie. Winston Churchill was in his 70s when he led England through World War II. Thomas Edison was advisor and consultant to the United States Navy during World War I when he was 75 years old. And Casey Stengel led the New York Yankees to 4 straight World Series triumphs when he was in his 70s. It seems that the answer to the question depends on the individual, and Dr. Watson would agree with me.
Holmes! Watson, my dear old friend. It's a delight to see you after so many years. Come in, come in.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Did you enjoy your nap on the train?
Holmes, how in the world did you know I napped?
Simplicity itself, my dear chap. Tell me, was the cushion you used as a headrest comfortable?
No, Holmes, this is too much. You must have spoken to someone who travelled with me.
Watson, we've been separated far too long. Now, you're a man who is always meticulously groomed. Yet I perceive that the hair on the right side of your head is disarranged and indented. There are also a few red threads which are certainly not your hair. Now, since I know you came down on the Brighton Belle first class, you leaned your head against the window. Probably finding that uncomfortable, you took one of the red velvet cushions and used that as a headrest. Right?
Amazing.
Elementary, Watson.
You know, Holmes, I'm very glad to see that you're the old Holmes, as brilliant and as alert as ever.
You expected to find a doddering old man? Come now, Watson. All you had to do was look in the mirror. You're hale and hearty enough. Now, why the haste?
You remember Sanford Phelps?
Your old schoolmate, Sandy? Of course. Is he in some kind of trouble?
No, not he. But his son is in a frightful mess. His whole career at the Foreign Office is going down the drain. Sandy is desperate. Scotland Yard and even MI5 are completely baffled. Sandy asked me to see you and ask you to give him a hand.
I'm enjoying my retirement, Watson. But if you'd like me to undertake this task, I'm your man. Now, Watson, you said something about a letter which you were going to show me.
There may be no need for it now, Holmes. It was to be my last resort in the event that you refused to help me.
Nevertheless, I'd like to look at it.
Well, it's very pathetic, Holmes. You read how the young man asks over and over for your help.
It's only a brief note from your old school chum, but a whole long epistle from young Percy Phelps. It doesn't tell us very much, does it?
Hardly anything.
As I give it back to you, you might note the handwriting. It holds some interest.
The writing isn't his.
Excellent, Watson. It is a woman's.
No, Holmes, this hand is surely that of a man.
No, a woman's. And a woman of rare character. Watson, my interest is already sharpened in the case. I'm looking forward to seeing this young diplomat who's in such devilish straits, and the lady to whom he dictates his letters.
Mr. Holmes and Mr. Watson, I'm so glad you've come. Percy has been asking for you all morning. The poor chap clings to any straw. His father and mother asked me to see you, for the mere mention of the subject is very painful to them.
We've had no details yet, but I see that you yourself are not a member of the family.
What? Oh. Yes, you saw the J.H. monogram on my shirt. Of course. For a moment, I thought you'd done something extremely clever. Joseph Harrison is my name. And as Percy is to marry my sister Anne, I shall at least be a relation by marriage.
I see.
You'll find my sister in his room. She has nursed him day and night these past 3 weeks. Perhaps we'd better go in at once. I know how impatient he is. Step this way. Ah, Mr. Holmes and Mr. Watson. I should recognize you two anywhere. I do hope you can help me.
We shall try.
I'll leave then.
Shall I go also, Percy?
Oh, no, Anne. I want you to stay if you can bear to hear the whole thing over again.
Oh, I can bear anything. Anything that will help.
I suppose I'd better start at the beginning, Mr. Holmes.
It would save time in the long run.
Well, Watson may have told you I'm in the Foreign Office. Through the influence of my uncle, Lord Holdhurst, I rose rapidly. When my uncle became Foreign Minister, prospects looked even brighter. I became engaged to my lovely Anne here, and 3 weeks ago, I'll never forget the date, the 23rd of May, my uncle called me into his office. I can recall every word of that conversation, every detail.
Percy, my boy, you've handled every matter I've entrusted to you with the utmost discretion, but this is by far the most important matter you've yet to deal with. This is an agreement between our country, and you will see the name of the other country when you copy the document. The agreement would never leave my office if it weren't absolutely necessary to be copied. I regret to say that some rumors have already leaked to the press. You have a safe in your office?
Oh, yes, sir.
Then take the agreement and lock it up inside there. You may have to work late tonight. I want no one in the office while you're doing the copying. Understood?
I do.
I cannot risk anyone catching a glimpse of it.
I understand.
And when you have finished copying, replace both the original and the copy in the safe and hand them both over to me personally tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
Then you may lock them in your safe now. I shan't rest easy until the original and your copy are back in my possession.
So, Mr. Holmes, I took the document. I did exactly as my uncle instructed. When the others had all gone, I took the document from the safe and began work. Without going into details, I saw at once that it was of such importance that at least 3 of the large powers would have paid fortunes to get their hands on it. I worked as quickly as I could, but it contained 26 separate articles, and by 9 o'clock I was feeling tired. A cup of coffee would help, so I rang the bell for the night watchman, who has a little room at the foot of the stairs and makes coffee for any of us who work overtime.
Is that the only bell in your office?
Oh, no, there are a number of them to different offices, but I rang the night watchman's bell. To my surprise, it was a woman who came to my office.
You rang, sir.
Oh, well, where's the night watchman?
He's not too well, sir, so I climbed the stairs for him.
And who are you?
Well, I'm his wife, sir, and I'm also one of the cleaning women. Is there anything you want?
Well, yes, I'd like some coffee, please.
Well, I'll see to it that my Sam gets it for you, sir.
And that was the last I saw of her, Mr. Holmes, until much later.
You had never seen this woman before?
Oh, never.
Interesting. Proceed. What happened with the coffee?
Well, nothing. I continued to work until, feeling more tired than ever, I decided to go down myself and see what was keeping the night watchman. So I descended the stairs, passing the landing where another set of stairs runs at right angles to the main curving staircase.
Leading to where?
A side door opening on Charles Street.
Ah?
This door is kept locked, and only a few of us have a key.
You have one?
Yes, but I rarely use it. Oh, Mr. Holmes, if only I hadn't gone down for that stupid coffee. I should have stayed in my office. I should have stayed and finished. I should have stayed, or I should have taken more care.
Go on. You were on the stairs on your way to the office of the night watchman.
Wake up, man. Wake up. The coffee's boiling over.
No. What? Oh, Mr. Phelps, sir, I'm sorry. I was boiling the kettle and I must have dozed off.
Dozed? You were dead to the world.
If you are here, sir, then who's ringing the bell?
The bell? What bell is it?
The bell in the room you were working in. Your room, sir.
Mr. Holmes, a cold hand seemed to close around my heart. I ran like a madman up the stairs, the watchman following me. Well, there was no one in the corridor. No one in the room. Everything was exactly as I left it, except that only the copy I was writing remained. The original trade agreement had vanished.
A most intriguing problem. What did you do then?
Well, I think I literally went berserk. I was convinced, because such a short time had elapsed, that energetic action on my part would recover the document. I raced downstairs and out to the side door to Charles Street. I knew the thief must have used the side stairs, else I surely would have seen him.
You said that door was always kept locked.
Well, it was open.
I presume you told that to Scotland Yard?
Oh, I don't know. I think so. I must have.
And what did they make of it?
Nothing.
Go on.
It was a warm spring rain falling, and Charles Street was deserted. But when I rounded the corner into Whitehall Street, there was plenty of bustle. I saw a constable standing on the corner, and I asked him if anyone had passed that way. He replied that he'd been standing there for 15 minutes and that only one woman had passed, tall and elderly, wearing a paisley shawl. As we stood there, I heard the nearby church tower strike 3 times. I'd forgotten the watchman had followed me, but had been unable to keep up with me.
Mr. Phelps! Mr. Phelps! We must go the other way. The woman who the constable saw pass this way was my wife.
The constable said she seemed to be in a great hurry.
She wants to get home, out of the rain.
Oh, I suppose that could be.
You're only wasting your time, sir. Every minute counts. Take my word, my old woman has nothing to do with it. Let's move down to the other end of the street.
Wait, I must think.
If you won't, I will.
Hold on there. Where do you live?
16 Ivy Lane, Brixton. But don't let yourself be drawn away on a false scent. Come with me to the other end of the street.
I was obsessed with the thought of retrieving the document, but I allowed him to persuade me. We found nothing. We returned to my office, searched together. Again, nothing.
But you did visit the watchman's home.
Well, after our search proved fruitless, we took a cab and reached his home in Brixton. Imagine my surprise to find his wife was not there yet. Well, he had no explanation. Then when we heard a key turning the lock and the front door opening, that's when I think I made my mistake. I let him go to the door.
Sarah, there's a gentleman waiting to see you.
If it isn't Mr. Phelps, what you doing here?
I think you stole a paper from my office, and I'm calling Scotland Yard.
And did you stay with her and her husband until the men came from the yard?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. She was under my eye all the time until they took her to the yard and searched her.
And found nothing?
Had nothing on her husband, or anywhere in the kitchen either. Oh, that's when the full extent of the nightmare hit, and that was when I collapsed.
If it's any help to you, Mr. Holmes, Percy was brought here directly in an ambulance. I was so concerned that I wouldn't allow them to take Percy to his bedroom, but insisted that Joseph vacate this room at once. And my poor brother has been in an upstairs sitting room ever since.
Oh, tell me, please, Mr. Holmes, do you see any hope?
Darling, you must remember that Mr. Holmes has been inactive for some years now, and times have changed. The best minds at Scotland Yard and military intelligence have been baffled.
Yes, but that's just the kind of case where Holmes succeeds, Miss Harrison. That's why Percy's father asked me to get in touch with him.
Thank you, Watson, for the vote of confidence. But there are a few dark corners here that will have to be illuminated before I can answer Percy's question.
Do you believe that time has passed our old hero by? That the powers of Sherlock Holmes, the pure deductive reasoning, the microscope, and the encyclopedic knowledge are no match for the more modern criminals? Whichever side you choose, and I caution you, it's not a sure thing. You'll find the answers coming up shortly in Act 2.
Right now, independently owned True Value hardware stores are celebrating American independence by offering special values on True Test paints during True Test Anniversary Paint Days. Hi, Pat Summerall to say, until July 11th, Weatherall latex flat house paint in 26 colors, black and white, is just $11.98 a gallon, with custom colors slightly higher. and give siding, shutters, and trim all-season protection with new weather-all satin or gloss finish, both value-priced, exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
Hotel coupon and discount offers are confusing and limited. That's why the world's largest lodging chain invites you to call Best Western before you call anyone else. Chances are you'll find the Best Western just where you need it most at a price you'll want to pay. No strings attached.
Call 1-800-528-1234. Best Western. 1-800-528-1234. Best Western.
When you turn on the 11 o'clock news tonight, you'd like to think that what you're watching is the best newscast in Detroit, especially if it's the only newscast you've had a chance to watch all day. You want reporters who'll give you the best possible coverage of news, weather, and sports, reports that are up to date, exacting, uncompromising. News 4 Tonight at 11 gives you just that, but not only just that. It gives you special features and reports that gives it an edge over other newscasts. Information that could translate into an added edge for you. A consumer tip that might alter your shopping list. A warning about that latest Hollywood blockbuster destined to bomb at the box office. It's this kind of complete reporting that qualifies News 4 at 11 as the best late-night newscast you can watch in Detroit. And it's this kind of reporting that won it this year's Emmy Award for Excellence. So tonight, don't settle for anything less than the award winner. News 4 Tonight at 11. Thousands have already switched. Now the one we want is you.
It's exciting to have our old friends Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson with us once again, with Holmes faced with solving a puzzle that appears to be insoluble. Does Holmes retain his old skills? Certainly Watson believes he's as keen as ever. But there are doubters. Time takes its toll of all of us. Let us rejoin Holmes and Watson as they stroll back to Percy Phelps' sick room in the lovely Phelps house.
You do have some ideas, Holmes. You see some way to clear Percy Phelps.
I'd say, Watson, that at the moment we're equidistant between failure and success. But let's go in now and see if a little refreshment has strengthened Percy Phelps. Well, Miss Harrison, I must say the patient's color is much better.
Beef tea works wonders.
And so does Sherlock Holmes.
There is one question of utmost importance that remains to be answered. Did you tell anyone that you had this special task to perform?
Oh, no one.
And I'm sure the yard went into the night watchman's background.
Oh, yes. He's an old soldier. I believe he was in the Coldstream Guards.
Mr. Phelps, I've been noticing your roses are lovely. The moss rose in particular.
We know that roses are your speciality, Mr. Holmes, but Percy was hoping for something on the mystery, which will ruin him. Do you see any clue?
You furnished me with several, but of course I must test them before I can evaluate them.
You suspect someone?
I suspect myself.
What?
Of coming to conclusions too rapidly.
Then go to London and test your conclusions.
Excellent advice. Watson, come along. And Miss Harrison, I see what excellent nursing care you've given Mr. Phelps. May I urge that you continue it?
I need no urging, Mr. Holmes.
Since I'm not offering you hope, I thought at least I'd give you advice.
For the life of me, Holmes, I can't see where you found several clues in Phelps' recital. I couldn't find one.
Watson, it's delightful that you haven't changed. Come now, there's one fact in particular that literally cries out for attention. Think, Watson. Think of the most singular incident about this crime.
If no one knew about the document, how could it have been stolen?
Capital, Watson. Excellent. But that's still not what bothers me. It doesn't ring the bell, so to speak.
Bell? You mean the bell that rang in the watchman's office?
Exactly. What kind of a thief is it who rings a bell to give the alarm to announce his presence in Phelps's office?
Yes, but couldn't the bell have been rung by accident?
About as likely as to say that it was rung by ghosts. No, Watson. Give me the answer to the question of the bell, and I'll give you the solution.
Could the bell possibly have been out of order?
What are you writing?
An advertisement which will appear in every evening paper in London. Here, read it.
See now, £10 reward. The number of the cab which dropped the fare at the door of the Foreign Office on Charles Street at 9:45 in the evening of May 23rd. Apply Dr. John Watson, 25 Harley Street.
I hope you won't mind my using your office for this purpose.
I'm delighted. But what makes you confident that the thief came in a cab?
If we believe, Phelps, that there's no hiding place in either the room or the corridor, the person must have come from outside and yet left no trace of damp boots anywhere. We may safely deduce a cab.
We barely arrived at my quarters above my office on Harley Street and settled ourselves when the telephone jangled. Hello?
May I speak with Mr. Sherlock Holmes, if you please?
It's for you, Holmes.
Holmes here.
I have a piece of advice for you, old man.
Oh?
Go back to your bees and roses in Sussex and forget about this investigation. You are out of place here with your old-fashioned craziness with the microscope and that silly hat.
Perhaps you'd care to refer me to a good haberdasher.
This is no joking matter. A few bee stings may give you a moment of pain. But if you persist in this nonsense, you may very well receive a permanent injury. You take my meaning.
I'm listening.
You have been warned.
What was that all about?
A warning, Watson. And an error. Because the warning could only have come from someone who knows I'm on the case.
Could you recognize the voice?
Aside from the fact that it was obviously disguised, no.
Surely you could tell whether it was a man or a woman.
Watson, we have a large and curious cast of characters in this little puzzle. Since the caller was obviously attempting to alter the voice quality, it could be a man or a woman trying to convince me of the wrong sex.
Holmes, using your methods, we can eliminate some people as above suspicion.
Why don't you try it, Watson?
Of course, Anne Harrison and her brother cannot have had anything to do with it, eh?
For argument's sake, let's say that she and her brother are accomplices. Don't forget, her brother was in London on the night of the theft. Now she exhibits this overpowering display of affection to make sure that Percy doesn't say or do or remember anything that could be damaging to their plans.
But I've
made some inquiries. The Harrison family isn't too well off, so the motive could be money.
Very well. My next name is Lord Holdhurst.
The most difficult crime to track is the one which is purposeless. But this is no purposeless crime. We know that there are at least 2 foreign powers whose governments would pay a considerable sum to see that trade agreement, and Lord Holdhurst might profit by it.
Inconceivable, Holmes.
Do you find it inconceivable that a statesman might find himself in a position where he would not be sorry to have such a document accidentally destroyed?
But not a statesman with the honourable record of Lord Holdhurst.
We cannot afford to disregard any possibility. We shall see the noble lord today and find out if he can tell us anything. It is very kind of you to receive us, Lord Holdhurst.
Your reputation is very well known, Mr. Holmes, and I wouldn't offend your intelligence to pretend to be ignorant of the object of your visit.
Then you also know that I'm acting on behalf of Mr. Percy Phelps.
My unfortunate nephew. Despite the fact that my kinship makes it more impossible to screen him in any way, I have made diligent inquiries.
May I ask as to what or whom?
Certainly. The night watchman's background has been exhaustively looked into. We find that he left the service with a good character. His wife is a different matter.
Did she explain why she answered the bell when your nephew rang for his coffee?
She said her husband was tired.
And her haste to get away that night?
She was later than usual. Wanted to get home.
And how was it that her husband and your nephew arrived at her home before her, although they left some 20 minutes after?
Well, the difference between a bus and a cab.
Have you done anything else?
Everyone in this office has been shadowed night and day since the theft, and nothing untoward has been discovered.
In effect, then, you're saying that you see no alternative but your nephew.
I'd rather not comment on that. Isn't that your territory?
But suppose the document were found.
At this point, that seems most unlikely. But if the document were found, it would make a great difference. Now, Mr. Holmes, unless you have some further...
Just a few minutes more, Your Lordship. Did you ever mention to anyone that you were having the document copied?
Never.
You're certain of that?
Absolutely.
Then it follows that since neither you nor your nephew ever mentioned the matter, the thief's presence in the room was purely accidental. He saw his chance, and he took it.
Once again, that is your province, Mr. Holmes, not mine.
Have you looked into the matter of the bell ringing at all?
I wouldn't know what to make of it. Seems very strange, indeed.
One more point, if you please. I understand that you feared very grave results might follow if the details of this document became known.
Very grave, indeed.
Have any such events occurred?
Not yet.
Since nearly 3 weeks have elapsed, would it be fair to assume that the document has not reached them?
We can hardly assume that the thief took the document in order to frame and hang it.
But then why has he not sold it? Do you have any explanation for that?
None. Unless you suppose that the culprit had suddenly been taken ill.
With a nervous breakdown, perhaps?
I didn't say that. Now, really, Mr. Holmes, I have pressing matters waiting. I wish you every success in your investigation, no matter who the criminal may be.
Well, Holmes, isn't Lord Holdhurst a fine fellow?
Oh, yes. But he has to struggle to keep up his position. He's far from rich.
Why don't you say that?
Didn't you notice that his boots had been resold?
No. But, surely, Holmes, it's unthinkable.
Watson, I have a line of inquiry I must pursue on my own. But I'd appreciate it if you'd meet me tomorrow on the same train we took to Woking yesterday. Because, unless I'm badly mistaken, that is where the next action will occur.
We are much taken today with nostalgia. Perhaps because time has thrown a rosy glow over what we refer to as the good old days. But there's no doubt whatsoever in the minds of the millions of Holmes fans that the London of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson was much more romantic and much preferable to the London of today. We'll be back to that London and the English countryside shortly.
If you've been reading about wise money management in your favorite publications, you've undoubtedly heard about Dreyfus Liquid Assets, one of the world's largest money market funds, and about the big yields you can get on your money right now. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charge, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
Excuse me, I own that shoe store across the street. Want to buy it?
Well,
I'll be honest. I have great shoes, but no customers, so I'm ready to sell the whole thing at any price you name it.
$12.
Sold. Ooh. Well, now that you own a shoe store, what'll you do with it?
Well, advertise.
I tried. A lot of newspaper ads, then TV and magazines.
I'll probably go radio.
Radio?
Yeah, according to the latest studies, everyday radio reaches more people than newspaper, TV, or magazines.
How did you
What's
know?
more, radio targets customers. I'll match up the right stations for my dressier lines and different stations for young casual. Since radio costs a lot less than newspapers or TV, I'll get good efficiency.
Listen, I'd like to buy my store back from you.
Well,
at a fair profit.
Okay.
How much do you
$156,000.
That's a pretty fair profit.
Take it or leave it.
I'll take it.
Radio. It costs less, targets your best customers, and it sells. Radio. Red hot because it works. For more facts on radio, call this station of the Radio Advertising Bureau. They brought you this message.
One line of a famous poem reads, "Oh, to be in England now that spring is here." I'd like to paraphrase that to read, "Oh, to be in England whenever Holmes is there." Stay with me and you can be transported to England and be with Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson as Holmes comes out of his retirement to match wits with a criminal whose crime threatens to destroy a promising career.
Holmes, why are we traveling to Woking again?
Because, Watson, if my deductions are correct, that is where the next happening must occur. Young Percy has gotten himself into some very deep waters, and it may be difficult to get him safely ashore.
You think that somehow Percy has gotten himself involved with international spies?
International spies do not announce their presence by ringing a bell just moments before they get their hands on a document.
Is it possible that young Percy was the target of some plot by a jealous colleague?
I do not think it likely.
How do you explain what happened?
From all the facts that I've been able to gather, I think that Percy Phelps was a young man in the wrong place at the right time.
When we arrived at Woking, it was a glorious afternoon. Holmes suggested that we walk to the Phelps residence. Accordingly, we set out along a winding path which led to the grounds. What do you think is going to happen here at Woking?
I haven't the slightest idea, Watson.
Well, what would make you think something will?
If nothing happens, I would have to rethink my deductions and entertain serious doubts about my ability to help Percy Phelps. Down, Watson. Flat on the ground.
Yes.
Watson, crawl for the shelter of that large tree over there.
Yes, I see it.
As quickly as you can.
Is this the event you're expecting, Holmes?
Frankly, no. But I do take comfort from one thing.
What's that?
The fact that our adversary is a poor shot.
Come in, Mr. Holmes. Percy's been asking for you every 5 minutes.
I've made a perfect nuisance of myself, Mr. Holmes. Have you any news for us?
I have a report. The best I can say is that it isn't completely negative.
Well, that is better than I expected. Could we hear the positive aspects right away?
You may not view it in the same light as I, but I have been warned to get off the case. Once over the telephone, and...
And somebody took some pot shots at us on our way here.
That's terrible.
On the contrary, someone is worried, and that should give us heart.
Mr. Holmes, I'm beginning to believe that my life, as well as my honor, is threatened.
What makes you say that?
What happened last night? The very first night I slept alone, without my dear Anne nearby. About 2 a.m, I was awakened. I knew someone was opening the window. For a moment, I was frozen. Then I leaped out of bed, rushed to the window, flung back the shutters. You there. What are you doing? Joseph! Anne, there's someone trying to get in my room! And that's about all there was to it. Except that in the moonlight, I distinctly saw the flash of the blade of a knife.
What about the intruder? Any description?
Oh, it was a man, I think. He was wrapped in some sort of cloak which covered the lower part of his face. He was gone in an instant. I should have tried to chase him down, but I was too weak.
Fortunately, it might very well have been dangerous. Do you think you're strong enough to walk around the house with me? We might be able to pick up something that's been overlooked.
I hardly think you'll discover anything new. My brother Joseph and the groom went over the grounds thoroughly earlier.
That's true. They did find some marks in the flower bed outside the window, but the weather's been so dry lately that it was hopeless to follow the trail across the grass.
Nevertheless, I'll ask you to humor me. Watson, you'll come along, of course, to keep an eye on our young patient here.
And I'll join you.
I'm afraid not. I must ask you to remain exactly where you are.
Can Joseph come?
Of course. He might be of some help.
I confess I don't understand you, Mr. Holmes. Why are you so anxious to separate Percy and me?
The separation will be short, and I hope the results will make it extremely worthwhile. You were right, Joseph. No one could make much of these marks in the flower bed. But why don't you and I go ahead while Watson and Percy take it more slowly?
Suit yourself, Mr. Holmes. Where are we heading?
Around the house to see if we can discover why that room and Percy should have been the particular target if it was a burglar. I should have thought that the larger windows of the drawing room and dining room would have been more attractive.
Those windows are more visible from the road, but the room where the entry was attempted looks more promising from the ground.
Of course. By the way, Percy said you found some place where the intruder scaled the fence.
Right over there.
Let's have a look at it.
Here it is. Right here. Well, you can see where a fragment of wood is hanging down.
Do you think this was done last night? Doesn't it look rather old for that?
Well, possibly so.
And there are no marks on either side of anyone jumping down. I don't think there's anything to be gained here. Why don't you rejoin your brother-in-law and Dr. Watson while I go back to the bedroom and talk the matter over?
With my sister?
I believe she's the only person there.
What do you want with Anne?
Miss Harrison, what I have to say is of the utmost importance.
Well, you discovered something after all.
You must stay here in this room all day.
Why? What do you...
Trust me, it's vital. You mustn't move from this room. Have your meals brought here.
I don't understand, but I'll do it.
And when you go to bed tonight, lock the door of this room on the inside and keep the key.
But Percy, what about Percy?
He'll come to London with me.
And I'm to remain here?
It's for his sake. You can help him. Your promise. Do I have it?
Well, yes, but...
Good. Now let me break the news to Percy. And I see that he and the others are approaching.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I quite enjoyed the walk in the sunshine. What do you propose now?
It would be a very great help to me if you would come up to London with us.
Oh, immediately?
As soon as you conveniently can. Say, in an hour?
Well, I feel strong enough if you feel I can really be of help.
The greatest possible.
Perhaps you'd like me to stay in London tonight.
I was just going to propose it.
I think I see what's behind your plan, Mr. Holmes.
You do?
Yes. If my friend of last night should make another visit, he'll find the bird has flown. Perhaps you'd like Joseph to come to look after me.
Not necessary. My friend Dr. Watson is a medical man, and he'll look after you. If you'll be so kind as to give us lunch here, we three shall all set off for town together. Well, Watson and Mr. Phelps, I shall see you to your compartment and wish you a good journey.
See here, Holmes, you said that
you were going to accompany us to London.
There are one or two small points which I need to clear up. Your absence, Mr. Phelps, will in some ways rather assist me.
What about our investigation in London?
We can do that tomorrow. I think that just at present, I can be more of use here.
But I say, Holmes, what about...
Accommodations for our young friend? Exactly. You have a spare bedroom, I believe?
Of course. But when will we see you?
I expect to breakfast with you tomorrow. There's a train which will bring me into Waterloo at 8.
I should apologize, Doctor. I'm afraid I kept you up rather late last night.
Nonsense, young man. I just felt that you should have had more sleep.
I didn't sleep a wink. And where is Holmes?
It's not much past 8. He'll be here.
You have implicit faith in Holmes.
I've seen him do remarkable things.
Do you think he expects success?
You can ask him yourself. If you will come to the window, you'll see he's getting out of the cab now.
What's the matter with his hand? Why is it bandaged like that?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Oh, he looks like a beaten man. And I had hoped for so much upon his return.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Holmes, you're not wounded.
Tut, it's only a scratch through my own clumsiness. This case of yours, Mr. Phelps, it's been a remarkable experience.
That bandage, Holmes, tells of adventures. What happened?
After breakfast, Watson. Remember, I've breathed 30 miles of Surrey air this morning, and I'm ravenous. I see you've done well with the sideboard. What's under here?
Ham and eggs.
Good. Mr. Phelps, please join me and help yourself. Will you have curried fowl or eggs?
Oh, nothing, thank you. I cannot eat.
Well, then, I suppose you'd have no objection to raising the lid and helping me.
Not at all. I don't believe my eyes. It can't be. I cannot be.
Catch him, Watson. And I think after we get him in a chair, a little brandy.
Oh, is it... It really is the trade agreement.
It is. I owe you an apology for bringing you the news in this fashion. But Watson here will tell you I never could resist a touch of the dramatic.
Apologize? Oh, Mr. Holmes, you've saved my career, my whole life. Oh, I owe everything to you. There's no need for an apology. But I'm dying of curiosity. How did you get it? Where was it?
I've already confessed my fondness for the dramatic, so allow me to reconstruct my activities of last night. It was exactly 9 o'clock when I climbed the fence and jumped into the grounds. I placed myself carefully behind a rhododendron bush. The night was fine, but it was still a long, weary vigil. A little after 2, the peaceful country sounds were broken by the sound of a bolt being thrown back. And a moment later, a door creaked open, and Mr. Joseph Harrison stepped out into the moonlight.
Joseph? My brother-in-law?
Joseph, you're about to be brother-in-law, and also a merciless scoundrel who took advantage of you and your hospitality and very nearly ruined you.
But why? What had he to gain?
Money. A great deal of money, which my inquiries show he badly needed. Joseph was a gambler.
Oh, never anything large, Mr. Holmes.
That's what he told you and Anne. But he was and is so deeply in debt that he faced criminal charges. He was desperate.
I still find it hard to believe that Joseph is a villain and a thief.
Holmes, you haven't finished. Why is your hand bandaged?
He must have sustained that injury when he accosted Joseph on the lawn.
Not quite, Mr. Phelps. I wanted him to lead me to where he'd hidden the document. And once again, you'll have to put up with my theatrics. I stole to the window and peered in. He was lifting up some baseboards. As soon as I saw the document in his hand, I slipped through the open door and said, "I'll take that, Mr. Harrison."
You meddling fool, I warned you to stay out of this. Now you'll pay for it.
Drop the knife. Drop it, or I'll break your arm. Now, Mr. Harrison, if you're as clever as you are vicious, you won't make me use this revolver. The document, please. Thank you.
What are you going to do with me?
Nothing. Now that I have the document, you're free to go. But I doubt that Scotland Yard will let you off so easily.
You let him go?
I wired full particulars to the Yard this morning. I expect they'll find Harrison has fled, and rather suspect that you, Mr. Phelps, and Lord Holdhurst would be just as happy if this matter never came to court.
Oh, the newspapers would have a Roman holiday.
Exactly.
But Holmes, what made you suspect Joseph in the first place?
The science of deduction and the bell, Watson. The answer to what kind of a thief rings a bell is no thief. If not a thief, then who? A friend who'd come to visit and decided to steal. In short, Joseph Harrison was in London. He was to meet at the train with Phelps. It seemed logical that Harrison might be early, and so he drops in on Percy. No one is in the office. Not knowing where Percy might be, he rings all the bells, including the one in the watchman's office. While doing this, he sees the document, realizes its value, and in a flash is down the stairs and away. Once back at Woking, he secretes the trade agreement in his room and is stunned when you evict him that same night. All this was deductive theory, which was proved when he made the attempt to enter your room the very first night you were alone.
Well, you don't think he had any murderous intentions? The knife was to be used only as a tool.
Perhaps. I can only say that Joseph Harrison is a gentleman to whose mercy I should be extremely unwilling to trust.
And so, once again, the greatest detective of them all, Sherlock Holmes, comes out of retirement to solve a case that baffles Scotland Yard and MI5 and proves that it's not necessary to teach an old dog new tricks. The old ones are more than good enough. I'll be back shortly to discuss the question of the actual age of Sherlock Holmes.
When you get
Itchy red skin.
get Kool-Aid, when you get it.
Darn bug.
Get Kool-Aid, when you get it.
Oh,
to poison ivy.
Get Cord-Aid, Cord-Aid.
Cord-Aid gently works with your body's natural defenses. It's all you need for the relief of dermatitis and other minor itches and rashes.
When you get it, itchy eczema. Get Cord-Aid, Cord-Aid.
Read and follow label directions.
Hi, this is Bob Newhart. Your public library has asked me to give you the answers to a few of the questions that are most frequently asked. 1847, Jane Austen. The Philadelphia Phillies, Pork Belly's King Kong, not in Texas. Now that you have the answers, please don't call us with those questions anymore. But if you have other questions...
If you have any questions at all, you can call.
Give them a jingle.
I'm the library.
A public service message of the American Library Association.
Dinner's done, the day is ended. Peace and quiet have descended. Night.
Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. I was just dozing for a few moments, and I had a curious dream, but I can't seem to recall it. Have you ever had that experience? You're not fully asleep, just on the borderline, but your mind takes flight and you dream strange dreams. And frequently I recall an experience and can't quite be sure if it happened to me or I dreamed it. Those are the vivid dreams that come back to us long after we've forgotten them. Edgar Larson had a recurring dream he'd like to forget.
Oh, no.
Ed.
No.
Ed. Ed, wake up.
Oh, stop, please.
Ed.
Oh. What?
Ed, wake up.
Oh, Ginny.
The same dream again?
Yes, I'm strangling to death.
Ed, you've got to see Dr. Healy.
Our mystery drama, You Tell Me Your Dreams, was written especially for Radio Mystery Theater by Bob Jurin and stars Michael Tolan. I'll return shortly with Act One. To sleep, perchance to dream, but dreams aren't always the pleasant experiences we hope they will be. There are theories about why we dream, how we dream, what we dream. Some dreams uncannily foretell the future. Others are chronicles of things that happen to us. And others, there seem no reason for some dreams we have. The horrible ones we call nightmares.
Morning, Mr. Larson.
Morning, Craig.
I have the dossier on the Landon case for you.
The Landon case?
Yeah, child custody. I tracked the father to Kansas City. It's all there.
Oh, yeah, yes.
What's up, Mr. Larson? You don't look so good.
I don't feel so good. I haven't been sleeping well lately.
You lawyers never sleep well. What with a million details on your mind.
Yeah, and you private eyes have no conscience, huh?
We wouldn't be in the profession if we had.
I'll look the Landon thing over later.
Hey, you really don't look good. Maybe you better see a doctor.
That's what my wife says.
You want to talk about it?
It's this nightmare I keep having. It's terrifying. I can't think of any reason I should dream such a thing.
What is it, this nightmare?
I dream I'm in the Galaxy Bar, my usual hangout.
Oh, no, it will.
There's a man sitting with his back to me. And then for no reason, he turns around and starts to choke me.
Nice fellow.
We fall to the floor. I'm gasping for air. I can feel his hands like a steel vice close on my throat. I struggle. I try to break his grip. And I manage to cry out for help. But the crowd in the bar just stares.
Figures.
No one makes a move. Except one man. But then I black out, and my wife's trying to wake me up. I never can get back to sleep.
Do you have any angry clients?
No, it's nothing based on something I've done or even thought about. I've never been threatened.
Maybe you better get a bodyguard. Look, I'm available.
What I want to get is some sleep.
Well, how often do you have this nightmare?
Every other night for the past 2 weeks. I dread going to bed.
Well, I'd see a doc if I were you. Maybe even give you a strong sedative.
I wish you could give me another dream.
Hi, Mr. Lawson.
Hello, Casey. Hold the Manhattan tonight. I'll have a beer.
Okay. You, still having that dream about us?
I don't know if I should come in here anymore.
You think maybe someday our dream will happen here?
Why should I dream so consistently that someone attacks me?
Nothing to worry about, Mr. Lawson. Look, let's say you're here having your Manhattan, like you usually do, and you see this guy come in. The one who's in your dream. So you just say the word to me, and pow! Out he goes before anything could happen.
It's not that easy.
Sure it is. I mean, Freddie and me'll have
Casey, I never see his face. I don't know what he looks like.
What?
I never really see his face. He turns toward me, and he whispers something. I can't make it out. Something like, die. And then he attacks. But I never see his face.
Well, how can someone strangle you and you not see their face?
Because it's a dream. Haven't you ever tried to run in a dream and you couldn't? Or not remember a face after you woke up?
Oh, the running, yeah. I guess everybody's had that dream sometime or other. Like your feet are made out of lead. Well, can you remember how he's dressed?
Oh, just plain clothes, jeans, and a shirt, I think. I only see him from the back. When he turns, I lose all memory of it.
Well, is he a big guy? Small? He got long hair, short hair?
From the back, long hair.
Oh. I still think that if he came in here in real life, I mean, if you think this might happen to you sometime, that you would know him the minute he walked in, even if you don't remember his face.
Who knows?
It's funny that I should just stand there laughing. In your dream, that is. I mean, anybody try to lay a hand on you in here and pow!
I know, Casey. I'm not expecting real trouble. The nightmare is just such a drain on the nervous system. Then I'm awake the rest of the night.
Have you seen a doctor?
You're the third person to tell me I should. Maybe I will.
Maybe he could explain it.
I guess I better make an appointment with my doctor tomorrow. It can't do any harm.
Why didn't you come to me sooner, Ed? I could have helped you.
I thought it was just a passing dream, Doctor.
Well, this prescription will give you a good night's sleep, but only 3 times a week at the most.
I wish it were possible to change a dream.
How?
Well, let's say I start this dream. I know it's a dream. If only I could run away from the bar, say. Get away from this fiend before he starts in on me.
Try it. If you know you're dreaming, make a conscious effort in your dream to get out of that bar.
It always starts the same, with Casey asking me if I want another Manhattan.
That's the moment to change it. If you've had this dream so often, I should think you would realize that it's not reality.
But it all happens so fast.
But I think you'd better make an appointment with Miss Collins for a checkup. You haven't had a complete physical for more than 2 years. Is there anything bothering you? Mentally, emotionally?
No, nothing special. Just the usual pressure of work.
Well, can you spare the time for a vacation? Get away for 2 weeks or so, completely different surroundings? Bermuda, perhaps?
I could, after a child custody case I'm working on.
Then do it. I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see this dream disappear. See Miss Collins for that appointment on your way out.
How much more legwork do you think you'll have on this Landon case, Craig?
Oh, another week at the most.
Good. I want to wrap that up and take a vacation.
Change of scene, change of dream, huh?
I'm hoping so.
Well, maybe I can finish up sooner than a week. Get you on your way.
I'd appreciate it. Well, here's my bus.
I'll call you tomorrow.
Let him off, please.
And take it easy, huh?
I'll try. Can I have a transfer, please?
Yes, sir. Step to the rear, please. Plenty of room in back.
Oh, Bermuda. Oh, Ed, what a lovely idea. And doctor's orders, no less.
We can go in about 2 weeks, Jenny. Craig's speeding up his investigation of the Landon case. I have to get that wrapped up first.
Look, I've been suggesting a vacation for months. I'm glad you're listening to Dr. Healy.
I'm paying him enough. I might as well take his advice.
And you got the sedative. You'll have a decent night's sleep tonight for a change.
I hope so. I want to go out like a light and not lie awake wondering where I saw that bus driver before.
Oh? What bus driver?
On the 107. When Craig left me at the bus stop, I got on, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I'd seen the bus driver somewhere before.
In a courtroom? A client?
No, not a client. Courtroom, maybe. But I'm not going to dwell on it. Just resembles someone I've once seen, I guess.
Look, why don't you take your medication and get to bed early?
It's a good idea. I'm bushed.
I've set the clock a half hour early. I've got a dental appointment at 8:30.
That's okay by me.
I'll get the light. We'll go to the cottage on Lake George. Trees, water, sun. Everything will be different. Ed, you sleep? You are. I'll fix pancakes in the morning. You haven't been eating enough breakfast lately.
Not a Manhattan, Mr. Larson?
Yeah, please. One more, Casey. Then I gotta go. I got an important trial in the morning.
Boy, you sure are working late these days.
Yeah, more than I can handle.
You should have an assistant.
You ought to be dead.
What? What are you doing?
Stop it! Hey, no, please. Stop it! Stop him! He's killing him!
You're choking me. You can't.
Why, you're standing there. Stop this! It's murder! It's murder! Stop it, for heaven's sakes! Make him stop! It's murder!
Mark, please wake up, Mark.
Huh? Ellen.
You're dreaming again.
Oh. What time is it?
2:30.
Oh. Give me a cigarette, huh?
You want a glass of water, anything? Coffee, maybe?
No, nothing.
Here.
Oh. No more sleep for me tonight.
Same dream.
Yeah, the same. Every other night for the past 2 weeks.
Always the same bar? The same man?
Always. For no reason, this brute swings around and grabs this older guy by the throat. They fall to the floor, and no one does a thing. The bartender even laughs. Nobody pays any attention.
Is this man anyone you've known or met? One of your passengers, maybe?
Ellen, I see 100 different faces driving the bus every day. Maybe I've seen him, and maybe I haven't. I don't know. It's driving me bonkers.
Do you want to see a doctor?
A shrink? Or to tell me I hated my father and it's wishful thinking for me to see an older man killed?
Look, have you ever been in a bar that looks like the one in your dream?
Not that I remember. It's a completely strange place with little chandeliers hanging over the bar and a big plate glass window in front. The bartender's kind of young with blonde hair and a mustache.
But you certainly have the details down.
Yeah, it's so real. Like it's really happening, you know? I mean, why would I dream about a place I've never seen before?
Or about a man you've never met?
I wonder if I could find that bar. I mean, if it really exists, you know? I remember the name. Galaxy. Yeah. Maybe there is a Galaxy bar. Well, I'm too wide awake to sleep. I'm going to look it up in the phone book right now. Here it is. Galaxy Bar and Grill, 40 West 3rd Street.
You're really going to go there?
Yeah, right after my shift tomorrow. May not be the same place at all. I don't know. I do know I've got to go there and see for myself.
The old saying, it's a dream come true, isn't always welcome. Not when the dream is a nightmare. It's certainly a nightmare for Ed Larson as he's attacked in a Galaxy bar. And for Mark Howgate, who witnesses the murder. If I were having those dreams, I'd sleep with a light on, I can tell you. We'll go along with Mark and visit this Galaxy bar, wide awake, of course, when I return shortly with Act 2. The songwriters of the world seem to have a fondness for dreams. Beautiful dreamer, drifting and dreaming. I dream of genies, and you tell me your dreams, and I'll tell you mine. Curious that in today's story, the two dreams happen to be the same. We're about to enter the Galaxy Bar on West 3rd Street. The one Mark Howgate dreams about, although he's never been there. Let's see what Mark finds.
Hello?
Ellen, I found it. I'm in the Galaxy.
Mark! What's it like?
It's identical. It is the exact same place I dream about. Lights over the bar, jukebox next to the coat room, and a picture of the nude behind the bottles. It's uncanny.
Mark, maybe you better come right home. Don't stay there.
I'll be okay, honey. I'm just going to have a beer and look around a little more. Nothing's going to happen. This is no dream. I'm really here.
Yeah, but suppose
Don't worry. I won't stay long.
I'll worry.
I'll leave here in 10 minutes. I'll be home in an hour.
All right, dear. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yes, sir?
A draft beer, please.
Yes, sir.
Hey, it's a nice place you got here.
Oh, thanks. My brother owns it. I help him out at nights.
You ever have any trouble?
Trouble? What kind of trouble?
Oh, fights, maybe?
Hey, look, if you're planning on starting
something... No, I'm not. I'm just curious. Look, for more nights than I want to remember, I've dreamed about this place. Every detail in here is exactly the way it is in my dream.
Are you serious?
Yeah, and I'm not a crackpot. Do I look familiar to you?
No, I can't say I've ever seen you in here. But this dream, what happens in this dream?
Well, for no reason at all. One of your customers starts choking another guy.
What?
Nobody tries to break it up or help.
Oh, boy, the back of my neck is beginning to crawl.
What?
That's the same dream one of my regular customers has. And he's the guy getting choked. In fact, he'll be in here in a little while. He comes in after work a lot. He's a lawyer. I tell you, this is weird.
I bet I can describe him. About 50, gray hair, sort of a flat nose.
That's Mr. Larson.
I wonder if he'd recognize me.
We'll know in a minute. I see he's coming in right now.
Hey, don't say anything to him, huh? Let's see what he does.
Hi, Casey. Hey, make it a beer tonight, huh?
Okay, Mr. Larson. He's still off to Manhattan, huh?
Yeah, I gotta get some sleep. Oh, boy, it's hot for September, isn't it?
Yeah, real hot.
I don't think I've seen you in here before. I'm Ed Larson.
Oh, hi. Mark Howgate.
It's darn hot for September.
Yeah. You, come in here pretty often, huh?
Almost every afternoon. I got to unwind. Hey, there is something familiar about your face. Have we met?
Yeah, in a way.
What do you mean by that?
You have a dream about this bar. Being strangled by some dude who turns around and...
You know my dream?
I'm in it. I'm standing in the crowd, and this guy swings around and starts choking you.
You're the one in the crowd who tries to help. You shout something.
Yes.
And then I black out.
Yeah, Mr. Larson. You two been comparing dreams?
How do you know about this?
Well, this guy here was telling me he has the same dream as you do.
I came here because I had to see if there was such a place as the Galaxy Bar. I've been dreaming about you being strangled for 2 weeks.
This is incredible. You dream and I dream and we're together in here?
It's bugging me, I can tell you.
But let's move over to a table and talk.
Yeah, okay.
Casey, we're going to a table.
Okay, Mr. Larson. Hey, Marge, table for Mr. Larson.
We're two men who've never met. We know nothing about each other, and yet we have the same dream at precisely the same time. What time do you go to bed?
11:30, right after the news.
So do I. How often do you have this dream?
About, almost every other night.
This is incredible.
Maybe now that we've met, we'll stop dreaming.
I wouldn't count on it. What made you come here tonight?
Curiosity. I wanted to see if the place I was dreaming about was real. Now, you come in here pretty regularly, I take it. Huh?
As often as I can.
Have you ever seen the guy, the one who chokes you in the dreams? Has he ever been in here when you're not dreaming?
I don't know what he looks like. I never see his face.
You're a lawyer.
Yes.
I'm a bus driver.
Bus driver?
Yeah. The number 107 North on Delancey to Congress Avenue.
That's where I saw you. Yesterday afternoon, I took that bus for the first time. There was something vaguely familiar about your face, and I couldn't place it.
Oh, I remember you. I told my wife the guy in the dream looked like someone I'd seen somewhere.
Well, why are our paths crossing like this?
You got me. You a lawyer, me a bus driver? Oh, we live in two different worlds.
But inhabit the same dream world, it appears.
Well, as long as it's a dream, what's the difference?
Well, it seems all too real while it's happening.
Any ideas on what we should do about it?
I don't think there's anything we can do. My doctor ordered a vacation, a complete rest. He thinks that'll clear it up.
I wonder, if you stop having that dream, will I stop too?
Look, let's keep in touch, huh? I'll give you my card. Here, you write your name and phone on the back of this napkin.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The dream is bad enough, but this coincidence with you is too much.
All right, look, here's my home phone. Look, I'm in a bus all day. You can call me nights.
And you can reach me at home or the office. I wonder what tonight will bring. For both of us.
Ed, this is the wildest thing I ever heard of.
I tell you, the man has the same dream down to the smallest detail. It must mean something.
We'd better get away on a vacation right away. You do need a change of scene.
I don't think that's going to help. Not now.
What do you mean, now?
Look, if my dreams were caused by overwork or whatever, maybe a vacation would help. But after meeting this Mark Howgate, I know it's something deeper. It has to be.
Why?
Well, it's one thing to dream about somebody else. We all do. But when that somebody has the same dream about you, it's uncanny.
Look, we're still going away, and that's final. Even if it's just to the cabin. You know how well you sleep in that mountain air.
Oh, we'll go. I'm just not sure it's going to change anything. Ed Larson.
It's Mark Howgate, Mr. Larson.
Oh, hello, Mark.
Have you had that dream again?
No, not for 3 nights.
Hey, me neither.
Well, maybe it is over with. Maybe meeting, as you said, broke the dream for both of us.
Yeah, looks like it.
Look, my wife and I are going to Lake George for a week. When I get back, I'll call you. We'll have a drink together.
Hey, fine by me. Unless first I'll see you in my dreams.
Don't joke about it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll call you when we get back.
Want to go down for a swim?
Not right now. I just want to sit here and soak up the sun. Craig's coming up from the city with some papers I need.
Now, I thought you were going to take it easy.
This is a small matter, but I'll feel better getting it over with.
You've got to admit it. This is the best medicine. I haven't seen you this relaxed in months.
Oh, I admit it now. I've been sleeping like a top for the past 3 nights. No dreams.
I'm going to make a cup of coffee. You want one?
Okay.
Have it in a jiffy. Then I'm going down to the deck and get my feet wet.
That sun is so great. I should have done this long ago. Huh? Shots. Hey,
What's with that shot?
There's a bullet in the side of the house. Hey, you stay back there, Ginny. Somebody's shooting at us.
Shooting at us?
Now, wait. Wait, there's something moving in the trees by the lake. I'm going after him.
Don't! He's shooting at us. Don't be a fool.
You stay in the house. Who's out here? What's going on? Why are you shooting? Hey, you there, stop! He's gone.
Did you see him?
Only his back.
You took an awful chance going after him.
Who the devil could it have been? I don't know anyone who'd take a shot at me.
I think we should call the police.
I'm shaking all of a sudden. I gotta sit down.
I'll get you a beer.
Oh.
Here's your coffee, love. Changed my mind about the dip.
I guess I better report it.
Report what?
The shooting.
What shooting?
Jenny, is something the matter with you now? Not a minute ago, somebody shot at us.
Ed.
You heard it, you saw it. I chased him to the lake.
Ed, you were dreaming.
The bullet, then. It's right here and... There's no bullet.
No bullet. You dozed off. You never left the porch.
But it was as real as... I mean, it happened.
No, Ed. Another bad dream. Was he in it?
Mark Howgate? No, I didn't see anyone except the guy taking off in the boat and only from the back.
Have your coffee.
Yeah. I tell you, Jenny, it was so real.
I know. I've had dreams like that, Ed. When I take an afternoon nap and sort of half asleep.
Well, it had nothing to do with Mark Howgate. That's a relief.
It wasn't the same, Mark. No, Ellen, completely different. I was on a lake, a big lake, and I was on, like, an excursion boat. And we passed this house, and I see a guy with a rifle down by the shore. He takes a couple of shots at the house, and then I see Mr. Larson run down to the lakefront just as the guy hops in a boat and takes off. I shout and wave, but he doesn't hear me.
Then he wasn't killed, like he was in the bar.
No, he went back up to the house.
Do you think he had this same dream?
I'll only know if I hear from him. I can't call him.
I appreciate your bringing the Martin papers, Craig.
More chicken salad?
Oh, no, thanks, Jenny. I'm stuffed.
Look, what do you say we take the boat out, huh? We'll show you the shoreline. There's some beautiful places up here.
Oh, it's great by me.
I'll leave the dishes. Let's go.
We'll cruise down to the village and back. Takes about an hour and a half.
And we'll show you the town. I want to get a souvenir for Helen before we go back anyway.
Your sister has more ashtrays and salt shakers with resort pictures on them than anyone else in the world.
She's a souvenir nut.
Sounds like my mother. Hey, nice boat.
Well, it's only a 15-footer, but we love it. Come on, hop in. I'll give you the wheel when we get out into the lake.
No, thank you. I've never steered a boat before.
Nothing to it. If Ginny can do it, so can you. Magnificent lake, isn't it?
It's breathtaking.
Here, take the wheel. Now, come on, just keep her steady. Keep to the right of oncoming boats and give sailboats the right of way.
Okay. Hey, this is fun.
Swing more to the right, Craig. That black boat's heading right for us.
What's the matter with them?
You better take the wheel, Ed.
They're coming at us head on.
They almost sideswiped us.
2 men, and it looks deliberate.
They're turning around. I think they're going to follow us.
He's got more power than I have.
They're gaining on us.
I'm open full throttle now.
Well, they're trying to ram us. Why?
Here, take the wheel. Hey, get away! What the devil are you doing? Oh, no. No, it can't be.
Ed, what's the matter?
I'm dreaming. This is all a dream.
They're cutting across. Hold on, I've got to swerve.
Jenny, that's him. That's Mark Howgate in that boat.
And poor Ed Larson thought his nightmares were at an end. Why, I wonder? Does he always dream someone's trying to kill him? I assume this is a dream, out on the lake, because he saw his dream mate, Mark Howgate. Oh, how fine the line between dreams and reality. Will Mark wake up from this nightmare, too? We'll return to the lake when I return with Act 3. Our daily experiences often enter our dreams. Forgotten acquaintances show up. And frequently our dreams seem to have no relation to things familiar to us. Haven't you dreamed of being on a strange street, meeting someone you've never seen before? Where do they come from? How do they slip into our minds? Ed Larson dreams someone is trying to kill him, and a certain Mark Howgate is always there.
What? Mark Howgate? Am I dreaming this?
Look, I'm not dreaming, and I can't keep away from him much longer.
He's making another pass.
It's not happening. Nothing's going to happen. I'll wake up.
He's headed straight for us.
I'll wake up. Don't you understand? Mark and I are dreaming this. It isn't real. It's all a dream.
Here they come!
They're going to swamp us!
Everybody over the side. Cut the motor, Jenny. Okay. Hold on to the sides.
I'm okay.
Jenny? Jenny, you all right?
Yes. They're taking off. I felt sure they were going to plow right into us.
All right, here. I'll boost you back into the boat. There.
Who the devil were they?
I don't know the guy at the wheel, but the one in the back was Mark Howgate.
Ed, there is no way he could be here in person, and you're not dreaming.
I don't know anymore. Let's get back to the house. I'm being as calm and as rational as I can. But I tell you, the man in the back was Howgate. You convinced me it wasn't a dream. We actually went out in the boat. We were almost torpedoed by a lunatic. But how could Howgate get up here?
Ed, can I say something?
Sure.
You've been pretty wrought up over this guy and his dreams, and I think maybe he looked like Howgate.
It was him. He's always there on the scene when my life is threatened.
Is it logical that he'd come all this way? That he'd know you were going out on a boat? I don't have an explanation, and I don't know why that guy tried to ram us.
I'm going to report it to Lake Patrol. I wish I had a license number from that boat.
It all happened so fast.
I'm going to Barden's store and phone Howgate in New York.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mrs. Howgate?
Yes, it is.
Mrs. Howgate, this is Ed Larson. I don't know if Mark's told you about me.
Oh, Mr. Larson, yes.
Look, I know it's the middle of the day and he's at work,
Oh,
but...
no, he's here. He's homesick today. Summer flu bug.
Oh. May I speak to him?
Oh, I'll see if he's awake. He's been sleeping most of the day.
Sleeping?
Oh, he's coming out of the bedroom now. Hold on. It's Mr. Larson. Hello?
Mark, I'm calling from Lake George. Your wife told me you were sleeping.
Yeah, that's right. You want to hear it?
Yes.
Well, somehow I was in a power boat. Terrific speed, you know. Someone else was driving. I was behind him. I couldn't see his face. He starts swerving and trying to ram a boat you were in. I saw you fall into the water. I was covered with spray. I woke up in a cold sweat.
Mark, I was wide awake. My wife and my assistant were with me. For me, it wasn't a dream.
Well, what's it mean?
Your dream is becoming my reality. Earlier today, I dreamed someone fired shots at me. My wife insists it didn't happen.
I know. I saw that, too. I was on an excursion boat and saw the dude take off in a little outboard.
Look, we're coming back to the city tomorrow. Would you be willing to meet with me and my doctor? We've got to work out something before...
Before what?
I don't know.
Well, from what you've told me on the phone, Ed, I think there is cause for concern. The dreams are getting more violent.
But I didn't dream the boat thing, Doctor.
Only I did.
Can Mark dream and turn up in my reality?
It's very possible. It's teleportation. People asleep or often in comas will actually be seen hundreds of miles away. Or people will claim they saw them. There's a lot of controversy over it. I don't think that's the case here.
Well, what do you suggest to stop it? If it can be stopped.
Well, there has to be some psychological basis for this phenomenon. The Sleep Research Center would be very interested. Now, would you be willing to make one test?
I would.
What kind of a test?
I'd like to measure your brain waves during a controlled sleep.
What would that prove?
Well, if the brain waves show marked similarities, it may lead us to some explanation of why you appear in each other's dreams.
Well, if I not to take off time from work.
We could do it over a weekend.
I'll try anything.
Okay.
Good. I'll make the arrangements. Now, the important thing is just to relax. I know it's difficult under these circumstances.
Oh, you said it, Doc.
We'll be particularly interested in what you each dream.
So will we.
Very well. I'll leave you now. Now, just lie back and try not to think of anything in particular. We'll be back when we know you're asleep.
Step to the rear, please. Exact fare only.
Hello, Mark.
Hello, Mr. Larson.
How come you haven't answered my calls lately?
I can't talk now. I'm driving.
I'll stay on till the end of the line. I've got to talk to you.
Keep out of my hair, Mr. Larson.
You've got to agree to a test my doctor wants to do.
I told you, no tests. And I don't want to talk to you. I'm back in the bus, please.
Why are you so hostile all of a sudden?
Get lost or I'll stop this bus and throw you off.
Mark, I don't understand this. We're trying to work out something together. Why are you acting like this?
I warned you.
Hey, what are you doing?
Hey,
take your hands off me.
Stop. You're choking me. You're choking. You're choking.
Ed, wake up.
Ed? Oh, Ed. Oh, Mark. Mark, wake up now. Wake up.
Dr. Healy. Mark.
Well, I remember. The lab.
You two were dreaming, all right. You nearly broke the needle on the scanner.
It was worse than ever. Mark was choking me.
I was. It was awful. I felt myself committing murder.
I'll give you both a sedative now. We'll analyze the scan. And tomorrow we'll have an in-depth interview and go over every detail of that dream.
I couldn't describe the feeling, Ellen. I was choking him and meaning it. I was full of hate. And I have nothing against the guy.
Mark, I'm getting frightened. And the dreams are getting worse. Can't that doctor do something?
I objected to a shrink. But if that's the only way out, I'll go along with it.
Well, maybe you two should stop seeing each other. In person, I mean.
It's getting so I don't know when it is in person or a dream.
I'm losing my grip on reality, Ginny. I don't know when I'm in person or in a dream.
Dr. Healy's got to be able to do something, Ed.
He's trying. The sleep analysis might help, but we're getting the results tomorrow. I should be starting the Benson tax fund case, but I can't concentrate. Maybe there is no Benson case. Maybe it's all a big dream.
Ed, calm down.
What's happening to me, Ginny? What is happening?
Oh, dear Lord, I wish I knew.
I'm trying to look realistically at a very unreal situation. Psychotherapy is the only answer.
I'm willing, Doctor.
So am I.
Now, I have talked with a Dr. Eric Carlton. He's particularly interested in the dream phenomenon.
Oh, how do you think he can help us?
By getting at the roots of these dreams. Ed seems to have some persecution complex.
A subconscious one, I assure you.
Exactly. Your feelings that bring on these dreams are subconscious. That's why you cannot deal with them directly.
I guess you're right. All I keep saying to my wife is, I don't know.
Well, when we do know, we can deal with these dreams and get them out of your minds.
Perhaps we're dreaming right now. None of this is really happening.
Ed?
I mean it. This could be our dream world. And what we think are dreams is what's really happening to us. I mean, you might not really be here sitting with us in this office. Mark and I might be dreaming it. You may really be in surgery somewhere.
No, I'm here in reality.
Well, I hear you say that. But maybe you're a figure of my dream.
I've been your doctor for 20 years. I'm hardly a figment of your imagination.
I know that. You don't get what I'm saying. For me, at this moment, you're here. But what's to say that in reality, you're somewhere else?
You lost me a long time ago.
Well, Dr. Carlton will be able to deal with your thoughts.
Maybe and maybe not. He first has to convince me which side of the line is reality and which is dream.
I think I'm beginning to see. I told Ellen I was getting to a point of not knowing when I was in person or in a dream. When this all started, I woke up and I knew I was dreaming. Now, I'm not so sure.
The sooner you two get started with Dr. Carlton, the better. Work out your appointments with him. He's expecting your call.
All right. Come on, Mark. I'll buy you a drink. Hello, Casey.
Oh, hi, Mr. Larson.
You remember Mark Howgate?
Sure. The dreams and all. Hey, tell me, you still having them?
Yes, but let's not talk about it.
Okay. What'll it be?
Manhattan.
A beer.
Coming right up.
Where's it going to end for us, Mark, huh? Will we be friends when this is all over?
I don't think so.
What's the matter?
You know, You're always sitting on that same stool. And he's sitting on this one, right next to you.
Who?
He turns towards you.
Here you are. It's one Manhattan and a beer.
Mark, what's the matter? You got the strangest look on your face. What is it?
Something wrong? He's always sitting right here. Just like I am now.
Who, Mark? Who?
The murderer. He turns around, sudden like this.
Mark, what are you doing?
He's joking, Mr. Larson. He's just kidding.
And he says, you ought to be dead.
Mark, this is our dream.
You ought to be dead.
Hey, take your hands off me. It's not happening. It's got to be the dream.
Not a dream, Mr. Larson. We're wide awake. He's just pulling your leg. That's all.
You're choking me.
Come on, take it easy, will you? This is going far enough.
Dream. It's the dream. It's all a dream. Isn't it?
Or was it? Two men whose lives intermingled so strongly in so short a time. Two men who lost the barrier between reality and dreams. The canyons of the mind are deep and often dark. In them lurk thoughts we barely dream of, if you'll pardon the slight, irresistible pun. But when we dream, who's to say it's not reality for us? Another thought on dreams when I return shortly. Deja vu is one of those experiences that approximates a dream. You know, when you have the strange sensation of having been in a certain place before, or a fragment of conversation is remarkably familiar, did you dream it once, or did you experience it once in a long-forgotten reality? When you think about it, the mind is a fabulous place to live. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Bob Caliban, Cynthia Adler, and Mandel Kramer. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The flow of the river is ceaseless, but the water is never the same. The bubbles that float in the pools, now forming, now vanishing, are only of short duration. And so in this eternally changing world is man. He is born in the morning, he dies in the evening, like foam upon the water. Nothing is ever the same, but nothing ever changes.
Do you think the two of us can go to the hills and start a revolution?
25 years ago, two people went into the hills and did that very thing. You and my father.
You forget I am old now. You are hardly more than a boy.
And you forget that my father died to set you free, so that one day...
I did not ask him to set me free.
You would have perished in that prison. I'm leaving on Friday. With you or without you?
You would go alone?
25 years ago, you would have gone alone.
Our mystery drama, The Hills of Arias, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan.
Between Coolidge and Crooks in Troy.
The Bible says, your old men shall dream dreams, your young men shall see visions. Yes, that tells us about the old and the young, but nowhere is mention made of the middle-aged. What do they behold in that interval of life that stretches between vision and dream? Reality, perhaps?
I must keep thinking. Keep thinking. I must use my mind. I must bend it, stretch it. I must keep teaching my classes, yes. I must create a new course. I always wanted to teach a seminar. Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We shall be concerned with the subconscious mind in literature. We shall read Shakespeare, Hawthorne, Poe, and Freud. For those of you who can read English and German...
Francisco Canavas.
Yes.
What are you doing?
I'm teaching my class.
You are, huh? Dismiss them for the day, and let's go.
Go? Go where? You always beat me up in here.
A change of scene might do us both some good.
Am I to be shot?
Come on.
You could at least have the decency to tell me.
Why would you want to know?
I would like to pray.
Well, pray anyhow. It won't go to waste. Guard Diaz, Chauffeur Escobar, and prisoner Canovas reporting on orders.
Open the gate. Pass through.
It is the palace. The presidential palace.
Yes.
Why am I being brought here?
What's the matter? You got something better to do? Go in there.
But it is dark.
Inside.
No. Oh, where? What?
Dr. Francisco Canavas, in exactly 5 seconds, you shall be shot for the crimes you have committed against the revolution. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Turn on the light. Turn on the light. Yes, Cisco, it was just a joke. Go sit down. See what a sumptuous table I've prepared. A feast fit for the gods. Here, a glass of champagne, huh? Drink. You have every right to be angry, Cisco. It was a cruel joke. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I brought you here tonight. But I brought you here tonight because I want us to work together again. The way we did in the beginning, when it was our revolution. Why not? It was a terrible joke, Cisco. I'm sorry. I said I was sorry.
You have so many things to be sorry for, Kelo. How do you keep track? Do you enter them in a book?
One of us had to become absolute dictator. You refused. I made the sacrifice.
Poor Kelo.
I don't deserve your sarcasm.
What do you deserve?
Compassion. Understanding. I gave up everything. My wife, my daughter, my friends. Who would believe today that I once wrote poetry? Isabella, Serafina, Elisabetta, and Christina. Lovely ladies, pity me.
Do not make me choose among you. In gaining one, I am losing 3.
Oh, Cisco, you remember.
Why don't you kill me, Kelo?
I'm not a good dictator.
Nonsense. You are a splendid dictator.
No, a dictator must purge himself of all mercy, sentiment, humanity.
You have no mercy, sentiment, humanity, Kelo?
Except for you, Cisco. You're my only weakness. I can't
kill you. I'll let you live, even though I know one day you'll escape. You raise the army that will overthrow me.
No, my strength is gone. My mind is going. Soon I will be dead.
Tonight, for just an hour, you and I, we must forget everything except that we were friends. Let's eat. Drink.
No.
Cisco, I must talk with somebody, argue with somebody. And they're all afraid of me. Let's cross swords the way we used to, huh? Please. I understand. But eat something.
I cannot.
To punish me?
No.
Then why?
I don't remember. My memory. It comes, it goes. Perhaps the guard might know.
Guard!
Yes, my leader.
The man is obviously starving. Here is a table laden with wonderful things to eat. Why does he refuse to eat them?
He does take some bread and water, my leader.
Let me go back, Kalo.
Go back. Go back. I shall know better than to try to be kind to you again.
Well, Canovas, you sure fouled that one up.
Are you going to be angry with me?
All my life I was sorry I never went to college. But I look at you, I'm not so sure. Here you are, Dr. Francisco Canovas. They say you're the greatest scholar in the history of the country. You should have gotten the Nobel Prize. You're not too smart.
That is true. I am not too smart.
You know what being smart is? Being smart means knowing how to keep alive. What do you want to die for?
There are times when life is no longer worth living.
Hey, what's up ahead? Roadblock. Oh, now what? Oh! What's up? Security check. Step out. Look, my friend. Here, my ID. Out. I'm with the special forces. You can't step out. Hey, wait a minute. You're not. No, Luis, no! Hurry, Cisco. Get out of the car.
The guard, the chauffeur.
Cisco, quickly.
Why did you kill them?
Luis, Paco, help him out.
They were not bad fellows, misguided perhaps.
Those shots will have every police patrol down on us.
Who are you?
It's me, Cipriano. And Luis and Paco.
Where are we going?
Down to the beach. A boat should be waiting. Hurry!
I cannot walk so fast.
Luis, Paco, help him! Let's go!
Where are you taking me?
The boat will take you to the United States.
Why?
So you can fight for us from there.
I'm tired. I'm so tired.
Speak for us. Write for us. As only you can.
I cannot go any further. Will I do this?
Courage, Cisco.
I cannot.
And take the boat. The police! They see us! Hurry! Stop it! Luis, Paco, hold them off! Get on board, Cisco, quickly! Let me help you! No! Cipriano! Get out of here!
But you are hit!
Down, Cisco, down! Martin, full speed ahead! Cipriano!
That's that. What did you think, darling? Cisco?
Yeah?
Were you asleep?
Me? No.
Your eyes were closed.
I always close my eyes when I listen to you play. I can see better.
Do you also snore?
Oh, I was not snoring.
I was watching you. You seem to be so far away.
But I wasn't.
It happens so often, no matter where we are or what we're doing. I have this feeling that you've somehow slipped away from me and entered another world.
Another world?
Another
faraway alien world.
My darling Emily, this is all your creative imagination.
Are you sure, Cisco? Oh, there, I've done it again.
You have done what?
I just did what I object to in others. I called you Cisco.
My name is Cisco.
Your name is Francisco. How can the head of the Department of World Literature at the university, that internationally renowned scholar, Dr. Francisco Canovas, be called Cisco? I mean, that's the name of some cowboy. The Cisco Kid.
Well, when I was young, I too wanted to be a cowboy.
Francisco, is everything all right?
Of course. And now we must get ready. We shall be late for your concert.
Did you think I was a little bit heavy on the pedal?
Oh, my darling, you were perfect.
All right, it'll take me 30 minutes to dress.
Oh, at least.
Is this how you would speak to your first wife?
My first wife was not a concert pianist.
Well, what was she? What was she, Cisco? I've told you everything about me. Husbands and wives should have no secrets from each other.
That is a slogan, my dearest. How easily the world is taken in by slogans.
But... look at the time. Are you all ready?
I must only put on a dark suit, a white shirt, and tie. That is scarcely a project.
Well, I'll be ready in 30 minutes.
I will time you.
Must you always have the last word?
What was she like? What was my Maria like? She was like you, Emily. Your voice, your face. And like you, fire burned inside her. But it was a different fire. A different flame. I teach literature. What have I to do with revolution?
Literature itself is revolution. Literature is ideas. New ideas. A wave of concepts and feelings that beat against the established shores of complacency.
What you want me to do is to carry a gun.
I want you to speak and write and inspire other men and women to carry guns.
Why?
To overthrow this obscene government of thieves, murderers, and oppressors.
You turn those rascals out and you turn a new set of rascals in. It is what always happens.
It won't happen this time.
Why not? It is the history of the world.
Cisco. Cisco.
Huh? Oh. Emily. Emily, what is the matter?
Who are you shouting at?
Shouting?
I distinctly heard.
Oh, no. My darling, it must be your imagination. Well, you can see there is no one here.
Don't tell me I didn't hear you.
Well, this is perhaps the most important concert of your career. You are understandably nervous. And it is good because you have to be keyed up. Now, go back upstairs. Better yet, I will go with you.
No, dear. You'll just be in the way. Just make sure you're ready.
Dear Emily, how can I tell you what she was like? I will have to go back there again. All the way back. And I don't want to. I can't. I won't. I won't. Oh, yes, I am coming.
Is this the home of Dr. Francisco Canovas?
Yes. What can... No. It is Cipriano.
Yes. I am Cipriano.
You cannot be Cipriano. He was killed. I saw him die.
I'm his son.
But you were only a child. Scarcely 5 years old.
I was 20. Yesterday.
15 years. Has it been 15 years? Oh, come in. What can I do for you?
It's not what you can do for me. It's what you must do with me.
And suddenly there is a chill that runs down the professor's spine. Deep in his heart, he knows what it is that he must do. Every day for the past 15 years, he has been expecting this moment and dreading it. Now it has finally arrived. A new clock must start to run, and it will shortly when I shall return with Act 2. When we are young, the fires burn brightly. Those fierce fires of love, ambition, idealism. But in middle age, so often, the flames are banked and all but forgotten. Then much later, when we are old, we poke about the dead ashes, hoping that somehow, somewhere, there is still a tiny and feeble but glowing ember.
Cipriano.
Yes, I am Cipriano. And you are Dr. Francisco Canovas.
It has been so long. 15 years since it all happened. But I have kept faith with my old comrades.
You're dead, comrades.
I know. They made it possible for me to come here to write, to work for our cause at home, and I have done that.
Yes.
I have never missed a single opportunity to speak against, write against that foul and obscene Calomardi, the butcher. He has already slaughtered everyone who could rise against him.
Everyone. Except you and me.
There is no longer an organized resistance, or any kind of resistance, is there?
No.
Tell me about yourself. First, your mother.
Dead.
Oh.
They took her away. After you escaped, she was never seen again.
And Luis? Paco?
Everyone is dead. But you.
But you are alive. I am so glad you have come to me. I am your godfather, you know. Tell me, what are your plans? Before you even tell me, have you any money, any prospects? You must live here. We have plenty of room. This big house, and we never had children. Do you want to go to school?
No.
What do you want to do?
Go back.
To where?
To Arias.
Arias? Why?
It is my native land. Your native land.
How can you go back there? You are the son of Cipriano Valdez. The butcher will have you killed.
He'll have to find me first.
His depraved police are everywhere. Where do you think you could hide?
In the hills.
The hills? You would go to the hills alone?
With you.
With me?
That is why I came here, to ask you. Come back with me.
No. I went to the hills 25 years ago.
And now the time has come to go again.
What could I do there?
What you did before.
I am 55 years old.
That doesn't matter.
It doesn't. You say that from the vantage point of a 20-year-old body.
When you and my father began the movement, there were men with you who were 50, even 60.
Yes, but they had 25-year-old hearts and souls and beams.
Yes, so you're not even... excuse me.
Darling, may I present my godson, Cipriano Valdez. Cipriano is my wife, Emily.
I didn't know you had a godson. And does that make me your godmother, Cipriano? Oh, I'd love that. Tell me...
Later. Right now, please, give us 10 minutes, darling. I will change. Cipriano needs a shave. Emily is a concert pianist. We shall hear her play tonight.
I am not going to.
Oh, nonsense. Your father would never miss an opportunity to listen to music. Come along. We must go back inside, Cipriano. She has already started the second half of the program.
We cannot talk inside.
What is there to talk about?
Everything.
Are you serious about going to the hills?
The hills of Arias, where the revolutions are born.
I know all that.
In the hills of Arias, we find the roots of the people and the strength of the people.
I wrote all that.
And I believe all that.
I believe it too, naturally.
Then come back to the hills.
Let me understand. The two of us are to go to the hills and start the revolution?
25 years ago. Just two people went into the hills and did that very thing. You and my father.
Ah, those were different days.
You forget, perhaps. My father and all your friends died to set you free. So that one day...
They did not ask to set me free.
You would have perished in that prison of hunger and disease.
Then they should have let me die. I am no longer a hero. Don't you understand?
It is not necessary for you to be a hero. You only have to be a man.
Listen to me.
I have no time to listen. There's too much to be done.
Ah, yes. That is your father talking.
I shall be going back home on Friday.
Well, that is the day after tomorrow.
With you or without you?
You would go back alone?
25 years ago. You would have gone alone.
I will see you Friday evening. I have a boat. Goodbye.
Cipriano. Cipriano, come back here.
Alone at last. Now you can tell me, darling, how was I? Darling.
Huh? Oh, yes?
You've gone away again.
No. Oh, you asked me how you did. You were superb.
Really?
Would I lie to you?
Without compunction. But I believe you this time. I always know when it goes well. Whatever happened to Cipriano?
Oh, he had a date.
When are we going to see him again?
Well, that depends.
On what?
Oh, various things.
In other words, you don't care to tell me. That is a part of your past I'm not supposed to know about.
Now, why do you imply that I have some deep, dark, hidden secret?
Don't you?
You make me out to be a man of mystery. What is there you don't know about me? You know everything.
Everything?
You know, I went to school in England and Cambridge. You know, I returned to my country, Arias.
I thought the United States was your country. Didn't you become a citizen?
At the time, Arias was my country. You know, I became part of a revolutionary movement that overthrew the monarchy.
Yes.
And that the revolt, which was supposed to bring peace and freedom, only created a dictatorship. A dictatorship that was as bad, even worse, than the old one.
Yes.
I was lucky. I escaped with my life. I came here. I met you. I fell in love with you. I married you. Now, is not that the whole picture?
No. It's just the candid snapshot in black and white, and missing are the colors and the shadings and the shadows. What did that boy Cipriano want?
He wants me to go back to Arias.
But if you went back to Arias, you'd be shot.
To the hills of Arias. And we would start a movement to overthrow the government.
Is the boy mad?
Well, it has been done before. I should know. I have done it myself.
Are you saying that the boy is serious?
Well, you saw him. He is a very serious young man.
Are you going?
How can you ask such a question? Of course I am not going. What did you think?
Oh, Cisco. There are times when you frighten me.
I know. There are times when I frighten myself.
He looks to be such a nice young man.
He reminds me of another nice young man I knew 25 years ago.
His father?
His father, yes. He looks like his father. He talks like him. But in a very strange way, he does not remind me of his father. He reminds me of someone else.
Who?
It does not matter. And besides, I am not even sure. Why are we talking about me on this night of your great triumph? Thank you for seeing me, Dr. Kurtz.
You said it was an emergency.
Today is Thursday. I must know what to do by tomorrow night.
Do? About what?
About the course of the rest of my life.
Cutting things rather fine, aren't you?
Perhaps. I should have come to see you 10, 12 years ago when I started having the dreams. Or are they dreams?
I don't know. Suppose you tell me.
Who am I, Dr. Kurtz? What do you know about me?
Well, I know you're my colleague on the university faculty. Highly praised, popular professor of literature. Once involved in a revolution in a small South American country. I think it was called Arias. You'll have to tell me the rest.
Very well, Dr. Kurtz. As completely and as concisely as I can.
Cisco!
Yes.
It's almost midnight.
Yes, I know.
12 hours ago, we were supposed to meet for lunch.
Yes, my dear.
At the faculty club. I waited there.
I am so sorry.
Well, are you all right?
Yes.
Where were you?
I went to see Dr. Kurtz.
Kurtz?
He is a clinical professor of psychiatry at the medical school.
Oh?
I was long overdue. We were supposed to have an hour. It ran into nearly 6. I could not stop talking. He could not stop listening.
And when it was all over?
I still have to make the decision.
To do what?
Whether or not to go back to the hills of Arias.
Shouldn't I have something to say about that?
Do you want to?
No. They're your hills.
I have decided.
The hills are a lost youth. And youth must be lost in any event.
You're not an old man.
But I'm too old for the hills.
Oh, Cisco.
Oh, another thing, do not call me Cisco.
Why not? Isn't your name Francisco?
Then call me Francis or Frank.
All right, if you want me to.
Dr. Kurtz did not tell me anything I did not know. He only helped me to formalize a decision I had already made.
And how do you feel?
Good. I mean that. It is bad enough to live in the past, but to die in the past.
Is it gone, finally?
It will never be gone. But it will take its rightful place as a memory. Sacred and beloved memory, but a memory.
And, Cisco, are you hungry?
I'm starved.
All right, then I'll warm up dinner.
Good. What is in the oven?
Oh, of all things, Yankee pot roast.
Who are we? What are we? Those of us who dwell here? All of us have come from somewhere. Some have come early, some late. In some, the memory and experience of another place is dim, distant, and almost dead. In others, it is fresh, green, and even poignant. But in all of us, the roots that stretch back to that other place are never, ever completely severed, whether we know it or not. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Those who dream by day, said Mr. Poe, are cognizant of many things which escape those who only dream by night. But then, of course, we have those who dream at any time, and even all the time. One would imagine that nothing at all ever escapes them. Nothing at all except reality. And it doesn't matter, because they have already escaped from that.
Emily?
I'm here.
Oh, good, good. I wanted to see you before you left.
Now, the tour only runs 6 weeks.
Only?
And you'll see me at the beginning of the month in Los Angeles, won't you?
Yes, the lecture series has been arranged finally.
So we'll have a whole week together on the West Coast.
You will let me drive you to the airport.
Oh, no. That's Barton's job. Let my manager earn his money.
Is there a time for lunch?
Certainly.
Was there any mail?
Oh, yes. Will you become honorary chairman of, I forget the name of the committee. It's there on your desk.
How many committees am I on now?
10, 12, 15.
Well, what is one more, huh?
Oh, and remember, you're having lunch at the Masons tomorrow.
Ah, which means I will have to play tennis with Henry.
Since he's president of the university, you might let him win once in a while.
I cannot compromise my principles.
Well, but do you have to manifest such savage joy while you're beating him?
I suppose there is something about an authority figure that brings out the beast in me.
Oh, Cisco. Frank. Everything's all right, isn't it?
Of course, darling. Of course.
My watch must be slow. That's Barton. I have to go now, darling. I'll see you in 3 weeks.
Yes.
Cisco. Oh, Cisco,
I told you my name is Frank.
No, it doesn't sound right.
Darling, what is it?
I have this feeling suddenly, this terrible feeling. I'll never see you again.
Oh, how can you say that?
I just have this feeling.
Oh, my dearest.
Don't leave me.
I will never leave you.
Promise?
I promise.
I won't go. I'm going to call off the tour.
Why?
I'll stay here with you. I won't let you out of my sight. No, that's not the way to do it.
Darling, you must tell me what...
I also have dreams, Cisco.
Oh, my darling, this is no way for you to leave.
Cisco, whatever you do, I'll still love you. I'll always love you.
Emily. Yes, all right. Come in, my friend. Sit down.
I have come here for your answer.
The answer is no.
I see.
What do you see?
What? Cowardice? Weariness? Cynicism?
I have not come here to judge.
But you will just the same.
You're willing to fight, or you're not. If you are, nothing further need to be said. If you're not, it all becomes meaningless conversation. You're for the revolution, or against it. Goodbye, then.
Goodbye, Cipriano.
Cisco, how can I do it alone? Tell me how.
My son, what is there to tell you?
Why won't you come with me?
Because...
You went with my father.
It is because I am not Cisco anymore. You must understand that. I have lived here so long. Almost as long as I did in Arias. My life is here. My love is here. My work is here.
How could you change?
We all change. That is the tragedy of the world. We all become someone else. Calamardi. I knew him when he was 20. Your age. He could not wait to die for all humanity. How he changed. Now he cannot wait to murder all humanity.
My father would never have changed.
Your father died young. I should have died young, too. All idealists should die young, when the flower is in full bloom before it withers and lives on, somehow shriveled and decayed.
I will go back there alone.
I can tell you 1,000 reasons why you should not. Good, sound reasons. The same reasons that were told to me so many years ago. But I would not listen to them either.
Goodbye, Cisco.
Yes. Goodbye, Cipriano. Cipriano.
Halt! Who goes there?
What? Where am I?
The password. Identify yourself.
What is this?
Quickly!
I am Cisco, Francisco Canovas.
Stand still. Corporal de Guard, post number 3. I have the prisoner.
What prisoner?
Shut up.
I know you. The prison guard. Your name was Diaz. What am I doing here?
Step inside.
Oh, but...
Inside that door.
But it is dark in there.
Inside.
Francisco Canovas.
It is Maria. My wife, Maria.
I am not your wife any longer. I am dead.
Francisco Canovas.
Cipriano. My oldest friend.
I am dead, Francisco.
I saw your son. The boy, he looks just like you, Cipriano.
Francis Canovas.
Luis.
Francisco Canovas.
Paco.
We are all here, Francisco.
Where? Where are we, Maria?
We are in a court of justice, Francisco.
A court of justice? Why?
To try a case.
Whose case?
Yours.
What have I done?
You have done nothing, Francisco.
Then why am I being tried?
You are guilty of the greatest crime of all.
But you just said I have done nothing.
Exactly. I call the first witness, Cipriano Valdez.
I am Cipriano Valdez. Almost 30 years ago, I went into the hills of Arias with Francisco Canovas. We raised the army that overthrew the monarchy. Now, another army must be raised to overthrow the tyranny. He refuses to lead it.
Cipriano, I cannot do it again.
You will allow my son to go alone, to die? We need you.
I have already done my share.
You cannot say that while there is still the breath of life in your body.
It is over. Listen to me. It is all over.
It is never over. Not while there is tyranny. You must not lose hope. You must not lose heart.
Don't be afraid, Cisco.
Can you really enjoy your life, your sweet and comfortable life, when we are dead and Calamarde still rules?
Don't you understand? By now it is useless. We will go to the hills again. We will organize the resistance again. We will fight again, win again, and then we shall lose again.
No, Cisco, not this time.
I can show you. Have I the right to call a witness?
You have every right.
Then I call one Batista Calamarde.
No!
Never!
You call upon that butcher to come here to defile this place, this sacred home of our hallowed dead.
I call upon the young Juan Bautista Calamardi. He was one of us. He was part of us. He has the right to be here in his youth. Cisco and Cipriano, we're here. When do we march at the capital? You remember him like this, Maria? Cipriano, the fiery Carlo?
What are you trying to tell us?
You will see, Cipriano. I call upon your son, your 20-year-old son, the young Cipriano Valdez.
You are for us, or you are against us.
You see him? You hear him? He stands next to Juan Bautista Calamardi. Can he become another Calo? You hear the same fury in their voices. You see the same fire in their eyes.
My son would never betray his comrades.
No, didn't we all wager our lives on Calo?
Cisco!
Once again we shall be betrayed.
But you don't know that.
It is the history of the world.
Oh, you keep saying that, but history is not ordained. History is made by living, breathing men and women.
We were fooled the last time.
Yes, but we were young. Now you're older and wiser. You shall not let this happen again. Your wisdom, your experience this time. We shall succeed.
Don't ask me, please.
We must ask you.
We must ask you, Cisco. And I know why. You are angry because I survived. You did not. You died, all of you. Now you want me to go back so I can die too.
No, Cisco, that is not true.
Especially you, Maria. Especially you. You are jealous of her. Of Emily.
No. I love her because she has made you happy.
You hate her because she shares my life now, not you. You hate her because she is young, and beautiful, and alive. It all comes down to the same thing. You are all angry with me because I survived.
You're the one whose voice is raised in anger.
Are you angry with yourself, Cisco? I was willing to die. I never avoided death. I was in the forefront of every battle. Cipriano, the night I escaped, we were in the water. The police bullets were all around us. They could have struck me. They struck you. Was it my fault? I was spared. Why? I do not know.
Did you know, Cisco? You were spared so that one day you could fight again.
No!
Go to the hills of Arias with the boy. Show him. Show them, all who will seek you out there, how it is done.
We will be with you.
How can I go back?
All of us are going back. The dead and the living.
Maria.
And this time, Cisco, become the leader. Hold the power.
Become the leader. Hold the power. Can you be sure I shall not become another Calo?
We are sure.
How can you be sure? I am not even sure. There may be demons in me, hidden secret demons that I never knew about, and then we would lose again.
Yes, we lose again.
So what is the use of it?
Nowhere it is written that we must win, that we shall not be betrayed. We only know that we must fight.
I don't know what to do.
Do what is in your heart.
I don't know what is in my heart. I don't know what is in my heart. I don't know what is in my heart. I don't know. What? Oh, the telephone. Hello?
Cisco.
Yes.
Oh, I wanted to let you know I've arrived safely in Chicago.
Oh, good.
Did I wake you up?
Yes, you did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It is all right. It is time I woke up.
Time you woke up? What the... Oh.
Darling?
You've decided, haven't you?
Yes.
Will you give my regards to Maria and Cipriano's father and Paco and Luis?
How do you know these names?
I've heard them every night for the past 12 years. I know everything about them, darling. And everything about you.
Then you know that I have no choice. I have to go.
Yes, you must do what's in your heart. Darling, let me ask you one thing.
What is it?
Wait for me.
And he went back. She went with him. and they are now in the hills of Arias. One day in the near or the distant future, he will march out of those hills for the second time at the head of a revolutionary army. And the revolt will succeed, probably, just as it did the first time. Then, depending on human nature, it will be betrayed, or it won't. I shall return shortly. The hills of Arias. You can think of them as a geographic location, or you can see them, perhaps, as a mystic place that exists somewhere in the psyche of each of us. A private, a secret place where our thoughts are born, our hopes are nourished, and our dreams are revealed. Yes, within all of us are these hills, and may yours be always verdant, fertile, and fruitful. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Marion Seldes, Bob Caliban, and Ray Owens. The entire production... Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. She is the most famous woman in the world, and yet practically nothing is known about her. Uncounted millions are familiar with her unforgettable face, are haunted by her smile and the look in her eyes. Yes, she is the most famous and the most mysterious woman who ever lived. That's how it has been for the past 500 years. And that is how it shall be till the very end of time.
Don't move. Don't move. I've found it.
You have found what, Mr. Leonardo?
The smile. With a few strokes of the brush, I have discovered the secret of immortality.
What does that mean?
It means that we shall never die.
Well, I'm not sure I should like that. After a while, everyone we know will be dead. We would find ourselves in a world of strangers.
My dear Mona Lisa, we shall live forever, whether you like it or not.
Our mystery drama, Why Is This Lady Smiling?, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars John Vickery. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The most famous, the most popular, and perhaps the finest painting in the world is the Mona Lisa by Leonardo da Vinci. You are captured immediately by the haunting smile, the unforgettable eyes. For more than 500 years, she has fired the imagination of writers, composers, philosophers, and poets. And yet, the world's most famous painting remains the most mysterious as well. For no one can fathom the meaning of that smile. There is a secret that is hidden deep in the heart, the spirit of the woman that seems to want to reveal itself. And yet, we are unable to discover it. Shall it always elude us? If only we could ask the great master, Leonardo, himself.
You can ask. I can't assure you of an answer, but ask. Ask. By all means, ask. My name is Leonardo da Vinci. I am probably the greatest man who ever lived. As you can readily see, I am not the most modest. But what is modesty if not the cowardly conceit of the second rate? One fine day in the spring of the year 1498, I was strolling across the Piazza di Signore in Florence when I was suddenly stopped.
Leonardo da Vinci?
And what if I am?
I am Francesco del Giocondo.
Yes?
My good friends call me Zanobi.
Do they?
That is because my full name is Francesco di Bartolomeo di Zanobi del Giocondo. I am in the silk business.
I see.
And I am quite prosperous.
Is there anything else I should know about you?
I have a wife.
You have a wife?
A very young and very beautiful wife. We have recently been married. Her name is Lisa.
Ah, Mona Lisa.
She is my third wife.
Your third? You are indeed an optimist.
Oh, the other two died, the poor creatures. One of the fever, the other in childbirth. They were the wives of my youth. Lisa is the wife of my middle age.
Tell me, Monsieur Zanobi, how shall this knowledge of your affairs enrich my life?
You cannot guess, Signor Leonardo? You, who are among the greatest painters of our age? I was wondering if I might commission you to paint her portrait.
I was tempted to dismiss him out of hand. I'd had my fill of fat nouveau riche merchants who peep over your shoulder and criticize every stroke of the brush. But my purse dangled too lightly from my belt. I couldn't afford to turn him down. But neither could I afford to acquiesce too quickly. I'm not sure I have the time, Monsieur Zanobi.
Signor Leonardo, my wife is quite young. She has a very simple face. How long should it take to paint her? I'm sure you could dash the thing off in a few days.
A few days?
Very well, a week.
Messer Francesco di Bartolomeo di Zanobi del Giocondo, permit me to pass.
Messer Leonardo, please, I implore you, wait. What did I say? I beg you, do not be angry with me.
I shall paint her portrait for 500 ducats.
500?
In gold.
But such a sum would ruin me.
There are painters who will work for less. Good day to you, Mr. Zanobi.
250.
As a matter of fact, there's a most promising young man, Buonarroti.
300.
Michelangelo Buonarroti. He wouldn't do such a bad job.
I will give you 325.
Monsieur Zanobi, please understand, I do not wish to paint your wife's portrait. Art is long. Life is short.
350?
Why should I waste precious time painting the wife of a silk merchant? For what? Mere money? I will instead do a portrait of one of our holy saints on the wall of a church, and my soul shall receive its reward in heaven.
375. Not one penny more.
I'll take it. I tell you this part of the story because the very first thing you should know about the Mona Lisa is the fact that I almost didn't paint it. The truth is, I was quite busy. I wasn't merely a painter and sculptor like, say, that pushy and precocious young Michelangelo. I was also an architect, an engineer, a botanist, an inventor. But getting back to the Mona Lisa. A few days later, her husband brought the lady to my studio.
Signor Leonardo, may I present my wife, Lisa.
How do you do?
My dear, this is Leonardo da Vinci.
And now that you have brought her, Mrs. Zanobi, you may leave her and call for her at 4 this afternoon.
Why can't I stay?
You would be in the way.
I can't think of any occasion when a woman's husband would be in the way.
And I can think of 3. When she's having an affair, when she's giving birth, and when she is sitting for her portrait, which symbolically is a combination of the first 2. And now, Mrs. Zanobi, shall you excuse us?
Leonardo da Vinci, I understand your position. I would never dream of telling you how to apply your paint to your canvas. However...
However...
She has a very nice smile. You can see it.
Yes?
It's a most charming smile, lovely, enchanting. Therefore, I would like for you to incorporate that smile into the portrait. As a matter of fact, I insist on it.
Do you indeed? And what other instructions do you have for me?
Actually, none. But I feel that as long as I am paying for the painting, it belongs to me.
No, Monsieur Sonobi. You will pay for the painting. It will repose in your domicile. It shall become a part of your estate. But it shall always belong to me. And now, sir, you will be good enough to leave us. I sat down to look at her. She was like any one of thousands of Italian girls, dark, slim, with clear skin and regular features. She was reasonably pretty in a rather ordinary way. But one thing I disliked at sight, and that was her smile. How could he consider it a lovely, charming, enchanting smile? It was vacuous and affected. First thing I had better do would be to get rid of it. Well, now, Mona Lisa, tell me all about yourself.
What do you mean, Messer Leonardo?
Exactly what I said. Tell me who you are. Tell me your story.
My story? I don't have a story.
My dear, every human being has a story. And I must know your story, my dear Mona Lisa.
Why?
Because it reveals to me and inspires me to paint that part of you which I cannot see.
Aren't you supposed to paint only that part which can be seen?
No. It is the mission of the painter to illuminate the soul. Now, tell me the story of your life.
My life. Well, I was born the daughter of Antonio di Noldo Gherardini. My mother's name was Serafina. She is dead. My father was a merchant, and he lost all his money. He was unable to provide me with a dowry. But Messer Zanobi wanted to marry me anyhow. My aunt raised me. She was very strict. We would go to church a great deal. Oh, I had a dog named Beppe, and a cat, Gilda.
Yes.
That is my story.
It's a rather short story.
I have had a short life.
That smile of yours.
Yes?
Do you realize you've been smiling since you came here?
Have I?
You mean you don't know that you're smiling?
If you say I am, Messer Leonardo.
Oh, don't take my word for it. Look in the glass. Here.
Oh, yes.
Is there something funny about me?
Oh, no.
About this room?
No.
Are you thinking something funny?
No.
What are you thinking of?
Nothing, Messer Leonardo.
Then if you are seeing nothing funny, and you hear nothing funny, and you are thinking nothing funny, why are you smiling?
I don't know.
Then don't do it.
Don't do what?
Don't smile. In all honesty, you look rather silly when you smile. Now, can you take it off your face? Please? Yes, what is it?
I don't know how.
You don't know how to what?
Stop smiling.
That's impossible. There's nothing to it. All you have to do is close your mouth. Compress your lips. Watch me. Like this. Well, go ahead. You do it.
I'm sorry. I can't.
Are you serious?
Oh, yes. My aunt would beat me when I was little. Take that impertinent smile off your face, you impudent girl. It wasn't my fault. I couldn't do it. And my father, he said, you mustn't go about grinning at people, child. It isn't polite. Well, the only person who ever liked my smile was Zanobi del Giocondo. And he says that is why he married me.
You say you can't stop smiling.
That is so.
In that event, I'll try to paint you without it. But that was easier said than done. I made some sketches. None of them seemed to satisfy me. The fact was, I simply couldn't picture her without the smile. and I couldn't stand her with a smile. The days went by. I was putting nothing down on the canvas, and of course, friend husband gave me no rest.
It has been 6 weeks.
6 weeks since when?
Since I commissioned the portrait.
Ah, yes.
And I even paid you in advance.
And I even gave you a receipt.
So why isn't the painting finished?
Because I haven't finished it.
I understand you haven't even started it.
I work on it every day.
Signor Leonardo, my wife spends 4, 5, even 6 hours each afternoon in your studio.
Naturally.
Well?
Yes, Monsieur Zenobi. What is it you wish to say?
I wish I hadn't paid you in advance.
We would have an encounter like this one practically every day. And then, suddenly, one afternoon, something happened.
Eureka! Eureka, Mona Lisa!
Are you speaking to me, Mr.
Yes,
Leonardo?
Eureka!
What does that mean?
It means I have found it.
You found what?
The key. The secret of the smile. With a few strokes of the brush, I have discovered immortality.
What does that mean?
It means, my dear Mona Lisa, that we shall live forever.
We know that they do. Mona Lisa del Giocondo, the model, and Leonardo da Vinci, the artist, will never die as long as art exists in the world. But what we don't know is how Leonardo discovered the secret of the smile. And that, perhaps, is what shall be revealed to us in Act 2 shortly.
The kids like dogs.
Hot dogs.
Hot dogs.
Armor hot dogs.
Hot dogs.
What kind of kids love Armor hot dogs?
Big kids, little kids, kids who climb on rocks.
Fat kids, skinny kids.
Even kids with chicken pox love hot dogs. Armor hot dogs. The dogs kids love to bite. The dogs kids love to bite.
Lots of friends are dropping by. Summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
With lots of hot weather, barbecues, and picnics ahead, get down to your store for plenty of country time lemonade-flavored drinks.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
There's no doubt about it. Many Californians believe some foreign manufacturers are building good cars. But at Lincoln Mercury, we're willing to demonstrate our confidence in our quality with 2 years free scheduled maintenance and 2 years free limited warranty on Lynx, LN7, Capri, Zephyr, and Cougar sedan and wagon. For 2 years or 24,000 miles, whichever comes first, virtually all you'll pay for is gas. Naturally, accidents, abuse, tires, and fluids between maintenance intervals aren't covered. Plus, you'll get an 8% cash bonus off the base vehicle sticker price direct from Lincoln Mercury. With the cash bonus, a base model Lynx would be sticker priced at $880 less than Toyota Tercel Liftback and $2,269 less than Honda Accord. Limit 1 per customer. There really is a lot more going for you at your Southern California Lincoln Mercury dealer. Hurry, offer ends June 6th.
The greatest mystery in the world is not some shocking unsolved murder or disappearance. It is of all things a smile. A smile on the face of a woman. It is a smile fraught with meaning, but no one can be sure of exactly what it means. Even the two people most intimately concerned with the subject. Mona Lisa del Giocondo and Leonardo da Vinci.
You say we shall live forever, Mr. Leonardo?
Yes, our fame will live forever.
Oh.
Now, come over here.
Yes?
Look. Look at your portrait. Well, Mona Lisa?
But that isn't me.
It isn't.
I don't look like that. Well, yes, I do. I look exactly like that. But that isn't my smile.
It is now, yes. Mona Lisa, I stumbled onto it. It was an accident. A divine accident. A gift from heaven. My hand, it moved upward suddenly. Why, how, I don't know. And see...
Monsieur Zenobia will not like that.
And why won't he like it?
I don't know.
Do you like it?
No. No, I don't think I like it.
Why not?
I'm afraid.
Of what?
I can't say.
Sit. We have a great deal more to do.
That smile, it isn't really me.
But it is. It's the way I see you. Yes, it was the way I saw her. Suddenly I wanted to surround her with water and mountainous rocks, as if she were some latter-day Venus who rose from the foam.
Signor Leonardo.
At your service.
But you are not at my service. You keep putting me off.
These things take time. Rome was not, as you know, built in a day.
But that was a city. This is merely a simple portrait.
Merely?
The days become weeks, then months. It is now almost a year.
Monsieur Zenobia, when one is so deeply committed to a project, one simply loses track of time.
Signor Leonardo, I try to be a good fellow, but I do not understand. What are you doing?
What was I doing, indeed? And even as I asked the question, I knew the answer. I didn't want to let go of the painting. I didn't want to finish. I was enthralled by that smile, even though I knew there was nothing behind it. Even though I knew I had manufactured it myself. Still, when I looked at it, I believed... What did I believe? At any rate, I was in the wrong. Basically, the painting was complete. The face was finished. I told Zenobia he could see it that afternoon. He came at 4. He looked at his wife. He looked at the portrait. He kept looking from one to the other for a while. And then he said...
It's very good.
Thank you.
One little thing.
Yes?
The smile.
What about the smile?
Could you... I believe you artists use the expression, paint it out.
But you told me to be sure to paint it in.
I changed my mind.
But you said it was a nice smile, a charming smile, lovely and enchanting.
There is nothing nice, charming, lovely, or enchanting about the smile in the portrait.
There isn't?
You know there is not, Leonardo da Vinci. I do not like that smile.
Why not?
I don't know why not.
Surely there must be a reason.
It's indecent.
I beg your pardon.
It strips her. She stands naked before the world. It is lewd. It is immoral.
What are you saying?
You see, in my youth, I was a sailor, and I heard tales of the sirens who sat on the rocks and who lured unwary seamen to their deaths. Now, I never believed those stories until this moment, but I do now.
Really?
You have transformed her into just such a siren. She could lure me to my death. See what the smile does to her face. It changes her into an alluring and seductive vampire. No, Signor Reynaldo, you will remove that hellish smile.
I will not be told how to paint.
I will not accept that abomination.
You paid for it.
Keep the painting. And keep the money. I will keep my wife. Lisa, we are leaving.
But Mr. Leonardo is not finished with the portrait.
We are finished with Leonardo.
Now, you must understand that many things were happening at this time. There was constant war in Italy. The cities would fight among themselves, and foreign invaders would sweep down from the north to add to the carnage. During the next 4 years, I was rarely in Florence, but my adopted son, Francesco Melzi, would show visitors through my studio. When I returned, finally, all Florence was talking about the Mona Lisa. And then I had a visitor.
Messer Leonardo.
Ah, Mona Lisa. Won't you be seated?
Thank you.
Actually, there is more I can do on the painting.
If you will permit me to say so, Messer Leonardo, you have done too much already. Please, I beg of you. Is there something we can do with that painting?
What do you suggest?
I would suggest that you destroy it.
Destroy it? But why?
Why?
It's a beautiful painting, isn't it?
Yes.
It shows you as a beautiful woman.
Yes.
All Florence is talking about it.
That, Messer Leonardo, is the problem.
Why should it be a problem? You're famous.
I'm too famous for my own good.
How is that possible?
As an artist, you couldn't hope to understand.
But I am more than just an artist. I am also a man.
And I am more than just a subject for your paintbrush. I am also a woman.
I have always seen you as a woman.
Then please, do not destroy my happiness.
Mona Lisa, I assure you...
Messer Leonardo, I am the daughter of a threadbare aristocrat. We Gherardinis trace our lineage back to the patrician families of ancient Rome.
But what does this have to do with my painting?
Be patient with me. I was patient with you. As I was growing up, we lived on pretensions. We lived on hope. But while hope may make a fine breakfast, it is a scanty and unsatisfying supper. The fate of my family was reposed in me. If only I could make a wealthy match. And then he came along. Francesco di Bartolomeo di Zenobi del Giocondo, to rescue the Gherardinis. He fell in love with me. Do not destroy that love.
I still don't see how...
He hates me now.
Hate? I can't believe that.
Well, let me say, he fears me.
But why?
And soon that fear will breed doubt and fester further into suspicion. And finally erupt into hatred. It must.
I ask again, why?
Are you unaware of your powers, Messer Leonardo? You have transformed me into someone else.
Into whom?
I don't know. It all depends on whom you ask. My husband now. Do you know what happened when we left your studio that day 4 years ago? Well, let me tell you, because that is when it all began. We walked to our home in silence. We sat down to our dinner in silence. We ate in silence. Finally, I said to him, "Why are you angry with me?"
I am not angry. I am not angry.
Have I displeased you in some way?
No. What is the matter with the wine?
The wine?
Yes, the wine. Taste it.
I find it's excellent.
It is?
Yes. It has a most delicate and subtle flavor.
Which is to say that it is too delicate and subtle for a boorish, vulgar, nourish peasant like me.
Oh, Zenobi, I never said that.
You have said it every day since our marriage. You have said it with that mocking smile.
Zenobi, you always loved my smile. How many times have you told me, Carissima, I fell in love with your lovely, charming, enchanting smile.
I never saw your smile until this afternoon.
Oh, Zenobi, that isn't my smile.
It isn't?
No, it's Leonardo's.
But it's on your face.
Because he put it there.
And where did he find it?
He found it, I suppose he found it in his artist's imagination.
Shall I tell you where he found it?
Please, Zenobi.
He found it in your heart, your spirit, in your soul.
Oh, it isn't true. He just placed that smile on my face.
Because it belongs there. With his artist's eye, he could divine the truth.
What truth?
To my face, you presented that sweet, simpering, innocent grin. But when my back was turned to the rest of the world, you demonstrated the truth. Your patrician's contempt for the commoner you were forced to marry.
I was not forced.
No? Your father, your aunt, the rest of the tribe, they did not push you into it?
I was raised to believe that a girl must obey her father's wishes.
Aha. Again, you admit it. You didn't love me when we were married. And that is true, isn't it? That is true. Say it is true.
It's true.
Finally.
What girl loves her husband before they are married? We do as we are told. And if our parents have chosen wisely, love comes later. It did for me.
No. Your true feelings are in that smile.
No, Zenobia.
This is foul wine. I will not drink it. Get it out of my sight.
Julieta! Come quickly.
Why are you calling Julieta?
She's my maid.
Oh, you cannot clear the table yourself. Your aristocratic hands are too tender for common household toil. Well, we will see about that.
I find this difficult to believe.
I notice you do not say impossible, Messer Leonardo.
He actually mistreats you?
There are times when he behaves as if nothing is wrong between us, and he is kind and loving. And suddenly he will fly into a rage. Last night I was terrified.
Why?
Because he was in his counting room, very late, and I had come down to see if he was well. He was sitting at his table. I saw before him a pair of pistols.
Who is there?
It is I.
You. Good. You see what I have before me?
Zenobia, why?
These pistols. This pair of pistols. I have a question that I keep asking myself. Should I use one?
What are you saying?
And if I use one on whom? You or me? Of course, my dear Lisa, I could use one of them for each of us.
We have a sudden intimation of violence, but we shouldn't be at all surprised. Those were turbulent times, and it was not at all unusual to solve a problem with a bullet, a thrust of a knife, or a dose of poison. What is that you say? How like today? Well, the third act is approaching shortly. How much of our knowledge of history comes to us through art? All the great heroes and heroines of the ancient and medieval worlds have been presented to us by the painter and the sculptor, which means that we see them through someone else's eyes. In our story, we don't know what the Mona Lisa del Giocondo looked like. All that has come down to us is the vision of Leonardo da Vinci.
All Florence is laughing at me.
No.
Oh, not to my face, but behind my back. Why did you do this to me, Lisa?
But what did I do to you, Zenobia?
Why did you reveal yourself to that Leonardo? Your true self.
You have always known my true self.
Do not deny it. To him, you showed your true nature.
Please, Zenobia.
Could you not have kept it to yourself?
Zenobia, my true nature is filled with love for you.
No, you're lying. You despise me.
I swear to you.
Out.
Let me talk to
Out
you.
before I...
No, Zenobia, don't. You want to kill me?
Had I wanted to kill you, that bullet would have pierced your brain. It was a warning. Out. Out before I pick up the other pistol. And this time...
No.
He fired at you?
Yes.
My poor girl. Well, what's to be done?
I was thinking...
I know. You've already told me what you were thinking. You want me to destroy the portrait.
I will pay you.
My good woman, I am not for hire as an assassin.
Assassin?
What else? Look at this painting. Look at her. Isn't she a living, breathing, vital woman? A work of art to make every other painter tremble and lose heart. And they come up here to see her. She lives. And you want me to kill her.
Oh, Mr. Leonardo, I see your point, and I cannot quarrel with it. Oh, well, perhaps you need not destroy her. Just make sure no one gets to see her.
And how am I to do that?
You might hide her away.
In other words, place her in a prison.
Well...
That would be even worse than death.
But, Mr. Leonardo, what is to become of me? How much longer can I go on living this way?
You must make peace somehow with your husband.
But I try to do that all the time. Each time I succeed in winning back his affection, his sister storms in, and I lose it again.
His sister?
Mona Caterina. She's always hated me.
Why?
She hated all of his wives. After his second one died, she believed he was finished with marriage and that her children would inherit his fortune. But then he married me. She has never forgiven me. And all this she sees as a heaven-sent opportunity.
Is there nothing that can be done about this woman?
Well, she's quite convincing. But perhaps he wants to believe her. Besides, she allows him no peace. Night and day she's in the house. I'm sure she's there now. I even know what she's saying. First, she is remarking on my absence. And where is the Mona Lisa this fine afternoon, brother?
Where? In church.
A likely story.
When she says she goes to church, she goes to church.
She never used to go to church so often. Why now?
Caterina, be quiet. I have enough agony as it is.
She goes there to show herself. She goes there to smile, that infamous smile. The very smile that has made you the laughingstock of Florence.
I do not want to hear another word. Do you hear me? Enough.
May I ask, Mona Lisa, why do you go to church so often these days?
Because I am troubled.
In a situation such as yours, truly only he can help you.
And he already has.
Good. How?
He has directed me here.
Here? Why?
I am here because the thought was placed in my mind. Go to Messer Leonardo da Vinci. He will know how to rescue you.
But I am only a humble painter.
You may be a painter, Messer Leonardo, but you are far from humble. And how you boast of your talents, engineer, doctor, architect, inventor, the list is almost endless. And all those claims are true. You are the foremost man of the day. If you can't help me, then indeed, I'm lost.
I'll try to think of something. Meanwhile, Mona Lisa, go home.
I can't go home.
Why not?
I never know when he will be seized by a fit of drunken rage and kill me.
Well, where can you stay?
I suppose I shall have to stay here.
Here?
I have nowhere else to go.
But you can't stay here.
Messer Leonardo, you placed me in this predicament, and you must get me out of it.
There was no way I could convince her to leave. What could I do? I couldn't throw her out. And I must admit, there was a certain justice to her claim. I looked at the portrait. This was the cause of all the trouble. Trouble? Why did it have to be trouble? That face, that smile. Why do they have to be the face and the smile of a siren? They could just as easily belong to a saint. Father Giorgio Malfitano had a small chapel just across the Ponte Vecchio on the other side of the Arno. He was an old friend.
Yes, my son. I came as quickly as these old bones would allow. Tell me, are you troubled?
No, Father. I'm filled with joy.
Then why do you wish to see me?
Father Giorgio, it is true what the wise men say. When the cup of life is full and brimming with flavor, we never trouble ourselves to say thank you to him from whom all blessings flow. It's only when we are draining the bitter dregs that we beg for his aid. I have decided to reverse that state of affairs. Father, I wish to give thanks now.
That is most worthy of you, my son.
I have painted this portrait of a woman. What do you think of it?
What do I think? I am no authority on art.
Now, consider. Is there not a glow, a radiance that seems to surround the face?
Yes.
And the smile. What do you think of the smile?
It is a most unusual smile.
Do you know what that smile seems to say?
It seems to be a most happy smile, Leonardo.
And why, Father? Can it be that the woman has suddenly realized the infinite power and goodness of the heavenly forces that guide our destinies?
Yes, it could be.
I see her face, Father, on the west wall of your chapel. For many years I have wanted to paint a mural. With your permission, of course.
A mural? By the great Leonardo, in my humble place of worship. Oh, that would indeed be an honor.
Then you approve?
My son, of course.
She shall be the central figure, surrounded by a happy family, a domestic scene of great but humble contentment.
My son, our poor chapel has no means with which to reward you.
Oh, my reward shall come in heaven. And now...
Yes?
The face of this woman. Since she actually exists, it may be necessary to get permission to paint it.
Permission? Why should she object?
She makes no objection, Father. But the lady has a husband. Husbands have been known to be rather difficult at times when it comes to certain affairs. And so, Father, I was wondering if you could persuade this particular husband to permit his wife to be portrayed on the mural.
But why should he object?
I'm sure he won't, especially after you explain to him that this face of angelic beauty and purity may bring about the salvation of the entire city of Florence. The good Father Giorgio went to call on Zenobi del Giocondo. And I must tell you that before the sun set that afternoon, the silk merchant burst into my studio.
Signor Leonardo, have you heard the news? Father Giorgio wants Lisa to pose for a mural in the chapel. Oh, but of course you would know all about that.
Yes.
Leonardo, how did this miracle occur?
The father is an old friend. He'd come up to the studio for a visit, and he saw the portrait of Mona Lisa. And he said, "Never, Leonardo, never have I seen a face of such angelic beauty and purity."
He looked at the painting, and he said that?
Of course. Will you look at the painting? See? Isn't it obvious?
Certainly. I have always seen it in her face, which is why I married her in the first place.
Both Father Giorgio and I agreed further that we have never seen such a holy light illumine the face of any living woman.
Yes. Oh, how you have captured it, Leonardo da Vinci. The portrait in the mural. It will be like this one.
Just like this one.
The same face?
The same face.
And the smile. You must not forget the smile. That smile. How it transforms us all. When shall you begin the mural, Leonardo?
Within a month or two, Mr. Zernobi. Certainly before the end of the year. I never began that mural. In a month or two, she was dead. She died of the plague that swept through all of Italy that year. He lived on for many years. As for the portrait, I sold it to the King of the French, Francis I, for 5,000 florins. Today, it's not for sale at any price. But that's how it is for artists. We were born to make other men rich. But that's the way of the world, isn't it?
The way of the world. How little some of the basics change. Mona Lisa del Giocondo died of the plague sometime before the year 1500 in the city of Florence. But she lives to this day. Her face is as vital and as vibrant. 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 Her Come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. Chess playing isn't regarded as a dangerous pastime, and rightfully so. Of course, there are stories, perhaps apocryphal, about the game being played in ancient times with real people instead of pieces. And then, indeed, it can become deadly. Even today, however, we read about the use of mind-controlling devices and other mystic aids in world championship matches. But chess, among those who play it for fun, is just harmless relaxation. Or is it?
I'm not interested in playing any more chess with the old man. I'm telling you here and now I'm finished. No more chess.
You're not thinking, Charlie. You're letting yourself be driven by silly superstitions. If you refuse to play this game, it could be dangerous for you. Deadly dangerous, remember that. And the next move is yours.
Our mystery drama, The Chess Master, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Paul Hecht and Fred Gwynne. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Most Americans lead lives that are fairly routine. Some might even describe their lives as humdrum. But there are a few fortunate enough to be working at jobs they like. Others find life tolerable, if not dramatically exciting, with a series of highs and lows. However, when a real crisis arises, some people go right off the rails, and others, in trying to cope, find themselves faced, at the very least, with a sweeping change in their lifestyles.
I was fired today. It was my first time. I started to walk, just walk, aimlessly around New York. My compulsive walking took me to the lobby of one of the city's newest glass towers. It has a beautiful two-story lobby that runs an entire block and was used as a walkway between the streets. As I walked through, admiring the ficus trees and the artificial waterfall, my eye was caught by a chessboard completely set up for a game. Seated behind the board was a portly, white-haired gentleman who smiled up at me as I halted.
Good afternoon.
Oh, hi.
Do you play?
No, I dabble. I haven't played in years.
Well, that doesn't matter. If you'd care to sit down.
Don't play.
Don't play, for Pete's sake. Don't play. Don't ever sit down and play chess with him.
Now, Ben, you shouldn't let losing upset you so much. This is Ben Bradley, Mr.
Williams, Charlie Williams.
Pleasure, Mr. Williams. And certainly an explanation is in order here. You see, Ben here suffers from that most American disease, competition. He's highly competitive, and although we've played several games and he's lost only one more than he won, it's upsetting him terribly.
Well, and that's okay. I understand.
I'd like to straighten this out. Please. Isn't this true, what I just said, Ben?
Well, I'll admit I'm a bad loser. I do have a tendency to overreact.
Thank you.
Williams, forget what I said. Oh, okay, Chessman, I'll be on my way since I see you have a game. Bye.
Bye. Now, Mr. Williams, since we've cleared up that little misunderstanding, would you care to play?
Well, I am...
You're not still thinking about Ben's blowing up, are you?
No, not exactly. I'm not an expert, though. I never was, and I'm certainly rusty.
Well, I'm hardly an international grandmaster myself.
Besides, I've just lost my job. I don't think I could concentrate.
Oh, well, there's no better way for you to forget your problems. This will help clear your mind. Come, sit down. Good. Now that you're comfortable, I'll make it even better for you by turning the board around and let you play the white pieces.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, good. Now, what shall we play for?
Hey, come on. You're a chess hustler. Good try, but no dice.
Oh, no. Please sit. I'm not usually guilty of such stupidity.
Neither am I. Find yourself another sucker.
I don't want to play for money. Never play for money. However, I must confess that although the game itself is stimulating, I like to add zest by putting up some worthless bauble or trinket like this. And you can do the same. There's something of no intrinsic value.
This is crazy.
Oh, come now. If it weren't for that ridiculous outburst from Ben Bradley, you wouldn't think twice about putting up something you have on your person that's of no value to you. Isn't that true?
Look, who are you?
The name is Chessman. First name, Lawrence. But don't be put off by the last name. It's just a coincidence. I do like chess, but there's no other meaning to be read into it. Now, what will your stake be? Remember, something on you that's worthless.
Maybe a fingernail or a lock of hair? Is that what you had in mind?
Oh, I do like your vivid imagination, Mr. Williams. I do sincerely. Surely you don't think I'm a practitioner of voodoo.
No, I don't know what to make of you.
Why is it necessary to make anything out of me? I'm an eccentric you played a game of chess with, and we'll both enjoy it. Now, your stake.
Well, I can't think of anything... hold on. I have a key to the executive washroom that I won't be using anymore. Will that do?
Of course. Now, your move, I believe.
Okay.
Pawn to king 4. Since you're rusty, let's just keep it simple. I will also move pawn to king 4, which leaves the initiative entirely up to you. Pawn to king's bishop 4. I should have realized that anyone who had the imagination to consider voodoo would employ the Muzio gambit. You know, of course, that it's been regarded for years as unsound.
If properly defended.
Well, I shall certainly try, Mr. Williams. I shall certainly try.
Well, check. And I think also mate.
I regret to admit that you're right. I'm not one to offer excuses, but I'd forgotten exactly how lethal the Muzio gambit attack can be if you allow your opponent to gain timing.
Well, thanks. I enjoyed the game.
As did I. Take your winnings.
Oh, no, forget it. I just play for...
I insist. Absolutely. I would feel ashamed if you didn't take this token of your victory. a debt of honor, sir.
Okay, if you feel that strongly.
I think it's only fair that if we ever play again, however, I should have a chance to win it back. Unless, of course, certain conditions should arise.
Oh? What conditions?
Why, the conditions under which you would give it up.
Are you kidding?
I'm deadly serious. This is a city of strange happenings and unusual meetings. It may someday happen that you will come across someone who will say to you, the Muzio Gambit is a very unsound opening.
What?
If that should happen, you will hand over the trinket you won today. Immediately.
Oh, come on. What do you take me for?
I have your word.
Okay. You've got my word.
You've been let go? I don't believe it.
Why not, Susan? It happens all the time in this business.
Just because they lost the claimant account isn't any reason to let you go. It isn't as if it were your fault.
I was the junior account executive. No account, no job.
But you've been with them for 6 years. Surely there are other accounts.
Well, they're not about to fire someone else to give me a job. No, I'll give Frank Fentress a call tomorrow. He'll find something for me.
You haven't called him yet?
No.
What did you do this afternoon? You must have known...
Sure, I knew, Susan. I just walked and walked, trying to figure something out, and then I played chess.
You played chess?
Yeah, and I won, too. Look.
That's pretty.
No, it's not worth anything.
I know, but I could have it pierced. Run a silver chain through it, and it will make a lovely necklace.
No, I can't. I promised the old man I played with to keep it.
I'll be keeping it if I wear it, won't I?
Can't do it. I know it sounds silly, Susan, but the old geezer said if we ever played again, I should bring it with me, and maybe he could win it back.
You're going to play again?
Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, I may not have it on me.
You just finished telling me that you had to keep it.
Yeah, unless someone comes up to me and says the Muzio Gambit is a totally unsound opening, and then I'm to give the coin to him.
Unsound opening? You're the only one who's unsound, Charlie Williams. You're out of your mind.
The next morning, I went downtown to the Fentress Agency, tops in executive placement in the advertising business. Fentress is on the 25th floor of one of the great old Art Deco buildings on 57th Street, and as I got off the elevator, I saw this glamorous movie star type wandering around the floor, looking lost.
Pardon me, but I'm a stranger to the city and this building. Could you direct me to the office of the Fentress Agency?
Yeah, sure. I can do better than that. That's where I'm heading. Why don't you come along?
You are very kind. Is this Fentress a good agency?
Oh, sure. It's the best. Are you looking for a job in advertising?
Not exactly. I have some business with a gentleman I expect to call. His name is Charles Williams?
Charles... Well, that's me.
Oh, but how fortunate. Here I was desolated to think that I would have to sit in some anteroom waiting for...
No, wait. Hold it a second. Madame, why are you looking for me?
I think you have something for me. The Muzio Gambit is totally unsound opening. Well, have you?
Sure. I wasn't expecting it to...
You have something for me?
Yeah, right. Here it is.
Thank you. And to show you that I sincerely appreciate this favor you have done for me, please accept this.
She handed me an envelope and walked to the elevator and left. I stood for a moment, turning the envelope over in my hands, and then opened it. I couldn't believe my eyes. There were 5 crisp, new $1,000 bills. I forgot all about seeing Frank Fentress and headed for the atrium of the building where I'd played chess with the old man.
Good day, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, change that to strange day, Mr. Chessman. That trinket, huh? Worthless, A mere nothing. Then tell me why she gave me $5,000 for it.
Softly, Mr. Williams, softly. Why don't you sit down? We'll have another game.
No, I'm not playing any more games with you until I know what your game is.
I cannot satisfy your curiosity or even carry on a rational conversation with you standing there and raising your voice at me. If you sit down, we can discuss whatever it is that has made you so upset.
Okay.
Oh, well, as long as you're sitting, we might as well play.
Forget it.
I find that I talk better when I'm playing.
I don't. Now, look, Chessman, I don't like being maneuvered. I'm not a pawn in a chess game.
I never said you were. But you seem to blame me for what's upsetting you.
Oh, and why shouldn't I? I mean, some strange woman comes up to me, no, you might say ambushes me, because I know darn well she was waiting for me, then gives me that line you told me about the Muzio Gambit, and when I give her the coin, she hands me an envelope with $5,000 in it.
Amazing. Absolutely incredible. A fantastic tale, Mr. Williams. If true.
If true?
It's only fair that I play white today.
Now, look, here. Take a look at these $1,000 bills.
I don't know much about you, Mr. Williams, but I am not susceptible to bribes. Put that money away, and let's play chess.
I don't believe this.
I've moved. Pawn to Queen 4.
You mean you don't know anything about this money?
Your move.
I asked you a question.
Move.
Now, look, I don't know anything about the Queen's pawn opening, but... okay. Knight to King's Bishop 3.
Playable.
The money. What about it?
I know nothing about it. Move.
Pawn to King 3. And you never said anything to me about the Muzio Gambit being unsound, huh?
Of course, but that was just a jest. Maybe someone overheard me and carried it a bit further.
Now, where did you get that coin? Was it stolen?
Ridiculous. Your move.
But $5,000.
I can't understand your anger about the money. I should think a sum like that would come in handy with someone out of work.
I don't like the way I got it.
You can afford to be choosy. Wonderful. Oh, by the way, have you ever handled an institutional account?
No. I guess I'll have to move my bishop.
It would seem advisable. I have a good friend, Mr. Williams, highly placed in the Larson Tool and Die Company. Tompkins is his name. He told me they're going in for a campaign of institutional advertising. I think you'd have a chance if you went to see him. And, of course, you can use my name.
Look, I told you I don't have a background in...
that may not matter. It's worth your time, anyway. Checkmate, I believe.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Too bad. You didn't play as well today.
No, besides being unfamiliar with that opening, I was distracted.
Of course. Are you going to see Mr. Tompkins?
Yeah, well, I'll think about it.
Might be very good for you. By the way, you lost.
Yes, I know.
Then I'll take my winnings. Your key to the executive washroom.
Is it possible that the key to an executive washroom can be the key to the solution of a most mysterious and perhaps sinister puzzle? On the surface, it seems most unlikely. But on the other hand, the chess master seems to know exactly what he's doing and why. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. To paraphrase William Shakespeare, all the world's a chessboard, and all the men and women pawns. You prefer the original? So do I. But reading the daily newspapers, it's difficult not to get the feeling that we're all pawns in a gigantic power struggle, manipulated by forces over which we have no control. Charlie Williams feels he is being manipulated, but why and for what purpose remains a mystery.
It took me some time to get the washroom key off my key ring, but I finally accomplished it, and as I handed it to Mr. Chessman, he gave me a slip of paper in return.
That's my friend Tompkins' address. He'll be expecting you tomorrow at your convenience.
I haven't decided about that yet. I'm still not satisfied with your explanation or non-explanation of what's been happening.
Hello again, Mr. Chessman.
Ah, Ben. You remember Ben Bradley, Mr. Williams, the gentleman who warned you against playing with me.
Yes, I remember.
I believe Ben has had a change of heart about playing and has come back for another game. Am I right, Ben?
I don't appreciate your sense of humor, Chessman. You know darn well I've come to play. Or do I have a choice?
Oh, we always have choices. Just as in chess. It's up to us to make the right moves. Now, sit down, Ben, and see about your move.
I've been married to you for 5 years, and I still don't understand you, Charlie Williams.
Now, I love you, Susan.
I love you, too, but you're not going to get away with changing the subject.
Okay. I want to see Frank Fentress before I see this Tompkins.
Why?
Because I know Frank. I know his agency. He's legitimate.
How do you know Tompkins isn't?
I don't, but look, $5,000, what do we do with the money?
Put it in the bank.
How do I show it on my income tax? Well, what did I do to earn it?
Don't ask me. Ask that crazy old man you played chess with. He started the whole thing.
I have.
And what did he say?
He claimed he didn't know anything about it. Do you believe that?
I don't know what to believe.
He even had the nerve to suggest I might have been lying about it.
Well, if he really didn't know...
Come on, Sue. He was the one who gave me that rigmarole about the Muzio Gambit, and she repeated it word for word. Gosh, I just wish I knew somebody with the police or the FBI that I could tell about this.
I don't like the sound of the police, Charlie. After all, there's nothing very criminal about what's happened. Isn't it possible that this old man really took a liking to you and tried to get you a job at this tool and die plant?
Yeah, it is possible. I just wish that there was some way I could test it.
You can test it by going out and seeing this Tompkins and talking to him.
Wait a minute. Wait, I just got an idea. I think I found a way to get some answers. The next day, I went right to the lobby of the building where Chessman hung out. His usual table was empty, so I sat down and waited. About 11 o'clock, he showed up carrying his chessboard and his box with the pieces. He spotted me right away, and as he sat down...
Good morning, Mr. Williams. Bright and early today, aren't we? How did your talk with Mr. Tompkins go?
I haven't seen him yet. That's why I was waiting here.
Care for a game?
No, not now, thanks. I really don't have the time. You see, I had a lucky break yesterday. I got my old job back.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, that's why it didn't make any sense to go and see your friend.
I understand. But why were you waiting for me?
I know it sounds crazy, but I came for my washroom key. I don't think it would look too good if I said I'd thrown it away. Since I know it's not worth anything to you, I'd like to have it back.
But you lost it on the field of battle, so to speak. Debt of honor.
Oh, come on, Mr. Chessman. You say you have my best interest at heart. The key can't mean anything to you.
I play fair, and I play by my rules, Mr. Williams. I won that key, and it's mine. If you'd like me to write a note to your employers, telling them the circumstances...
You really are a first-class nut, aren't you?
I'm sorry you feel that way. I'd certainly be more than happy to play another game and put the key up against something else that has no value for you.
I'm going to make you a promise, Chessman. The next time we play, I'll win.
That's a challenge that I will happily accept.
When Chessman refused to return my key, I knew what I had to do. And I did it before setting off for the Larson Tool and Die Company to keep my appointment with Mr. Tompkins. They were located out in Queens, and when I got there, the buildings looked so legitimate that my heart sank. I walked in anyway, gave my name, and after a suitable wait, was escorted into Mr. Tompkins' office.
Sit down, Mr. Williams.
Oh, thank you. I take it you were expecting me?
I was, and I wasn't.
Oh?
Mr. Chessman called and told me you'd found another job.
Yeah, well, that fell through.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Give me a little of your background.
The last 5 years, I was a junior account executive with White, Graves, and Pfeiffer, handling a chain store houseware account.
Mm-hmm.
But none of my experience is in institutional advertising.
I understand. Now, the salary is $7.50 per week with several fringe benefits: hospitalization, medical plan, a good retirement plan.
No, but about the job itself, sir.
I'm offering it to you, Williams. If you care to, we can go down and take a look at your office.
But aren't we rushing things a bit? I mean, wouldn't you like to hear any of my ideas?
Well, I don't think you can formulate any ideas until you've made yourself familiar with our entire operation. You haven't studied us, have you?
No. But I'd like to hear from you what made you suddenly decide to enter institutional advertising.
I'm afraid I don't have the time to go into that now. Why don't we go along and look at your office?
I walked out of the Larson plant with pretty much the same feelings I had when I entered, which didn't please Susan at all when I got home.
I'm trying to understand, darling. I'm really trying. But you seem to have changed so. I don't know how to say it, but you're different.
Yeah, you wouldn't say that if I'd taken the job.
What can be wrong with a job paying $750 a week as advertising manager for a perfectly reputable concern like Larson?
I wish you'd played chess. I mean, that old man and me, we're playing a game, and he's trying to manipulate me like one of his pieces.
So because of this feeling, you're going to turn down a job you need and which you can do easily? Is that it?
I haven't made up my mind. I left it open when I said I had to think it over. Tompkins knew I was telling the truth. I'm still thinking it over.
We've been at this for hours, and I'll be happy to go along with whatever you decide. But I'd be much happier if you could give me one single hard fact, one good reason why you should turn it down.
Come in, Williams. Yeah, I'm happy you decided to come aboard.
There are still some details I'd like cleared up, Mr. Tompkins. I mean, I'm beginning to get an idea of what you expect from me.
That's good. As of this moment, you're on the payroll. And it happens to work out very well.
Well, how's that?
Your office won't be ready today, so you can do me a favor.
Oh, of course.
I understand you're a chess enthusiast.
I beg your pardon?
I'm talking about chess. And our mutual acquaintance, Mr. Chessman. Since you won't be around today, I'd like you to play a game with him.
Now, what's that got to do with my job?
I said I was asking a favor. This is a running contest between Chessman and me. And since we both know our friend's quirk about stakes, I'm furnishing you with a stake for today's game. There it is, on the desk.
Now, forget it. You must think I'm a fool. I mean, it's perfectly obvious that you and Chessman are running some kind of con game, and I don't want any part of it. I mean, you're not offering me a job. You want a messenger service. You want me to carry this disc to Chessman.
Mr. Williams, I asked you to play a game of chess. If you win, you bring this disc back to me. If you lose, well, that's the fortune of war.
I'll bet you right now all the money I have in the world that I don't win.
No bet. You sound like a loser.
I think you're going to lose, Mr. Tompkins. Now, I don't know what you and Chessman are doing, but I'll bet the police will be interested in finding out.
Finding out what, Williams?
That these so-called worthless stakes that Chessman plays for signify something really important. What, I don't know. But as I said, the police will find out.
Sit down, Williams.
Huh?
Sit down. Now, listen to me. Let's suppose, for the sake of argument, that your wild guess is correct, and you carry out your threat to go to the police. Now, let's examine your position. The police have only your word for it that the talisman you won from Chessman was the same you later passed on to your accomplice.
My accomplice?
Exactly. You passed the coin, or talisman, or whatever, to her. She gave you $5,000 for it. Were you so shocked and surprised that you reported that strange occurrence to the police? Not at all. You pocketed it. And you turned again to play with Chessman, didn't you?
Well, at that time, I didn't know.
Didn't know what, Williams? What do you know? Or think you know?
There are people who prefer to be ostriches. Don't tell me this. I don't want to hear it. And there are others who are insatiably curious and have to know everything. Those are two extremes. Since I'm not an extremist, I find both extremes unpleasant. But if I were in Charlie Williams' place, I'd want to know what was going on. You will find out shortly when I bring you Act 3. In the days when luxury liners swept across the Atlantic, traveling to and from Europe aboard those queens of the seas was the ultimate in luxury. Passengers were constantly warned not to play cards with strangers because they were card sharks who made their living on the big boats. However, I've never seen or heard of warnings about sitting down for a game of chess with a stranger. But after hearing what happened to Charlie Williams, I'm beginning to think perhaps there should be.
I sat there in Tompkins' office at the Larson Company looking into Tompkins' calm, complacent face and hated him. I hated him because I felt the truth in what he'd said. I hated him because I really didn't have a logical answer to his question.
Well, Williams, I repeat the question. What do you know or think you know?
Tompkins, I know enough to realize that I'm being used as a pawn, and not at any chess game.
You made some threats. Something about going to the authorities. I'm beginning to think you're seriously deranged, Williams. And it would be best for me to nip your nonsense in the bud. Now, how do you suggest I go about that?
I have no suggestions.
I think the wisest course for me is to call the police and tell them I have a man here to whom I've offered a job and he's creating a disturbance.
Okay. Put the phone down.
I honestly believe you're unstable.
All right. You don't have to practice your act because you don't have to call the police.
Does that mean you've decided to take the job with all the duties and responsibilities that it entails?
Well, it seems I have no choice.
I'm glad you've come to your senses. It really would have been most unpleasant for you if you hadn't.
On my way to my chess game with the old man, I had an idea. I stopped and walked through the plant on the way out, looking and talking with some of the workers and foremen who all seemed genuine and unaware of the trickery that I believed was going on. When I returned to the lobby, I spied Mr. Chessman in his accustomed seat with the inevitable chessboard set up before him. I walked over to the table.
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams. I am indeed happy to see you. Please, have a seat.
Oh, thanks.
I think we might even allow you to have the white pieces today. You play a much stronger game with white, you know.
What difference does it make? It's all fixed.
Fixed? How can one fix a chess game?
Well, easily. When a pro like you plays an amateur like me, you can win or lose just as you like.
You have a feverish imagination, as I've noted before, Mr. Williams. But shall we begin? Have you brought your steak?
Sure. Here it is.
And would you like to have your washroom key back?
You must know it doesn't matter now.
Fine. Then we can be sure that it's valueless. Mr. Williams, you're a trickster. And I don't believe you realize how dangerous it can be to attempt this shabby sort of subterfuge.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The disc, sir. The disc. This is not the disc that you were given at the plant.
It must be.
Mr. Williams, I'm going to give you just 60 seconds to produce the real disc.
But it's valueless. What difference does it make?
You're not dealing with ninnies, Mr. Williams. There are 50 seconds left.
So you admit that there is some value to these little tokens you play for, huh?
40 seconds.
I say that's the disc Tompkins gave me, and that is the disc. Now, you must believe me.
30 seconds.
You know, there's really nothing you can do to me. I mean, are you going to threaten to shoot me or poison me right here in the lobby?
Mr. Williams, I suggest that you call your wife.
What?
I said call your wife. And I suggest when you speak with her, please reassure her.
I had an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach as I went to a phone and dialed my number. and waited for it to ring.
Hello?
Susan, this is Charlie. Is everything okay?
What's going on? What are you doing, Charlie?
Susan, there's nothing to worry about, I promise you.
But there's a man and a woman here, and they frighten me, Charlie. I'm worried. Now, I'm scared to death. Are you all right?
Susan, I'm fine. Believe me, I'm fine. And I promise you nothing's going to happen to either of us.
When will you be home?
I'll be home for dinner, And Susan, darling, I know you'll be happy to hear. I took the job with Larson. I don't know whether I was more angry or more scared. But as I went back and sat down opposite Chessman, I knew I was shaking, and I tried to control it.
Well, I hope you had a nice chat with your lovely wife.
Okay, there's what you want.
Thank you. Shall we play now?
Do we have to continue with this ridiculous charade?
Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad.
You're quite a philosopher as well as a chess player, but I'd like you to tell me how you knew I didn't give you the real disc.
If I told you, then you would know as much as I do. And the next time we play...
There isn't going to be a next time.
Oh? Why not?
You made a mistake, Chessman. You made a bad move when you sent those people to threaten my wife. Now, when I go to the police, Susan will be able to back up my story.
You do underestimate me, Mr. Williams. No one threatened your wife in any way. All those people did was to express their concern about your behavior, which has been rather erratic, to say the least.
I don't believe you.
Of course you do. Would you please make your first move?
You really intend to go through with this chess game farce?
Your stupidity is monumental. For me, this is a ritual and a pastime. Now, even if your absurd imaginings were true, wouldn't it be logical to try to checkmate me and thus stop me from winning this disc?
Well,
move.
Okay.
Thank you. There, you played well with the Muzio gambit last time. I'm giving you the opportunity to try it again.
Why not? No matter what you say, Susan doesn't think I'm crazy.
Of course not. By the way, instead of playing purely defense against the Muzio gambit, there is a counter gambit. There.
And when I explain everything to her, she'll understand.
Understand what? That you've been behaving strangely ever since you lost your job, imagining all sorts of hobgoblins, even going so far as to fantasize that a perfectly legitimate job offer had sinister undertones.
And I can convince her that it does. There's my move. Yeah, and who do you think she's going to believe, me or a couple of strangers?
You may be rash enough to play the Muzio gambit, but I don't think you'll be rash enough to risk your marriage. And indeed, your entire life. Your move.
You bet it is. And this time you're the one who's taking chances. I still say my word will weigh more heavily with Susan than anything you say.
Perhaps. But how about facts? Hard facts. For instance, if your key to the executive washroom were to be discovered in, shall we say, a place that might make you a prime suspect in a most serious matter, what would your wife's reaction be to that?
You'd actually frame me?
I'm moving my rook's pawn.
I'm curious. What would the charges be? Embezzlement? Huh? Drug dealing?
You would do better to pay attention to the game. Your position is deteriorating rapidly.
Yes, I'll admit that's a smart move you just made, but you're really playing another game besides this, aren't you?
You still have a move.
I don't like my position.
If I were playing white, I shouldn't care for it very much either. Do you resign?
No, not yet. Oh, that's no good.
You don't really have any options, Mr. Williams. Surely even a player of your limited ability can see the situation is hopeless. Resign.
Now, look, I'll make a deal with you, Chessman. Tell me what the stakes are. Then I'll make my move.
You're in no position to make any deals. You seem to have forgotten that two of my pieces are surrounding your queen, I, of course, refer to your wife.
You wouldn't dare make a move there because that would bring you out into the open.
Your position is hopeless. Either resign or move.
No. I don't agree that my position is hopeless because I believe in miracles.
I don't. Move.
Why don't you just grab the disc?
I play by the rules. Move.
Okay. All right. I think my move may come as a surprise to you.
A pleasant surprise. Because on this move, I call check and mate. You see it?
Oh, yeah. It's a mate, all right.
I'll take the disc. Victor Sergeyev, Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Checkmate, I believe, Mr. Chessman Sergeyev, or whatever your name is.
I don't know you, sir. Your credentials seem to be in order, but your actions are outrageous. What possible interest can the FBI have in me?
Espionage. The transmission of secret information from the United States to the Soviet Union.
Absurd. Totally ridiculous.
Yeah, the FBI told me they'd been working on the case for a long time. They finally cracked it. The information is in the disc.
You seem to know a lot more than I do. The disc was in your possession, and I suggest to this agent that he look very closely into your background.
The information is cleverly concealed in the disc, and that tiny indent near the center identifies the disc. It's hardly noticeable to anyone who doesn't know it's there.
All these ridiculous charges, which won't stand up for a minute in a court of law.
I think they will, Sergeyev. You see, Mr. Williams came to us last night and told us his problem. Before he went to see your pal Tompkins, we had him wired. As a matter of fact, Sergeyev, he's been wired all day. And your conversation makes very interesting listening.
I'd rather say fascinating, whatever your game is. I think they'll let you take your chessboard to the slammer. I looked for a big story in the papers, but someone must have put a lid on it because I only found a small item on page 7, noting that a suspected Soviet spy ring had been broken. Susan was just as happy that my name wasn't mentioned, and even happier when I got a great new job. Walking through that 2-story lobby the other day, I saw 2 young fellows playing chess. I didn't stop.
Everyone knows about the great victory Bobby Fischer of the United States won over Boris Spassky of the Soviet Union in Iceland in 1972. But only the Icelanders know the real reason why Fischer attained his miraculous ability to escape Spassky's attacks. The match was staged next to a farm called Elves Hill, and the natives knew that Spassky had offended the elves and was duly punished. I'll be back with the relationship of chess to women's rights after these messages. When chess was played in Persia in the 6th century, women's rights were unheard of. Yet women's livers might well note the way the game was designed. First, the placement of the pieces. The queen is a lady, so she always chooses her color. And which is the most powerful piece on the board? The queen. And which has the least power? The poor, masculine king. As a famous Belgian detective might say, it gives one furiously to think. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Fred Gwynne, Lames Faris, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
Well, look, you don't make a decision to kill your uncle every day.
Carl, I am not minimizing this thing, but it has to be done.
Yes.
All right. Let's go.
Get it over with.
No, Carl, come back. Don't do it. Come back.
Waldo, what is the matter with you?
That man, Edna, tonight, he is going to commit a murder.
Oh, who's he going to kill?
You heard him, his uncle.
So what?
So what? Life is precious, Edna.
Not among human beings. Murder is their biggest outdoor sport. It's also their second most popular indoor sport.
Well, I've got to stop it.
How are you going to stop it?
Well, I just got to stop it.
Waldo, what are you doing? Stop rattling the bars and stop jumping up and down.
Somebody, please listen to me.
But why should they listen? They can't understand you.
Everybody listen. There's going to be a murder.
This is Tommy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I am Tommy Grimes. There is a wolf in me, fangs pointed. There is a hog in me, a snout and a belly. There is a baboon in me, clamoring clawed, dog-faced. Oh, I got a zoo. I got a menagerie inside my ribs, under my bony head, inside my valved red heart. I come from the wilderness. That's part of a song sung by Mr. Carl Sandburg. And he was only giving voice to what so many of us suspect, that there is more of the beast in us than most of us would care to admit.
He knows.
Who knows?
Waldo.
Who's Waldo?
You just saw Waldo yesterday. You even spoke to him.
I don't remember anybody named Waldo.
Well, you'd better. He is the loose end, and if we don't take care of him, we could go to jail for life.
Our mystery drama, Lady Macbeth at the Zoo, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
Countdown to cure.
Hi, this is Henry Winkler with a message from the Leukemia Society of America. Leukemia treatment and research has advanced encouragingly during the last 10 years. We are now able to stop the progress of this disease in many cases, especially children. But more than half of all leukemia occurs in persons over 60 years of age. Each year there are 23,000 new cases. So please support the Leukemia Society's Countdown to a Cure. It's a matter of time. Thank you.
I bought this gadget by mail. The ad said it would save me a lot of gas. It did. Since I put it in, my car won't start.
They said I could make money stuffing envelopes at home. I'd like to give those envelope guys a licking.
If you shop by mail and don't get what you were promised, it could be mail fraud, and there are many different kinds, from products that don't work to worthless work-at-home schemes. If you're a victim or even suspect mail fraud, call your postal inspector. It's his job to keep the mail a nice way to shop.
The ad said I could lose 20 pounds a week painlessly. What I lost was $20, and that hurt a lot.
They said there were hundreds of dollars to be made working at home. They were right. I worked at home, and they made hundreds of dollars.
Remember, most of the time when you shop by mail, you do get what you were promised. But if you suspect mail fraud, call your local post office and ask for your postal inspector or postmaster. Don't take getting taken. A public service announcement by this station and your postal service.
In these days of skyrocketing housing costs and stratospheric rents, you might say that a couple named Waldo and Edna have it made. They pay nothing at all for room and board. They enjoy a large, airy, one-room apartment, and they even have an outside terrace. True, their home is a cage in the Bronx Zoo, but they have practically no other options. That is because Waldo and Edna are anthropoid apes. They are delightful creatures in every way, attractive, intelligent, and almost human. But it's that word, almost, that denotes the indefinable difference and spans the infinite distance between us. It is a brilliant, beautiful summer day. Waldo and Edna are relaxing in the section of their cage that is in the open air. The door is lifted, and old Tom, the keeper, comes in.
Hello there, Waldo. Hello there, Eddie. Taking it easy, I see, eh? Well, why not? Here, I got a banana piece for you. You ain't supposed to get none in the afternoon. That's 'cause they went and cut the budget 50%. Oh, yes, sir, 50% all the way down the line.
What's he talking about?
I'm not sure.
I thought you understood their language.
Well, he's a little hard to follow.
I shouldn't wonder. They don't speak a logical, comprehensible tongue like decent, intelligent apes. With them, it's all squeals and squeaks. I don't think they can even understand each other.
Well, you don't have to worry. Not you, Waldo, and not you, Edna. I bring you these from home. Go ahead. Go ahead, take them. That's a good boy. That's a good girl. Oh, say, there's some folks out front. Let's show them a little something, huh? Yeah, watch these folks. Come on, Waldo and Edna. Give old Tom a kiss.
What does that word kiss mean?
Just put your mouth against his cheek.
Oh, that again? Do I have to?
We both have to, Edna.
Oh, these human beings are barbarians.
Well, let's get it over with. And smack your lips as you do it.
Oh, what I go through for a lousy banana?
Yeah, good. You see, folks, how affectionate Waldo and Edna are? Oh, Waldo and Edna, you got to understand something. We're in show business.
Waldo, what's he talking about?
I don't know. This is something new.
Now, well, we got lots of school kids now with vacations and all, and they think apes is always jumping up and down and swinging on trapezes and such. So we got to put on a little show for him. We got to look alive in here.
Oh, he lost me.
Just keep smiling at him.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is we got to have more productivity. You understand?
Nod your head.
I don't understand.
I'm going to bring you something real nice for supper. See you later.
All right, Edna. About every half hour or so, we'll jump up and down and wing it on the trapeze for a bit.
Why?
Because that's show business.
What's show business?
Well, whatever it is, it makes Tom happy, and he's a nice old geezer.
Listen, Waldo. Is it true that we're descended from Tom?
That's the theory of, what do they call it, evolution. And who told you?
You know that old orangutan? The one that likes everybody to think he's an intellectual.
Well, I don't think he's got it straight. The way I heard it, we're not descended from Tom.
No?
No, Tom is descended from us.
Well, that's no improvement. It's just going downhill.
Now, wait. I don't think that's right either. It's Tom and us. We are both descended from a common ancestor.
Oh.
Yeah, long ago, his folks and our folks came to a fork in the road. Ours chose one route, his took another.
The wrong one, obviously. Oh, come on, Waldo. Why don't we split this banana and save the other one for a snack tonight? Waldo? Waldo, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at a man.
Why?
He's standing in front of the bars.
The people come here to look at us. We're not required to look at them.
Yeah, I know that. But this one seems rather interesting.
Well, I wouldn't give you a moldy, month-old banana skin to look at the most interesting human being that was ever born. Or are they hatched?
Edna, birds are hatched. Human beings are like us.
You're joking.
No, it's true.
But I never saw them.
Well, they like privacy.
Oh, well, what's privacy?
You know, this one in front of the bars, he seems quite nervous.
All of them are.
Now, what can be bothering this fella? Probably a woman. Sure. Must be the one that's coming up the path, huh?
Who?
The one in blue.
Oh.
Martha! Martha, over here!
Oh, there you are. I was looking all over.
I distinctly said, meet me in front of the ape cage.
Well, Carl? Oh, you didn't talk to him.
No, I...
You did talk to him?
Well, yes.
And?
It's no.
No, huh?
No, period.
So? When are you going to shoot him?
Martha, what are you saying?
If you marry me, he will cut you off without a cent.
Listen, Martha,
you said no one would ever stand in the way of your happiness.
Martha...
If your uncle tried to break us up, you'd kill him. Didn't you say that?
Well, a person says certain things that...
That he doesn't mean?
Martha, he's old and he's sick. Now, how much longer can he live? We'll get all that money, so, well, we wait a little while.
What's a little while? A year? 5 years? 10? You have to kill him.
Martha, do you realize the kind of discussion that we are having in a public place?
So who's listening? A couple of gorillas?
Apes, you stupid woman, apes.
Why are you getting so excited, Waldo? Calm down.
Edna, do you hear what these people are talking about?
The fact is you want to kill him, Carl. That's what you said.
Yes, but it was said in the heat of... Oh, look, I didn't mean it.
We never say things we don't mean, Carl.
But...
Now, you take these orangutans, huh? In the cage here?
We're not orangutans, you silly female. We're apes.
If they could understand this conversation, what would they think, huh?
I'll tell you what we think. You're trying to steam him up.
They think I was trying to steam you up to get you to kill your uncle. But that isn't true.
Pardon me, lady. I know what I'm hearing.
It's like Lady Macbeth in Shakespeare, Carl.
Please, Martha, what is Lady Macbeth?
Well, listen. Macbeth wants to commit those murders because Macbeth wants to be king. She isn't telling him anything he doesn't want to hear. She isn't telling him to do anything he doesn't really want to do.
Martha, to kill another human being.
You have to do it.
Why do I have to do it?
He was always crazy, and now he's getting senile. Any day he could decide to change his will, leave his money to charity. And where would that leave you?
Listen, Carl, don't let her talk you into it. She wants you to commit murder.
Waldo, what's it to you?
It's wrong, Edna, it's wrong.
Oh, mind your business.
What are those chimps chattering about? We're not chimps, we're apes.
Carl, you know I'm right. You have to do it. So now that it's settled, you do it tonight.
Tonight?
Why not?
How can I kill him?
Shoot him.
I don't have a gun.
He has a gun.
But the gun is a collector's item. It's a custom-made Handley Parrish. It's a 7-shot.
It fires, doesn't it?
But he keeps it locked in his night table.
After he goes to sleep, steal the key.
What if he wakes up while I'm trying
How can he wake up? He takes a sleeping pill right after dinner. And the housekeeper is off this evening.
But
it's almost too simple. Now listen, you shoot him. You take some stuff from the house, you mess things up a little, make it look as if a burglar broke in.
But suppose the police suspect me.
After you shoot him, drive over to my apartment. You were with me all night, so you've got an alibi. And you also inherit $3 million. So, tell me, Carl, what's wrong with it? Think about it.
That's right, Carl. You think about it. It's murder.
Waldo, who's asking you to butt in?
Will you be quiet, Edna? This man is actually considering committing a murder.
Well, Carl?
No, Carl, don't.
You know you have no choice.
No. What is the matter with that monkey? I'm not a monkey. I'm an ape. Look, Martha, I feel...
Yeah?
No, I'd better not tell you. You think I'm crazy.
What is it?
that baboon.
I'm not a baboon. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm an ape. I'm an ape.
I feel he is trying to tell me something.
Who does he think you are, Tarzan?
Martha, this isn't a joke.
What is he trying to tell you?
I don't know.
Hey, you in the cage there. Eat your banana and mind your business like a good fella.
The names on the plaque, it says Waldo and Edna. Which is which?
How would I know?
Yeah, well, I guess this one there, the bigger one, is the male. Waldo. But you see, he's the one who's trying to tell me something.
Carl, what kind of stupid conversation are we having?
I don't know. I must be feeling a little... Well, look, you don't make a decision to kill your uncle every day.
Carl, I am not minimizing this thing, but it has to be done.
Yes.
All right. Let's go. Get it over with.
No, Carl, come back. Don't do it. Come back.
Waldo, what is the matter with you?
That man, Edna, tonight, he is going to commit a murder.
Oh, who's he going to kill?
You heard him, his uncle.
So what?
So what? Life is precious, Edna.
Not among human beings. Murder is their biggest outdoor sport. It's also their second most popular indoor sport.
Well, I've got to stop it.
Oh, how are you going to stop it?
Well, I just got to stop it.
Waldo, what are you doing? Stop rattling the bars and stop jumping up and down.
Somebody, please listen to me.
Well, why should they listen? They can't understand you.
Everybody listen. There's going to be a murder.
Hey there, Waldo. Well, how you feeling now, old fella? You feeling good, huh? This here's Waldo, folks. Every now and then, he just starts feeling his own.
Tom, listen to me. There's going to be a murder.
Hey, boy. Hey, when I told you we needed increased productivity, you really took me serious.
Tom, you have to do something.
No, Waldo, the show is over. You done good. Don't get too hot and perspired just before supper.
So? What did you accomplish?
Edna, I can't just sit here. I have to do something. I just have to do something.
Like what? To begin with, he is confined in his cage. That's strike one against him. And although he can obviously understand it, he cannot speak our language. Strike two. And even if he could find a way somehow to communicate, who would believe him? After all, he's an ape. Strike three. And it's only the end of Act One. Maybe he can come to bat again in Act Two shortly.
Maybe you've heard me speak for the American Cancer Society in the past, asking you to support their life-giving programs. Well, those programs have helped make progress. Today, there are more than 2 million Americans who've beaten cancer. Now, again, I'm asking you to join me in sharing the cost of living. Please give generously when your American Cancer Society volunteer calls on you. Thank you.
Hi, this is Bob Ask Me Anything Hope. People often call me when they have questions, like the other day someone asked me what the fastest bird is. Of course, I know it's the spine-tailed swift. Well, actually, I didn't know that particular answer, so I called the library. Libraries have a telephone reference service that puts the answers to your questions right at your fingertips. So if I'm on the golf course the next time you need to know something, call the library and tell them Bob sent you.
A public service message from the American Library Association and this station.
In Poland, people are standing in line to go hungry. There is not enough food. The agencies of the Interfaith Hunger Appeal are getting through with food and other aid. Please, help. Give to Interfaith Hunger Appeal, P.O. Box 1000, New York 10150. You are the hope of the hungry.
Please, give.
A public service of Interfaith Hunger Appeal and the Advertising Council.
By this time, as you know, our story is concerned with two couples, Carl and Martha, the human beings, and Waldo and Edna, the apes. So far, it's the apes who are displaying the humanity, while it's the humans who are manifesting the bestiality. And now, as Act 2 is about to unfold, the human couple is about to become as beastly as you can get.
Hello?
Carl?
Yes.
Are the servants gone?
Yes.
Are you alone in the house with him?
Yes, yeah. Martha, yes.
Did he take a sleeping pill?
Yes, he's dead to the world.
Not quite dead enough. Not yet. Now go ahead.
No.
No? I thought we decided.
No. I will not do it alone. I want you here.
Why?
I am doing it for you.
You are doing it for yourself.
Well, I'm doing it for both of us. I want you to be a part of it.
But you don't need me.
I said I won't do it alone.
All right.
Waldo,
Yeah?
why aren't you asleep?
How can I sleep?
Well, what's wrong?
Now, you know what's wrong, Edna.
No, I don't. Now you tell me.
Right now, a human being is about to be murdered.
Oh, that.
Yeah, that. And there's nothing I can do about it.
Well, why should you even want to?
Edna, how can you even ask such a question?
Oh, Waldo, why are you getting so upset? After all, murder is the basic foundation of their culture.
Now, don't say that.
When we were living in the jungle, did we have armies? Did we ever kill each other?
Edna, just because they're not as highly developed as we are, just because humans are a more primitive species, doesn't mean that we shouldn't feel a responsibility to teach them how to live better.
So what are you going to do, Waldo?
Well, I'll find a way. I'll just have to find a way.
Well, keep in touch, Waldo.
Where's the key?
Oh, it's in the desk drawer, Martha.
Carl, what are you waiting for?
Oh,
Get the gun.
But you...
I said get it. Okay. Is the gun there?
Yes.
All right, pick it up. Is it loaded?
Yes.
All right, this is the very last thing. Now walk over to the bed.
Martha.
I know what I have to do. I have to play Lady Macbeth. I have to nerve you up. Now go ahead. Kill him. You have no choice. Unless you want to be a pauper. And kill him not just because I say so, but because you have to. Aim.
He looked so old, so frail.
He'll look better dead.
Martha.
Pull the trigger.
Edna.
Oh, what is this, Waldo?
Something woke me.
Oh, well, is there any reason to wake me?
Something terrible has just happened.
What?
I don't know. I don't. Yes, I do. I do. Murder.
Whose murder?
The old man, the uncle.
Oh, no, Waldo.
I know it. I just know it.
All right. So they killed him.
I've got to do something about it.
We're back to that.
Well, there is such a thing as justice.
Justice? What's that?
Well, I guess you can say it's paying the price for what you do.
What kind of a price? Oh, you pay if you take somebody's life?
Well, you should pay for it with your own.
And how does that change matters?
It doesn't.
Well, then why do it?
Well, then you should give up your freedom.
How?
Well, you should be shut up in a cell for the rest of your life.
And what's a cell?
Well, it's a room with stone walls and an iron door and steel bars.
Oh. Well, then, wouldn't this be a cell?
Yeah, I guess you could call it that.
And don't we have to spend the rest of our lives here?
Yeah, I suppose so.
You call this punishment? We got no worries. We're fed. We're taken care of. Well, I think this is great. It beats living in the jungle, in the rain and the wet, and worrying about leopards and tigers.
Yeah, but Edna, human beings are different.
We've already established that. They're crazy. Now, why don't we both try to get some sleep?
Have another cup of coffee, Carl.
Well, all right.
Don't be so nervous.
Look, I can't help it, Martha. I don't commit murder every day, you know.
Murder? Who committed a murder? Just put it out of your mind.
Do you think the police know about it yet?
Well, why don't we turn on the radio, find out? The news is on any minute.
Martha.
There is nothing to worry about. You have an alibi.
But still in all,
And now for the latest news bulletins on the half hour at 7:30. The latest in the wave of homicide burglaries took place last night in the home of stockbroker Webster Carroll. Mr. Carroll, aged 77 and in poor health, was murdered by a prowler. The servants had the night off, and Mr. Carroll was alone in the house. It is believed that he was shot with his own gun, an expensive Handley Parish revolver. The police are certain the motive was robbery. On the international scene...
There you are, Carl. See? Some poor burglar's being blamed for your... wait.
Huh?
The gun. We forgot to get rid of the gun.
Well, do we have to?
What are you talking about?
Well, it's very valuable.
It could be worth your life and mine.
Well, I always wanted that gun.
Where is it? Just give it to me.
Who's that?
Oh, probably the police.
The police?
Oh, Mrs. Selfridge probably told them you might be with me.
The police.
You'll have to talk with them sooner or later. Now, remember, act shocked. Just a minute.
Good morning. Miss Martha Tyson?
Yes?
I'm Lieutenant Coletti, homicide. My credentials.
Oh, what can I do for you, Lieutenant?
Well, I'm looking for Mr. Carl Carroll.
Oh, please come in.
Yes, I'm Mr. Carroll.
Oh, well, Mr. Carroll, are you aware of what happened last night?
Last night?
Mm-hmm.
Where? I mean, in what connection?
The only way to say this is to say it.
Yeah?
I'm sorry. Your Uncle Webster Carroll...
Did something happen to him?
He was murdered.
Oh, no.
A burglar.
Oh, no.
Oh, Carl, dear, you better sit down.
Oh, no, I had an appointment to have lunch with him today. Couldn't there be a mistake?
His housekeeper had the night off.
Oh, I should have stayed home last night, and instead I...
Oh, where were you, Mr. Carroll?
I was here. Miss Tyson and I are engaged.
Oh, I understand.
Had I only known...
Now, darling, you can't blame
The
me.
burglar got away with his watch, his ring, his wallet. I guess he was after cash. Nothing else seems to be missing. Oh, yes. His housekeeper says he did have a revolver in his night table. That's gone, too.
The special Handley Parish revolver?
It fires a special .37 caliber bullet.
Yes.
Well, then, that's the gun that killed him.
Oh, he's dead. Uncle Webster is dead. I just can't believe it.
I'm sorry I had to be the one to break the news. I'm sure you want some time to yourself. And besides, I really don't have any questions to ask you at this time.
No. Lieutenant, if I can be of any assistance, I will do anything I can to bring that killer to justice.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Goodbye. Goodbye, Miss Tyson.
Goodbye. Oh, darling, you were absolutely magnificent.
Oh, let me tell you, I was filled with all kinds of apprehensions. I thought I'd collapse under the pressure, but I didn't. Hey, you know something? Oh, I rather enjoyed it. Martha, we are going to get away with it.
Did you ever doubt it? There's one last little detail. The gun.
Now, don't worry about the gun.
Well, just let me get rid of it.
I said not to worry about it.
But
Now, look, I'll take care of it, Martha. Now, let's enjoy some breakfast.
What's the matter, Waldo?
The matter? Nothing.
Well, you look so tired this morning.
I just didn't sleep all night. That murder.
Well, there's nothing you can do about it.
I wonder.
Oh, come on, Waldo. Cheer up. Here comes old Tom. You know how upset he becomes if he thinks there's something wrong.
Hey there, Waldo, old buddy. You feeling okay this morning?
Please try to smile, Waldo.
You off your feet a bit, eh, Waldo? Well, yeah, I guess so. Maybe you was doing too hard things yesterday, old-timer. Why don't you just relax a bit today? After all, productivity don't mean a fella has to kill himself.
Hi there, Tom.
Yeah. Morning to you, Officer O'Malley. What's new, police force-wise?
Well, we had the usual murder last night.
Oh, well, that's a shame.
Yeah. From what I heard, a nice elderly fellow living with his nephew. A prowler come in and got a hold of the old man's gun and killed him.
Hey, Waldo, what has got into you?
What's Waldo jumping around like that all of a sudden?
Waldo, have you taken leave of your senses? Now you can get off that trapeze.
Waldo, you don't have to put on the show yet. It's too early in the morning. Nobody's here. Waldo, simmer down.
Waldo, you're crazy. Waldo, get down off there.
All right.
Well, now that's better. Wake up, Officer O'Malley. I'll have a cup of coffee with you. Waldo, you behave yourself now. You hear me?
Waldo.
They did it. They killed them. They murdered them.
But you knew they were going to do it.
Should have stopped them.
There was no way you could have stopped them.
Edna, if there was only some way, I could bring them to justice.
Once again, we have Waldo in an if-only situation. Poor Waldo. How the deck is stacked against him. He does have one thing going for him, and that is his determination. He may also have something else going for him. Something that can be the most powerful force on earth. Can you guess what that is? We'll have an answer in Act 3 shortly.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of dietary fiber to help the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber, no chemical stimulants. That's why doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil Instant Mix in regular or orange flavor and save 50 cents. Look for the coupon in June's Reader's Digest. Read label and follow directions.
Weekdays, from the creators of The Young and the Restless, it's Capital, desire and passion set behind the marble curtain of power in Washington, D.C. Then, follow the lives of people searching for their place in the sun on Guiding Light. And stay tuned for glamour and laughs as Bert Convy brings you celebrity couples and their hilarious secrets on Tattletales.
You never know what Tattletales will tell.
That's Capital, Guiding Light, and Tattletales. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
Hi, I'm Landon Saunders. This is Heartbeat. Are you depressed? Is it hard to get out of bed in the morning? Do you look forward to, well, nothing? Perhaps some chain of events, something you couldn't control, has affected your life. Maybe you've lost your job or experienced the death of a family member or a friend. Whatever the cause, you're depressed. You're not able to shake the feeling of gloom that hangs over your head. Well, I've got news for you, and it's good news. There's a way to handle your depression. And here's one idea. Decide that you have the ability to decide what your life is going to be like and how you're going to feel about life. To get more suggestions on how to handle depression, just put the word depression on a postcard or in a letter and send it to me at this address. Heartbeat, Hartford, Connecticut, 06142. Ask for the Depression Plan. It's free. The address, Heartbeat, Hartford, Connecticut, 06142. This is Heartbeat.
We are given to understand, more or less, in classic literature, that you cannot get away with murder. However, we do seem to have an exception in the person of a Mr. Carl Carroll. He knows he's a murderer, but he's not going to tell anyone. His fiancée, Martha Tyson, knows he's a murderer, but she has no intention of telling anyone either. An anthropoid ape named Waldo also knows that Carl is a murderer. And Waldo would dearly love to tell everybody. But how can he go about it?
Hello.
Carl, are you all right?
Yes, Martha, I'm fine.
Oh, good. I called you this morning because I remembered we have a loose end. The gun.
Don't worry about it.
But it's important.
Look, everything is fine.
Yeah, isn't it? The case has practically disappeared from the media. The police have gone on to other things. We're obviously in the clear.
Yes. Oh.
What is it?
No, nothing.
Carl, is something wrong?
Well, there may be another loose end.
What?
No, just forget about it, huh?
No, Carl, tell me.
I said forget about it.
Good morning, Waldo. Good morning, Edney.
Waldo, it's Tom. Give him a smile.
Well, how's every little thing today, kids, huh?
Please, Waldo. He gets so upset.
Oh, you still under the weather, Waldo, old-timer, huh?
Waldo?
You want I should call the vet?
That's all you need, Waldo. He'll stick you with those needles, and then you'll really get sick. Now, smile.
Yeah, that's good. Yes, that's my boy, Waldo. Show them pearly whites. I'm going to be back with a nice breakfast.
Now, that was what I call a good breakfast. You feeling better, Waldo?
Edna, I've decided to accept it.
Accept what?
The world, Edna.
Oh, do you have a choice?
Now, people will kill each other. It's how they're made.
Aren't we lucky to be apes?
Yeah, aren't we lucky to be here?
You know this evolution business.
What about it?
Well, what are we going to do when people start becoming intelligent? When the day arrives that they'll be as smart as we are?
Oh, that day won't dawn for at least a couple of million years. Edna.
What is it?
He's here.
Who's here?
The murderer. Look, he's standing in front of the bars.
Oh, Waldo, you don't know for a fact that he's a murderer.
I know.
How?
Look at his face, Edna.
Well, what about his face?
Well, can't you see the word guilty written all over it?
What do you mean by written?
He's a killer, all right.
Oh, Waldo, you come back here.
A murderer.
Waldo, I'm frightened.
Well, look into his eyes.
Oh, Waldo.
Good morning, assassin. Oh, you filthy brute. Filthy, huh? There's no blood on my hands.
What do you know?
I know you're a murderer.
If you could speak, what would you say?
I'm speaking. Can't you understand me?
What goes on in that miserable little brain of yours?
No thoughts of evil, I can tell you that.
What are you trying to say to me?
You know. That's why you're here.
I didn't kill him.
Don't make me laugh.
No, don't do that. Don't point your finger at me.
Murderer, killer, assassin.
Why are you pointing your finger at me? Why?
Carl?
Why?
Carl?
He is pointing his finger at me, Martha. Look, why?
Carl, what is the matter with you?
Martha, what are you doing here?
What are you doing here? I didn't like the way you sounded on the phone, so I drove over to the house. Just as I got there, you were coming out of the driveway, so I followed you.
Martha, he knows I am a murderer.
Carl, shut up. Everybody in the zoo will know it. Now just calm down. Who knows what?
The ape. Now, he knows I killed Uncle Webster.
Carl, how can he know?
He knows, that's all he knows. We were here when we talked about it. Now, do you remember? He heard every word we said.
Oh, all right.
And don't tell me that I'm crazy.
No, I won't do that.
He knows. And there's absolutely no question about it.
Okay, so he knows. Carl, please, look at him. He's jumping up and down. That's all he can do. Jump up and down, swing on that trapeze, and give off all kinds of crazy grunts.
He wants to tell everybody.
How? Carl, please, come on, let's get out of here.
But he knows.
Carl, let's have some breakfast, huh? You'll feel better. And besides, we have to make plans for the wedding, don't we? I mean, after all, that's why we got into this thing, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose so.
Come on.
Get married, produce children who grow up to be killers just like you, start a whole new race of murderers.
All right, Waldo, that's enough.
Hey, Waldo, no, hey, Waldo. As I swear, I never seen you so spry. Now, everybody's talking about you. And you know what they're saying, huh? Our department's showing the best productivity in the whole zoo.
Now, Carl, about that stupid ape.
He is not stupid, Martha. Now, you look into his eyes and you can see. He knows.
Carl, I want to talk to you seriously. He doesn't know.
But I look into his eyes and
You're
he's...
not looking into his eyes.
I tell you
You are looking into your own soul.
Oh, Martha.
All right. You committed murder.
We committed murder.
And that act, it went against everything you'd been raised to believe in.
Then why did you make me do it?
Because underneath all the veneer of morality and civilization, almost every man is a potential Macbeth. He'll kill if it means realizing his ambition. All he needs is a lady Macbeth to give him courage. And that's what I gave you, Carl. The nerve. That was my contribution. The killing was all yours.
He knows that ape knows.
It's your conscience, Carl. Your guilty conscience. It'll bother you for a while. It has to. But in time, it'll go away.
No, it'll never go away.
It has to. The thing can't be undone. So, you learn to live with it. And then forget it.
How can I forget it?
Waldo, I want to get some sleep.
Who's stopping you?
You are.
What am I doing?
You keep mumbling about justice.
Yeah, I know.
Why do you do it?
What else can I do except mumble about it?
Why don't you mumble about it in the daytime?
In the daytime, I have to act like some hyperthyroid clown.
What's hyperthyroid?
That's how I have to behave in order to increase productivity.
What is productivity?
Extra bananas.
Look, Waldo, this fellow Carl, he killed his uncle. He's going to get away with it, and that's that.
Well, I just refuse to believe there's no such thing as justice in their world.
If there was real justice, their world would come to an end tomorrow.
If there was only something I could do.
You could let me go to sleep.
Carl.
What?
Will you quit talking in your sleep?
I'm not talking.
Keeping me up.
Sorry.
Just relax. Close your eyes. Don't fight it. Just try to drift off into sleep. Deep, quiet, restful sleep.
Carl.
Huh? What are you doing here?
You've been expecting me.
Hey, how did you get out of your cage?
Is that important?
What do you want?
You know what I want.
No.
Yes, you do. Go to the police. To that nice Lieutenant Coletti.
Never.
She'll help you.
No.
Maybe you weren't all there mentally. Maybe you were provoked.
No, I was. You don't know how he treated me. He had nothing but contempt for me.
Well, you tell that to nice, sweet Lieutenant Coletti. You may not get a long term in jail. And listen, maybe she'll wait for you.
Do you think she will? I mean, do you really think so, Waldo?
Would I lie to you?
You see, I had to kill him, don't you see? I mean, I had to prove that I was a man.
Well, the lieutenant would appreciate that.
Yeah, but if I tell her, I won't be able to inherit the money. They'll take the money away from me.
What's money?
What's money?
Why, you stupid chip. I'm not a chip. I'm a native.
It's the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
Money is everything. Money makes the world go round.
If you don't tell her, I will.
Oh, no, you won't. I'll stop you.
How can you stop me?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Carl, wake up.
I'll kill you.
Carl, wake up. Come on, you're having a nightmare.
Oh, no, it's not a nightmare.
Carl? Where are you going? Are you getting dressed?
There is a loose end that I have to take care of.
What are you talking about?
I'll be right back.
What? The gun. It's the gun. It's the revolver.
Yes, the gun.
Oh, you're going to get rid of it finally. Oh, now I can breathe easier. Look, make sure nobody's looking and toss it off the bridge.
I'll kill him.
No, darling, you don't have to. You've already killed your uncle. Just get rid of the gun.
Breakfast time! Breakfast, I'm coming and get it. Yes, sir. Look at all these fresh fruits and vegetables. I tell you, productivity sure gets rewarded around here. Eat hearty, kids.
Whatever this productivity is, Waldo, let's keep it up.
Yeah, I suppose so, Edna. I suppose so.
Enjoy your breakfast.
Yeah. Edna, look.
What?
He's here.
Who?
The killer. He's coming up the path.
But the zoo isn't open yet. How'd he get in? Waldo, what's that he's got in his hand?
It's a gun.
What's a gun?
It's something you use to kill with.
Well, why
All right,
was
quick, get on your trapeze, and I'll get on
But
mine.
Waldo,
And don't ask questions, just do it. Swing up and down as hard as you can. And hurry up.
I'm going to kill you. I am going to kill the both of you.
Hey, you shoot me if you have to, but leave her out of it.
You're the loose end, and I am going to tie you off right now. Hold still, you stupid baboon.
I'm not a baboon.
Officer O'Malley! Officer O'Malley! He's going to kill both my apes!
Drop that gun or I'll fire!
You got him!
Be careful, Tom.
Is he dead?
He's breathing. As far as I can see, the bullet just grazed his forehead. He must have passed out.
Hey, look at him. Look at Waldo and Edna. See how they're swinging and jumping and flying back and forth? That's how they save themselves. Oh, who says apes ain't smart?
Hey, Tom, here's something.
What?
This gun, this revolver of his. We've been told to keep an eye out for it. It's a valuable, custom-made Handley Parrish. You don't come across one like it every day. It was used in a murder.
Yeah, what murder?
Some rich old guy was killed by a burglar. Now, this fella here, what's he doing with the gun? He's going to have some tall explaining to do.
Well, I certainly would say so.
I told you, Edna, there is such a thing as justice.
Please, Waldo, calm down.
Justice, and I made it happen.
No, Waldo, sport, calm down. It's over. It's all over.
Justice.
Hey, Waldo, save that swinging and flying for the crowd.
You're sure going to earn those bananas today, Waldo.
Productivity, Edna. Productivity and justice. The names of the game.
Do you want to know what happened to Carl? He confessed. He tried to implicate Martha, but she turned those large, limpid, luminous baby blues at the jury and tearfully swore all this was news to her. So much for true love. I shall return shortly.
Excuse me, I own that shoe store across the street. Want to buy it?
Well,
I'll be honest. I have great shoes, but no customers, so I'm ready to sell the whole thing at any price you name it. $12.
Sold.
Ooh.
Well, now that you own a shoe store, what'll you do with it?
Well, advertise.
Well, I tried. A lot of newspaper ads, then TV and magazines.
I'll probably go radio.
Radio?
Yeah, according to the latest studies, everyday radio reaches more people than newspaper, TV, or magazine.
How did you
What's
know?
more, radio targets customers. I'll match up the right stations for my dressier lines and different stations for young casual. Since radio costs a lot less than newspapers or TV, I'll get good efficiency.
Listen, I'd like to buy my store back from you.
Well,
at a fair profit.
Okay.
How much do you
$156,000.
That's a pretty fair profit.
Take it or leave it.
I'll take it.
Radio. It costs less, targets your best customers, and it sells. Radio. Red hot because it works. For more facts on radio, call this station of the Radio Advertising Bureau. They brought you this message.
We have titled our story, Lady Macbeth at the Zoo, and perhaps we may have provoked a brawl with Shakespeare's purists. Well, why not? Shakespeare himself flourished in an age noted for brawling, controversy, and violence. We raise the point. Can a person be convinced to do something which is foreign to his or her basic instincts? We raise it and leave it for your consideration. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Terry Keane, Evelyn Juster, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
I am going to kill him.
I hope you're joking.
I am quite serious.
I don't believe you. If you had any such intentions, you wouldn't tell anyone.
Well, you're quite mistaken. Harrison, you are my attorney. What I'm now telling you is protected by client-lawyer privilege. And what's more, if my act should be discovered, you will defend me.
Well, it makes me very sad to see you like this. You are embarking on a course that could only lead to tragedy.
And what course do you think I'm on now? If I let things go on as they are, I shall lose a woman.
Is that true? The girl is only 18.
And I am 50. But at least I want a chance to win her. If I must kill to do it, I shall.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our mystery. Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. A famous biologist once pointed out that certain living organisms, like the amoeba, never die. Death, as we know it, is neither natural nor inevitable. As we grow older, our bodies change. Our memory becomes a little less dependable. But for a good many, our minds remain as sharp as ever. What an exciting world it would be if by some wizardry our bodies hardly changed and suddenly found ourselves living, say, twice as long as most of us do now. Possible? Maybe. Exciting? Maybe. But maybe not.
Don't you see, Jerry? 70 years is not long enough for the kind of life we live these days. It's only because we're willing to accept death, rather than to go on living, that we're cut off before our real work is done. Original idea, Vic. I tell you, Jerry, one of these days it's going to happen. We'll all live at least twice as long as we do now. And when that happens, I'm going to do everything I can to see that I'm part of it.
Our mystery drama, The Different People, was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars Christopher Tabori. I'll be back in a moment with Act One.
Hi, Pat Summerall to say that warm weather means you'll be getting out more often and probably using your car more often. So make sure it's ready to go with car care values from True Value hardware stores. They offer high-quality Valvoline motor oil, plus kits for tune-ups and minor body work,
And no matter how old your car is, you can give it a showroom shine with new Turtle Wax Minute Wax that requires no waiting or rubbing. You'll find these and many other car care values in the automotive department of participating True Value hardware stores and home centers, where you'll find values in every department.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
Get down to your store for plenty of Country Time lemonade flavored drink. Look for the Country Time coupon in this Sunday's paper.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
Boy, oh boy, the designer store for boys and young men at Northland and Eastland Centers is holding the most incredible suit sale ever. Right now, suits by Pierre Cardin and other designers are all on special sale for $79.95 or less. Nothing costs more than $79.95 at Boy, oh boy. If your boy needs a suit for graduation or any occasion, take advantage of this never-again designer suit sale before it ends June 15th. You'll choose from hundreds and hundreds of suits in boys and young men's sizes. Every suit is from Pierre Cardin or other famous designers. Nubby linen textures, ice cream shades, shiny chinos, lightweight gabardines. Every designer suit at Boy, oh boy is $79.95 or less. Nothing costs more. Layaways available. You'll even get a $5 discount on all Pierre Cardin pants, too, at Boy, oh boy, Northland and Eastland. Alterations at cost.
The word anthropology comes from two Greek words, anthropos, meaning human, and logos, meaning word or the study of. Anthropology is therefore the study of the human race, the science that deals with the origins, the development, the racial characteristics, the social customs and beliefs of all mankind. Two young men, Alan Bixby and Jerry Hansen, are on the teaching staff of the anthropology department of a large university. They are sharing an old house off campus that they have just rented.
Easy does it, Jerry. Dick, I think we put too many books in this carton. No, it's just a couple of more steps here. It must be those two big volumes of Kraber's Anthropology. And all the Margaret Mead books. Oh. Mead's books aren't all that heavy. Stop complaining, Jerry. After all, I'm the one who's going up these steps backwards. Oh, okay. We can put it down now. Right here.
Ooh, what a relief.
Certainly beats taking the books up here one by one into what's going to be our library.
Why do you suppose the owners of this place built their bookshelves way up here on this top floor landing?
Who knows? Maybe they wanted to hide them. Maybe they didn't like books.
We're going to have to clean out most of this junk before we can put the books into the shelves.
Yeah, we can stash most of the stuff in that big empty closet at the end of the hall.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Why don't we start with this little monster over here? I don't know, foot locker, chest, whatever you call it. Grab onto the handle, Jerry. Okay. I'll get the one on the side.
Here we go.
Okay.
Whoa, hey, wait a minute. The top of this thing came open. It wasn't locked. What do you suppose is in it?
That's really none of our business, Professor Hansen.
True, but aren't you curious, Professor Bixby? Just the slightest bit curious?
Jerry, stop twisting my arm.
Well, then let's take a look.
What do you know?
Well, it's just a lot of paper.
Oh, no, this is a lot more than paper. They're packets of letters, old letters. Dozens and dozens of them.
Most of them seem to be addressed to the same person, Mrs. Timothy Partridge.
Oh, handle them carefully, Jerry. They're ready to fall apart.
Oh, hey, here's one without an envelope.
Look at the date on it. May 14th, 1865.
1865? A letter written, what, 115, 120 years ago?
I don't believe it. Listen to this. May 14th, 1865. Somewhere in Virginia, my dearest wife, Amantha. This terrible war is finally over. A little over a month ago, Lee surrendered to Grant at a place
called Appomattox. With luck, I should be home within a week.
2 men under my company command, the Kennicott brothers, John and Matthew, will be joining us with their wives. My dearest love, I've never written you a letter like this before, but something strange has happened to the 3 of us. Although the men in our company were all exposed to the same bullets, the same diseases that wounded or killed so many of them, only the 3 of us are coming out of this war completely untouched. We've asked ourselves how this could have happened, and we think we have the answer.
Big, why are you stopping?
It's the bottom of the page. He goes on here on the second page.
No, careful with the paper. It could crumble right in your hand.
We may just have been lucky with the odds in our favor. But I think it was something else. I can't tell you in this letter what that answer is because you'd think we were all of us out of our minds. One thing we do know. Once we get home, we're going to pull up roots with you, our wives, and go someplace far away where we'll see no one. Where no one will see us or even find us. Far away. Maybe out west somewhere.
This is fantastic. Read on, Beck.
Why are we doing this? Where are we headed? Reread verse 10 of the 90th Psalm. And after that, verse 5 of the 39th Psalm. And then verse 26 of the 5th chapter of the book of Job.
Oh, what is this?
You didn't put the King James Bible into one of these cartons, I hope.
Well, I saw it downstairs on the living room table.
And finally, the first verse of the 2nd chapter of the book of Ezra. With this letter, probably the last I shall write before seeing you again, I send you, my dearest Samantha, all my love and blessings. Your devoted husband, Timothy Partridge, Captain, U.S. Army.
Huh. What do you make of it, Big?
I don't know. But Captain Tim was obviously up to something funny. And he has given us a couple of clues. Let's go down and see just how good the good book can be for us. Psalm 90, Jerry.
Verse 10. The days of our years are 60 years and 10. And so on and so on. For it is soon cut off, and we fly away.
And that's clear enough. A man's life is about over when he hits 70. Now, verse 5, Psalm number 39. Yeah. Behold, thou hast made my days as a handbreadth, and mine age is as nothing before thee. Verily, every man at his best state is altogether vanity. Selah.
Which is a very poetic way of saying that the length of a man's life is nothing when measured against the endlessness, the deathlessness of God.
You're pretty poetic, too, Jerry.
But none of this tells us very much about old Captain Tim, does it?
What was the next quotation?
A book of Job, chapter 5, verse 26.
Job is just before the Psalms, isn't it?
How would I know?
Yeah. Here we are. Chapter 7, 6, 5, verse 26. Thou shalt come to thy grave in a full age, as a shock of corn cometh in his season. He seems to be harping on the idea that a man's normal life ends at about 70, and implies, I think, that that's not long enough. Wouldn't that be something if you and I could live to, say, 150? I'd give anything for that.
You would?
After all, 70 is not long enough for the kind of life we live today. Maybe it's only because we're willing to accept death rather than to go on living that cuts us off before our real work is half done.
Original idea.
I tell you, Jerry, I'm convinced that one of these days it's going to happen. We'll, all of us, live twice as long as we do now. And when it does happen, I'm going to do everything I can to see that I'm a part of it.
Bravo, Professor Bixby, and I hope you get your wish. Now, can we get back with the book of Ezra?
Yeah. The letter said, chapter 2, verse 1. Now, these are the children of the province that went up out of the captivity, and so forth, and came again unto Jerusalem, everyone unto his city.
Well, what do you make of that, Professor?
I think the captain was trying to tell his wife something about the possibility of his living longer. A lot longer than the Bible's 70.
What?
He seems to be unhappy that he has only some 70 years to live. You tie that up with the fact that he and his 2 pals were the only ones in their company who went through 4 years of war without being touched. That tells me something. And Timothy thinks he has the answer.
But he doesn't say what it is.
He doesn't have to. If, for some reason, Partridge and his friends had the idea that they could survive a good many years beyond the allotted 70, and if they managed to do that, well, the rest of the world might consider them
as so many freaks.
Yes, and that would explain why they would want to get away from the rest of society and lead their lives unmolested by curiosity seekers.
But if, by some odd chance, what you're reading into old Partridge's letter were even remotely true...
Where does the Book of Ezra come in? Is that what you were going to say?
You read my mind even better than you read Captain Tim's.
Here's where. The children go out of captivity. The captivity of leading what they consider to be too short a life. And they come again unto Jerusalem.
I don't get it.
Jerry, don't you see? Wherever they settled, wherever they went, I'll bet they called the place Jerusalem. As anthropologists, we owe it to science to investigate this.
Investigate what?
Partridge and the others did go out west and did settle in some remote, inaccessible corner of the country in the 1860s for whatever reason. And if that colony should still, by some chance, exist, we'd be witnesses to a culture, a civilization that's grown untouched by the outside world for over 100 years. And right here in the United States.
Oh, Dick, I think you are daydreaming. It makes absolutely no sense.
I'm going to the library to look at some maps.
Maps of what? Where do you begin?
The letter said, maybe out west somewhere. Oh, Jerry, where would you go if, to quote Partridge's letter, if you wanted to find a place where we'll see no one, where no one will see us, or even find us?
I'd go to the mountains where I could hide out and safety.
Exactly. Now, and I admit it, it's no more than a hunch, I'm going to go over those maps, old maps, new maps, over every part of the West where there are mountains, looking for...
A place called Jerusalem, right?
Or better still, maybe a place called New Jerusalem.
Dick, I think you are completely off your rock.
Maybe, Jerry, but if I'm not, we may be on the trail of one of the finds of the century.
Hey, I am going to stay right in this little cozy corner of town. You, dear Bick, are on your own on this wild goose chase, completely on your own.
Well, mule dear, we've been traveling now for 2 days, climbing over these huge rocks, and still nothing.
Mr. Bixby, when you hire me as guide, you remember I promised nothing. Only to follow in direction deep into mountains where my grandfather say he one time saw white men long ago.
Well, we'll keep looking for them as long as our ponies hold out.
Oh, be most careful, Mr. Bixby. Let Pony lead you. He know best where to go.
Okay.
We come now, Elephant Rock. If you slip and fall off horse, is long way down. Maybe 200 feet, maybe more. Nothing to break fall.
I'll be careful.
Enter very narrow canyon. Walls of rock very close both sides. Must dismount, lead ponies. Squeeze through some places. Very tight.
And all the time, we keep going higher and higher.
When we come out this short passageway, maybe you see sign of what you come here to find.
New Jerusalem. I found the name on a very old map.
I not know name. Only know stories my old grandfather tell. Maybe you find something. Maybe you find nothing.
Oh! What on earth was that?
Someone shoot at you. Maybe, Mr. Bixby, you find something. Something more than you expect.
The chief purpose of scientific investigation, we are told, is to penetrate into the darkness that shrouds the unknown. But those who pursue knowledge more often meet with defeat than with success. And yet they keep trying. To what discovery will young Professor Bixby's curiosity lead him? Or is it possible that... But I must not get ahead of myself. I'll return shortly with Act 2.
Access, the kids like dogs.
Hot dogs.
Hot dogs.
Armor hot dogs.
Hot dogs.
What kind of kids love Armor hot dogs?
Big kids, little kids, kids who climb on rocks.
Fat kids, skinny kids.
Even kids with chicken pox love hot dogs.
Armor hot dogs.
The dogs kids love to bite.
The dogs kids love to fight.
In Poland, people are standing in line to go hungry. There is not enough food. The agencies of the Interfaith Hunger Appeal are getting through with food and other aid. Please, help. Give to Interfaith Hunger Appeal, P.O. Box 1000, New York 10150. You are the hope of the hungry.
Please, give.
A public service of Interfaith Hunger Appeal and the Advertising Council.
Hey, Mom, Dad, guess what I'm saying? Apple Basics, floppy disks, graph.
If you can't guess, the time to learn is now. Computer speak is the language of the future. Prepare yourself and your children. Come to Simtech, your computer knowledge store, for a special 2-week program called Family Future Days. It includes Kids Computer Camp, where your kids will become fluent in Apple Basic and Graphforth, a graphics and animation language. For 2 weeks only, May 17th through the 29th, Simtech offers Apple hardware, software programs, and hands-on classroom education for your kids. And you, for only $2,195, you save over $1,000 on the regular price. There's a free hands-on introduction to Family Future Days this Saturday at Simtech on Maple, just west of Telegraph. Call 855-3990 to register. That's 855-3990. What better place to educate your kids for the future than your computer knowledge store?
Floppy disks, graph, software.
Modern medicine has already made it possible for the average man or woman to live twice as long today as he or she might have a couple of 100 years ago. Think of the fatal, life-shortening diseases of only 50 years ago that are now forgotten killers. Is it then so impossible that at some time in the not-too-distant future, the average life of today could be doubled, even tripled? Young Professor Bixby, in the company of an Indian guide, is searching for a colony of people to whom this may already have happened. His investigation is suddenly and dramatically interrupted.
What's that?
Someone shoot at you.
That shot came from up there at the top of the ridge. I'm going to see who's there.
Maybe better you not move.
Who are you? Why are you shooting at us? We are friends. We mean no harm.
Don't move. Either one of you. Stay just where you are.
It's a girl. It's a young girl.
If you're armed, drop your weapons to your feet.
No, we have no weapons.
Good. I'm coming down. And don't try anything funny. I'm one of the best shots in these mountains.
She's young and pretty. You ever see her before, Mule Deer? Know who she might be?
First time I ever come this far. Not know for sure anyone live up here.
Who are you, mister?
Name is Bixby. I'm a college professor. This is my guide, Mule Deer. Now, will you allow me to ask you a question?
What is it?
Well, that gun you're aiming at us, must be over 100 years old.
Maybe, but it works real fine.
I don't mean to be rude, miss. But, for instance, your clothes, it's like some kind of costume. Old Civil War Union Army cap, officer's blue jacket, full skirt, cavalry boots.
That'll be enough, mister.
The name's Bixby. Bick.
Why are you here? What are you looking for?
For a man who thought he and some of his friends could live a lot longer than the rest of us.
What's he got to do with you?
If by some odd chance he might still be living up here in these mountains somewhere.
You'd like to meet him if he's still around. Is that it?
I certainly would.
Then maybe tell the whole If you ever again bring anybody else up here...
No, I go, lady. I go. I don't come back. Never.
Now, you just walk ahead of me. Keep climbing up. I'll be right behind you. My gun pointed at the back of your head every minute of the way.
How much further do we have to go?
I'll let you know, mister, when we get there. Just watch your footing. Rained last night. The stones are kind of slippery.
I wish you'd stop calling me mister. I'm Vic. To my friends. What's your name?
Don't turn around. You just keep walking straight ahead. Name's Susanna.
Oh, what a pretty name. Right out of the Bible. Susanna, what?
Keep moving. Tell me something.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you ever find out there might be people up here who was different?
Well, a friend of mine and I, we came across a letter, by pure accident. A letter written to his wife by a Captain Timothy Partridge. It was dated 1865.
What of it?
Well, there were a couple of things in the letter that led me to believe that the captain and his friends might indeed be, what you just called different.
And what gave you the idea to come here?
A couple of hints in the letter itself. I figured that... Oh,
but careful.
I'm slipping. There's nothing to hold on to. Susanna, help me! Help!
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. At least I think I am.
Try moving your arms and legs. Real slow. Real careful.
Yeah, there. There's no problem.
I can't believe it. No, don't try to get up.
Why not?
You just took a tumble off that cliff up there. See it? It's a good 75 feet. Except for a couple of scratches. Nothing seems to be wrong with you.
Why or how I wasn't hurt, I can't imagine. Maybe it's the good, clean life I lead, huh?
Maybe. But maybe it could be something else.
What are you talking about?
You'll find out in good time.
What do you know? None of my equipment was broken.
Equipment?
Yeah, the instant camera, my flashlight, transistor radio, the audio cassette.
I can't understand what you're saying.
These, right here. They seem to be intact. Here, let me try the camera.
You put that thing down. What are you trying to do?
Don't move.
Huh?
There we are. Won't take long.
What is that little black box? And what's that one?
Oh, boy, you certainly have been out of circulation, Susanna. That's a radio. May not work way up here in the mountains, but it might.
What's that? Where's that noise coming from?
I'm turning it off.
And what's that?
Well, it's a light, a flashlight.
You must be some kind of magician.
Here's your photograph.
Photograph? That's me. That's a picture of me.
So it is.
Oh, wait till the folks see them tricks of yours.
What folks?
Where we're going. Where you said you wanted to go. Why you said you came here in the first place. And you know something, Vic?
What's that, Susanna?
You're the first person to make it up here in maybe 50, 60 years.
50, 60 years? How would you know?
I would know. Now, let's get moving.
Can we sit down for a minute, Susanna?
I suppose.
Well, you know, I've never seen country like this in my entire life. So beautiful, and yet at the same time, so menacing. Strange silence, except for our voices. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
And that's the way we're going to keep it. Keep these mountains the way they was given to us.
The trail seems to be winding down.
We're getting near. Around the next turn.
Ah, fantastic. The ravines, the chasms, the clouds at your feet. It's like wandering into another world. A world that's not real.
It's real enough. And so are we. Well, there it is. Spread out in front of you. That's New Jerusalem. That's the town square, that open space.
The whole town, it seems to be carved right into those walls of red rock.
That's so.
And what are those big black holes in the sides of the mountain?
The entrances to the chambers.
Chambers?
The big caves where we live. You see that one over there? That's where we're headed. That's where me and my father live.
I'll be happy to meet your father.
Let's hope he'll be just as happy to meet you. That's him, Vic. Sitting at the table, under the hanging oil lamp.
Doesn't he hear us? He doesn't even look up. He doesn't move.
He will, when he's good and ready.
He's a handsome old man, beard and all.
Why do you call him old?
Well, what is he, 50 or 55? For people under 30, like you and me, that's beginning to be a little old, wouldn't you agree? What's he reading there with such concentration?
Scriptures. He's a real student of the Bible.
Susanna, is that you?
It's me.
You're not alone.
No, Daddy. I brought someone with me. A young man.
Who is he?
A stranger.
Stranger?
But he don't mean us no harm, I'm sure of it.
You, stranger. Come out of the darkness.
Yes, sir.
Who are you? What's your name? Why are you here?
I'm Alan Bixby. I teach anthropology in one of the big universities. I read a letter written by a Timothy Partridge, a captain in the Union Army, to his wife. It's written a long time ago. The letter intrigued me. It made me want to try to find out what happened to him.
Where'd you come across this letter?
In the attic of an old house a friend of mine and I had rented.
Well, what did the letter mean to you, young man?
That the writer thought he had discovered the secret to a much longer life than is given to most of us.
And you found your way here in order to discover what that secret was, right?
Yes, I suppose so.
And once you'd found these different people and discovered how they got that way, you would then go back to the outside world. And pretty soon the newspapers would find their way up here to these mountains and have a high old time at the expense of the people you'd spied on. Am I right?
Wait a minute, Daddy. I have good reason to think that...
Hold your tongue, Susanna. You, college professor.
Yes, sir.
Do you know who I am?
You're Susanna's father.
Do you know my name?
No, sir, I don't. But I guess...
Yes?
I guess you might be a descendant of the man who wrote that letter we were talking about some 117 years ago.
Daddy, you gotta let me speak. Remember Leviticus 19, verse 34?
You're interrupting, girl.
Try to remember, Daddy.
Leviticus 19:34. Let's see now. But the stranger that dwelleth with you shall be unto you as one born among you, and thou shalt love him as thyself.
For ye were a stranger in the land of Egypt.
Girl, are you telling me...
Daddy, he's given me good reason to believe he may be one of us.
Is that so? Well, we'll have to make sure. Doubly sure.
I understand, Daddy.
Sir.
Yes?
You just asked me if I had an idea who you were. I think I know.
Oh, who am I?
The son no, better still, the grandson of the Captain Timothy Partridge who wrote that letter back in 1865. Am I right? Are you, in fact, sir, the grandson of Captain Timothy Partridge?
Young man, I am Captain Timothy Partridge.
It's been written that to know how to grow old is the masterwork of wisdom and one of the most difficult chapters in the great art of living. It's also been written that you imagine what you desire. You will what you imagine. And at last you create what you will. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
Thank you.
Quick, open that package.
So, Metamucil, we're honey. We're still in the store.
Right now, you could win big in Metamucil's Instant Riches Sweepstakes. See specially marked packages for game cards and entry details. You can win up to $10,000 or valuable shopping sprees. And there's something for everyone. 40 cents off my next purchase of Metamucil. Let's buy another.
People are staring.
Play Metamucil's Instant Riches Sweepstakes while supplies last. Void where prohibited by law. No purchase necessary. Read label and follow directions.
Weekdays on CBS television. Wake up to comedy with One Day at a Time.
You really think you're hot stuff, don't you, Schneider?
Ladies in this building don't call me super for nothing.
Then, keep laughing as Mel lays down the law on Alice.
There is only one rule in the restaurant business, Vera. Get them to swallow it.
And The Price is Right with the priceless Bob Barker. That's One Day at a Time. Alice and The Price is Right. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
When you want to see a new or used car, think of this. The Troy Motor Mall is one place where you can see, test drive, buy, and service almost every kind of car. Oldsmobile, Pontiac, Chrysler, Plymouth, Lincoln, Mercury, Buick, Chevrolet, Toyota, GMC, truck, Volkswagen, and Ford. Over 3,000 in stock at any one time. 9 different dealers, each in the top 5 in their class, all competing for your business. The next time, make one convenient stop and see them all. The Troy Motor Mall, Maple Road near Coolidge in Troy.
Roll call! Fisher Buick.
Somerset Pontiac.
Dean Sellis Ford.
Mike Savoy Chevrolet.
Bob Ford Lincoln Mercury.
Albee Toyota.
Sal B Volkswagen.
Birmingham Chrysler Plymouth.
More sales and service and new and used cars than anywhere else. Under the stars, the biggest automotive center in the whole wide world. Troy Motor Mall.
Maple Road, that's 15 mile between Coolidge and Crooks in Troy.
We have all heard about the mountain climber who struggles foot by foot up the slopes of a nearly vertical mountain in order to reach its summit. When he is asked why he risks his neck to inch his way up to the highest peak, he says, because the mountain was there. Somewhere in the Rockies, the mountains were there over 100 years ago for a small group of men and women with a determined dedication to life. Bick Bixby, who has fought his way into these mountains in search of knowledge, is enjoying a ride over the waters of a calm, cold mountain lake. His companion, young, pretty Susanna.
Tell me more, Bick, about the world. The outside world where you come from. Tell me more about them magic things that are a part of that world.
I'd rather hear you talk. About your father, about the rest of the people, about you.
Not now, Bick. Not now. Tell me again about how you talk to people 10, 20 miles away.
Oh, 10, 20, 100, 1,000 miles away.
Tell me.
Well, you just pick up part of the instrument, signal a number, and instantly you're speaking to the person you want to talk to. It's called the telephone.
That's wonderful. Now tell me again about the lights.
Well, like I said, no oil lamps like the ones you have in the cave. No, you just press a button, it clicks, and everything lights up like 1,000 oil lamps. Electricity.
I would give anything to see some of them things for myself.
Maybe you can, Susanna.
No, Bick. That would never be possible. Not for me.
I could take you with me.
I couldn't go.
Oh, but there's no reason on earth that you couldn't come with me when I leave here.
If you leave here.
What's that? What's happening, Susanna?
Here's where the lake opens up. Goes down into the river.
Those rapids down there are pretty mean looking. Susanna, what are you doing? We've got to turn back. Give me those oars.
I'm going straight ahead, Vic.
Into those angry waters? You can't do that. We'll both be smashed to smithereens.
Here we go.
Susanna, we'll be drowned. Where do you think you're going?
Heading for that big rock.
You're out of your mind. The boat's being tossed around like an eggshell. I can't hold on, Susanna. Now help me. Help me, Susanna.
I don't want you to drown in these waters, Vic. Please don't drown. Show me that you belong with us.
You're a very lucky man, Mr. Bixby.
Lucky indeed, Captain Partridge. How I survived in those waters, I've no idea.
You survived because you willed yourself into survival.
And I'm glad you did.
Susanna, that was no accident, was it? You purposely rowed the boat into those rapids. You intentionally tipped the boat so that I'd be thrown overboard. Did you or didn't you?
I suppose I did.
But why? Why, Susanna?
To test you.
What kind of test was that? I could have drowned. I could have been crushed to a pulp against those sharp rocks.
Oh, no, young man. The fact that you're here proves that you couldn't.
You are one of us, Dick. One of what you would call the different people.
And if I hadn't been?
Sit down, Mr. Bixby. Tell me, when did you first realize that the span of 70 was not enough for you? That your work, whatever it is, needed more time for its completion?
I'm not sure. I do remember once saying to a colleague of mine that it was only because we are willing to accept death that we're cut off right in the middle of our life's work.
You believe that the time might possibly come when you might live twice as long as the people around you?
That it could happen to you?
Yeah, I guess I did. You know, Captain Partridge, when I get back to what you and Susanna call the outside world, they're just not going to believe this place exists. Or even that you exist.
When you get back?
Well, they'll want proof. They'll think I'm crazy. That all this town carved into mountains, you, Susanna, all of you, are things that exist only in my mad imagination.
You won't have to convince anyone, Mr. Bixby. Because none of that'll happen.
Of course it will.
Bick, listen to my daddy. He knows.
It won't happen, Mr. Bixby, for the simple reason that you're not leaving here. Emma.
My father means what he says. Don't try to cross him.
But I have obligations. I have work to do. Get to stay here? No, I can't.
If he says so, you will.
You're talking to me as if I were a child. I'm 29 years old. I'm a grown man. And that's not important. The world has got to know about you.
Now, you listen to me, young man, and listen hard. All of us here have sworn never to leave this place. Never again to expose ourselves to the poisons of the world you come from. For thy people have corrupted themselves. Exodus chapter 32, verse 7. Further, if your outside world ever did anything to disturb our lives, to penetrate our secrets...
What would happen?
You'd provoke us into doing something we might all regret. Something you'd never think could happen. And you, Mr. Bixby, would be responsible. Now, you just remember that.
Will you come with me, Susanna?
I can't. My father's just told you why.
And one thing more. You take a good look at Susanna here. In your world back there, you all grow physically older 4 times as fast as we do up here. You get what I'm saying? 4 times as fast. Now, Mr. Bixby, would you be good enough to pick up the family Bible on the table over there? Hey, careful with it. It's very old. Now, kindly open the front cover. Run your finger down the list of names with the dates of their birth. You find the name Susanna? There's only one.
Yeah, here it is.
Would you please read what it says?
Susanna Partridge, daughter, born to Timothy and Amantha Partridge, New Jerusalem, January 28th, 1871.
1871. More than 110 years ago, Mr. Bixby. 110 years. Mr. Bixby has dropped the family Bible, Susanna. Would you kindly pick it up?
I'm leaving here tomorrow at sunrise.
You'll never find your way down, Dick.
Don't worry about me.
Your place is here. You belong to us now.
I don't belong to anyone, Captain.
You remember the sacred oath I spoke of? You remember I said something terrible would happen if anyone broke that oath?
I haven't sworn any oath. There is no oath that binds me. The world has to know about you, Captain Partridge. You have to share this remarkable thing you've made happen.
Oh, we don't have to share anything with anybody.
In that case, I'm not waiting for tomorrow. I'm leaving right now.
Oh, don't, Dick. What you're doing is wrong.
I leave you, Susanna, the radio, the camera, all of it, till I come back. I'll keep thinking of you. Goodbye.
Don't you move, Mr. Bixby. Stay right where you are.
What do you think you're doing? Put down that shotgun.
I have had no reason to fire this weapon for almost 100 years. Don't give me a reason for using it now.
Goodbye, Captain Partridge. What do you know? Missed me with both of them. And you no more than 10 feet away from me. You're getting a little rusty, Captain.
Are you all right, Dick?
Well, not a scratch. Your father seems to have forgotten that I'm one of you. Captain, I do not wish to die. Not yet. So no bullet, yours or anyone else's, can touch me. Any more than you, Captain, were touched by enemy bullets in the 1860s. Goodbye. Both of you. I'll be seeing you maybe sooner than you think.
Be careful, Vic. Daddy, what are you doing?
Reloading my gun.
What on earth for?
To make sure your young friend doesn't get too far.
You know you can't stop him. You just shot at him twice. The bullet missed both times.
Well, they missed because I wanted them to miss. Didn't you know that? This next time, I won't miss. You see, he's no more one of us than you or I or one of them. I'm sure of it.
But the test. He came through with flying colors.
Luck was on his side. I'll be back in a while.
Oh, don't, Daddy. Please don't. He'll have trouble enough finding his way down through the mountains. Let him take his own chances. You don't have to dip your hands in his blood.
All right. But if he should manage to get through and come back here with his newspaper people and the others, you and I know what we have to do. Don't we, Susanna? Must you make all that noise, Susanna?
I'm sorry. I was just trying to listen to some of that music on this radio box that Dick left me.
You've been doing that for over a week now, ever since he walked out on us. Give it a rest. You'll wear it out.
If I do, I have this little thing he gave me. Battery, he called it. It'll give new life to the box, he said.
All right, but keep it down. I'm trying to read my Bible.
And the bill just squeaked by the Senate by the narrow vote of 24 to 23. Now, more news about young Alan Bixby, university professor of anthropology.
Bixby? He's talking about Bixby.
He says he has incontrovertible proof that the age of these unusual people he's discovered up in the mountains is over 100, every one of them. He leaves tomorrow morning by helicopter with a plane load of reporters, medical doctors, and scientists, including his colleague, Professor Jerry Hansen. They should arrive at the hideaway settlement by noon tomorrow to make a thorough study of these curious oldsters. And now for tomorrow's weather.
Turn that thing off.
Promises to be fair.
Tomorrow at noon, the man said.
Tomorrow at noon.
Round up everybody into the town square. When Mr. Bixby and his friends arrive, they're going to run into the biggest surprise of their young lives.
This must be the most godforsaken place on the planet Earth, Dick. Like the end of the world.
Jerry, when I told you I'd find this place, you said I was off my rocker.
Well, the odds were certainly against you.
And when I said I'd find Timothy Partridge, if there still was a Timothy Partridge...
Yeah, I remember. Are we moving too fast for the others back there?
Don't worry about them. Those doctors and psychiatrists and the others are just as anxious as we are to get to New Jerusalem. They can't wait to start all their tests.
Are you almost there?
Oh, yeah. Round this bend, and we're at the foot of Elephant Mountain. Oh, good Lord in heaven. It can't be.
All those crushed bodies. Dozens of them.
All over the place. Like a huge funeral pyre. All of them dead. That girl over there. That's Susanna.
Bick. This man. Here. He's still breathing.
That's Partridge. That's Timothy Partridge. Captain Partridge. It's me, Alan Bixby.
I know.
What happened here, Captain?
I tried to warn you.
Tell me what happened.
Long time ago, our people willed themselves into living a longer life. Today, we willed ourselves into ending that life.
But why? Why?
There will be no needles jabbed into our flesh now. No drawing of blood to test our bodies. You will not pick at our brains or destroy our souls. Since we're not animals, not monstrosities, we chose to fling ourselves to our destruction from that high cliff up there.
Everybody?
Everybody.
How could you do such a terrible thing?
You didn't understand our world. We had nothing but contempt for yours, so we kept the oaths that we had sworn.
I had no idea.
Well, of course you didn't. Oh, one last thing. Have no regrets about Susanna. Your world and hers could never have come together.
As young Bixby stands hopelessly at the foot of Elephant Mountain, in the midst of an entire community that has chosen self-destruction, he is tormented by the knowledge that it was his own curiosity, stemming from purely scientific interest, that brought this New Jerusalem to its end. I'll be back shortly.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down.
White Westinghouse, we'll make it taste better for you.
I'm Lorette Rupi, Director of Peace Corps. In 60 countries around the world, Peace Corps volunteers are sharing their skills and knowledge with people who really need them. But we need more volunteers, and we need them now. Volunteers are urgently needed in agriculture, math, science, and biology. Call Peace Corps now for more information. 800-424-8580. It's the toughest job you'll ever love.
A public service message of this station
and Peace Corps.
If you've been putting money aside, you can almost see inflation eroding its buying power, unless it's earning high interest rates or substantial dividends. And right now, thanks to Dreyfus Liquid Assets, even a small investment can profit from the currently high interest rates with complete cash availability. Think of your Dreyfus Liquid Assets account as an income-earning investment with free checking privileges. Privileges that allow you to pay bills and still earn money till the check's clear. You can even withdraw all or part of your cash by phone. There's never a penalty, never a sales or withdrawal charge. To get all the details, call toll-free 800-228-5000 for a simple, no-jargon information booklet and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Find out how Dreyfus Liquid Assets helps you get the lion's share from today's high interest rates. Read the prospectus carefully before you invest. 800-228-5000. No charge for the call. 800-228-5000. Call now.
George Bernard Shaw, in the 5 plays he titled Back to Methuselah, wrote of a time in the future when all the people on earth would live in a rarefied society where no one ever died. According to Shaw, that final happy event would take place 30,000 years from now. But who wants to wait 30,000 years to see if it'll really turn out that way? I don't. Do you? Our cast included Christopher DeBory, Jada Rowland, Arnold Moss, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Industry cash to a money market fund. Charles Schwab